Tonight, I shall accompany you as we travel back through the ancient world to meet one of the most complicated figures in all of mythology, Loki, the trickster god of the Norse people. Loki is a figure who resists easy description. He is counted among the gods of Asgard, and yet he was not born one of them. He is remembered as a companion to Odin and Thor, yet he was also the architect of their greatest sorrows. He could be generous, clever, genuinely helpful, and then, in the very next breath, reckless and cruel and impossible to forgive. The Norse people who told his stories did not seem troubled by this contradiction. If anything, they seemed to find it true to life. That is perhaps why his stories have carried so well across so many centuries and found their way to us here tonight. We will follow his life from its beginning, from his unusual origins as the son of a giant, to his early days wandering the 9 worlds alongside Odin, to the great deeds and acts of mischief that made him both beloved and feared in equal measure. We will spend time with his children, each one more remarkable and unsettling than the last. We will watch as the bonds between Loki and the gods of Asgard slowly wear thin and finally break apart entirely. And we will follow him all the way to the end, to Ragnarök, the twilight of the gods, where Loki's long and tangled story finds its conclusion. There is a great deal to tell. We will move through it gently, the way the old storytellers did, without rushing, pausing now and then to let the details breathe. So find a comfortable position, let your body settle, allow the world outside to grow a little quieter and a little further away. So let us begin, and let the old stories carry you gently through the night. Long before Loki came along, the Norse people imagined the universe as a vast tree. They called it Yggdrasil. It was not merely a symbol or a poetic image, it was, in their understanding, the actual structure upon which everything rested. Its roots reached down into 3 separate wells, each one holding a different kind of knowledge or power. Its branches spread so wide and so high that they touched every corner of existence. Somewhere along those roots, a dragon named Nidhogg gnawed without stopping, slowly working to bring the whole thing down. Somewhere in the canopy, an eagle perched and watched, and between the roots and the highest branches, a squirrel named Ratatoskra ran endlessly up and down the trunk, carrying insults between the dragon below and the eagle above, stirring whatever conflict he could find. Even the tree itself, the very spine of the cosmos, was alive with tension and movement and the constant possibility of ruin. The Norse people understood their universe this way from the very beginning, not as a place of perfect harmony, but as something that required enormous effort to keep from falling apart. Hanging within the branches and roots of this great tree were the 9 worlds, each one distinct and inhabiting its own portion of the cosmic structure. The arrangement of these worlds was not random or haphazard, but rather reflected a careful ordering of existence. The highest worlds occupied the upper reaches of Yggdrasil, where divine power was strongest and the influence of creation most direct. The middle worlds, including Midgard where humans dwelt, occupied a precarious position between the cosmic forces above and below them. The lower worlds descended into regions of increasing cold, shadow and danger, reaching finally into the deepest and darkest reaches of the tree's roots. Together, these 9 worlds formed a complete cosmos, balanced and interdependent, each one necessary to the functioning of all the others. Asgard rested at the highest point, home to the Aesir gods, beings of tremendous power who concerned themselves with the order of things, with war and wisdom and the protection of the worlds below them. Connected to Asgard by the shimmering rainbow bridge called Bifrost was Midgard, the world of human beings, surrounded by a vast ocean and kept somewhat sheltered from the more dangerous realms beyond it. Below and around Midgard stretched the other worlds, Vanaheim, home to the Vanir gods, a separate divine family with whom the Aesir had once fought a long and exhausting war before eventually agreeing to a fragile peace. There was Alfheim, where the light elves were said to dwell, Svartalfheim, or Nidavellir, deep in the earth, where the dwarves laboured in the dark over fires and anvils, crafting objects of extraordinary power. Niflheim lay in the cold and the mist. Within it sat Helheim, the realm of those who died without glory, a grey and quiet place ruled by a figure who was herself a daughter of Loki. And there was Muspelheim, a world of pure fire in the south, where the fire giant Surtur waited with a flaming sword, patient in the way that destruction is always patient. Jotunheim lay beyond the edges of Midgard, a wild and enormous place filled with mountains and deep forests and rivers so wide they could not be crossed without difficulty. This was the realm of the giants, the Jotnar, and they were not monsters in the simple sense of the word, though they were feared. They were old, older in many ways than the gods themselves. Their relationship with the Aesir was one of the most complicated things in all of Norse myth. The gods and the giants fought, certainly. Thor made something of a career out of crossing into Jotunheim and killing whatever threatened the worlds he was meant to protect. But the gods also married giants on occasion and travelled with them, and took counsel from them. The line between what counted as a god and what counted as a giant was not always as clear as the Aesir might have preferred to admit. Odin himself had giant blood through his mother Bestla, a fact the myths mention without much apparent discomfort. The Aesir, Odin, Thor, Frigg, Tyr, Freya, Baldur. The others were beings who stood for a certain kind of order, a commitment to maintaining the cosmos as it was arranged, to keeping Midgard sheltered and Asgard strong and Yggdrasil standing. They were not gentle figures. The old stories do not really portray them as purely good. Odin in particular was willing to do unsettling things in the pursuit of knowledge and power, but they held to the structures of their world, to oaths and alliances, and the patterns that kept existence functioning. The Jotnar, on the other hand, represented something different. Not evil, exactly, but a force that pressed against boundaries, that carried the old chaos of the universe's beginning still living inside it. Ragnarök, the great ending the Norse people foresaw, would come partly because the giants and their allies would finally break through. Everything in Norse mythology moved in that direction, slowly and with great weight, like a glacier. And it was into this world, this carefully arranged cosmos balanced between creation and destruction, that Loki arrived. Loki was not born among the gods. His father was Farbauti, a giant whose name in the Old Norse language carried the meaning of something like cruel striker, and his mother was Laufey, sometimes called Nal, a name that may have meant needle, which gives you some sense of how the old storytellers thought of her. Slender, slight, not the kind of figure you would expect to find at the center of a lineage that would one day shake the entire cosmos. Loki also had brothers, Helblindi and Bylastri by name, though they appear so rarely in the surviving texts that almost nothing can be said about them with any confidence. Scholars have long since turned their attention away from them and back toward their far more consequential sibling. What makes Loki's situation so unusual? What gives his entire story its particular quality of tension? Is that, despite his giant heritage, despite coming from the very race that the gods of Asgard counted among their oldest enemies, Loki moved freely among the Aesir, ate at their tables, travelled at their sides, was in some traditions bound to Odin himself by an oath of blood brotherhood. He was not welcomed into Asgard in spite of what he was, exactly, but rather because of something in his nature that the gods found useful, or perhaps irresistible, or perhaps both at once, in the way that certain kinds of people make themselves indispensable before anyone has quite decided whether to trust them. He occupied a position that no other figure in Norse mythology quite shared, not a god by birth, not an enemy by allegiance, not a friend by any simple reckoning, but something the old language did not have a clean word for. That may be part of why he endured in the stories long after tidier figures were forgotten. This unusual dual nature meant that Loki served purposes that other gods, bound by their divine births and celestial responsibilities, simply could not fulfill. He was the intermediary, the boundary crosser, the one whose feet could touch both the giant realms and the golden halls of Asgard without paradox or contradiction. In some ways, his position resembled that of a translator working between two fundamentally incompatible languages, forever adjusting, compromising, finding ways to make the incomprehensible speak to the comprehensible. The gods seemed to understand that they needed him precisely because he was not entirely theirs, that his outsider status gave him access to information, resources, and possibilities that would have remained forever closed to beings of purely Aesir heritage. What is particularly striking about Loki's reputation among the gods is how little punishment or suspicion his giant heritage actually provoked. At various points in history, the Norse peoples encountered actual giants, and the encounters were rarely peaceful or productive. Giants in the Norse imagination represented chaos, otherness, a fundamental opposition to the ordered cosmos that the gods maintained. Yet Loki, despite his clear descent from this problematic lineage, was apparently judged on his individual merit rather than his biological category. He dined with gods who fought giants in great mythological battles. He counseled with beings whose entire purpose included defending Asgard against giant invasion. This acceptance speaks to something crucial about how the Norse understood the longing, that it could transcend blood, birth, and fundamental categories of being. The exact circumstances of how Loki first came to live among the Aesir are surprisingly unclear in the surviving sources. Different texts offer different versions of his entry into their circle, suggesting that even the ancient storytellers could not quite agree on how this anomalous relationship began. What seems consistent across the various accounts is that his integration was swift and, in some sense, complete. He did not arrive as a supplicant begging admittance, but rather as someone whose presence quickly seemed inevitable, necessary, almost as if he had always belonged in those halls despite the obvious evidence that he had not. This quality of inevitable integration, of quickly becoming indispensable before anyone properly decided whether to accept him, appears again and again in the tales that have survived into the modern era. The Prose Edda, the great compendium of Norse mythology set down in Iceland by the scholar and poet Snorri Sturluson in the 13th century, offers the most often quoted description of what Loki was actually like. It is worth holding close because it is so beautifully precise in its contradiction. Snorri wrote that Loki was beautiful and comely to look upon, evil in spirit, very fickle in habit. That combination, outward beauty, inward instability, a character that refused to remain fixed in any one shape, is exactly what you find when you trace him through the old myths one by one. He was the kind of figure whose face you trusted even when some quieter part of you knew you probably shouldn't. Part of what made him so difficult to hold at a distance was his shape-shifting. That, in the Norse sources, goes far beyond the simple animal transformations that appear in other mythologies. Loki changed not only his form, but in at least one remarkable episode, his sex as well, becoming a mare carrying a foal, giving birth, which tells you something important about how the Old Norse imagination understood him. He was not merely a god who could wear different faces. He was, at some deeper level, a being for whom fixed identity was genuinely not the point, a figure of perpetual becoming in a cosmos that otherwise valued order and stability above almost everything else. His name has drawn the attention of scholars for generations. While no single explanation has achieved complete agreement, one school of thought connects it to the Old Norse word logi, meaning flame. There is something in that association that feels right when you consider how he moves through the stories. Bright, warm, useful in certain circumstances, entirely capable of consuming everything around him if the conditions shifted. Others have argued against the flame connection on linguistic grounds. The debate continues quietly in the margins of academic texts, unresolved and perhaps unresolvable. What scholars have found somewhat more agreement on is the possibility that Loki was a relatively late arrival in the Norse mythological tradition, conspicuously absent from some of the oldest preserved poetry, appearing with far greater prominence in texts from later periods. That has led certain researchers to suggest that he may represent ideas or anxieties that became more pressing to the Norse people as their world changed around them. Whatever he was at his origin, by the time the old stories took shape, Loki was already one of the most essential and unsettling figures in all of Asgard. Of all the bonds Loki formed in Asgard, none was more significant or more destined to end in tragedy than the one he made with Odin. The sources do not give us a single dramatic scene in which the oath was struck. No torchlit ceremony or ceremonial blade drawn across palms in front of witnesses. But what the old traditions do tell us is that at some point, these two, the Allfather and the Trickster, bound themselves to one another in the ancient way, mingling blood and making a vow that neither would accept a drink unless the other was offered one as well. It was the kind of oath that the Norse people took with great seriousness, the kind that was meant to hold across every circumstance and every distance. And what is remarkable, when you sit with it quietly for a moment, is that Odin chose Loki for this, not Thor with his strength and his loyalty, not Tyr with his sense of justice. Odin, the wisest of all the gods, the one who had sacrificed his eye for greater knowledge and hung himself from the world tree for 9 days in pursuit of deeper understanding. This god looked at Loki, the son of a giant, the shapeshifter who was beautiful to look upon and fickle in spirit, decided that this was the companion he wanted at his side. There is something in that choice worth turning over slowly in your mind, the way you might turn a smooth stone in your hand on a quiet evening. Odin was drawn, it seems, to the same unpredictable intelligence that made everyone else uneasy around Loki. Where the other gods saw instability, Odin may have recognized something more useful, a mind that moved in directions that no ordered, honorable god's mind could follow. Odin valued wisdom above almost all else. Loki, whatever else he was, had a quality of thinking that operated outside the boundaries others observed. Together, the two of them made a pair that the 9 worlds could not easily outwit. This was because between Odin's deep, patient knowledge and Loki's swift and lateral cleverness, very few problems could not be worked around in one way or another. When they traveled together, and they did travel, often slipping quietly out of Asgard in the company of 1 or 2 others, moving through the lower realms in the way that powerful beings sometimes do when they wish to see the world without being seen, it was frequently Loki's quick thinking that kept them out of serious danger, or at least turned a dangerous situation into a manageable one. There is a texture to these early stories that feels almost like companionship, the two of them moving through Jotunheim and across Midgard with a certain ease born of long familiarity, each one aware of what the other was likely to do next and making room for it. Odin, who missed very little, would have understood what Loki was, perhaps more clearly than anyone: the instability, the restlessness, the way Loki's mischief was never quite purposeless even when it appeared to be. And Loki, for his part, seems to have offered Odin something he could not find elsewhere in Asgard: not reverence, not obedience, but a kind of honest and unsentimental company that asked nothing of ceremony. Whether that was something Loki gave freely or simply could not help giving, the old stories do not say with any certainty. What they do suggest, in the way that myths suggest things rather than stating them plainly, is that the bond between these two was real in the way that complicated things are real, not uncomplicated, not without its shadows, but genuine in its own difficult fashion. For a long while, that oath held. The two of them wandered the 9 worlds together in a partnership that neither fully understood and neither could quite give up. One of Loki's earliest recorded acts of mischief was also one of his most senseless. There was no great scheme behind it, no clever long-term purpose that might have given it some shadow of justification. Sif, the wife of Thor, was known throughout Asgard for her hair, long, golden, and so luminous that it was compared to ripened wheat fields catching the late afternoon light. Thor loved her deeply, and she carried that hair with the quiet, natural pride of someone who had always simply been beautiful without needing to think much about it. One night, while Sif lay sleeping, Loki came to her. The old sources do not offer an explanation for what moved him to do what he did in that moment, whether it was envy or restlessness, or simply the particular kind of destructive impulse that overtakes a mind like his when there is nothing else to occupy it. He took a blade to her hair and cut every strand of it from her head, leaving nothing behind but bare skin. Then he slipped away into the dark as easily as he had come. When Sif woke the following morning and understood what had happened, her grief was immediate and profound. And when Thor came home and saw his wife sitting without her hair, his anger was the kind that tends to make the ground tremble and the sky go dark at the edges. He found Loki without much difficulty, because there was never any real question about who had done it, and he took hold of him with the intention of doing him serious harm. Loki, as he almost always did in moments like these, talked. He spoke quickly and with feeling, assuring Thor that he could not only restore what he had taken, but make it better, that Sif would have golden hair again, real hair, hair that would grow as naturally as the hair that had been cut away. Thor, who loved his wife enough to want her whole again more than he wanted Loki broken, loosened his grip and gave him the chance to make it right. Loki travelled down into Svartalfheim, the realm of the dwarves, and made his way to the forge of the sons of Ivaldi, who were regarded as among the finest craftsmen in all the 9 worlds. He explained what he needed, and the sons of Ivaldi, who took great satisfaction in impossible commissions, set to work. What they produced was extraordinary. They drew out gold so fine and so bright that it moved and shimmered like actual living hair, and they told Loki that once it was placed upon Sif's head, it would take root there and grow as her own. They did not stop with the hair, however. Perhaps they were in an expansive mood, or perhaps they simply wanted to demonstrate the full reach of their skill. But they also crafted 2 other objects for Loki to bring back to Asgard. The first was a ship called Skibladnir, built so perfectly that it would always find a fair wind whenever its sail was raised, no matter the direction it needed to travel, and yet folded down so small when not in use that it could be tucked away in a pocket. The second was a spear called Gungnir, which would later become Odin's own weapon, a spear that never missed its mark, regardless of the hand that threw it. Loki stood in Svartalfheim with 3 objects of astonishing power, and the relief of someone who had narrowly avoided something terrible. The weight of these treasures was not merely physical. They represented a kind of debt, an acknowledgement that he had been given extraordinary gifts as compensation for his thoughtless destruction. In another being, such a moment might have prompted genuine reflection, or at least caution. The magnitude of what he now possessed might have suggested to him the wisdom of restraint or gratitude. But Loki was not constituted in the way that wisdom typically operates, and the sense of crisis that had propelled him into Svartalfheim began to evaporate almost as soon as it had begun to resolve itself. A wiser figure might have gone straight home. Loki, however, was not quite finished. On his way out, he encountered 2 brothers, Brokkr and Sindri, who were also renowned for their craftsmanship, and something in him, that restless competitive edge that was always running just beneath the surface of even his most ordinary moments, rose up before he could stop it. He told the brothers that fine as their work was, it could never match what the sons of Ivaldi had just produced. It was a taunt, and it worked precisely as taunts are designed to work. Brokkr and Sindri accepted the challenge. They would make 3 gifts of their own, and the gods themselves would judge which set was the greater. The stakes Loki proposed were his own head. What followed in the forge was a contest of nerves as much as craft. Sindri instructed his brother Brokkr to work the bellows without stopping, because the magic of what they were making depended entirely on the fire being kept perfectly and continuously hot. Sindri placed a pigskin into the forge and left, and Brokkr pumped the bellows steadily. While he worked, a fly appeared and bit him on the hand, a small, stinging bite that he bore without flinching and without breaking his rhythm. Sindri returned and drew from the forge Gullimbursti, a boar with bristles of spun gold that could run across sky and sea and illuminate the darkness wherever it went. The second object was a golden ring called Dropnir, and when it came time to make it, the fly returned and bit Brokkr on the neck, harder this time, but again Brokkr held steady at the bellows, and Dropnir came out of the fire perfect, a ring that would produce 8 rings of equal weight every 9th night, endlessly and without diminishing. The third and final object was to be a hammer. This time, when Sindri put the iron into the forge and left, the fly came back and bit Brokkr on the eyelid, so sharply and so painfully that blood ran down into his eye, and his rhythm broke, just for a moment, just long enough. When Sindri returned and pulled the hammer from the fire, everything about it was magnificent except for the handle, which had come out shorter than it should have been. The hammer was called Mjolnir. The fly, of course, had been Loki. He had transformed himself and done what he could to ruin the brothers' work, and he had very nearly succeeded. When all 6 objects were brought before the gods and the judging began, the sons of Ivaldi's gifts drew genuine admiration. The golden hair given to Sif, Skidbladnir presented to Freyr, Gungnir to Odin. Then the brothers presented their gifts, and when Mjolnir was placed before the assembled gods, despite its shortened handle, the judgment was clear. A hammer that could level mountains, that would always return to the hand that threw it, that could be reduced to a small enough size to hide inside a shirt. The gods declared it the single greatest treasure among all that had been brought before them that day, more valuable than any of the others. Brokkr approached Loki to collect his head. Loki pointed out, with the precise and infuriating logic he could always produce when his life depended on it, that the brothers were welcome to his head, but had no right whatsoever to touch his neck. Since it was impossible to take one without the other, the debt went uncollected. Brokkr, unable to argue with this and furious about it, settled instead for sewing Loki's lips shut with a leather cord, a punishment that lasted only until Loki worked them free again, which he did not take very long to do. And so the gods gained Mjolnir, the most powerful weapon in all the 9 worlds, because of Loki's mischief and despite it. There is a story in the old Norse sources that is, even by the standards of Norse mythology, quite strange. It begins with a visitor to Asgard, a figure who arrived at the gates of the gods' great realm and presented himself as a builder, a craftsman, a man with a proposal. The gods of Asgard had long wanted a great wall surrounding their home, something solid and permanent that would keep the giants and the other hostile forces of the outer worlds from wandering too close. The visitor said he could build such a wall. He said he could do it well. The gods, who were curious in the way that powerful beings often are, agreed to hear what he was asking in return. He wanted 3 things for his labor: the sun, the moon, and the goddess Freya as his bride. The gods were quiet for a moment. These were not small things he was asking. The sun and moon were, in a very practical sense, the light of the world. Freya was among the most beloved of the divine beings in Asgard. The builder, however, had a condition of his own attached to the offer. He said he could complete the wall in a single winter, in the span of 3 seasons. If he did not finish it in that time, he would take nothing at all. It was Loki who spoke first among the gathered gods, as he so often did when a decision was being made that carried some risk and some cleverness with it. He advised them to agree on the condition that the builder work entirely alone, With no other man or giant permitted to help him, the gods reasoned among themselves that no single builder, working alone through the long darkness of a Norse winter, could possibly raise a wall large enough and strong enough to encircle all of Asgard in time. And so, they shook hands, so to speak, with the stranger, and the work began. What they had not considered carefully enough was the builder's horse. His name was Svadilfari, a great and extraordinary stallion. The horse did the hauling that would have broken any ordinary animal entirely. The stones the builder required were enormous things, pulled from the deep earth and dragged across frozen ground. Svadilfari moved them without complaint, night after night, hauling loads that would have taken many horses working together to manage. The wall rose faster than anyone had expected. As winter deepened, it became clear to the gods, watching from within Asgard, that the work was going extraordinarily well. Too well. By the time only a few days remained before the end of the third season, the wall was nearly complete. The gods faced the uncomfortable reality that they were on the verge of losing the sun, the moon, Freya, to a builder they had not thought twice about. They turned their eyes to Loki, who had arranged this agreement in the first place. The warmth they directed at him was not the friendly kind. Thor was particularly direct in his unhappiness. The gods made it very clear to Loki that the consequences of this agreement falling through in the wrong direction would fall squarely upon him, that he had better think of something. Loki, to his credit, did not argue or attempt to explain his way out of responsibility. He thought instead, and what he arrived at was, as solutions go, quite remarkable in its strangeness. On the night before the final days of the contract, when Svadilfari was out hauling stone as he always was, a mare appeared at the edge of the forest. She was beautiful and entirely unexpected. She called out to the stallion in the way that horses do. Svadilfari, who was, after all, a horse and not immune to such things, broke away from the builder and went after her. The builder spent the rest of that night chasing his horse through the trees and accomplishing nothing at all. The following days passed in much the same way, with Svadilfari distracted and the builder furious. When the final day of winter arrived, the wall stood unfinished. The terms of the agreement went unmet. The builder, realizing at that point that something had been deliberately arranged against him, was overcome with rage. In his rage, he revealed something the gods had suspected but not confirmed, that he was not a wandering craftsman at all, but a giant, one of the Jotun, the very beings the wall had been intended to keep out. He had walked into Asgard under a false identity. The gods had let him stay and let him build, now that the agreement had collapsed. Thor brought his hammer down, and the builder did not leave Asgard the way he had arrived. The death of the builder sent a clear message throughout the 9 worlds about the costs of deception and infiltration. The giants learned that a false form and clever words would not protect them if their intentions were discovered within the realm of the gods. Yet there was also a certain poetic irony to what had transpired. The wall itself remained, largely complete from the builder's labor, and it did provide Asgard with the protection the gods had originally sought. What had begun as a genuine threat to the divine realm had been transformed through Loki's intervention into something far more ambiguous. A lesson about the price of carelessness, yes, but also about the strange ways that danger could sometimes yield unexpected benefits. The gods would remember this episode, not only as a narrow escape, but as a reminder of how treachery could come, wearing an innocent face, and how the cunning of one's own allies might sometimes prove more valuable than all the defensive walls in the 9 worlds. As for Loki, he returned to Asgard some months later. With him, or rather in his company, since Loki had spent that season in the shape of a mare, came a foal. The foal was grey and already remarkable, and it had 8 legs, 4 more than any ordinary horse. Loki brought this young horse to Odin, who accepted him without much ceremony, in the way that unusual gifts are sometimes accepted when the full story behind them is understood. The horse grew, as horses do, though he grew into something that had no equal anywhere in the 9 worlds. His name was Sleipnir. In the old sources he is described as the finest of all horses, faster than any other creature, capable of travelling not only across the land, but between the realms themselves, across the bridge of Bifrost and down into the depths of Niflheim, where ordinary horses could not go. Odin rode him on his long wanderings through the worlds. Sleipnir carried him with a steadiness and a swiftness that made the great distances between realms feel, if not small, then at least possible. There is something quietly striking about the fact that this extraordinary creature, this horse who would one day carry the Allfather through the darkest corners of existence, came into the world the way he did, because of a scheme to save the gods from the consequences of another scheme. Because Loki, when pressed hard enough, was willing to become something else entirely in order to find a way through. And Sleipnir, the 8-legged horse born from a god who had temporarily become a mare, went on to carry Odin across the 9 worlds for the rest of time. The gods of Asgard did not age the way mortals do, but they were not beyond aging entirely. What kept them vital and strong, year after year and age after age, were the apples tended by the goddess Idun, golden fruit she kept in a small wooden chest and offered to the gods whenever the years began to show in their faces. It was a quiet sort of magic, unassuming in the way that only the most essential things can be. The gods had grown so accustomed to Idun's gift that they had long since stopped thinking of it as anything fragile. She was there, and the apples were there, and the gods remained as they had always been, strong and clear-eyed and untouched by time in any lasting way. It was the kind of arrangement that feels permanent right up until the moment it isn't. One version of how that arrangement came undone begins, as so many of Loki's troubles did, with a journey. He had gone out from Asgard in the company of Odin and the quiet god Honir, wandering through the wild lands beyond the walls of the god's great home, following no particular road and looking for nothing more than a change of scenery. They had stopped to make a fire and roast an ox they had killed along the way. They were waiting, as anyone waiting for meat to cook has always waited, with the particular impatience that comes from being hungry and having nothing to do about it. The fire burned, and the meat sat over it and refused stubbornly to cook. They fed more wood to the flames and waited again. Still the ox was as raw as when they had started. It was then that they noticed the eagle watching them from a branch above, an enormous bird, far larger than any eagle has a right to be, eating with the calm and knowing patience of something that understood exactly what was happening and had decided to find it amusing. The eagle spoke to them and offered a solution. If they would share their meal with him, he would allow the fire to do its work. Hungry and not particularly suspicious of large talking birds, the 3 gods agreed. The fire caught properly. The meat began to cook. When it was ready, the eagle descended and helped himself to by far the larger share, the haunches, the shoulders, the best of what there was, leaving very little for the 3 gods who had done the hunting. Loki, who had little patience for being outmaneuvered even by creatures with sharper eyes than his own, grabbed a branch from the ground and struck at the eagle with it. What happened next is not what he had intended. The branch stuck to the bird as if it had been fastened there. Loki's hands stuck to the branch. The eagle lifted itself into the air and flew, fast and hard and very low to the ground, dragging Loki behind it through rocks and scrubland and the rough skin of the earth until Loki was convinced that his arms were going to be pulled free of his body entirely. He shouted for the eagle to stop, and eventually the eagle did stop. It told him what it was. The eagle was Thiassi, a giant of considerable power who had been watching the gods from a distance for some time and had decided that Loki was the one most likely to be useful to him. The price of Loki's release was simple enough to state and terrible enough to consider. He was to bring Idun out of Asgard, together with her apples, deliver her to Thiassi. Loki agreed, because at that moment, agreement was the only option available to him, because he was constitutionally disposed to believe that problems arising from a promise could always be dealt with later. He returned to Asgard and found Odin in the way that people find someone they intend to deceive, with a friendly story prepared in advance. He told her that he had seen, not far outside Asgard's walls, a tree bearing fruit that looked remarkably like her own apples, that she might want to bring her chest with her so that she could compare the two. It was the kind of invitation that would have made a more cautious person hesitate. But Odin was not suspicious by nature. Loki was persuasive in the particular way of people who have had a great deal of practice. She went with him beyond the walls, carrying her chest. Thiassi was waiting for her in his eagle form and carried her away to his hall in Jotunheim before she had time to understand what had happened. Back in Asgard, the days began to pass. The gods began to change in ways they had not changed in longer than any of them could remember. Their hair went grey, and their skin grew loose, and their joints ached in the mornings. There was a creeping tiredness in everything they did that none of them could quite explain until they realized. All at once that Idun was gone. They searched for her and could not find her. Then they looked for Loki, and someone remembered having seen him leaving with her. The mood in Asgard became very dark very quickly. When the gods found Loki and made clear to him what would happen if he did not return Idun from wherever he had sent her, he asked for the use of Freya's falcon cloak, a garment that allowed its wearer to take the form of a falcon and move through the air with the speed of a hunting bird. Freya lent it to him without warmth, and Loki put it on and flew north toward Jotunheim. He found Thiassi's hall and found Idun inside it. Thiassi himself was away on the water, which was fortunate for everyone involved. Loki transformed Idun into a nut, small enough to carry easily, and took her up in his talons and turned back toward Asgard, flying as fast as the cloak would carry him. Thiassi returned to find his hall empty and understood immediately what had happened. He put on his own eagle shape and flew after the falcon with the full power of his enormous wings. The gods standing on Asgard's walls saw the falcon coming and the great eagle behind it, closing the distance steadily. They gathered wood and kindling at the wall's edge and waited. The moment Loki cleared the wall, they lit the pile. Thiassi flew into the flames and fell, and the gods finished what the fire had started. Idun was restored to herself. She opened her chest and moved among the gods. One by one they ate, and the grey receded from their hair and the weariness lifted from their faces, and they were themselves again. Loki had brought the crisis upon them. Loki had resolved it, and the gods took both facts equally into account when they thought about him. That is to say, they remembered the rescue and resented the rest. Thor woke one morning to discover that Mjolnir was gone. He reached for it in the way he always did, with the easy confidence of a god who has never had to wonder whether his most important possession would be where he left it, and found nothing. He searched his hall. He searched again. The hammer was not there, and Thor, who was not by nature a patient god, felt the kind of anger rise in him that tends to make the sky darken and the air smell of rain. He went to Loki, because in situations that required cunning rather than strength, Loki was still the one he turned to. The two of them borrowed a cloak of falcon feathers that belonged to Freya, a garment that allowed its wearer to fly, and Loki took to the skies above the 9 worlds, searching for any sign of where the hammer might have gone. It did not take him long to find his answer. He came down into Jotunheim, the cold and rocky world of the giants, and there he encountered the giant Thrym sitting on a hillside, looking rather pleased with himself. When Loki asked whether he knew anything about a missing hammer, Thrym did not deny it. He had hidden Mjolnir 8 miles beneath the earth, he said, and he would not return it unless the gods sent him Freya as his bride. Loki flew back to Asgard and delivered this news. Freya's response, when she heard what was being proposed, was not gentle. She had no intention of traveling to Jotunheim to become the wife of a giant. and she said so with the kind of clarity that closed the conversation immediately. The gods gathered to discuss what could be done. Without Mjolnir, Asgard's defences were dangerously weakened, and Thrym seemed to understand this perfectly well. The demand was calculated, meant to place the gods in exactly the position they now found themselves in. It was Heimdall who eventually offered the suggestion that changed the shape of the problem entirely. He proposed that Thor himself travel to Jotunheim in the place of Freya, dressed as a bride, the hammer retrieved from within the wedding hall itself. Thor did not like this idea. He said so directly, in the way Thor tended to do things, which is to say loudly. But Loki pointed out, with the calm practicality he could summon when it suited him, that the alternative was a world without Mjolnir and a Jotunheim that grew bolder by the day. Thor considered this. He looked around at the assembled gods. No one offered a better plan. And so, with considerably less enthusiasm than he brought to most endeavours, Thor agreed. They dressed him carefully. A bridal veil was arranged over his red beard. Freya's necklace, the Brisingamen, was clasped around his neck. Keys were hung at his belt, as was the custom for Norse brides, and a long dress was pulled over a frame that was, to put it plainly, not built for bridal wear. Loki dressed himself as a handmaiden and would travel alongside Thor as his attendant. When they were ready, they climbed into a chariot and rode out across the sky toward Jotunheim, the wheels of the chariot sending lightning crackling down toward the earth below as Thor gripped the reins. Thrym, when they arrived, was delighted. He had ordered a great feast prepared, and he welcomed his bride and her handmaiden with the warmth of someone who believes he has gotten exactly what he wanted. The tables were loaded with food, ox meat and salmon, honey cakes, and great quantities of mead. Thor sat down and ate with the kind of appetite that tends to draw attention in polite company. He worked his way through an entire ox on his own, consumed 8 salmon, and drank 3 full vessels of mead before anyone at the table had reached for a second helping. Thrym, watching all of this, leaned toward Loki with a puzzled expression and remarked that he had never seen a bride eat so much. Loki answered without a pause. Freya had been so overcome with longing for the journey to Jotunheim, he explained, that she had eaten nothing for 8 full days before their departure. Thrym received this explanation with the satisfaction of a giant who very much wants to believe it, and looked no further. When he leaned forward and tried to steal a glance beneath the veil, he met a pair of eyes so fierce and bright that he pulled back immediately. Loki explained this too. Freya had not slept in 8 nights either, so eager had she been for this day, and her eyes reflected that long and burning anticipation. Thrym nodded again, reassured, and returned to his mead. The moment that decided everything came when Thrym called for Mjolnir to be brought forward and placed in the bride's lap. As was the tradition in a Norse wedding ceremony, a gesture meant to consecrate the marriage and call on Thor's own blessing, without any apparent awareness of the particular irony involved. The hammer was carried in and laid across Thor's knees. His hand closed around the handle. The transformation in him was immediate. He stood, and the veil came away, and everything that had been carefully arranged and delicately managed in the preceding hours dissolved in the space of a moment into something much more straightforward. Thrym and the assembled giants did not have long to reckon with the situation before Thor moved through the hall with the hammer and the complete and focused energy of a god who has been sitting in a dress for several hours and is ready to be done with it. When it was over, they rode back toward Asgard. The hammer recovered, the hall of Thrym considerably quieter than it had been at the start of the evening. It was one of the rare occasions when Loki's talent for deception served everyone perfectly, and for a little while at least, even Thor could not argue with that. Far from Asgard, in the wilder and darker parts of Jotunheim, Loki had another family entirely. The giantess Angrboda made her home deep within those ancient forests, far from the gleaming halls and watchful eyes of the Aesir. It was there, in the quiet and the cold, that she and Loki brought 3 children into the world, children who were, from the very moment of their births, unlike anything the 9 realms had ever seen, whose very existence would become one of the great unresolved tensions running beneath the surface of all the years that followed. The old sources give us their names plainly enough. Fenrir, who came into the world as a wolf, Jormungandr, who came as a serpent, and Hel, who came as something that was neither entirely living nor entirely dead, her body divided, by some accounts, between the colours of life and the pallor of the grave. These were Loki's children by Angerboda. For a time, they lived quietly in her hall in Jotunheim, growing slowly in the deep forest, known only to their parents and to whatever birds and shadows moved through those remote and sunless trees. In those early years, before the gods knew of them, these 3 creatures lived as siblings do in any household across the 9 realms. Fenrir grew stronger and swifter with each passing season, his wolf form becoming more magnificent, even as it remained unsettling to any who might have witnessed it. Jormungandr coiled and uncoiled through the streams that ran near Angerboda's hall, testing the boundaries of the water, seemingly content in those narrow channels. Hel moved between the living and the dead even then, her half-living nature allowing her to perceive things that others could not, to exist comfortably in the liminal spaces of her mother's forest home. Angerboda watched over them with the fierce protectiveness of any mother, teaching them what they needed to know to survive and thrive in their strange existence. She did not consult prophecies about their futures. She did not wonder what role they might play in the turning of ages. She simply loved them as they were, 3 remarkable children, born of her own body and the trickster god's blood. There are no stories that suggest she ever regretted their existence or wished them to be other than what they had become. This quiet period of their lives, undocumented in most of the sagas, represents something important, a time when destiny had not yet declared itself, when these creatures were simply alive and growing in the world without bearing the weight of cosmic consequence. It is worth pausing here, before the gods enter the story, to simply hold that image for a moment. A wolf cub and a serpent and a half-living child growing up together in a forest far from any realm that had rules about what things were supposed to be or what shapes they were supposed to take, watched over by a giantess who, the stories suggest, loved them in the uncomplicated way that mothers do, without asking what prophecy had to say about it. The gods did not remain ignorant for long. Through whatever means the Aesir used to see into the hidden corners of the 9 realms, Odin's ravens, perhaps, or his own vast and restless sight, they learned of these 3 children. They learned something else alongside that knowledge, a prophecy, dark and specific and deeply unsettling. That tied Fenrir and Jormungandr and Hel to the events of Ragnarök, to the final unraveling of the world as the gods knew it. The prose Edda tells us that Odin and the other gods debated what to do, that their deliberations were shadowed by a particular kind of fear, not the clean fear of an enemy you can fight, but the slower and more corrosive fear of something inevitable moving toward you no matter what you choose. This was not the first time the gods had encountered prophecy, nor the first time they had felt the sting of knowing that their own fates were already written in some sense. But prophecies concerning Loki's children carried a particular weight, for Loki himself had already caused no small amount of chaos and suffering across the 9 realms. What might his offspring bring? What horrors might be born from his union with a giantess? These questions haunted the councils of Asgard, driving the gods toward action born of fear rather than justice or necessity. In the end, they chose to act. Odin took Jormungandr and cast him into the ocean that encircled Midgard, the world of human beings, believing perhaps that the water would contain what the forests of Jotunheim could not. But Jormungandr grew in the deep water, growing and growing until he had wrapped himself entirely around the world and taken his own tail between his teeth, a great circle of a creature, vast and patient, resting in the cold dark of the ocean floor, waiting. Hel was cast downward, sent to rule over Niflheim, the realm of mist and cold that lay beneath all the other realms. There she was given authority over the dead, who arrived by neither battle nor great sacrifice, the ones who came quietly, through illness and age, through the ordinary ending of ordinary lives. She ruled that realm with a power that the sources describe as equal even to Odin's within its boundaries. She seems, in the stories that touch on her, to have accepted her position without particular resentment, presiding over her hall with a stillness that matched the place itself. Fenrir, however, the gods brought to Asgard, where they felt they could watch him, could observe his growth and manage his strength before it became unmanageable, could keep what they feared closest to themselves rather than leaving it loose and unsupervised in the world. There is a kind of logic to this decision that is also, if you consider it long enough, a kind of tragedy. This was because what they were doing, without fully recognizing it, was taking three young creatures who had not yet done anything to deserve fear or punishment, scattering them across the realms, separating them from their mother, from each other, from any life that might have developed on its own terms. In doing so, they were making enemies where there had only been children. The wolf who was brought to Asgard and surrounded by gods who feared him and kept their distance, grew up knowing he was feared, knowing that his presence made the divine uncomfortable. The serpent in the ocean and the queen of the dead in her cold hall grew up shaped entirely by the conditions the gods had placed them in, as creatures always are. The prophecy said they would help bring about the end of the world. The gods, in trying to prevent that end, created precisely the conditions under which it became more certain, bound the wolf until he burned with the need to break free, isolated the serpent until the ocean was the only world he knew, gave Hel a kingdom of the dead, and then was surprised, later, when she exercised her power over it on terms that suited her rather than them. 3 children, scattered across the realms, one in the ocean, one in the land of the dead, one chained on a barren island, and each one growing, in their own way, toward the day when they would be free. When Fenrir first came to Asgard as a young wolf cub, only Tyr was willing to go near him. The other gods kept their distance, watching from across the great halls and open courtyards of that shining realm. Aware already of what the prophecies said about this creature, and about the blood he carried. He was the son of Loki and the giantess Angrboda, though he arrived small enough to hold. There was something in the way he moved, something in the stillness of his dark eyes, that made even the bravest among the Aesir reluctant to reach out a hand. Tyr was not a god known for recklessness. He was the god of justice and of law, measured and deliberate in everything he did. And yet it was Tyr who brought the young wolf his food each day, who spoke to him quietly in the long mornings of Asgard while the others looked on in silence. For a time, this arrangement seemed to work. Fenrir grew slowly at first. The gods told themselves that perhaps the prophecies were wrong, or at the very least exaggerated, as prophecies sometimes seem to be when the threat they describe is still small enough to step over. However, Fenrir did not remain small. With each season that passed, he grew larger and heavier and stronger, until the gods could no longer pretend that what they were watching was simply a wolf becoming an adult. He was becoming something far beyond that, something vast and patient and terrible in the way that only creatures who know they are feared can be terrible. The gods gathered to discuss what ought to be done. They decided, as they so often did when they were frightened, to try to bind him. They brought out the heaviest chains they had, forged from iron so dense it could anchor ships in the deepest waters of the world. They presented the chains to Fenrir as though it were a game. They told him that testing his strength against the finest chains in Asgard was a kind of sport, a chance for him to prove himself. Fenrir, who was proud, as all great creatures are proud, agreed. He let them wrap the iron around him, and then he flexed. The chains came apart as though they were nothing more than frost on a window pane touched by morning light. The gods brought a second set, heavier still, said to be the strongest bonds ever forged in all the 9 realms. Fenrir looked at them for a long moment before he agreed again. This time when he broke free, the pieces of iron scattered across the grass of Asgard, and no one laughed. It was after this second failure that the gods went to the dwarves of Svartalfheim, those deep and patient craftsmen who had given the world Mjolnir and Gungnir and so many other things that defied ordinary expectation. They asked for something that could hold Fenrir when iron could not. The dwarves produced Gleipnir, a ribbon, soft as silk and thin as a strip of cloth, almost weightless in the hand. It was made, according to the old accounts in the Prose Edda, from 6 things that do not exist: the sound of a cat's footstep, the beard of a woman, the roots of a mountain, the sinews of a bear, the breath of a fish, the spittle of a bird, because these things have no substance in the world. The rope woven from them had a strength that no ordinary material could match. The gods carried Gleipnir back to Asgard. Then they carried it, along with Fenrir, out to a barren island in the middle of a dark lake. There they told the wolf what they had brought. Fenrir studied the ribbon in their hands with those still, careful eyes of his. He was not foolish. He understood that something so slight and harmless-looking, offered to him with such deliberate calm, was not what it appeared to be. He told the gods he would allow himself to be bound with it only if one of them placed a hand inside his mouth while the binding was done, so that if this was a trick, the ribbon proved impossible to break. The god whose hand rested between his teeth would pay the price for the deception along with him. The gods looked at one another. No one spoke. And then Tyr, who had been the only one to feed this wolf, who had sat beside him through all those quiet mornings, stepped forward and placed his right hand between Fenrir's jaws. They wound Gleipnir around the great wolf. He felt at once that it would not give way, that whatever this ribbon was made of, it was not something he could simply strain against until it broke. He pulled and twisted and threw his full weight against the binding, and the ribbon held. When he realized that it was not going to release him, Fenrir bit down. Tyr's hand was gone. The god of justice stood with his arm raised and bleeding. The old stories tell us he said nothing. He had known, when he stepped forward, what the likely outcome was. Fenrir was secured with a cord run through a large flat stone driven into the earth, then a second stone anchored that one deeper still. They placed a sword upright in his jaws to hold them open, the blade pressing up against the roof of his mouth, the hilt resting on the ground below, and he lay there on that grey and empty island, unable to close his mouth, unable to move, his anger settling into the long and patient stillness of a creature that has learned how to wait. The gods returned to Asgard, and they did not speak much about what had happened on the island. They had gained something. Fenrir could not destroy them today, could not swallow the sun or pull down the walls of Asgard in this season or the next. But they had also made something permanent. They had raised Loki's son in their own halls, fed him by their own hand, then bound him through deception, at the cost of the right hand of the one god who had ever treated him with something approaching care. The wound in Tyr's arm would heal after a fashion. The wound in the deeper fabric of things would not. Fenrir lay bound on that island, his jaws held open by a sword, waiting, and the gods knew, even as they walked away, that this was not an ending, but a postponement. Not all of Loki's story was chaos and mischief. There was, woven quietly into the larger and louder narrative of his life, a gentler thread, one that the old sources touch upon only briefly, almost tenderly, as if aware that it deserves more care than the thundering myths around it. Loki had a wife among the Aesir, a goddess named Sigyn. She is one of the most quietly remarkable figures in all of the surviving Norse traditions. The sources tell us relatively little about her. She does not appear in many of the major stories. She does not possess great powers that reshape the cosmos or travel between the realms on dramatic errands. What she possesses, according to the old accounts, is something rather more unusual in Asgard, an abiding and unwavering loyalty to her husband. Even when that husband had given the rest of the divine world every conceivable reason to turn away from him. The Prose Edda, written down by the Icelandic scholar Snorri Sturluson in the 13th century, and drawing upon much older oral and poetic traditions, names Sigyn and describes her simply, almost without fanfare, as devoted to Loki, for a figure who shares her life with the most unpredictable being in all the 9 worlds. That devotion is extraordinary. The old storytellers seem to know it, even if they don't dwell on it at length. There is a kind of dignity in the way she is presented, not foolish, not blind to who her husband is, but steady in a way that the more powerful and celebrated gods around her often are not. She offers a stillness that nothing in Loki's other life could produce. The stories that survive seem quietly grateful for her presence in them. In the context of Asgard, where gods and goddesses typically pursue grand designs and ambitious schemes, Sigyn's quieter role stands out precisely because of its very ordinariness. The Norse cosmos was built on conflict and hierarchy, on competition between divine beings. Yet the old accounts suggest that within the walls of Loki's household, something more domestic took root. Sigyn appears to have created a space where her husband might simply exist, unburdened by the weight of others' expectations or judgments. This itself was a form of power, not the power to reshape worlds or command armies, but the power to offer refuge and acceptance. The fact that the ancient sources chose to preserve her name and her relationship to Loki suggests that the storytellers themselves recognized this quiet strength as worth remembering. It is a reminder that even in the mythology of gods and cosmic forces, the intimate bonds between individuals possess their own kind of significance. Together, Loki and Sigyn had 2 sons. Narfi, sometimes also called Nari in different versions of the tradition, and Vali. These boys grew up in Asgard alongside the children of the other gods. The surviving sources tell us very little about their early lives or their characters before the terrible events that followed Baldur's death changed everything for their family. They are young men in the stories, present but not yet central. In the way that children of gods often wait at the edges of myths until the myth has need of them. What little we sense of their lives before the end suggests ordinary things, the kind of daily existence that rarely makes its way into the dramatic telling of divine affairs, but that must have existed nonetheless. In the quiet hours between the great catastrophes, Sigyn would have moved through those days as she seems to have moved through everything, with a composed and undemonstrative love for the people closest to her. You get the sense, reading between the lines of the few passages that mention her, that she was not a goddess of grand gestures or elevated declarations, but of presence, simply being there, reliably, in the way that is often more sustaining than anything more spectacular. Loki's other family, the one he had with the giantess Angerboda in the darker forests of Jotunheim, was defined by enormous power and cosmic consequence. Fenrir and Jormungandr and Hel were forces that shook the foundations of the 9 realms. His life with Sigyn was something different entirely, smaller in scale perhaps, but warmer and more human in feeling than almost anything else attached to his name. It is worth pausing here, in this quieter part of the story. Before the events that followed Baldur's death swept through everything and left nothing in Loki's world intact, the boys were still alive, the household was still whole, and Sigyn was still, in every account we have of her, simply and completely beside her husband, present in the way that the old stories show us, without ever quite stopping to explain. Sigyn remained beside him in ways that even the most faithful gods did not. For reasons the old stories never quite bother to explain, they simply show her there, which is perhaps enough. There came a day when Loki's tongue finally ran ahead of any possibility of forgiveness. The occasion was a feast, a grand and generous one, as it happens, held not in Asgard, but in the hall of Aegir, the ancient god of the sea. Aegir was a being of immense age and tremendous power, and though he was not one of the Aesir in the way that Odin or Thor or Freya were, he was on good enough terms with them that he opened his great hall beneath the waves and invited them all to drink his ale, which was said to be brewed in a cauldron so vast it could fill the cups of every god in the 9 worlds without ever running dry. The hall itself glowed with a soft golden light that Aegir had coaxed from the gold laid out across the floor, and the gods arrived in good spirits, settling in around the long tables with the kind of ease that comes from a gathering of beings who have known one another for a very long time. Loki was among them at first, and for a little while everything was as it should have been. The cups were full, the conversation was warm, and Aegir's servants moved quietly through the hall, attending to the guests with such skill and grace that the gods paused in their own talk to remark upon it. It was the praise of a servant named Fimmerfeng that first drew something dark out of Loki that evening. According to the Lokasenna, the Old Norse poem that preserves this story, Loki killed the servant, abruptly and without reason that anyone in that hall could make sense of, and the gods, appalled, drove him out into the night. He wandered for a time in the darkness beyond the hall, and then he came back. He stood at the door and demanded to be let inside, invoking the old bond he shared with Odin, the oath of blood brotherhood that the two of them had sworn long ago, in which Odin had promised that he would never drink unless a cup was also raised for Loki. The gods let him in. It is possible that they should not have. That oath of blood brotherhood was not a small thing. It represented a sacred compact that the gods respected even when they had begun to resent Loki. When he invoked it, standing wet and furious at the threshold, there was a moment of silence. The gods understood they were honoring something ancient and powerful, something that neither could simply dismiss without consequences. So they let him in, and the hall fell quiet as he returned to his place. What followed has been called a flyting, a formal exchange of insults, a kind of verbal combat that had its own rules and its own strange dignity in the Norse world. Though what Loki did in Aegir's hall that night was less a formal contest than a systematic dismantling of every god and goddess seated before him, one after another, with the particular cruelty of someone who had spent years gathering ammunition and had finally decided to spend it all at once. He moved through the room as though he had prepared for it. He began with Odin, accusing him of practicing cider magic, a form of sorcery that carried a stigma of unmanliness in Norse culture, suggesting that Odin had taken on a role considered beneath the dignity of a warrior god. And he reminded Odin that the All-Father himself had not always been just in his decisions, that he had favoured men in battle who deserved no favouring, that his great wisdom had never quite extended to wisdom about his own behaviour. Odin sat with that. He had no clean answer. Loki turned to Frigg, Odin's wife, and accused her of infidelity with Odin's brothers. He turned to Freya and accused her of taking lovers among gods and elves and giants alike, suggesting that her beauty had never been accompanied by anything resembling faithfulness. Freya answered him, and Loki answered her back, and the exchange grew increasingly uncomfortable for everyone seated nearby, who understood that Loki was no longer performing wit for its own sake, but was expressing something genuine, a rage that had accumulated over a long time, fed by every slight and every moment when the gods had used him, and then looked at him sideways afterward, every time they had accepted his help, and then whispered about his origins, every time they had bound his children and called it justice. When Tyr spoke up in the hall, Loki reminded him sharply of Fenrir, of the hand Tyr had lost when the gods bound the wolf, and pointed out that Tyr had never managed to bring peace to anyone, that a god of law and justice had presided over some of the least just decisions the Aesir had ever made. Tyr had no answer for that either, or none that satisfied the room. The pattern he established was methodical and devastating. He did not scatter his attacks randomly, but moved through them with precision, addressing first the great ones and then the lesser ones, building momentum as he went. Each accusation was followed by another, and when a god refused to answer, Loki would cut deeper. It was as though he had constructed an architecture of grievances, and now was setting it all in motion, piece by piece, with the focus of someone waiting for exactly this moment. The gods tried, one by one, to silence him or to counter him, and Loki received each attempt and sharpened it into something worse. There was a quality to his words that was not simply cruelty, it was accuracy, or at least a version of accuracy, the kind that is more painful than an outright lie, because it is built from real things, from events that had genuinely happened and choices that had genuinely been made, even if the framing was uncharitable and the intent was to wound. What the Lokasena reveals, if you sit with it quietly, is that Loki had been carrying these grievances for a very long time, and that beneath the mischief and the cleverness and the useful cunning, there was something that had been steadily souring, a sense that he had never been fully trusted, never fully welcomed, always kept at the edge of belonging, without ever being allowed to step entirely inside it. The hall had grown very cold, though there was no reason for it, for the golden light still burned steadily, and the fires in the braziers burned bright. Yet the warmth had drained from the room, as if Loki's words were drawing heat itself away. The gods sat heavily in their chairs, and some looked away from one another, unable to meet each other's eyes, as though Loki had spoken something that everyone in that hall already knew, but no one had wanted to say aloud. Thor arrived late to the feast, and it was Thor who finally put an end to it, not with words, but with the threat of Mjolnir raised, and the kind of direct, uncomplicated anger that Loki had never been able to fully outmaneuver. Where the other gods had tried to argue or shame or reason with him, Thor simply made clear that the hammer would fall if Loki did not leave, and Loki, who was many things, understood when a room had fully turned. He made one last remark at the door, sharp and quick, the way a door slammed in a cold wind is quick, and then he was gone. He fled into the mountains, and behind him he left a hall full of gods who had heard, in Loki's poisoned words, a version of the truth they had no answer for. Before the end came, there were signs. Balder, the son of Odin and Frigg, the god whom all of Asgard regarded as the most beautiful and most beloved of their number, began to wake in the night with a weight upon him that he could not name. His dreams, which had always been calm and bright in the way that Balder himself was calm and bright, turned dark and strange and full of foreboding. He would lie still in the long hours before morning, watching the shadows move across the ceiling of his hall. In those shadows he saw shapes he could not fully describe when daylight came. The gods noticed the change in him. There was a quietness around Balder that had not been there before. Something diminished in the warmth he usually cast over every gathering. His mother Frigg, who loved him with a love that ran deeper than most things in the 9 worlds, understood before anyone else that the dreams her son was carrying were not ordinary ones. She went to work with a kind of purposeful, unhurried devotion that belongs only to those who love without reservation. She travelled through all the worlds and spoke to everything in them, every stone and every tree, every metal and every disease, every beast and every bird and every snake that moved through the long grasses of Midgard. And from each of them she drew a promise, a sworn oath that they would never bring harm to Balder. It was an enormous undertaking, and she completed it, or very nearly completed it. There was one thing she passed over, a small and seemingly harmless plant that grew at the base of oak trees, mistletoe, young and so, effed, and without any obvious capacity for violence. It seemed too slight, too inconsequential to bother with, so Frigg did not ask it for its oath, and moved on without thinking of it again. When she returned to Asgard and the gods learned what she had done, the mood lifted considerably. The weight that had settled over Asgard began to lighten, and with it came a restoration of the joy that Baldur's presence naturally commanded. Frigg's certainty was absolute, and in her certainty, the gods found permission to set aside their fear. The sport that followed had the quality of a festival game. The gods would throw things at Baldur, stones, branches, their weapons, whatever came to hand, and watch everything glance away from him without leaving a mark. While Baldur stood in the middle of it all, with that gentle expression of his, untroubled, almost amused by the attention. It became a kind of celebration of him, a joyful demonstration of how thoroughly he was loved by the world. The throwing continued day after day, and with each day the game took on new dimensions, new participants, new creative variations on the theme of Baldur's invulnerability. Even the frost giants and the dwarves who came to watch found themselves drawn into the spirit of it. Loki watched this from a distance. In Loki there was something that could not let a scene of uncomplicated happiness simply exist. Some accounts say it was envy, others that it was something less easily named, an instinct toward disruption that operated almost independently of his own intentions. Whatever the cause, he went to Frigg in the form of an old woman, someone unremarkable, someone Frigg had no reason to suspect. In that form he sat with her and spoke to her with the patient warmth of a concerned neighbor and asked, in the most casual and passing way, whether it was truly the case that everything in all the worlds had taken the oath she described. Frigg, who had no reason to be guarded in that moment, said that yes, everything had sworn. Everything except for one small plant growing east of Valhalla. A sprig of mistletoe she had judged too young and harmless to be worth the trouble. The old woman thanked her and went away. Loki went with her. What came next followed as naturally and as terribly as one thing always follows another when the wrong piece of information reaches the wrong mind. He found a branch of mistletoe and shaped it. Then he went to where the gods were still at their game, still throwing things at Baldur with the cheerful energy of people who have been told there is nothing to fear. Standing among them was Hod, Baldur's brother, who was blind, who stood a little apart from the others because he could not aim and had nothing to throw and had no way of joining in the celebration that was happening around him. Loki went to Hod's side and offered to guide his hand, to give him a piece of the mistletoe and help him direct it toward his brother so that he too could take part in the game. Hod accepted, because why would he not? It was his brother. The whole point of the game was that nothing could hurt Baldur. Loki's voice at his ear was helpful and friendly and gave no indication of what was actually being arranged. Hod threw, and the mistletoe flew, and Baldur fell. The sound of his falling was the sound of something irreversible. The gods stood around him for a long moment in the particular stillness that comes before grief fully arrives. Then the grief arrived, and it was enormous. Frigg, when she reached her son, held him with the kind of quietness that has gone past weeping into something deeper. Odin stood apart, because Odin, with all his accumulated wisdom, understood more fully than the others what this death meant, not just the loss of Baldur himself, but the shape of what was beginning. The gods wept, and the world wept with them, and eventually Odin's son Hermod stepped forward and offered to ride to Hel's realm, to plead for Baldur's return. Odin lent him Sleipnir. Hermod rode for 9 days and 9 nights through valleys so dark and deep that he could see nothing at all around him, until he came at last to the great hall where Hel ruled over those who had come to her domain. He found Baldur there, seated quietly, looking much as he always had, beautiful and still and out of reach. Hermod made his case to Hel, that all the world mourned Baldur, that his loss was not the ordinary loss of an ordinary life, but something that had taken the light out of Asgard itself, and Hel, who was not cruel in the way that word is usually meant, listened carefully and gave him her answer with the measured fairness of someone who takes her responsibilities seriously. She said that, if what Hermod claimed was true, if every living thing and every object in all the worlds truly wept for Balder, then she would release him. Every stone and every creature, every god and every root of every tree must shed tears for him. Only then would she let him go. Hermod rode back to Asgard with this condition. The gods sent messengers out across all the worlds to ask for tears. The world gave them. This was because the world had genuinely loved Balder, and his loss was real, and the grief was real, and the tears came easily from nearly every corner of the 9 realms. Nearly every corner. In a cave or a mountain hollow. The old sources vary on the precise location. The messengers came across a giantess sitting alone. They explained their errand. She gave them the name Thok, and told them, in a flat and unhurried voice, that Balder had never done anything for her, that Hel could keep what she had. The tears she might have wept, she said, would be dry ones. Dry tears were no use to anyone. The messengers went back without her weeping, and without her weeping, the condition could not be met. The gods knew, and Loki knew they knew, that Thok had been Loki in one more disguise, wearing one more borrowed face to accomplish one more thing that could not be undone. Balder stayed in Hel's hall. Every god in Asgard knew now, beyond any remaining doubt, that Loki was no longer their difficult companion, but their enemy. After the death of Balder, Loki did not wait to see what the gods would do. He had been among them long enough to understand that their patience, that had always been uneasy and conditional, had finally reached its end. So he gathered himself and slipped away from Asgard before the grief in the hall had time to harden into something that would come looking for him. He went far, farther than most of the gods thought to look at first. Into the mountains where the rivers ran cold and the peaks were draped in cloud. There, in a remote place above a rushing river, he built himself a small house with 4 doors, one facing each direction, so that he could see anyone approaching from any side and have time enough to move. He spent his days in 2 forms, shifting between himself in the shape of a salmon in the river below, learning the movements of the water and the feel of it, practicing the escape he knew he would eventually need. It was during these quiet days in hiding, according to the sources, that Loki sat by his fire one evening and began weaving a kind of net from linen thread, working out in his hands, almost absent-mindedly, the geometry of a trap that could catch a fish moving through water. He had nearly finished it when he felt something change in the air around him, the faint and unmistakable pressure that comes before the arrival of something powerful. He threw the net into the fire and ran to the river and slipped beneath the surface as a salmon. It was Odin who found him. The Allfather, seated on his high seat Hlidskjalf, from which he could see across all 9 worlds, had been watching and waiting. Eventually his gaze found the small house in the mountains and the silver shape in the river below it. The gods came in number, moving quickly through the mountain passes. When they reached the house, they found it empty, except for the fire still burning low and the remains of something in the ashes. One of them, studying what the fire had not entirely consumed, understood what the charred threads had been and what their shape meant. From that pattern they constructed a net of their own, wide and weighted, carried it to the river. They drew it through the water once. Loki, in his salmon form, pressed himself to the rocky bottom, and then it passed over him. They drew it through again, this time with stones tied along its lower edge to drag it close to the riverbed. Loki leaped, clearing the net in a bright arc above the surface. For a moment he was silver against the grey sky. They spread themselves along both banks then, drew the net through a final time. As Loki leaped again, Thor was waiting for him and caught him in his bare hands. A salmon is a strong and slippery thing and struggles hard. The old stories note that this is why a salmon is narrowest at its tail. from the grip of Thor's hands tightening as Loki thrashed. He could not hold the fish shape any longer, not under that grip. The salmon became Loki again, standing in the cold river shallows with the gods assembled on either bank. There was nowhere left to run. What the gods did next was not quick, and it was not intended to be. They brought Loki down from the mountains to a cave deep beneath the earth, a narrow place of wet stone and darkness. His 2 sons by Sigyn, Narfi and Vali, were brought there as well. This was the cruelest part of what followed. This was because Vali was transformed into a wolf before his father's eyes. In that form he turned on his brother Narfi and tore him apart. The gods then took what remained of Narfi and used his entrails to bind Loki to 3 flat rocks within the cave. One under his shoulders, one beneath his hips, one beneath his knees, and when those bonds were in place they hardened into iron. This was because the old Norse sources make clear that what bound Loki in the end was not chain or rope, but something more permanent than either. Above him, the gods placed a serpent on a ledge of stone so that its venom dripped down onto Loki's face. Venom of that kind causes a burning pain that is difficult to describe in quiet language. The old stories do not try very hard to soften it. Sigyn came. She had not caused any of this. The sources give no explanation of how she found him, or what she carried with her when she did, only that she came into that dark place and sat down beside her husband and held a bowl above his face to catch the drops before they could reach him. She held it there steadily. It filled slowly, drop by drop. When it grew full, she had to turn away to empty it. In those few moments, the venom fell freely, and Loki's pain became so great that he convulsed against his bonds. The earth above the cave shook, the mountains trembling, and the ground rolling in long, slow waves that the Norse people felt across the whole of Midgard. They understood those tremors as Loki moving in his chains beneath the stone, suffering in the moment before Sigyn returned with the empty bowl and held it in place again. The 2 of them remained there together in the dark, Loki bound to the rocks and Sigyn seated beside him. The old stories say that this was where he would stay until the very end of the world came and shook the earth hard enough to break what held him. And Sigyn sat beside him in that dark place, holding the bowl. The old stories do not say how long she had been owned there, or how long she intended to stay. The Norse people believed the world would end, not as a punishment, and not as a failure, but as the final fulfillment of a pattern that had been woven into the fabric of creation from the very beginning. They called it Ragnarök. That, in the old language, carried the sense of a fate or doom descending upon the gods, a reckoning that had been moving toward them since long before any of them could remember. Unlike many traditions that imagined catastrophe as something that could be avoided through virtue or prayer, the Norse understanding of the end was far more austere and, in its own way, far more honest. The gods knew what was coming. Odin, who had sacrificed so much for knowledge, who had hung 9 days on Yggdrasil and given an eye to drink from the well of wisdom, had seen it clearly. Enough. He gathered his warriors in Valhalla. He prepared his armies, and he did all of it knowing that preparation would not be enough. That is perhaps what makes the Norse vision of the end so striking, not the destruction itself, but the willingness to walk toward it with open eyes. The signs came first, as signs always do in these old stories. There would be 3 winters without a summer between them, a great cold that gripped the world and did not relent. During this time that the old sources call Fimbulwinter, the bonds that held ordinary life together would begin to unravel. Brothers would turn against brothers. The wolves that had long chased the sun and moon across the sky would finally catch them and swallow them whole. The stars would be shaken loose from the heavens. Yggdrasil itself would shudder, its great roots trembling beneath the weight of what was coming. All of this would signal that the time had arrived. Somewhere beneath the earth, in the dark cave where he had been held for so long with Sigyn beside him and the serpent dripping above, Loki would feel the change in the world, and he would begin to pull against his bonds. And when Fimbulwinter had done its work, when the worlds were cold enough and broken enough, those bonds fashioned from the entrails of his own son would give way. Loki would rise, and he would be free at last. And whatever he had been feeling in that cave across all those long years would be with him as he walked out into the ruined world. This liberation was the culmination of everything Loki had endured, and everything he had been made to endure. The trickster who had once walked freely among the gods, who had participated in their councils and their schemes, had been imprisoned as punishment for his role in the death of Balder, the most beautiful of all the gods. That tragedy had set in motion the exact sequence of events that would lead to Ragnarök itself. Loki's binding was thus not separate from the end of the world, but intrinsically connected to it. The same threads that had woven his punishment had woven the fate of the cosmos. His breaking free was not merely personal liberation, but rather the signal that the old order had already begun to collapse. The fact that the Norse people understood this connection, that they saw in Loki's bondage and release the very structure of their world's destiny, speaks to a sophisticated philosophy about order and chaos, about how what seems permanent is always already moving toward transformation. He did not go quietly into Ragnarök. The old sources tell us that Loki took command of a ship called Naglfar, a vessel made from the fingernails and toenails of the dead, which is why, according to this tradition, it was considered important to trim the nails of a corpse before burial, so as not to contribute material to the ship that would carry the forces of chaos to the final battle. Naglfar was said to be the largest ship ever built. Loki sailed it out from the realm of the dead with a crew of those who had been gathering there since the beginning of time. Steering toward the plain called Vigrid, where the last battle would be fought. From another direction came Fenrir, who had broken his own bonds in those final days, his great jaws open wide enough. The old texts say that the upper jaw scraped the sky and the lower jaw dragged along the earth. And from the sea, Jormungandr rose, the world serpent who had curled around Midgard for so long, releasing his own tail at last. The ocean flooding inland as his enormous body lifted free of the water. Fire giants poured across the rainbow bridge from Muspelheim. The bridge broke behind them under the weight of their crossing. The enemies of the gods arrived from every direction at once. The convergence of these forces was not chaotic or random, but rather followed a pattern that had been encoded in the structure of existence from its very creation. Each player in the drama moved toward its appointed role as if following an ancient choreography. The timing was precise, the movements inevitable. This was perhaps the most profound aspect of how the Norse understood apocalypse, not as surprise or accident, but as the revelation of what had always been true. The world had been built with this ending already written into its foundations. The gods did not face it as victims of circumstance, but as participants in a cosmic necessity. They had always known, in some deep part of their consciousness, that this day would come. On the other side, the gods rode out to meet them. Odin led his warriors from Valhalla, all the fallen heroes he had been collecting for exactly this moment. Thor went with Mjolnir in hand. Freyr went with his sword. Tyr went, and all of them knew, going in what the old stories had already told about how each of their encounters would end. Freyr met Surtur, the fire giant, fell because he had given away his magical sword long ago and had only a deer antler to fight with. Odin faced Fenrir, and a wolf swallowed him whole. That had been foreseen. And Odin's son Vidar then killed Fenrir in revenge, tearing the wolf's jaws apart. Thor and Jormungandr met as they had been destined to meet. Thor struck the serpent dead with Mjolnir, then took 9 steps and fell himself, overcome by the creature's venom. Loki and Heimdall found each other on that plain. Their meeting had a particular weight to it. This was because these two had been adversaries in a specific and personal way throughout all the long years of the myths. Heimdall was the watchman of Asgard, the god who stood at the edge of the rainbow bridge and whose senses were so keen that he could hear the grass growing and the wool growing on the backs of sheep. It was Heimdall who had often been the first to recognize Loki's disguises and his deceptions. Between them there had been a rivalry built not on hatred exactly, but on something closer to mutual recognition, each one seeing clearly what the other was and what the other represented. Neither one able to look away. They had reportedly clashed before, in an earlier episode over a stolen necklace. Two shapeshifters fighting through a series of animal forms before reaching a conclusion. So when they came together at Ragnarök, it was less a sudden conflict than the final chapter of something that had been building for a very long time. The world sank then, as the old sources describe it. The earth dropped beneath the sea, and the flames of Surtur swept across what remained. Everything that had been built and named and known went down into the water. And then, quietly, something unexpected, the earth rose again. Green and new, the land came back up from beneath the waves. The eagle flew again over the mountains and caught fish in the rivers. The survivors, a man and a woman who had hidden in a forest called Hodmimir's Wood during all of it, came out into a world that was clean and mild and full of possibility. The younger gods, bolder among them, returned from the dead, gathered on the plain where Asgard had been, and found old treasures scattered in the grass like things left behind after a long journey. They sat down together and began again. Loki and Heimdall fell together at the last. The old world went under the waves. The new world rose, clean and empty and full of quiet, the way the world always is when a very long story finally comes to rest. After all of it, the mischief and the gifts, the betrayals and the bonds, the cave and the end of the world, it is worth sitting quietly for a moment with the question of what Loki actually was. The Norse people themselves do not seem to have settled on a single answer. That uncertainty is part of what makes him so enduring. He was called a god, though he was born of giant blood. He was called a companion, though he engineered disasters. He was called evil, though his hands produced some of the greatest treasures in Asgard, including the very hammer that protected the gods from their enemies. There is a kind of figure that appears in many mythologies across many different cultures and time periods. In the stories of the Yoruba people, in certain traditions of the indigenous peoples of North America, in the tales told around West African fires, a figure who exists just outside the ordered world, who pokes at the seams of things, who tells the truth in the most uncomfortable possible way and then vanishes before the consequences fully land. Scholars of comparative mythology have noted this pattern for well over a century. While it would be too simple to say that all trickster figures are the same, there is something they share, the understanding that a world without disruption is a world that cannot change. A world that cannot change cannot survive. Loki, in the Norse imagination, seems to have embodied precisely that principle. He was the force that kept things from calcifying, the sharp edge that prevented the gods from becoming too comfortable in their certainty. Even his worst act, the death of Balder, is bound up in the machinery of a cosmos that required an ending in order to begin again. The Norse people believed in a world that would be destroyed and renewed. Loki was woven into that belief, not as a villain who interrupted the story, but as a necessary thread within it. That does not make what he did forgivable exactly. The old myths do not ask you to forgive him. They only ask you to understand that he could not have been otherwise, that his nature and his fate were the same thing from the very beginning, that perhaps the gods understood this, even as they drove the sword into the earth and left him there in the dark. Much of what we know about Loki comes to us through two medieval Icelandic texts, the Poetic Edda, a collection of poems drawing on older oral tradition. The Prose Edda, written by the Icelandic historian and poet Snorri Sturluson in the 13th century. Snorri was a remarkable figure, a Christian scholar who nevertheless took great care to preserve the Old Norse stories with a detail and affection that suggests genuine admiration for them. It is worth remembering, though, that by the time Snorri was writing, the world he was describing had already passed. The people who had believed in Odin and Thor and Loki as genuine divine forces were long gone. The myths had already been shaped by centuries of retelling, forgetting, and reimagining. Some scholars believe that Snorri organized and interpreted the myths in ways that reflect his own literary and theological sensibilities, as much as they reflect authentic ancient belief. Loki, in particular, has attracted debate. Some researchers have argued that certain aspects of his character may have been sharpened or systematized by later storytelling, that the earliest layers of Norse tradition present a more ambiguous and less narratively tidy figure than the one we know today. That ambiguity, however, is itself part of the inheritance. Loki has continued to resist easy interpretation for a very long time. It seems unlikely he will stop doing so. In the centuries since those Eddic poems were first written down, he has lived in the imagination of poets, artists, novelists, storytellers across many different traditions, growing and shifting and taking on new meaning while somehow remaining recognizable, still beautiful, still troublesome, still impossible to entirely dismiss or entirely trust. You find him at the edges of stories, the way you find him at the edges of Asgard, watching from a distance that is never quite far enough away to be safe. He sits in the hall with the gods, even when the gods would rather he didn't. He says the things that make the room go quiet. Then he is gone again, out into the cold and the dark, where the fire is only a distant glow behind him. And somewhere in the long quiet of the night, with the old stories still drifting through your mind, perhaps that is the most comfortable place to leave him, neither fully understood nor entirely forgotten, still sitting at the edge of the fire. Good evening, and thank you for joining Mythology and Folklore for Sleep podcast. Tonight, I will be your guide as we travel together into the deep and ancient world of Norse mythology, where the wind carries secrets older than memory and the roots of a great tree reach down into the very foundation of all things. We will follow the story of Odin, the Allfather, the Wanderer, the Seeker, a god who gave up more than most beings dare to imagine in exchange for the one thing he valued above everything else: wisdom. Before we begin, however, allow us a quiet moment to settle into the place where you are right now. Allow yourself to release the weight of the day that has passed. There is nothing left to accomplish tonight. There is nowhere to be and nothing to tend to. By simply closing your eyes and allowing the sound of my voice to carry you, you are already giving yourself a great gift, the gift of stillness. Let your body grow heavy and soft. Feel the surface beneath you accepting your weight, supporting every part of you without effort. Notice where your body meets the bed and let those places sink just a little deeper with each breath you take. Your shoulders, your back, your legs, each one releasing its hold on the tension it has been carrying through the hours of this day. Now, gently, picture yourself resting, not in your bed, but at the base of an ancient tree. A tree so old that its bark has grown silver and smooth in some places, and deeply furrowed in others. It is a tree at the very edge of a quiet northern forest, where the land opens into a soft clearing, covered in cool, thick moss. The moss beneath you is as yielding as anything you have ever rested upon, pressing up gently around your body, cradling the shape of you as though it has been waiting for you to arrive. The tree at your back is enormous and steady. You can feel its warmth through the bark, a deep, slow warmth that has been gathered from countless seasons of sun and rain. You lean into it without effort, and it holds you completely. Above you, the branches spread wide, their leaves catching a soft wind that moves through them with a low, peaceful sound, a sound that rises and then fades, and then rises again, like breathing. Like the forest itself is breathing slowly all around you. The sky between the leaves is a deep, quiet blue. the kind that comes in the last of the evening light before the stars begin to appear. You can already see one or two of them, faint and still, between the swaying branches. The air around you is cool and clean, carrying the faint scent of pine and damp earth, and it moves over your skin in long, gentle waves. You feel entirely safe here. The roots of the great tree rise slightly around you, forming a natural place of rest, a shelter that asks nothing of you but that you simply be still. Your hands rest at your sides or folded lightly over your chest, and each breath you take draws in a little of this ancient quietness. Each breath you let go releases something you no longer need. There are small sounds around you, the distant call of a bird settling somewhere in the branches above, the soft movement of leaves, the occasional tick and creak of the wood as the wind passes through. These sounds are not interruptions. They are part of the stillness, woven into it, making the quiet feel alive and full rather than empty. With every slow breath, you sink more deeply into the moss, into the earth, into the peace of this place. Your thoughts, if they wander, are welcome to wander. And slowly, gradually, you will find them growing quieter too, turning toward the story that is about to begin. A story born in a world very much like this one, where great trees hold the sky, and wisdom waits at the bottom of deep, still water. Now that you have found your place of rest and quiet, let us begin our story. There is an old man walking a road at the edge of the world, his grey cloak pulled close against the wind, his wide-brimmed hat casting a deep shadow over most of his face. He moves at an unhurried pace, his walking staff meeting the frozen ground with a soft, steady sound. One step, then another, as though he has been walking this particular stretch of road for a very long time and expects to be walking it for a very long time still. The trees on either side of the path lean inward, their bare branches laced together overhead like fingers. The sky beyond them is the pale, washed-out grey of early northern mornings, the kind of sky that holds its light back and gives nothing away. If you were to pass this traveller on the road, you might take him for a wandering old farmer, or perhaps a shepherd who had strayed far from any flock, or simply one of those solitary figures you sometimes see moving through the countryside in the cold months, belonging apparently to no particular place. You might glance at him and look away, and then, just before you did, something would catch your attention, a single eye, visible beneath the shadow of that hat brim, catching the dim light with a brightness that seems slightly more than ordinary. It would hold your gaze for a moment longer than you intended. Then you would walk on, carrying a faint unease you could not quite name. That traveller is Odin. He is the All-Father, the chief of the Aesir gods, sovereign of Asgard, the highest of the high, and he is out here alone on a cold road at the edge of everything, by his own choice. This was because this is what he does. He wanders, not from restlessness and not from any failure of power, but because there is something in him that no throne and no hall and no amount of comfort can satisfy. Something that only the road answers, only imperfectly and only for a little while. He has been called the Wanderer for as long as anyone in the Norse world has kept the stories. Of all the names he carries, and he carries more than 100 of them, this one fits him most honestly. This was because it describes not what he rules, but what he does. Not the seat of his power, but the motion of his nature, the thing that drives him out onto the road, away from the great gilded halls of Asgard, and into the cold and the dark and the long uncertain distances between the worlds, is a hunger for wisdom so deep and so relentless that it shapes everything else about him. He is not a god who sits in comfortable certainty, dispensing judgment from a safe height. He is a god who asks questions, who listens at the roots of things, who follows rumour and riddle into difficult places because he cannot bear the thought of not knowing. In the Norse tradition, according to the ancient poems collected in what scholars call the Poetic Edda, Odin is already one of the most knowing of all beings. Still, it is never enough for him. He has sat on his great throne, Hlidskjalf, from which the whole of the 9 worlds is visible. He has looked out at all of it and still felt the presence of things he could not see clearly enough. questions whose answers lay just beyond the reach of even his extraordinary sight. And so he descends from the throne. He pulls on the grey cloak. He takes up the walking staff. He lowers the brim of the hat over his face, over his one remaining eye, the scarred hollow where the other used to be. And he goes out into the world to find what the world is keeping from him. The costs he has already paid for wisdom are not small ones. The eye is only the most visible. There will be others, paid in pain and isolation, and a willingness to suffer in ways that most beings, mortal or divine, would turn away from without hesitation. But those stories belong to what comes later. For now it is enough to simply watch him walking, this ancient, unhurried figure moving through the cold air with his staff and his shadow and his one bright eye, and to understand that beneath the ordinary appearance, beneath the worn cloak and the mud on his boots, something immeasurable is travelling this road with him. The knowledge of worlds, the weight of a fate he has seen clearly and carries quietly, the memories of sacrifices made in darkness beneath the roots of the great world tree, in places no one else has been and returned from unchanged. All of that moves with him, invisible, the way deep water moves beneath a still surface. He walks because he is always searching, and the road, for Odin, never truly ends. At the center of everything, the Norse people understood about the universe stood a tree, so vast that its branches touched the heavens, and its roots reached into the deepest cold beneath the earth. This was Yggdrasil, the world tree. It was not simply a tree in the way that a pine or an oak is a tree. It was the living architecture of all existence, the structure upon which every world was hung like an ornament, the great connective tissue binding together realms that would otherwise have no relationship to one another at all. Its bark was ancient beyond any reckoning, deeply furrowed and pale. From its highest branches, where the air grew thin and brilliant, all the way down to its roots, where the cold was absolute and ancient. It held within itself the 9 worlds that made up the Norse understanding of everything that is, was, and ever would be. Asgard rested in its upper reaches, the home of the gods, gleaming with golden halls and broad meadows, crossed by the shimmering arc of the Bifrost, that people sometimes catch a glimpse of in the sky and call a rainbow, not knowing that it is a bridge wide enough for gods and horses and entire armies to cross. Below Asgard lay other worlds in the middle branches, and at the middle level of the tree, Midgard, the world of human beings. Encircled by a vast and restless ocean, in whose depths the great Midgard serpent Jormungandr lay coiled, holding its own tail in its mouth, patient and immense. Midgard was the warm and familiar world, the one where fires burned in longhouses and children ran along the edges of frozen lakes, unaware of what encircled them. Nearby, according to some accounts, lay Vanaheim, home of the Vanir gods, a gentler tribe of deities associated with fertility and the turning of seasons, who lived somewhat apart from the Aesir of Asgard, though the two groups were connected by both treaty and blood. Alfheim belonged to the Light Elves, beings of such luminous quality that very little was ever said about them directly, as if too close a description might diminish them. To one side of the middle realms stood Jotunheim, the land of the giants, cold, mountainous, vast, its peaks disappearing into cloud, and its valleys filled with a kind of primordial heaviness that predated the gods themselves. It was a place of immense and largely ungovernable power. The gods regarded it with a mixture of wariness and respect they rarely admitted to openly. Svartalfheim lay somewhere in the deeper regions of the tree, a dim and stony place where the dwarves worked at their forges deep in the rock, shaping objects of extraordinary craftsmanship, the finest weapons, the most intricate jewelry, things so well made that even the gods came seeking them. And then there was Muspelheim, the realm of fire, burning at the southern edge of everything, ancient and violent, tended by the fire giant Surtur, who waited there with a sword whose light was brighter than the sun, patient in his own way, as patient as Jormungandr in the ocean, waiting for the day the waiting would end. However, the 3 roots of Yggdrasil told a deeper story than any of the worlds hanging among its branches. Each root reached down into a different well, and each well held a different kind of knowing. The first root stretched toward Asgard, where it drank from the well of Urdarbrunna in the old tongue. And beside this well sat the 3 Norns, those inscrutable figures of fate named Verdandi, Skuld, whose names carry the meaning of what was, what is becoming, and what shall be. Every day they drew water from the well and mixed it with the white clay at its banks. With this mixture they tended the roots of Yggdrasil itself, keeping the great tree from decay. They carved runes into the bark, inscribing the fates of gods and mortals alike in a language older than language, the symbols sinking deep into the wood where they would endure long after the hands that carved them had stilled. The second root reached toward the world of the frost giants, toward Jotunheim, where it found the well of Mimisbrunna, whose dark waters held the memory and wisdom of all things. This was the well that would one day draw Odin to its edge, at the cost of something he could never recover. The third root descended into Niflheim, the oldest of all realms, a place of mist and numbing cold, located somewhere beneath and before everything else, where the spring called Hvergelmir bubbled up from the earth and fed all the rivers in the world that have ever existed. Here, gnawing perpetually at the root from below, lived the serpent Nidhogg, working away at the base of the tree with a patience that was neither malice nor hunger exactly, but something older than either, a kind of elemental unmaking that had been going on since the beginning and would go on until the very end. High above, at the crown of Yggdrasil, a great eagle perched and looked out across all of creation with eyes that missed very little. Between the eagle above and Nidhogg below, a squirrel named Ratatoskra ran up and down the length of the trunk, carrying messages between them, messages that, by most accounts, were not especially diplomatic in nature. The tree was alive with this kind of tension, the pull between the heights and the depths, between the light at the crown and the gnawing dark below, between the fate the Norns carved and the slow erosion working at its roots. Yggdrasil was not a peaceful image, for all its grandeur. It was a tree under constant negotiation with its own destruction, sustained by the Norns' daily care and by the sacred water drawn up from the wells, enduring through effort and attention rather than permanence. Everything in the Norse cosmos had this quality, a sense of great things held carefully in place, always requiring tending, always aware that the tending might one day cease. This was the world that Odin watched over, travelled through, and spent his long existence trying to understand. Long before Odin walked any road, long before there was any road to walk, there was nothing, or nearly nothing. The Norse tradition calls it Ginnungagap. That is most often rendered in English as the yawning void. Though that translation barely touches the depth of what the word implies, it was not simply an absence of things. It was an immense, open space full of its own kind of potential, patient and vast and utterly without form, stretching in every direction without boundary or edge. And on either side of this great emptiness, 2 realms had already come into being, though no living creature yet existed to give them their names. To the far north lay Niflheim, a world of dense, unmoving mist and ice so ancient and cold that even the cold seemed to have forgotten what warmth had once been. Ain. To the far south burned Muspelheim, a realm of fire so absolute that its light was said to be blinding even from an impossible distance. Between them, the void held its breath. Gradually, over what the stories do not measure in years or ages, but simply in the slow inevitability of things finding their way toward one another. The ice from Niflheim began to drift into the open space of Ginnungagap, carried on the breath of rivers that had frozen and moved as one. And from the south, the heat of Muspelheim reached outward in the same patient, directionless way. where the two finally met in the center of the void, something happened that had never happened before. The ice softened. The cold and the heat pressed against each other. From that meeting, a kind of moisture gathered and quickened. From that quickening, life stirred for the first time in the world's long silence. What emerged from the melting frost was a being of enormous size, the first being, born not from any parent, not from any intention, but simply from the collision of opposites. His name was Ymir. He was a frost giant, the very first of his kind. Everything that would eventually become the world was, in those early hours, contained within him. Alongside Ymir, the warming ice also released a great cow, whom the old stories call Odhumla. She provided Ymir with nourishment. 4 rivers of rich milk flowed from her to sustain him while the void still lay mostly empty around them both. But Odhumla herself needed sustenance as well, so she turned to what the ice still held, the frozen salt blocks that remained at the edge of Ginnunga Gap, and she began to lick them. On the first day of her licking, the hair of a being appeared within the ice. On the second day, his head emerged, and on the third day, a fully formed figure stepped free of the cold entirely. His name was Buri. He was the first of the gods, not a giant, though he had been enclosed in the same ancient ice that had shaped everything else, but something different from Ymir in his very nature, as different as the fire of Muspelheim was from the frost of Niflheim. Buri was strong and fair. The stories say almost nothing else about him, as if his purpose was simply to exist so that what came next could follow from him. Buri's son was named Bor. Bor, in the way of those early and boundless times, took as his wife a giantess named Bestla, who was the daughter of one of the great frost giants of the Elder World. From that union, between the first divine lineage and the ancient giant blood, 3 brothers were born. Their names were Odin, Vili, and Vi. And here, in the circumstance of that birth, something important is already true about Odin before he has done a single thing, before he has spoken a single word or taken a single step along any of the roads that would define him. He is not purely of one world. His father carried the blood of Buri, who had come from the ice as something new and divine. His mother carried the blood of the frost giants, those immense, primordial beings who had existed almost as long as the void itself. Odin arrived into the world already balanced between 2 natures, already standing at a border. He was of Asgard and of Jotunheim at once, of order and of the deep, formless power that preceded order. The giants he would later contend with were, in the most literal sense, his own kin. The worlds he would travel between were, each of them, part of something he carried inside him already. Whether the old storytellers fully intended that meaning, or whether it simply emerged naturally from the shape of the myth, the effect is the same. A being born at the meeting point of fire and ice, of giant and god, of the ancient world and the new, could perhaps never be entirely at rest in any single place, could never be entirely satisfied with any single truth. He would always feel the pull of what lay on the other side of wherever he happened to be standing. He would always suspect that the most important thing was just beyond the edge of what he could currently see. That hunger, so defining in everything Odin would later do and suffer and seek, did not begin with a decision he made. It began here, in the oldest silence, in the space where 2 vast and opposing forces had already fought, and each other, and changed the world by meeting. From that strange and ancient beginning, in a world still raw and half-formed, Odin opened his eyes for the very first time. The 3 brothers looked out at the void that remained after the old world of frost and fire had spent itself. They knew that something new had to be made. Before them lay the body of Ymir, the first of the frost giants, vast and still in a silence that had no edges to it. And it was from this immense, fallen figure that Odin and his brothers Vili and Vi began to shape everything that would come after. According to the old stories, preserved in texts like the Prose Edda, the task before them was not merely construction, but transformation. a turning of one thing entirely into another, the way a river reshapes the valley it runs through over long and patient centuries. They lifted Ymir's body to the center of the great emptiness. From his flesh they pressed the earth down flat and wide, covering it in all directions until there were soft plains and tangled lowlands reaching out as far as any eye could see. His blood, which ran thicker and darker than any river, poured outward to fill the hollows between the new land, becoming the oceans and the rivers and the quiet inland lakes that would one day reflect the faces of creatures not yet imagined. His bones they set upright as mountains, great ridges of stone rising in long chains along the edges of the world and cutting across its middle. The earth, its spine and its character. His teeth and the smaller fragments of his skeleton became the boulders and the rocky outcroppings scattered across the landscape, half buried in the new soil, as if they had always been there, as if they were simply what the ground was made of when you dug deeply enough. His hair they spread across the hills and the lower slopes of the mountains until it became the forests, dark and close and full of the kind of silence that is not empty but inhabited. And then, with extraordinary care, they lifted his great skull and set it above everything else as the dome of the sky, holding it in place at its four corners with four dwarves, Northri, Southri, Ostri, Vestri, the north, south, east, west, who took their positions at the edges of the world and have held that vast curved ceiling in place ever since. His brain they gathered and flung upward into that newly made sky, where it became the clouds, drifting and shifting as thoughts sometimes do, never holding a single shape for very long. From Muspelheim, the realm of fire far to the south whose embers had drifted into the void since before the beginning, they took the sparks and scattered them across the interior of the sky so that they became the stars, pinned above the world in patterns that people would one day learn to read and navigate by and tell stories about on long, dark winter nights. And so the world existed. But it existed in the way a room exists before anyone has entered it, complete in its construction and entirely, achingly empty. The seas were there, the mountains were there, the forests stood, and the clouds moved and the stars came out each night in their new places. But there was no one to feel the cold of the water or the rough surface of the stone, or to look up at the unfamiliar sky and wonder about it. The silence that filled that empty world was profound, but somehow expectant, a silence that seemed to be waiting for something to break it. The mountains stood without witness to their grandeur. The rivers ran their courses with no one to follow their paths. Everything was perfect in its form and proportion, yet the world seemed to hold its breath, as if it knew that its true purpose had not yet been fulfilled. There was a quality to that emptiness that suggested incompleteness, not of materials or structure, but of presence and consciousness. The brothers came eventually to a shore. In some tellings of this story, it is a shoreline somewhere in the newly made middle world, neither at the center of things nor at the edge, just a quiet beach where the sea came in softly and the sand was pale and unmarked. There they found two trees, an ash and an elm, standing together close to the water, tall and still in the air that had no wind in it yet. What the brothers did next is among the most tender passages in the Norse mythological tradition, small and careful against the enormity of what had come before. Odin, according to the Prose Edda, breathed into these two trees the gift of breath and life itself, the animating force that separates the living from the merely standing. Vili gave them understanding and the capacity for movement, the inner light of awareness that allows a being to reach towards something it wants. And Vi gave them warmth and the colour that rises into the face, the flush of feeling, the visible sign of an interior life. Slowly, in the way that morning comes when you are watching for it, the two figures became no longer trees, but people. The first man and the first woman, whom the old stories name Ask and Embla, names that carry within them the older words for ash and elm. They stood on the shore, looking out at a world that was entirely new, blinking at the light, breathing the cold, clean air, touching their own faces and the faces of each other with hands that had only just learned what hands were for. Everything they would ever know was still in front of them. The forests had no paths through them yet. The mountains had no names. The rivers had no words for what they were. It was all waiting, still and open, the way a field looks before the first snow falls on it. Odin stood before these two new beings and understood that what had just happened was different in kind from everything else he and his brothers had made that day, different from mountains and seas and even stars. This was because Ask and Embla would think and feel and choose and suffer and wonder. None of the rest of it would do any of that. Standing there on the quiet shore, watching the first two people blink their new eyes open to the world, Odin felt a connection to humanity that would never entirely leave him. Each morning, before the light had fully settled over Asgard, two black shapes would rise from Odin's shoulders and disappear into the sky. They rose without ceremony, without sound beyond the soft percussion of their wings catching the cold air above the golden rooftops. They were gone before most of the gods had stirred from sleep. Their names were Hugin and Munin, thought and memory, and they were not simply birds in any ordinary sense of the word. They were something closer to extensions of Odin himself, two halves of a consciousness too vast and restless to be contained within a single body, sitting on a single throne in a single hall. No matter how high that throne might be, or how far its view might reach across the 9 worlds, each day they scattered in opposite directions across the breadth of creation, crossing the shining fields of Asker, Rurd, skimming low over the grey ocean that encircled Midgard, ascending into the cold peaks of Jotunheim, where the frost giants moved slowly through their ancient days, descending into places where the light barely reached at all, the deep root shadows beneath Yggdrasil, the misty borders of Niflheim, where the cold never quite lifted and the rivers ran without colour. They carried no message outward. They only watched and listened, gathering everything, and brought it home at evening. Their work required them to move beyond the visible splendour of the 9 worlds, into the small places where consequential things occurred. They witnessed not only the grand movements of gods and giants, but the quiet moments in which the course of events was truly determined. A child born to a particular family line would alter what came after. A tool forged in a particular way would change how battles were fought. A word spoken in anger or kindness between two people who loved each other would echo forward through generations, shaping decisions not yet made by descendants not yet born. These were the kinds of observations that required the dual vision of both thought and memory working in concert. For without understanding what was being decided right now, one could not grasp the full weight of what had been decided long ago. And without knowing the deep history beneath each moment, one could not understand what any present action truly meant. This was why Odin needed them both, sent them both, trusted them both. Hugin, whose name meant thought, moved quickly and with a kind of urgent precision, his sharp head toward the things that shifted and changed, the quarrels of kings, the movements of armies, the decisions being made in halls and on hilltops and at the sides of rivers where two people stood and made promises to each other that would reshape what came next. Munin, whose name meant memory, moved differently, slower in some ways, more patient, attending not only to what was happening, but to the long sediment of what had already happened, the things that had shaped the present moment without anyone in that moment fully realizing it. Together they covered what neither could have covered alone. Together they brought back to Odin a picture of the world more complete than any other being in the 9 realms could have assembled from their single vantage point. There is a verse preserved in the old poems where Odin speaks of his ravens. In it he says something quietly remarkable, that he worries more for Munin than for Hugin, more for memory than for thought. It is worth sitting with that for a moment. The way one sits with a stone turned over in the hand to feel its weight more fully. Thought, after all, is resilient. It renews itself, it adapts. It can begin again from very little. But memory, once lost, takes something with it that cannot be reconstructed from scratch. Odin understood this in the way that only a being who had already paid enormously for wisdom could understand it. What we remember is, in a very real sense, what we are, without the accumulated weight of the past lying beneath every present moment. Thought has no ground to step, and on, it becomes quick and bright and ultimately hollow, like light moving over water without ever touching the bottom. Odin needed both, and he knew it. But he held Munin more gently, the way a person holds something they know cannot be replaced. When the two ravens returned at evening, settling their dark wings and tucking themselves close against his neck and shoulders, he would listen first to one, and then to the other, his single eye moving slowly as though reading something written just beyond the visible world, the whole of the day's accumulated knowing flowing into him through those quiet, particular voices. The ravens were not messengers carrying reports from distant officers. They were more intimate than that, more essential. They were the reaching out of his mind into all the places his body could not be. The proof that awareness, given enough determination and the right companions, need not be bounded by the limits of a single skull or a single pair of eyes. Black against every landscape they crossed, black against the white of northern snowfields, black against the silver of open sea, black against the deep green shadows of forests that had never been named. They carried the world's information in silence. The world beneath them moved on without knowing it was being watched, and every evening, when they returned and settled back against his neck, he listened to them with his eyes half closed, absorbing the day's entire weight. At the feast table in Valhalla, the great hall was always full of the sounds of warriors eating and drinking. But Odin himself never touched the food that was laid before him. He sat at the head of the long table, his grey cloak settled around him. He watched the Einherjar fill their plates and lift their cups. He gave everything placed before him to the two wolves who rested at his feet. Their names were Geri and Freki. Both names carried roughly the same meaning in the Old Norse tongue, something close to the ravenous one, the hungry one, the one that is never quite satisfied. They were fitting names for creatures that ate everything their master was offered and still seemed always ready for more. According to the old sources, Odin sustained himself entirely on wine, needing nothing else, no bread, no meat, no fruit from the orchards of Asgard. He was a god who had moved so far beyond the ordinary hungers of the body that food itself had become irrelevant to him, something he could give away entirely without loss. There is something quietly striking about that image, if you let yourself rest with it for a moment. A god of immense power, seated at the greatest feast table in all the 9 worlds, surrounded by the noise and warmth of a hall full of warriors, yet utterly apart from the consumption happening all around him. He feeds others, he watches, he listens. The wolves at his feet receive what the table offers him. Odin takes his nourishment from something else entirely, from knowledge, from wine, from the whispered reports of his ravens, from the long roads he travels and the conversations he finds along the way. Geri and Freki were not decorative companions. In the Norse world, wolves carried enormous symbolic weight, occupying a strange position between the wild and the protected, between the threatening and the loyal. Odin's wolves were both, creatures of appetite and darkness who nonetheless lay peacefully at the feet of the Allfather, bound to him by something deeper than training. They were, in their way, another reflection of who he was, a god who stood comfortably at the edge of the untamed, who felt no need to choose cleanly between civilization and the wilderness beyond it. But if Geri and Freki belonged to the world of the feast hall, to the warmth and firelight of Valhalla, Odin's horse belonged to something far stranger and further reaching. Sleipnir was the 8-legged horse, the fastest creature in all the 9 worlds. His origins were unlike those of any other animal in Norse mythology. The story of how he came to be begins, as several strange stories do, with Loki, the shapeshifter, the trickster, the god whose cleverness was always edged with something unpredictable. In the early days of Asgard, a great builder arrived and offered to construct a wall around the realm of the gods, a wall so strong that no giant or enemy could breach it. His price, if he finished within a single winter, was the sun, the moon, and the goddess Freya. The gods agreed, quietly certain he could not finish in time. But the builder had a horse, a great stallion named Svadilfari. With that horse hauling stones through the night, the work moved faster than anyone had expected. As the deadline drew close and the wall neared completion, the gods turned to Loki and told him, in the blunt way that people speak when they are worried, that he had to do something. Loki, never one to find straightforward solutions when a strange one was available, transformed himself into a mare and lured Svadilfari away from the work. The builder lost his horse, the wall went unfinished, and the price was never paid. But Loki spent some time in the shape of a mare. When he returned to Asgard some months later, he was leading a foal, a grey colt with 8 legs, already extraordinary to look at, already moving with a quality that suggested it was built for distances that ordinary horses could not cover. Loki gave the foal to Odin, and Odin named him Sleipnir. An 8-legged horse might sound unusual. It is. There is nothing else quite like Sleipnir in Norse tradition. But the 8 legs carry a meaning that becomes clear when you consider where Sleipnir is asked to go. He could travel between worlds, crossing the Rainbow Bridge Bifrost at a speed that left the air ringing, descending if needed into Helheim, the cold hall of the dead beneath the roots of everything, without difficulty or hesitation. He moved as easily among the living as among the dead. Some scholars of Norse tradition have noted that a bier, the frame used to carry a body to burial, was typically carried on 8 poles, 4 on each side. If that reading holds, then Sleipnir's 8 legs are the legs of a funeral bier. Him, a creature that carries not just his rider, but the weight of mortality itself, the passage between one state and another. He was the perfect mount for a god who spent so much of his existence at boundaries, at thresholds, at the places where one world gives way to the next. Together, the wolves fed at his feet, the ravens circling above, the great 8-legged horse waiting in the stables. Odin was never quite alone, even in his most solitary wanderings. There came a time when Odin, seated on his great throne, Hlidskjalf from which he could see across all 9 worlds, felt something he was not accustomed to feeling, the sharp, uncomfortable edge of a question he could not answer. From that high seat, he could watch the lives of gods and mortals unfold below him like water moving over stone. Each event visible, each motion legible to him. He could see the warriors training in Valhalla's great courtyard, and the frost giants crossing the cold passes of Jotunheim and the rivers of Midgard, catching the morning light between their banks. He could see a very great deal, and yet there were depths beneath what he could see, currents moving far below the surface of what even that extraordinary vantage revealed. And it was those depths that had begun, quietly and persistently, to trouble him. The knowledge he carried was vast, gathered over long ages of wandering and listening and watching and paying. Yet it felt, in certain still moments, the way a room feels when you understand there is another room behind the wall you are pressing your hand against. The wall is solid, the other room is real. You simply cannot find the door. It was the well that called to him, deep beneath one of Yggdrasil's 3 great roots, the root that stretched outward and downward toward the ancient realm of the frost giants. There rested a well of still, dark water. Beside it lived a being named Mimir. In the old accounts, Mimir is counted among the wisest of all beings, a figure of such profound and accumulated understanding that his knowledge stretched back to the very first cold morning of the cosmos, before the gods had taken the forms by which they were known. The waters of his well were said to hold the memory of everything that had ever come to pass, and everything that would, not as vision or prophecy, which are partial things, but as something more complete than either of those words can carry, a total and unhurried comprehension of the nature of all things, moving backward and forward through time, with equal ease and no preference for either direction. Odin descended. The path beneath the roots of Yggdrasil is not described in the surviving poems with the kind of precise detail one might wish for. But what the old stories convey is the sensation of going down and inward, of leaving warmth and light behind in gradual degrees, of the roots of the great tree growing larger and more certain overhead as the sky above became something remembered rather than present. The sounds changed as he went deeper. The wind that moved through the high branches gave way to a stillness broken only by water, slow and steady and very old, moving somewhere close in the darkness below. The cold settled into the space around him as cold does in deep places, not arriving like a wind but waiting there, already present. The air thick with it and the stone wet underfoot, where the roots had pressed their ancient grooves into the rock over unmeasured ages. He found Mimir beside the well. The old sources do not give us a careful portrait of what Mimir looked like. The surviving texts preserve the weight and consequence of the encounter more faithfully than the physical details of the figure who stood beside the water. What they do convey is his ancientness, the quality of a being so thoroughly suffused with knowledge across such an expanse of time that he had become, in some way, continuous with the well itself, no longer merely its guardian, but something closer to its living expression. Odin asked for a drink. The request was plainly and directly spoken, as his requests tended to be when he had already travelled far and held a question in his mind for a long time before arriving anywhere near an answer. Mimir named his price without hesitation. 1 eye. What followed in Odin's interior? The deliberation, if there was one, the myths do not linger over. What they give us is the act itself. They give it without embellishment, which is perhaps the most honest way to give it. Odin reached up to his face and, according to the accounts preserved in the Norse tradition, removed his eye and dropped it into the well. It sank into the dark water, and then Mimir dipped a horn beneath the surface and offered it to the now one-eyed god, and Odin drank. What moved through him in that moment, the old poems do not say directly. Perhaps that silence is itself the most faithful account. What can be said is that afterward, Odin saw differently, not worse, despite the missing eye, but differently, in the way that someone who has stood at the edge of a vast and lightless depth understands depth differently from someone who has spent all of their time in well-lit rooms. The waters of that well carried within them the memory of all things. Having drunk, Odin carried a portion of that memory inside himself from that hour forward. The shapes of events that had not yet come to pass became perceptible to him the way weather becomes perceptible to someone who has spent enough years reading the quality of the sky. Not as certainty exactly, but as something rooted below certainty, deeper than knowing in the ordinary sense of that word. Closer to the grain of the world itself, the eye remained in the well. This detail does not sit quietly in the telling. The old sources return to it. Allow it to rest in the mind as something significant and permanent rather than merely incidental. Odin's eye at the bottom of Mimir's well became, in the understanding of the Norse tradition, a kind of ongoing witness. The physical eye no longer useful for ordinary seeing, but present there in the cold water nonetheless, a part of the price that was never refunded or recalled. There is something in that image worth sitting with, slowly, that the cost of wisdom is not a thing that heals over, not a wound that closes and leaves only a scar, but a permanent alteration, a portion of the self given away entirely and remaining elsewhere forever. Odin walked back up from beneath the roots of Yggdrasil, carrying what he had come for. The world he returned to was the same world he had descended from, lit by the same pale light, crossed by the same cold winds, yet entirely and irrevocably different in every way that mattered to him. And from that day forward, whenever people wondered why Odin wore only one eye, those who knew the story understood that the other one was still down there in the dark water, watching everything from below. The runes had existed long before Odin did. They were older than Asgard, older than the gods themselves, shapes encoded into the deep structure of the cosmos, long before any thinking being had learned to look for them. They were not invented or imagined. They were discovered, or rather, they were revealed, only to those who had earned the right to see them. Odin had known of their existence for a long time before the moment we are coming to now. In the same way that a person sometimes knows a door is there in the dark without being able to find the handle, he could sense the runes the way you might sense a piece of music playing somewhere very far away, present, unmistakable, yet just beyond full understanding. After the well of Mimir had given him a clarity of vision he had never possessed before, he began to feel the shape of what was still missing. The runes hovered at the edge of everything he knew, just out of reach. The feeling of their nearness and his inability to grasp them became, over time, the most insistent thing in his world. He understood that what they contained was not merely knowledge in the ordinary sense, names and facts and histories, but something closer to the grammar of existence itself, the deep language in which fate was written and through which certain kinds of power moved. And he understood, with the same clear-eyed certainty that had carried him to Mimir's well, that they would not come to him gently. Nothing of true value ever had. The knowing had grown sharper as the seasons turned, until it became almost unbearable, a hunger that could not be satisfied by any ordinary means. Odin consulted no one about what he was beginning to understand he must do. There were those in Asgard who might have counselled against it, who would have urged caution or suggested alternative paths, but he had learned long ago that certain kinds of knowledge require certain kinds of payment, and that the person who seeks such knowledge must be willing to meet the price alone. He had sacrificed his eye for vision. That was a small thing compared to what was forming in his mind. The runes were not knowledge that could be bargained for or stolen. They would only reveal themselves to one who had been broken open completely, who had surrendered everything that could be surrendered. In the days before he left Asgard, he moved through the golden halls, as if saying goodbye to a world he might not return to, not because he feared he would die, but because he sensed he would return a fundamentally altered being. The gods around him did not fully understand what was happening, though they felt it in the air like the coming of a storm. He came to Yggdrasil alone. The world tree rose above him in its full immensity, its highest branches somewhere beyond sight, its roots disappearing into the dark below. He stood at its base for a long time, feeling the slow life of it moving through the bark beneath his hand. There was wind in the upper branches. There was always wind there, and the sound of it was the sound of all 9 worlds breathing together. He did not ask for help. He had deliberately forbidden it, setting the terms of what was to come with the same deliberate care a priest brings to the preparation of a rite. This was because that is precisely what this was. He took his own spear, Gungnir, the one the dwarfs had made, the finest weapon in all the Norse world. He wounded himself with it before hanging himself fro, the branches of the tree, himself over entirely to what the 9 knights would ask of him. You have to sit with that for a moment, a god piercing himself with his own spear, then offering his body to the branches, not as a punishment but as a price, the way Odin had always understood prices to work. He was simultaneously the one performing the sacrifice and the one being sacrificed, priest and victim sharing the same breath, the same hands, the same quietly determined face. In the Viking world, sacrifices made to Odin, human sacrifices, offered in his name at certain solemn moments, were carried out precisely this way, by hanging, by spear, or by both together. When Odin hung himself from the tree, he was not inventing a ritual, he was submitting to one. He was doing to himself what high, own worshippers did to those they offered him, placing himself inside the very structure of devotion that had grown up around his name. There is something vast and strange in that. It is worth letting it settle quietly before moving on. What he was doing had no precedent among the gods. No deity before him had ever subjected themselves to such an ordeal voluntarily. The tree itself seemed to recognize what was happening, and the wind that perpetually moved through its branches grew colder, more insistent. As Odin's body was secured to the wood, suspended between sky and the deepest roots below, he felt himself crossing a threshold that could not be uncrossed. The pain from the wound was immediate and absolute. It was the kind of pain that burns away thought, that strips away everything except the raw fact of existence itself. He hung there in the gathering dark, and he waited. The first night came down, then the second. With each passing night, his human senses began to fray at their edges, reality becoming less solid beneath him, the boundary between his body and the tree growing thin and uncertain. The 9 nights passed in the way that long, dark ordeals pass. Not quickly, not with any mercy from time, not with the comfort of knowing for certain that they would end. The cold came down through the branches and found him. The wind moved around him as if testing the edges of his endurance. The long hours between one nightfall and the next were filled with nothing but the sound of the tree and the growing weight of the body and the slow, patient work of suffering doing what suffering always does, burning away everything that is not essential. He had no food. He had no water. No God came. The ravens did not come. Even Sleipnir was absent. There was only the tree and the dark and the man hanging in it, moving deeper into a state that was neither life nor death, but something that existed between them. The same threshold the Norse understood as the place where hidden things became visible. By the 8th night, whatever ordinary consciousness he had carried to the foot of the tree had been entirely spent. What remained was something quieter and older, a kind of open attention with nothing left to protect itself from what it might see. And then, on the 9th night, at the very bottom of what he could endure, the shapes rose up. They came from the deep beneath the roots, where the darkness was complete and the memory of the cosmos was oldest. They arranged themselves before him, one by one, with the patient clarity of things that have always been waiting. He cried out, "The old texts tell us that much," and fell. The 9 nights ended not with a gentle dawn, but with the sudden and total release of falling. When he landed, the runes were already inside him, their patterns as familiar as his own hands, their meanings spreading through him like warmth spreading through a body that has been cold for a very long time. He lay at the base of the tree for a moment, breathing. The wind in the high branches sounded different than it had before. This was because now he could hear what it was saying. He had gone to the tree as a god and come down from it as something more and something, in ways he could not quite explain, entirely different from what he had been before. What Odin received when he fell from the tree was not simply an alphabet. The runes were something older and stranger than that. Shapes that had existed in the deep structure of the cosmos long before any god had thought to look for them, carved into the roots and bark of Yggdrasil by the Norns themselves, those 3 ancient beings who sat at the well of fate and wove the threads of every life that had ever been or would ever be. They had not invented the runes so much as they had found them, the way you might find the law written into the grain of old wood, something that had always been true and only needed someone with eyes sharp enough and patient enough to read it. The runes waited in the dark beneath the roots of the world tree for the full span of ages, and it was only after 9 nights of cold and wind and suffering, only after Odin had been stripped of everything but the most essential part of himself, that the shapes finally rose up from the deep and became legible to him. He did not learn them the way a student learns letters from a teacher. He received them the way the earth receives rain, completely and all at once. In the section of the Havamal known as the Loithatal, Odin himself speaks of 18 spells that came to him with the runes, and each one opens a different door into the hidden workings of the world. There was a spell for healing the sick, one that could loosen the grip of illness from a suffering body, the way a warm hand loosens a knot. There was a spell for binding enemies, for making the swords of those who meant harm turn dull and their limbs grow heavy. There were spells for calming the sea when it rose in anger, for reading what was written in the movements of the stars, for understanding the language that birds spoke to one another from branch to branch, a language full of small and precise information about the world below. There was a spell for making warriors invincible in the heat of battle, one for waking the dead long enough to ask them what they knew, and one for winning the love of another person, though that last one, the old stories suggest, Odin used with somewhat less restraint than the others. Taken together, these 18 spells were not a collection of tricks. They were a map of everything that could be moved or changed or understood in the 9 worlds, drawn in symbols that held their meaning the way deep water holds its cold, silently, completely, and without end. From Odin, these gifts moved outward, the way warmth moves outward from a fire, spreading first through Asgard, and then, in time, into the hands of ordinary people. Runes began to appear everywhere that human beings cared about something enough to mark it, cut into the blades of swords so that the metal would hold against whatever it met, pressed into the wood of ship prows so that the vessel would find its way home through the dark northern seas, traced onto burial stones so that the name of the dead would remain legible long after memory alone would have let it go. They were scratched into the handles of drinking cups as protection against poison, worn against the skin in small carved amulets, whispered over wounds by those who had learned a portion of their power. A person who knew the runes was someone who had inherited, in a very small and distant way, a piece of what Odin had bought with 9 nights of pain. They were writing because their god had suffered for the capacity to write. Though most of them, going about their ordinary days, would not have thought of it in quite those terms. They simply knew that the marks had power, that the shapes meant something, that to carve a rune was to reach into the same deep order that the Norns had always known and draw a little of it up into the daylight. Every time a hand reached out and carved a rune into wood or stone, somewhere in the memory of that gesture lived those 9 nights on the wind-cold tree. When Odin came to Midgard, he did not come as a king. He came as an old man moving slowly along a dirt road in the grey hour before sunrise, his wide-brimmed hat pulled low over his face, so that the shadow of its brim fell across his one good eye and left the hollow of the other in darkness, his grey cloak drawn close against the particular cold of the northern world, that deep, patient cold that settles into your bones and asks you how long you intend to stay. And in his hand, a walking staff worn smooth by the pressure of a grip that had held it across distances you could not easily measure or imagine, as though the staff itself had been worn into the shape of his wanting. He did not announce himself at the gates of great halls. He did not arrive with thunder, or with any of the emblems of divine power that people might have expected from the Lord of Asgard. Instead, he arrived the way ordinary travellers arrived, dusty, slow-moving, asking for water or a place beside the fire, his single eye catching the light in a way that might seem, to a careful observer, just slightly too bright for the face of a common wanderer. The Norse people understood something about winter that made hospitality feel less like courtesy and more like a law of the world. They understood that a stranger turned away from your door in a cold season could be a man sent to his death by your refusal, that the obligations binding host to guest were among the most serious a person could take on in this life. And threaded through all of that understanding was a belief that gave the obligation an additional and quieter weight. You never truly knew who you were turning away. Any traveller might be Odin moving through the world in his preferred disguise, testing the warmth of your hearth and the genuineness of your welcome. The consequences of failing that test were of a different order entirely from the ordinary social embarrassment of inhospitality. So the fire was kept burning, and the door was left unlocked, and the extra place was set at the table, not always out of pure generosity, but out of a kind of reverent uncertainty, because the old man at your threshold, with the low hat and the quiet, penetrating eye might be exactly what he appeared to be. He might be something far older and stranger than that. Wisdom suggested you treat both possibilities with equal care. Odin, for his part, moved through Midgard with a genuine and unhurried curiosity about the lives that human beings built for themselves in the short time they had, the way they organized their loyalties, the things they were willing to sacrifice, the questions they carried without ever finding anyone capable of answering them. And he learned from what he witnessed in ways that no throne could have taught him, seated as he was among kings and farmers and wanderers alike, listening more than he spoke, watching more than he was watched. He was drawn in particular to contests of knowledge, to the places where wisdom met wisdom, and the outcome was not settled by strength, but by how deeply a mind had gone into the roots of things. There is a story told in the old poems of a journey Odin made to the hall of a wise giant named Vafthrudnir, whose name carried within it the sense of one entangled in mighty riddles, who was known across the 9 worlds as a being of immense and ancient learning, a creature who had lived so long and observed so much that very few questions remained that could genuinely surprise him. Odin came to that hall in the guise of a wanderer who called himself Gagnarava, a name that folded inside it the quiet suggestion of one who gives good counsel, though the giant did not catch the meaning of it, at least not at first. He sat down in the great hall, and the two of them began, as beings of that kind always began in that tradition, with an exchange of questions, each one testing the other's knowledge of the cosmos and its deep structure, its beginning and its long, slow movement toward its end, the names of things and the fates of things, and the distances between worlds that most minds could not hold without flinching. Vafthrudnir answered everything. Gagnrava asked him, answered it correctly, with the unhurried confidence of a mind that had spent centuries accumulating exactly this kind of knowing. In return, he asked questions of his own, about the horse that draws the day across the sky, about the river that divides the worlds of gods and giants, about the plain on which the last great battle would be Fogo, Ort, and the wanderer answered each one without hesitation or error. That should perhaps have told the giant something about the nature of his visitor, but did not yet. The exchange went on until Vafthrudnir, satisfied with his own performance and newly uncertain about the quality of his opponent, leaned forward and offered to wager his own head on the next question, the way beings of great pride have always done when they have forgotten to be careful. Odin accepted, and then he asked the question that no one else in all the 9 worlds could have answered. What had he whispered into the ear of his son Balder as the flames rose around the funeral ship and the gods stood silent on the shore? That private thing spoken only once into the ear of the dead before the fire took everything away, that word, or those few words belonging entirely and irrevocably to the grief of a father and the mystery of what passes between the living and those who have just left them. The wise giant, for all his centuries of knowledge, had no answer to that last question, and Odin pulled back his hat, let his single eye catch the light, and smiled. There is an old practice in the Norse tradition of knowing someone by many names. No one collected names the way Odin did. Across the surviving poetry and prose of the Norse world, scholars have counted more than 150 distinct names and epithets attached to him, more than to any other figure in the entire tradition, and each one of them was earned rather than simply given, each one pointing toward a different facet of a nature so layered and so vast that no single word could hold it all at once. The most familiar of these names is Alfurða, the Allfather, a name that reaches back toward his role as the oldest and most powerful of the Aesir, the one from whom so much of the divine world descended, the one who sat at the beginning of so many lineages both divine and mortal. But to know him only as the Allfather is to stand at the front door of a very large house and assume you have seen every room. His name, Gangleri, meaning something close to the wanderer or the one who tires the way with walking, opens a different room entirely, one where the great hall and the golden throne of Asgard fall away, and what remains is simply a figure moving along a road with no particular destination other than the next horizon and whatever knowledge might be waiting there. Grimnir, the hooded one, speaks to his habit of concealment, the wide brim pulled low, the cloak drawn close, the one eye kept in shadow so that no one could easily see what it was doing or what it was seeing. Valfother, the father of the slain, is something older and colder, the name that belongs to the bat, Tilfield, and to the long halls of the dead, to the Einherjar who feast each evening in Valhalla, and to the Valkyries who chose them, to Odin's role as a god of death that ran deeper than any simple association with war or violence. And then there is Ygr. That translates roughly as the terrible one, the awful one, the one before whom you feel a kind of vertigo. And this name, quietly, is also woven into the name of the world tree itself, Yggdrasil, meaning something like the horse of Ygr or the steed of the terrible one, as if the tree on which he hung for 9 nights still carries his name in its own, as if the suffering and the tree became inseparable in the memory of the people who kept these stories. Some of his names describe what you see when you look at him, if you are paying close enough attention. Harbard, the greybeard, conjures the long pale beard that marks him as an old man in disguise, a wanderer of no apparent consequence until he opens his mouth. Beilig, meaning shifty-eyed or wavering-eyed, points to the one remaining eye that moves and observes and misses nothing, while appearing perhaps to miss everything. Baelig, flaming-eyed, suggests the other quality of that same eye, the burning intensity underneath the drowsy appearance of a tired old traveller. Across the sea, in the continental Germanic traditions of what is now Germany and the surrounding lands, he was called Wotan or Wodan, a name that carries the same root sound, the same ancient syllable pointing toward wildness and inspiration and the kind of frenzy that seizes a person in battle or in the grip of a poem that will not leave them alone. The scholars who study these languages trace all of these names back to a common source, a Proto-Germanic word that carried the sense of fury and possession, of a mind seized by something larger than itself. It is the same root that gives Old English its word wood, meaning mad or inspired, from Woodnesdag, Woden's Day, the English language made Wednesday, quietly preserving the god's name inside the weekly rhythm that most people follow without ever wondering where it came from. To speak his names one by one is to feel the outline of someone who could not be contained in any single role or story, a king who gave himself away, a wanderer who sat on a throne, a god of poetry who was also a god of slaughter, a father who buried a son and still could not stop searching for what lay beyond even that grief. Every name is a door. Behind each door is a different version of the same immense and restless figure. Always moving, always watching, always wanting to know one thing more than he already knows. Every Wednesday, without knowing it, much of the English-speaking world still speaks his name. High in Asgard, at the end of a long road through fields that smelled of turned earth and cold iron, stood a hall so vast that a person standing at one end of it could barely make out the far wall. The Norse sources speak of Valhalla with a reverence that is almost architectural in its precision. 540 doors, each one broad enough that 800 warriors could march through shoulder to shoulder without breaking stride. The roof was made not of thatch or timber, but of shields, overlapping and bright. The rafters were fashioned from spears, their shafts laid horizontally overhead, their iron points angled out into the great open space of the hall, so that the warriors who lived there slept and ate and laughed beneath a canopy of weapons, as if even in rest they were meant to remember why they had been brought here. It was not a place built for comfort in the ordinary sense. It was built for a purpose that Odin alone fully understood. That purpose coloured everything inside it with a quality that was, when you looked closely enough, both magnificent and deeply sorrowful. The structure itself was a kind of language, written in stone and metal and ancient magic. Every detail had been chosen with intention. The shields that formed the roof spoke of defence, of the covering protection that a warrior might seek. The spears that served as rafters pointed outward and inward at once, reminding all who dwelt beneath them that they were surrounded by the tools of their trade, that violence and strength were woven into the very fabric of the place. The 540 doors were not merely an expression of architectural ambition. They were an opening, a welcoming, a statement that Odin's hall would continue to receive the honored dead for as long as battles were fought and valor was displayed across Midgard. The hall was, in its way, a temple to something that went far deeper than mere feasting or celebration. The warriors who dwelled in Valhalla were called the Einherjar. That might be understood as the chosen champions, the ones who had been selected from the fields of battle across the human world and carried to Asgard to wait for something they could not yet name. Each morning, they rose from their great benches and went out into the vast courtyard that surrounded the hall. There they fought one another with all the ferocity and skill they had possessed in life. The fighting was real. Wounds opened, men fell, the ground turned dark with the effort. And yet when the evening came and a horn sounded across the courtyard, every fallen warrior rose again. Every wound sealed itself closed. They returned together to the long tables inside Valhalla to eat and drink until the night was deep and still around them. The boar they feasted on was named Sahrimnir. According to the old accounts, he was slaughtered and cooked each evening and eaten down to the bone. Yet each morning he stood whole again in the pen behind the hall, ready to provide for the next night's feast. The mead they drank flowed not from any cask or cellar, but from the udder of a great goat named Heidrun. There was no shortage in Valhalla. There was no hunger, no lasting pain, no permanent death. It was, in every external measure, a place of extraordinary abundance. The Einherjar lived within it in a state of endless, vigorous preparation. What made the existence of the Einherjar strange was not that they lived in comfort, but that they understood this comfort as conditional. They feasted and drank and celebrated with genuine joy, yet something in the structure of their days prevented them from ever becoming complacent. The cycle of death and resurrection each day was both blessing and warning. They were allowed to know what renewal felt like, to experience restoration again and again, and yet they could never forget that death itself was real and ever present. The hall contained every pleasure that a warrior could desire, yet the very design of it, with its weapons for rafters and its constant renewal, ensured that no Einherjar could ever mistake this place for an ending. It was a threshold, a place of becoming, not of arriving. And yet Odin himself sat at the head of that great table and ate nothing. He gave whatever was placed before him to the wolves at his feet and sustained himself only on wine, watching the hall with his single eye. It is worth pausing on that image. The All-Father surrounded by every comfort he had designed and sharing in none of them. Seated among the finest warriors ever to have lived, quiet in a way that the feasting around him could not quite reach. He had built Valhalla with great care, and over a very long span of time, he continued to fill it. This was because he knew something that the Einherjar, in their evening celebrations, did not fully grasp. He knew that all of this, the daily battle, the nightly feast, the endlessly renewed boar, the flowing mead, the spear rafters and the shield roof, was training. It was preparation. The warriors were growing stronger and more skilled with every morning they spent in the courtyard. Odin needed them to be stronger than they had ever been in their mortal lives. This was because what he was preparing them for was unlike anything any battle in Midgard had ever demanded of anyone. He had seen in the weave of fate the shape of Ragnarök, the twilight of the gods. The moment when everything the Norse cosmos had been built toward would arrive at once, and the long age of the Aesir would reach its end. He knew the wolf Fenrir would break free of his chains. He knew the seas would rise. He knew that fire would come marching from the south, and that the sky would crack open, and that all the careful order he had spent his long existence preserving would come undone in a single, cataclysmic morning. And he knew, with the same clear and unsparing sight that had cost him an eye at the bottom of a dark well, that he himself would not survive it. The wolf would swallow him. That was the fate woven into the roots of the world. No amount of wisdom or wandering had shown him a thread that ran any other way. So Valhalla sat there in Asgard, its shield roof gleaming, its doors open to the finest of the mortal dead, its halls ringing every evening with the sound of men who were deeply, genuinely glad to be there. And above it all, Odin watched and waited and continued his preparations with the patient, unhurried dedication of someone who understands that the work itself is the only dignified response to what is coming. There is something in that image that the old Norse sources ask us to hold quietly, a hall of tremendous beauty and life built in the full knowledge of its own eventual purpose. A collection of the world's great warriors gathered not for victory, but for the chance to meet an ending worthily. He was filling the hall for a battle he had already seen in the weave of fate, a battle that he knew with absolute clarity he was not meant to survive. When a great battle came to its end and the ravens began to circle down toward the field, the Norse understood that something more than chance had decided who lay still in the grass and who stood breathing among the survivors. The word they used for these deciding figures was Valkyria, choosers of the slain, and the name carried within it everything one needed to know about what they were and what they did. They did not arrive after the fighting to observe what had happened. They were present throughout, moving above the chaos of the battlefield in ways that the warriors below could not always see, making their selections with a quiet and unhurried deliberateness that had nothing to do with the noise and confusion happening beneath them. A man might feel, in the final moments of a battle, that his death had come to him the way weather comes, inevitable, beyond appeal, carrying with it no explanation. But in the understanding of the Norse people, there was always a reason, always a hand behind what seemed like pure misfortune. The Valkyries were that hand. They rode on horseback through the sky above the field, and the light that moved along their armor, when they chose to be visible at all, was sometimes described as the flickering of the northern lights, that shifting curtain of color that would appear without warning over the dark landscape of Scandinavia, and then dissolve again into the cold air. Other accounts place them closer to the earth, moving unseen among the fighters themselves, or appearing as ravens, black-winged and watchful, indistinguishable from the earth, ruddenary birds that gathered wherever men fell. In either form they were doing the same thing, looking, assessing, and choosing. The choice was not arbitrary. Odin had been gathering warriors into Valhalla for a very long time, and his purpose was specific. He needed the finest fighters who had ever lived, the ones whose courage and skill had set them apart even in a world where courage and skill were common currency. The Valkyries understood what he was building and why, and they selected accordingly. To be chosen was not simply to die, it was to be recognized, in that last moment, as someone whose death had worth, whose life had been lived at a level that made it worthy of continuation in another form, in the great hall with the shield-thatched roof and the 540 doors. Among the Valkyries named in the old sources, several return again and again with enough clarity that they emerge as distinct figures rather than simply members of a group. Brynhilda is perhaps the most fully drawn of them all, a figure whose story extends far beyond the battlefield into the complicated territory of love and defiance. A Valkyrie who once disobeyed Odin's direct command about which warrior should fall in a particular contest, granting victory to a man Odin had not chosen, and who was punished for it by being set behind a wall of fire on a rock, sleeping until a mortal hero came to wake her. Hilda appears in stories connected to an endless battle, one that she herself perpetuates by raising the dead each night, so that the fighting can begin again in the morning, caught in a cycle without resolution. Gondul and Geirskugul are named in the Völuspá, the great visionary poem that describes the end of all things, their names appearing in a list of those who ride through the sky at the approach of doom, their presence there a reminder that the Valkyries are bound not only to individual battles, but to the larger movement of fate across all of time. Their names, like so many names in the Norse tradition, are layered. Gondul has been connected to words for magic and transformation, Geirskugul to the image of a spear shaken in battle, each name a small description of what they carry and what they do. They were not identical to one another, not interchangeable figures filling a single role. They were individuals operating within a shared purpose, the way skilled hands in any large endeavor each brings something particular to the work. When their task on the battlefield was complete, when the last of their choices had been made and the selected warriors had fallen, the Valkyries' work did not end. They rode to Valhalla ahead of the newly arrived Einherjar, and there they became something that looked, on the surface, entirely different from what they had been above the field. In Valhalla, they moved through the great hall with horns of mead, serving the warriors who had been chosen, who feasted every evening in the warmth and noise of that enormous room, after spending the day cutting each other apart in the courtyard and being made whole again. The same figures who had passed through a sky full of iron and screaming now carried cups through firelight, unhurried, their bearing unchanged by the shift in setting. There was no contradiction in this for the Norse understanding of them. The battlefield and the hall were not opposite places, but continuous ones, different rooms in the same long house, and the Valkyries moved between them as naturally as the day moves into evening. They had decided who was worthy enough to be here. It followed that they would be the ones to welcome the worthy when they arrived. In Valhalla they poured the mead with the same steady hands that had, hours or years before, pointed to a man in the middle of a battlefield and quietly decided that his time had come. Among everything Odin ever sought, and everything he ever found, there was one thing that seemed to matter to him in a different and quieter way than the rest: the source of poetry itself. It began, as so many things in the Norse tradition begin, with a war. The Aesir and the Vanir, two great families of gods, had fought one another across a long and exhausting conflict. When at last they reached a truce, they sealed their peace in an ancient way. Each side gathered together and spat into a single vessel, their breath and essence mingling as one. From that vessel, from the combined wisdom and spirit of both divine families, something wholly new came into being. He was called Kvasir. He was said to be the wisest creature who had ever lived, capable of answering any question put to him, moving through the world with a gentleness and a brilliance that no one else could quite match. He travelled, sharing his knowledge freely, speaking to gods and mortals alike. There was no lay he could not unravel, no wound of understanding that his words could not soothe. It is said that Kvasir never turned anyone away, never refused an answer no matter how difficult the question or how unworthy the questioner. His patience seemed infinite, born perhaps from his very nature as a creature of divine compromise and balance. In every land he visited, he left behind him a trail of gratitude and wonder. Even the giants, who were often at odds with the gods, came to seek his counsel. Some say that this very gentleness, this refusal to deny anything to anyone, eventually led to his undoing. For there existed in the world a certain kind of hunger that no amount of wisdom freely given could ever satisfy. However, two dwarves named Fjalar and Galar invited Kvasir to their home and killed him there, pouring his blood into 2 stone vessels and a great kettle. They mixed his blood carefully with honey until it thickened into a mead unlike any other, a mead that carried inside it all the wisdom and the poetry that Kvasir had held in his living body. Anyone who drank from it, even a single sip, would find themselves suddenly able to speak and write with beauty and depth they had never possessed before. The dwarves understood what they had created, understood that they held within those vessels something that transcended mere drink. It was transformation itself, made liquid and precious. For a brief moment in time, they kept the mead locked away in their deepest chambers, tasting it rarely and with great reverence. But such treasures cannot remain hidden for long, and the knowledge of what they possessed began to spread through the 9 worlds like a whisper on the wind. Word reached other ears, and soon the dwarves found themselves caught in a web of bargains and obligations that they could not escape. The dwarves kept the mead for themselves for a time, but through a tangle of debts and threats, It eventually passed to a giant named Suttungr, who carried it away to his stronghold, a mountain called Hnitbjörg, and hid it deep within the rock, placing his own daughter Gunnloth there as its guardian, trusting that no one would ever find a way through solid stone to reach what he had locked inside. And there it might have remained, sealed away from gods and mortals forever, had Odin not come to hear of it. The thought of something so precious sitting unreachable in the dark of a mountain was something he simply could not leave alone. So he went looking for a way in. He disguised himself as a labourer, calling himself Belvakur, a name that carried the meaning of one who works harm. And Ap, roached Baugi, who was Suttungr's brother, offering to do the work of 9 farmhands in exchange for a single chance to taste the mead that his brother kept. Bogi agreed, and for 9 days Odin worked with a steadiness and endurance that surprised even the giant, finishing what 9 ordinary workers could barely have managed. When the time came, Bogi went to his brother and asked on Odin's behalf, but Suttungr refused outright, unwilling to share even a drop with anyone. The refusal was absolute and without mercy, as direct as a stone wall. Suttungr had spent such effort in claiming the mead, had sacrificed so much to keep it beyond the reach of gods, that he could not bear the thought of it passing to Odin's lips. For Suttungr knew, as perhaps all things in the world knew in some deep and inarticulate way, that Odin was precisely the one who would understand most fully what he held, and that this was the one god who could not be denied. It was this very refusal, this absolute rejection, that gave Odin leave to pursue another course entirely. And so Odin found another way. He persuaded Baugi to help him bore a passage through the mountain with an auger called Rati. When the hole was finally deep enough, he transformed himself into a serpent and slipped into the narrow, dark passage, moving through the stone the way water moves through cracked earth, slow and inevitable. Inside the mountain, he found Gunnloth sitting in the firelit chamber where the 3 vessels of mead were kept. He spent 3 nights with her there in the quiet interior of Hnitbjörg. Each night she allowed him 1 sip, one from each of the 3 vessels in turn. The 2 stone jars called Son and Bodn, the great kettle Odhrorir. On the 3rd night, having drained each vessel completely in those 3 long, careful sips, Odin gathered everything he had taken in and transformed himself again, this time rising as a great eagle and bursting upward through the rock and into the open sky. Suttungr realized immediately what had happened and took his own eagle shape to pursue him. The 2 of them crossed the sky in that form, the pursuer close behind, the distance between them narrowing as Odin flew hard and low toward Asgard. The gods saw him coming from a great distance and set out vessels on the open ground of Asgard's courtyard. When Odin arrived, he spat the mead out into each of them in turn, filling them with everything he had carried across the sky. He was barely ahead of Suttungr. In his haste, a few small drops escaped backward behind him as he flew, falling down through the cold air toward the earth far below. Those drops did not reach Asgard. They fell all the way to Midgard, scattering across the human world in a fine and invisible rain, sinking into the ground and into the air that mortals breathed, becoming something that no one could hold in their hands or point to directly. The mead that reached Asgard became the gift of skalds, the poets and storytellers who shaped the Norse world's understanding of itself, who composed the great verses that carried the deeds of heroes and gods forward through time. But those few drops that fell to earth as he flew, those were enough. That is why some people, even today, find themselves suddenly able to say something beautiful they didn't know they had inside them. The giants were older than the gods, older in some ways than almost everything, and Odin had never been entirely comfortable pretending otherwise. His mother Besla was a giantess. That meant that the same ancient blood that ran through the veins of the Jotnar ran through him as well, quieter perhaps, shaped differently by time and choice, but present all the same. When he looked at the giants, he was not looking at something entirely foreign. He was looking at something that rhymed with a part of himself he had spent a very long time learning to understand. The Jotnar were not simply large and threatening creatures who stood in opposition to the gods. They were beings of tremendous age, tremendous knowledge in some cases, a kind of raw and elemental power that the gods, for all their refinement, had never fully eclipsed. They were the children of chaos and cold, born before the world had been shaped into anything orderly. They carried that primordial quality in everything they did. Odin knew this about them. Because he knew it, he approached them differently than most of his kin did. Thor reached for his hammer. Odin reached for a question. There is a story told in the old poems about a giant named Vafthrûdnir, who was renowned throughout the 9 worlds for his wisdom, for his long memory, for the particular pleasure he took in challenging visitors to contests of knowledge from which, according to custom, the loser did not walk away. It was exactly the sort of invitation Odin could not resist. He disguised himself as a wandering man, a false name as he so often did and he wanted to move through a space freely. He presented himself at the great hall of this giant and asked to be tested. Vafthrûdnir accepted, and the two of them settled into what became one of the most extraordinary exchanges in all the old literature, a back and forth of cosmic questions, each probing further into the structure of the universe, the origins of the worlds, the fates of gods and men and giants alike, and the shape of what would come at the very end of all things. The giant answered everything. He was magnificent, vast in his learning, untroubled by the questions, answering in a deep and rolling voice that suggested he had been holding this knowledge inside him since before the first frost. And then Odin asked his final question, the one he had been carrying into the room, from the very beginning. The one no other living being could possibly answer. What had he whispered into the ear of his son Balder as the funeral fire was lit? There was a long silence in the hall. Vafthrûdnir understood in that silence exactly who he was speaking with. He said as much, acknowledging that only Odin could know the answer to that question. That meant that only Odin could have asked it. The contest was over. Odin walked out of that hall having confirmed something he already knew, not just about the giant's knowledge, but about the shape of fate itself, about the way wisdom, when it is deep enough, becomes indistinguishable from foreknowledge. There was another encounter, a different kind of challenge, one that involved not poetry or cosmic riddles, but something more physical in its staging, though no less dependent on Odin's understanding of how perception can be turned against itself. Among the giants, there existed a figure known in the old sources as Utgarda Loki, a lord of a hall so enormous and so strangely constructed that visitors found their own abilities mysteriously diminished within its walls. Feats of strength became failures. Contests of speed ended in inexplicable defeat. The very ground seemed to conspire against those who trusted their senses. This was a hall built on illusion, on the deliberate manipulation of what the eye reports and what the mind believes. The episode in the surviving sources centers primarily on Thor and his companions. But what it reveals about the world Odin inhabits is deeply relevant. This was because Odin had always known that the sustained enduring power is not the power to crush an opponent, but the power to reshape what they believe they are seeing. The giants who understood this were the most dangerous of all. Odin, who had spent his entire existence moving between worlds in disguise, altering his appearance, offering false names, presenting one face while holding another in reserve, understood their logic from the inside. He had used this same logic himself more times than could be easily counted. When he walked into a giant's hall with a wanderer's staff and a borrowed name, he was not merely concealing himself, he was constructing a version of reality that served his purposes. Much as Utgarda Loki had constructed an entire hall for precisely that reason. The difference was that Odin was almost always the one holding the deeper knowledge, the one who had purchased his understanding at a price the giants had never been willing to pay. They had ancient power, yes, and in some cases ancient wisdom, But Odin had gone further, beneath a root of the world tree to surrender his eye, up into the branches of that same tree to hang himself for 9 nights at the edge of death. He had paid for his knowledge with pieces of himself that could not be returned. What that kind of payment purchases is not merely information, but a quality of understanding that nothing else provides. The giants knew a great deal because they were old. Odin knew what he knew because he had suffered for it. That made all the difference in every contest, every riddle, every carefully arranged moment of misdirection. He had learned, from a very early age, that the most dangerous thing in any contest is the opponent who already knows what you are going to do before you do it. Of all the things Odin's wisdom cost him, the one that came closest to breaking him had nothing to do with wells or trees or 9 nights of darkness. It had to do with love, which is a different kind of knowledge entirely, and one that no sacrifice at any root of any world tree can fully prepare you for. Beside him on the great throne, Hlidskjalf sat Frigg, his wife, the goddess of foresight and of the deep, quiet order of home and marriage, and she was in many ways his equal in the one thing that mattered most to him. She could see the fates of all people, every thread, every turn, the whole long weave of what was coming. She knew, as he did, what the world carried inside it. But where Odin went out into the roads and the cold and the dark to wrestle his knowledge into the open, Frigg held her still and close, speaking very little of what she saw, carrying her foresight the way still water carries depth, quietly and all the way down. Together they had sons, and among those sons the 2 most spoken of were Thor, the Thunderer, broad-shouldered and fierce in his devotion to the protection of humanity, who went out into the world with his hammer and his stubborn courage to stand between people and the things that threatened them, and Balder, the youngest and most beloved, whose name in the old language carried the meaning of brightness itself. Balder moved through Asgard the way early light moves through a room, gently, without effort, and in a way that made everything around him seem more itself. He was not a god of war, or cunning, or hunger for power. He was simply good in the way that is very rare, and the other gods loved him for it in a straightforward and uncomplicated way that was itself unusual among those ancient beings, who were more accustomed to admiration than to tenderness. And then came the dreams. Balder began to have dreams of his own death, slow and dark and returning night after night, and when he told the other gods what he had seen in his sleep, a fear moved through Asgard that no one spoke aloud directly, but everyone felt. Frigg went out and asked every living thing in all the worlds, every stone, every root, every creature, to swear an oath never to harm her son. She was thorough, and she was patient, and she believed she had been thorough enough. She passed over the mistletoe, a small and seemingly harmless plant growing on the side of an oak, because it seemed to her too young, too slight, too far outside the natural order of dangerous things to merit an oath. Loki, who paid attention to exactly the kinds of things that others looked past, found the mistletoe and guided the blind god Hother's hand as he threw it, and Balder fell, and the brightness went out of Asgard like a candle in an open window. The grief that followed was unlike anything the gods had known, raw and absolute, a kind of sorrow that had no shape to it and no bottom. But Odin's grief was quieter than the others, and that quietness was the most terrible thing about it, because he knew what the others only felt. He knew that Balder's death was not merely a loss. It was a beginning of a different kind, the first movement in a sequence he had seen written in the weave of fate, the first step in the long, slow unravelling that would end everything. He said very little. He mounted Sleipnir, his 8-legged grey horse who moved between worlds as easily as breath moves between rooms, and he rode down from Asgard and down further still, along the root roads under the great tree, past the boundary where the living stop and the dead begin, until he came to the edge of Helheim, the quiet realm below. There, at the threshold, he found the grave of a Volva, a prophetess, a woman who had known the hidden structure of things even in life, and he spoke the old words that could rouse such a woman from her sleep. In the earth, and she rose. She was reluctant, and her reluctance was in her voice, heavy with the irritation of something that has been at peace and disturbed without consent. He asked her what she knew of Baldur's fate, and she told him what was already prepared in Helheim to receive a beloved guest, the mead already brewed, the benches laid with golden rings, the hall made ready. He asked more, and she answered more, until she grew still and said she would speak no further, because she understood that the one asking her was not a wandering stranger, but Odin himself, and she had already said enough. He sat for a moment on Sleipnir's back in the cold dark at the edge of that place, his one eye resting on nothing in particular, and then he turned the horse and began the long ride back. He had known, before he went, what she would say. He had gone anyway, because knowing a thing and hearing it spoken aloud in the voice of the dead are not the same thing, and sometimes even a god who can see the entire shape of fate needs to hear the words said plainly before he can carry them properly. He rode back from Helheim, the same god he had always been on the outside, but carrying something heavier inside, and the ravens on his shoulders were very quiet for a long time after. Odin had seen the end of the world. He had seen it not as a distant rumour carried back by the ravens, not as a symbol half hidden in the patterns of the runes, but as a clear and fully formed image that had settled into him the way cold settles into stone, slowly, completely, and without any possibility of being warmed away. The Norns had carved it into the bark of Yggdrasil long before Odin ever hung from its branches, and when he finally understood the runes and all they contained, this knowledge came with them, inseparable from the rest. He learned what would happen, and he learned it in detail. The wolf Fenrir, who had been bound with silken chains the dwarfs had woven from impossible things, the sound of a cat's footstep, the beard of a woman, the roots of a mountain, would one day break free of those chains when they could no longer hold him. The great serpent, Jörmungandr, who lay coiled around the roots of Midgard at the bottom of the ocean, would rise from the water and poison the sky with his breath. Loki, who had been bound beneath a mountain with a serpent dripping venom over his face, would slip his bonds and come forth. And Surtur, the fire giant who had stood at the border of Muspelheim since before the gods were born, would march out at last with a sword that burned brighter than the sun itself, and the worlds would end in a great consuming flame. Odin knew each piece of it. He knew that in the final battle on the plain of Vigruther, he would face Fenrir himself, the same wolf he had helped to bind, the same creature he had looked in the eye across the long years, and that Fenrir would swallow him whole, not wound him, not defeat him in some honourable exchange of blows, swallow him. And this was the fate that Odin, the wisest being in all 9 worlds, the god who had paid with his eye and his 9 nights of suffering and more besides, had carried inside him for longer than most things in the cosmos had existed. He had not found any way around it, because there was no way around it. Orlog, the deep law that the Norse understood as the accumulated weight of all that had already happened, pressing forward into what must come, does not bend, not even for gods. The Norns had spoken. The tree held the carving, and Odin knew. This was not prophecy as the Greeks understood it, a mere glimpse of what would unfold while leaving the seer helpless and unchanged. The Norse saw their fate differently, not as a thing that diminished the will, but as the frame itself within which all genuine choosing had to occur. The gods had fought to bind Fenrir and Loki and Jörmungandr, knowing that even though they could not prevent what was written, every moment of the struggle was real, every blow carried its own meaning, and every act was a true expression of will against the deep structure of existence. This was the paradox woven into the fabric of Norse wisdom, that you could know your ending completely and still be entirely free in how you move toward it. The knowledge did not make the struggle less urgent. If anything, it made each choice more precious, more weighted with significance. What is remarkable is not that he knew, but what he did with the knowing. He did not lay down his staff or close his remaining eye or surrender the long roads to silence. He continued. Each morning the ravens still rose from his shoulders into the cold air. Hugin and Munin still swept out over the 9 worlds, and each evening they returned with more knowledge, more detail, more understanding of the shape of things. He continued to fill the halls of Valhalla with the finest warriors the human world produced, training them in the great courtyard day after day, healing them each evening so they could rise and train again. He continued to wander the roads of Midgard in his grey cloak, his hat pulled low, asking questions of giants and kings and simple farmers alike, learning whatever they had to offer. The Norse understood this quality, this willingness to move forward in full sight of the ending, as something that carried its own dignity. In their tradition, fate was not a thing that diminished a person by removing their choices. It was the frame inside which choices still had to be made, and the manner of those choices was everything. To know that the wolf waited at the end of the road, and to keep walking the road anyway, this was not foolishness or denial. It was the only response that meant anything at all. Odin sought not to escape Ragnarök, but to understand it so completely that when it came, he would meet it with clear eyes and a full accounting of everything he had gathered along the way. Every drop of the mead of poetry he had carried back in eagle form, every rune that had risen toward him on the 9th night, every secret that Mimir's water had poured into him along with the cold, all of it was preparation, not for victory, because victory was not in the weaving, but for something harder to name. Perhaps it was simply the fullness of having understood, as much as any mind can hold, the thing that you are part of. There is a quietness to that image, Odin in his high seat, looking out over all 9 worlds with his one remaining eye, knowing what he knows, and choosing to keep searching anyway. The grief over Balder was still fresh in him, the weight of Ragnarök pressed down on everything he touched. And still the work continued, because for Odin the work was never separate, from the living of each moment. The runes still had depth he had not fully sounded. The giants still had knowledge he had not yet won from them in riddling contests. The mortal world still produced people worth watching, worth guiding, worth the quiet crossing of a threshold in the guise of an old man with tired feet and a very old staff. And still, every morning, the ravens flew out and the wanderer pulled his hat low over his face and stepped back onto the road, because that was the only answer he had ever known how to give. Among all the gods that the Norse people knew and honoured, Odin was perhaps the one they trusted least and feared most, and loved in the complicated way that people love things that terrify them. Thor could be relied upon to protect the farms and the fishing boats, to drive the storms away with his hammer, and stand between ordinary people and the chaos that pressed in from beyond the borders of Midgard. Thor was steady. Thor was warm. Odin was something else entirely. Unpredictable, watchful, interested in people the way a scholar is interested in a particularly unusual text, always observing and rarely explaining himself. He was not a god who offered comfort simply because it was asked for. He offered what he judged was needed, which was not always the same thing, and he moved through. He lives of mortals with a deliberateness that left people uncertain whether they had been blessed or simply studied. And yet they honoured him deeply and carefully, because his attention, when you had it, carried a weight that no other god's attention could quite match. To be noticed by Odin was to feel the full gravity of the cosmos pressing briefly against the small warm circle of your life, and that feeling, once experienced, was not easily forgotten. The kings and chieftains of Scandinavia understood this better than most. Many of the great royal lineages of the Norse world traced their ancestry directly back to Odin, not as a distant abstraction, but as a genuine founding ancestor who had, at some moment far back in time, stepped out of the wandering life and left a thread of himself running forward through the generations. The Yngling dynasty, whose story is told in the Ynglinga saga, claimed Odin as their forefather. And they were not alone. Rulers across Norway, Sweden, and Denmark built their authority in part on this connection, the sense that the blood of the All-Father moved in their veins and had given them both the right and the burden of leadership. Whether this was understood as literal descent or as something more like a spiritual inheritance is difficult to say now, but the claim was made seriously and received seriously because a king with Odin's lineage behind him was a king whose decisions carried the shadow of something ancient and deliberate. He was not merely ruling his people, he was, in some sense, continuing a purpose that Odin himself had set in motion. The sagas describe Odin appearing before certain warriors and rulers at pivotal moments, arriving as an old man, offering a word of counsel or occasionally a weapon, and then vanishing before anyone could ask him to stay. He gave his famous spear Gungnir to those he favoured in battle, and he granted victories, though never unconditionally. He was not a patron in the simp, sense of the word. He was more like a force that passed through a life, leaving it permanently altered. The warriors he visited before great battles did not always survive them, and some of his most famous favourites, Sigmund of the Volsung line, whom he armed with a sword drawn from a great tree, were ultimately abandoned by him at the moment of their death, the sword shattered by Odin's own staff when the time he had appointed for that life had run out. He gave, and then he withdrew what he had given, and the withdrawal was as deliberate as the gift. This is why the Norse people could never quite relax in his favour. However, the ordinary person, the farmer, the fisherman, the woman spinning thread by a low fire while the wind came off the sea, had their own quieter relationship with him. They left offerings at the carved wooden figures that marked the crossroads, the places where roads met and choices were made, because crossroads were understood as Odin's domain, the intersections where one direction became another, and the future branched in ways that could not entirely be foreseen. They poured a little of whatever they had, mead, grain, the first portion of a meal, and spoke his name softly, not demanding anything, just acknowledging that he was somewhere in the world and that they were aware of him. They kept a lamp burning near the door on certain nights, not out of simple superstition, but out of something that felt more like courtesy, an acknowledgement that the road outside was long and dark, and that a wanderer might be moving along it who was more than he appeared. In the Norse understanding, hospitality to a stranger was not merely good manners. It was a sacred practice, because any stranger, bent, one-eyed, his hat pulled low over his face, might be Odin himself, passing through the human world in his perpetual search for whatever it was he had not yet found. To turn such a stranger away from your fire was not only an unkindness, it was a failure of a fundamental duty, and it might be noticed by someone whose memory was very long. And so the Norse people maintained their fires and their offerings and their careful courtesy to wanderers on the road, weaving Odin into the small fabric of daily life, even when he was nowhere in sight, because the truth was that they could never be entirely sure he wasn't. They left gifts at the crossroads and kept the lamp burning by the door, because you never quite knew when the old man in the wide hat might come walking out of the dark. When you put all the stories together and look at what remains, what you have is not really the story of a god at all. It is the story of a question that could not be put down, of something restless and searching that moved through the world in the shape of an old man with a wide hat and a long road ahead of him, paying for every answer with something it hurt to lose. The eye went first, sinking into the dark water of Mimir's well, where it has rested ever since, watching from below what it could no longer see from above. Then came the 9 nights on the wind-cold tree, the hunger, the cold, the long silence broken only by the creak of branches and the sound of his own breathing growing thinner. Each sacrifice purchased something real, each cost was met with open eyes. And what makes Odin's story linger the way it does, settling quietly into the mind like the last light of a winter afternoon, is not the power he accumulated, but the willingness behind each step, the understanding, written into his nature from the very beginning, that nothing worth knowing comes without a price, that the asking is still worth it. This was the first truth Odin learned, that genuine seeking always requires genuine payment, that seeing further than other eyes could reach meant learning to see through eyes fundamentally transformed, diminished but more capable of perceiving what truly mattered. The wandering itself became the answer, not a final destination to reach, but a manner of traveling where each step taken and each sacrifice made carved him into a being capable of understanding worlds beyond himself. In every wound, something healed. In every darkness, light was slowly learned. The losses were never losses, but transformations. His eye still rests at the bottom of Mimisbrunner. The old stories tell us it has never stopped seeing. There is something gentle in that image, if you let yourself sit with it for a moment. The idea that what we give away in the pursuit of understanding does not simply vanish but continues, quietly, to do its work in the dark. The runes he carved out of 9 nights of suffering spread from Yggdrasil outward into every corner of the 9 worlds. Cut into the handles of swords and the prows of ships and the bark of trees at the edge of villages, carrying his sacrifice in every groove. Hugin and Munin rose each morning and returned each evening. Thought and memory together, making a kind of wholeness that neither could manage alone. The wolves waited at his feet. Sleipnir stood ready in the stable, and still Odin pulled his grey cloak close and stepped out onto another road. This was because the road was the only place where the next answer might be found. He could not bear to stop looking while there was still something left to learn. He had seen the shape of the ending, the wolf's open jaws, the fire spreading from Muspelheim, the silence that would follow, and he walked toward it anyway, not because he was unafraid, but because courage, in the Norse understanding of the world, was exactly that, moving forward when you already know what is waiting. Every morning the ravens flew out into a world he could not entirely hold. Every morning he let them go. There is a kind of grace in that, quiet and unhurried, the grace of someone who has accepted that understanding the world and controlling it are two very different things, that the first is worth every sacrifice, even when the second remains forever out of reach. The hat brim drops low, the road bends, the grey cloak disappears into the dusk the way the last colour leaves, the sky at the end of a long day. Gradually, then all at once. Then the dark settles in soft and complete. The night is full of the sound of wind in old branches, and somewhere out on the long roads between the worlds, if the old stories are to be believed, the wanderer is still walking. Good evening, and welcome to our podcast. And tonight I'll serve as your companion as we travel through the ancient Norse cosmos, following the greatest god of thunder who ever lived, Thor, the son of Odin, the defender of Midgard, and one of the most beloved figures in all of world mythology. We will follow him across all 9 worlds, from the golden halls of Asgard to the frozen mountains of Jotunheim, from the misty depths of Niflheim to the shimmering luminous plains of Alfheim. We will stand beside him as he lifts his hammer against giants and serpents, as he outwits creatures far stranger than anything the daylit world contains, and as he returns home again and again to the world he loves and the people he was born to protect. It is a long and winding story, told across many adventures, and tonight it belongs entirely to you. First, though, let us pause together to settle in and let the day grow quiet around us. Whatever the hours before this moment asked of you, they are finished now. There is nothing left tonight that requires your attention or your effort. All of that has been set aside. Here, in this space, the only thing you are asked to do is rest. Close your eyes if you haven't already, and allow your body to grow heavy against the surface beneath you. Feel the mattress or pillow holding you, supporting you completely, asking nothing of you in return. Notice the places where your body makes contact with the bed, your shoulders, the backs of your arms, your hips and legs, and allow each of those places to soften just a little, releasing whatever small amount of tension they may still be holding. There is no need to hurry. You have all the time in the world. With your eyes closed, take a slow breath in through your nose and feel your chest and belly rise gently. Hold it there for just a moment, easy, unhurried, and then let it go. As you exhale, imagine that the breath carries with it some small portion of whatever still feels unresolved from the day. A worry, a thought, a tightness somewhere in the body. You are not forcing anything away. You are simply allowing it to go, the way a leaf releases from a branch in autumn when the time is right. Take another breath, slow and full, and feel yourself sinking a little deeper into the warmth beneath you. Your body already knows how to rest. It has been waiting for this permission all day. With every breath out, it remembers a little more. Now, let us imagine together that you are lying in a field somewhere in a place that feels very old and very safe. The ground beneath you is soft and cool, covered in deep grass that has grown undisturbed for centuries. Overhead, the sky is wide and darkening, moving from the last pale grey of evening toward a deep, clear blue scattered with early stars. There is a wind moving through the grass around you, gentle, unhurried, carrying with it the faint smell of pine from forests somewhere in the distance. You feel completely held by the earth beneath you, the way you might feel cradled in something much larger than yourself, something that has been here long before you arrived and will remain long after the night has passed. There is a kind of stillness in this place that does not feel empty. It feels full of old stories, old memory, old power, the kind that does not demand anything of you but simply exists, like stone and starlight. Somewhere, very far above you and very far away, a soft rumble of thunder moves across the sky. Not threatening, low and long and almost musical, the way thunder sounds when a storm is still hours distant, still far out over the open sea. You breathe in again, and the air tastes clean, the way it always does when rain is somewhere on the horizon. It is in a world very much like this one, wide and ancient and full of quiet power, that our story takes place. A world where gods walked out into the 9 realms the way a traveller walks out into an open road, where the sky had a name, and the earth had a mother, and the great tree at the centre of all things held the cosmos together the way roots hold a hillside after a long rain. And at the heart of that world, moving through all of it, with a hammer in his hand and fire in his heart, was Thor. Let your breathing slow just a little more now. Feel the weight of your body settling, your thoughts beginning to loosen and drift, the day growing quieter and further away with every breath. You are safe here. You are warm. There is nowhere else to be tonight. And so, with the sound of distant thunder rolling softly across a wide and open sky, our story begins. Before we can follow Thor across the 9 worlds, we need to understand the world that holds all 9 of them together. In the Old Norse tradition, the cosmos was not a vast and empty darkness with scattered points of light. It was a living structure, rooted and branching, held in place by something ancient beyond measure. That structure was Yggdrasil, the great ash tree. The Norse people understood it, not as a symbol or a metaphor, but as the actual framework of all existence, the thing that kept the worlds from flying apart into nothing. Yggdrasil stretched from the deepest cold beneath everything to the highest reaches of the divine. Its branches arched over Asgard, the home of the gods, spreading across the sky like an open hand cradling everything it could reach. 3 great roots extended downward from its base, each drinking from a different well. One root reached into Asgard itself, drawing from the well of Urd, that sat at the foot of the tree and held the waters of fate. waters so sacred that anything touched by them turned white as the inside of an eggshell. Another route stretched toward the realm of the frost giants, where the well of Mimir lay quiet and still, filled with the kind of knowledge that most beings could not carry without being changed by it. The third route descended into Niflheim, the oldest and coldest of all the realms, where the spring called Vergelmir bubbled up from beneath the ice and fed the tree from below. At the well of Erd, 3 women worked without rest. They were the Norns, Erd, who represented what had already passed, Verdandi, who held the present moment in her hands, Skuld, who turned slowly toward what was yet to come. Each day, the Norns drew water from the well and poured it over the roots of Yggdrasil, packed its bark with clay and white earth, worked to keep it strong. This was because, if Yggdrasil weakened, everything would weaken with it. Beneath all of this, in the deepest cold beneath Niflheim, a creature called Nidhogg gnawed endlessly at the roots of the tree. Nidhogg was a dragon, according to the old sources. Though the word barely captures what it meant, it was ancient and patient and relentless. It had been working at the roots of the world for as long as anyone could remember. A great eagle perched somewhere high in the upper branches. A squirrel named Ratatoskra ran between them, carrying messages from one end of the tree to the other, stirring whatever unease it could along the way. The tree itself was always tending toward decay, always being repaired, always under some form of pressure from above and below. Yet it held through everything, age after age. This was because the Norns would not let it fall. The 9 worlds themselves were arranged along the tree-like stops on a road that bent through very different kinds of country. High in the branches, where the light was clear and steady, sat Asgard, the home of the Aesir gods, a place of golden halls and wide skies, of order and divine authority. Not far from it, also in the upper reaches, lay Vanaheim, home to a different family of gods, the Vanir, who were older in certain ways and more deeply connected to the rhythms of the natural world. Alfheim occupied a bright tier of its own, inhabited by the light elves, beings of extraordinary grace. In the middle of the tree, at the center of everything, sat Midgard, the realm of human beings, the world that Thor would come to think of as his particular responsibility, the place he returned to again and again across all his adventures. Midgard was ringed by a vast and restless ocean, and in those waters something enormous coiled and waited. But that is a story for later. Nearby in the middle reaches sat Jotunheim, the homeland of the giants, a place of dark forests and bare stone mountains where the wind never quite stopped. There was also Nidavellir, sometimes called Svartalfheim, the underground realm of the dwarves, carved into the deep places of the earth and filled with the amber light of forge fires and the sound of metal being shaped by patient, expert hands. Lower still, in the cold and mist, lay Niflheim, the primordial world of ice and darkness, one of the 2 realms that had existed before all the others. Across from it in spirit, if not in physical arrangement, burned Muspelheim, the realm of fire, a place so hot and bright that no frost giant could enter it, and no ordinary god had any reason to, and below all of it, reachable only by a long road through Niflheim, sat Helheim, the realm of the dead, ruled by a being called Hel, who was neither entirely living nor entirely departed, whose hall was vast and quiet in the way that only a place holding the countless dead can be quiet. These were the 9 worlds, each distinct, each inhabited by its own kinds of beings, each tethered to the others by the roots and branches of the great ash tree. The connections between these worlds were not merely physical, but fundamental to how they functioned. A being traveling from one realm to another would feel the shift immediately, not just in scenery, but in the nature of reality itself. Time moved differently in some places. The very air felt heavier or lighter, depending on which realm one inhabited. Magic that worked perfectly in Asgard might fail entirely in Midgard, while the dwarves' ancient craftsmanship held power everywhere. The inhabitants of each world understood their place within the greater structure, understood that the survival of one realm depended upon the survival of all the others. This was not a voluntary arrangement, but a cosmic necessity, woven into the fabric of existence itself by forces older than memory. No single god held all of it in view, not even Odin with his ravens and his restless seeking, but Thor, who would travel further and more often than almost any other among the Aesir, would come to know more of it than most. He would walk through its forests and cross its rivers and stand in halls that no human being would ever see, driven by something that was not quite duty and not quite restlessness, but something partway between the two. And at the center of it all, the great tree breathed on, its leaves trembling with the weight of everything that had ever happened and everything that ever would. Thor was not born the way most gods in Asgard were born. His mother was not one of the celestial goddesses who walked the golden halls of the divine realm, draped in light and attended by handmaidens. His mother was Jord, the earth herself, the deep, dark, enduring presence beneath every mountain and every root and every stone. She was older than most things, vast and unhurried and utterly indifferent to the politics of gods. From her, Thor inherited something that no amount of divine lineage could have given him on its own. He inherited a connection to the physical world, to soil and storm and the raw, patient weight of things that grow. His father, Odin, was the All-Father, the god of wisdom and war and poetry and death, a figure of enormous complexity who moved through the world in use as often as he moved through it openly. Between these two parents, Thor arrived into the Norse cosmos, carrying something of both, the keen, far-reaching mind of Odin's bloodline, the grounded, elemental power of the earth beneath every living thing. This dual inheritance created a tension in him that never fully resolved. Where Odin sought knowledge through cunning and transformation, Thor sought truth through directness and force. Where the All-Father trafficked in hidden things and necessary deceptions, his son preferred clarity and honest dealing. Yet from his mother he had learned patience, the long, steady endurance of stone and soil, the knowledge that some things could not be rushed, that power expressed with restraint was sometimes greater than power expressed without limit. This combination of impulses created something unique among the divine beings of Asgard. A god who was both passionate and grounded, both fierce and measured, capable of understanding both the ambitions of heaven and the needs of the earth below. He was immense. The old sources describe him as the strongest of all the gods, stronger than any being in any of the 9 worlds, save perhaps a handful of the oldest giants. Even then the comparison was a close one. His hair was red, his beard full and red as well. His eyes were said to carry the color of a sky just before a storm breaks. Not quite blue, not quite grey, alive with something coiled and ready. He had a laugh that could shake the rafters of a great hall, a temper that could do the same thing for different reasons. He was not a subtle god. He did not deal in riddles or disguises the way his father did. When Thor arrived somewhere, the air knew it, the ground knew it. Anyone within a considerable distance knew it as well. There was a directness to him that the other gods sometimes found blunt, and the people of Midgard found deeply reassuring. This was because a god who says plainly what he means is a god you can understand. A god you can understand is a god you can trust. His hall in Asgard was called Bilskirnir. According to the old traditions, it was the largest building ever constructed anywhere in the 9 worlds. 540 rooms, a number so large it suggests something less like a home and more like a small country contained under one roof. He shared it with his wife Sif, whose hair was the color of ripe wheat fields in late summer. A golden so warm and particular that it was said the hair itself was a kind of blessing, something that carried the fertility of the harvest in its very color. Together they had a life that was, in its quieter moments, something genuinely peaceful. The great god of thunder sitting in his enormous hall. The fire going, Sif moving through the rooms with the unhurried grace that seemed to come naturally to her. But the hall could not hold him for long. Thor kept a chariot. The chariot was pulled by two goats whose names were Tangrisnir and Tangnjostra, names that translate, roughly, to something like teeth-bearer and teeth-grinder. That gives you a reasonable impression of the animals in question. They were not gentle creatures. They were large and loud, and capable of crossing the sky at a speed that sent thunder rolling across every world below. Thor rode them with evident pleasure, the chariot swaying, Mjolnir resting at his side. The smell of rain and ozone spreading out behind him like a wake. When storms moved across Midgard and the people below heard the rumble building in the clouds, they understood that sound as the sound of Thor's chariot wheels on the road of the sky. The understanding was a comfort rather than a fear. He wore a belt called Meggingjord, that when fastened around his waist doubled the already extraordinary strength he carried naturally. He wore iron gloves called Jarngripra, without which he could not properly grip Mjolnir. The hammer's handle was short enough, for reasons that would come later, that the iron gloves were not a luxury, but a necessity. Together these things, the belt, the gloves, the hammer, made him something beyond even what he already was. A figure whose capacity for protection was nearly without limit in any of the 9 worlds he chose to move through. The hammer itself was the most important of these possessions, a weapon forged by the dwarven craftsman in ages past and made to return always to his hand after it was thrown. In the old stories, Mjolnir was described not merely as a tool of war, but as an instrument of order itself, a physical representation of Thor's role as the defender of cosmic stability against the forces of chaos that pressed always at the boundaries of the world, and he chose to move through them often. That was perhaps the most important thing about Thor, the quality that distinguished him from many of the other gods who were content to remain in Asgard and let the worlds turn without them. Thor was not built for stillness. He felt the threats gathering at the edges of things, the giants testing their strength, the great serpents circling beneath the sea, the old chaotic energies pressing against the order that the gods had spent so long constructing. And he could not simply sit with that knowledge and do nothing. He went out, again and again, in story after story preserved in the old Norse poems and later in the prose collections of Snorri Sturluson. Thor went out into the cold and the dark and the difficult places of the cosmos, and he put himself, elf between the danger and the things he had decided to protect. The people of Midgard were chief among those things, the farmers and fishermen and travellers who lived in the middle world. Surrounded by seas and forests and all the uncertainty that comes with a life lived close to the earth, those were Thor's people, in a way that felt personal rather than merely divine. He was their guardian, not because some arrangement had made him so, but because he had chosen it over and over, every time he picked up Mjolnir and walked towards something difficult. He was not content to sit in golden halls while the 9 worlds turned. He wanted to be out in them, moving through them, present in them, alive in every corner of them. The story of how Thor came to carry the most famous hammer in all of mythology begins, as so many Norse stories do, with Loki doing something he absolutely should not have done. No one knows exactly what possessed him to do it. Perhaps it was boredom. Perhaps it was the particular restlessness that seemed to live inside Loki the way storms live inside clouds, always looking for a way out. But one night, while the halls of Asgard were quiet and Sif lay sleeping, Loki crept to her side and cut away every strand of her golden hair. Sif's hair was not ordinary hair, the way that nothing in Asgard was ever quite ordinary. It fell like sunlight made solid. It was one of the most admired things in all the 9 worlds. When she woke and found it gone, shorn to the root and left in a pile on the floor beside her, the grief and humiliation she felt were immediate and absolute. And when Thor found out what had happened, which he did very quickly, this was because Loki was not as careful about hiding these things as he perhaps believed. His rage was the kind that shook the walls of Bilskirnir and sent the lesser gods stepping quietly out of his way. Thor seized Loki by whatever part of him was easiest to hold and made it very clear, with the kind of directness that Thor was known for, that there were only 2 possible outcomes. Mess. Loki would find a way to restore Sif's hair, or Loki would find himself considerably worse off than he currently was. Faced with this choice, Loki agreed to make things right. The stakes of his failure were not abstract to Loki. Thor's anger was not something that could be reasoned away or delayed indefinitely. The god of thunder was famously patient with the giants and monsters arrayed against the 9 worlds, but his patience with Loki had long since worn thin from repeated insults and betrayals. There was a sense, as Loki made his decision, that this particular debt would be his last chance, that if he failed now, all of Asgard would not be large enough to contain Thor's wrath. This was the desperation that drove him forward, the knowledge that he had already used up most of the gods' goodwill, and that his existence in Asgard hung by a thread as thin and fragile as Sif's severed hair. He travelled down through the roots of Yggdrasil, deep beneath the world that ordinary beings inhabited, into the underground realm of Svartalfheim, where the dwarves lived and worked in their great carved halls. These were not creatures of the upper world. They had no interest in open sky or open meadow. Their kingdom was one of stone and firelight, of forges burning in the dark, of hammers ringing against metal through the long hours when the rest of the 9 worlds slept. The sons of Ivaldi were the finest craftsmen among them. Loki came to them with his most persuasive manner and asked them to make new hair for Sif, hair spun from real gold that would grow as living hair grows, feel as living hair feels. The sons of Ivaldi agreed, and what they produced was extraordinary. The hair they fashioned was finer than anything made of metal had any right to be, soft enough to move in a breeze, golden enough to seem lit from within. But they did not stop there. While the forges were hot and the work was flowing well, they also crafted 2 other treasures, a great ship called Skidbladnir, that could sail any sea and fold down small enough to fit inside a pocket, a spear called Gungnir, which would become Odin's own weapon and never miss its mark. 3 treasures, each one singular in all the 9 worlds. Loki looked at them and, in the way that Loki's mind worked, immediately began to wonder if he could do even better. There were 2 other dwarves in Svartalfheim, brothers named Sindri and Brokkr, and Loki approached them with a wager. He offered his own head as the prize, betting that Sindri and Brokkr could not forge 3 treasures equal in quality to those of the sons of Ivaldi. The brothers accepted without hesitation. Brokkr worked the bellows while Sindri fed the forge. What emerged first was a golden boar named Gullimbursti, whose bristles shone so brightly that it could light the way through the darkest night. Then came the ring Draupnir, a gold ring from which 8 identical rings would drop every 9th night, multiplying wealth without end. And then they began the hammer. Sindri placed the metal in the forge and told Brokkr not to stop working the bellows under any circumstances, no matter what happened. Loki watched this with growing unease. He had been so confident in his wager. Now he was watching something extraordinary take shape in the fire. He understood that he had miscalculated. So he did what he sometimes did when the world was not going the way he preferred. He changed his shape. He became a small biting insect and landed on Brokkr's hand and stung him once. While Sindri was out of the room, Brokkr flinched but kept working. Loki stung him again, harder this time, on the neck. Brokkr gritted his teeth and kept the bellows moving. The third time, Loki landed on Brokkr's eyelid and drove in the deepest sting he could manage. This time, Brokkr's hands faltered just briefly, just for a moment, before he recovered. When Sindri pulled the hammer from the forge, it was complete in every way but one. The handle was shorter than it should have been, shortened by that single moment when the bellows had slowed and the heat had shifted. In every other respect, the hammer was unlike anything that had ever been made. They called it Mjolnir. Loki carried all 6 treasures back up through the deep roots of the world tree and into Asgard, where the gods assembled to judge them. Sif received her golden hair. It settled onto her head and took root and gleamed just as her own hair once had. Odin received Gungnir and Skidbladnir. The Vanir god Freyr received Gullinbursti and Skidbladnir. Odin received Dropnir, and Thor received Mjolnir. When he lifted it, even the shortened handle felt exactly right in his hand. When the gods debated the quality of all 6 treasures, they were unanimous. Despite the imperfect handle, Mjolnir was the greatest of them all. It could level mountains when he swung it. It would return to his hand whenever he threw it, flying back through whatever distance lay between them as inevitably as thunder follows lightning. It could be made small enough to tuck beneath his shirt, hidden from any enemy's eye, and it could do something that no weapon of destruction ought to have been able to do. It could hallow and bless. Thor would hold it over newborns to protect them, over fields at the start of planting season to bring rain, over the bodies of the dead to consecrate their passage. It was both the weapon that defended Midgard from the giants who would unmake it, the sacred instrument through which Thor connected the world of gods to the world of human beings. Loki, for his part, kept his head. The gods ruled that while Sindri and Brokkr had won the wager fairly, they could have Loki's head, but not his neck. Since there was no way to take one without the other, the matter was settled in a compromise that satisfied almost no one. And in a way, the very flaw in the handle, the thing Loki's meddling had caused, only made it more Thor's own. One morning, Thor reached beside him in sleep and found nothing. His hand moved across the place where Mjolnir always rested, close enough to touch without thinking, close enough that he could find it in total darkness, and it was not there. He sat up. He searched the floor beside the bed, then the room, then the hall beyond, moving through Bilskirnir with a growing urgency that he could not quite contain. The hammer was gone, not misplaced, not moved to another corner of the room by accident, gone entirely as though it had never been there at all. For a god who had carried that hammer since the dwarves had placed it in his hands, whose arm had grown so accustomed to its weight that sleep itself felt incomplete without it, the absence was almost physically wrong, like a sound that had been playing for years and had suddenly stopped in the middle of night. He found Loki not long after, and the look on Thor's face told Loki everything before a word was spoken. Together, they began the work of finding out what had happened. Loki, who had a particular talent for moving through the 9 worlds unnoticed, borrowed the falcon cloak that belonged to Freyr, slipping into it and rising into the sky above Asgard, angling north and east toward the cold territories that lay beyond the borders of the god's realm. He did not have to search for very long. The giant Thrym was not difficult to find, and he was not particularly interested in hiding what he had done. He sat on a hillside in Jotunheim, plaiting golden collars for his hounds with the comfortable satisfaction of someone who had already won. When Loki asked him, directly, whether he knew anything about a missing hammer, Thrym smiled the way people smile when they have been waiting for the question. He had taken it, he said. He had buried it 8 miles deep in the earth, somewhere no one would find it without his help. And he would return it under one condition, that Freyr, the most beautiful of all the goddesses, be given to him as his bride. Loki brought this message back to Asgard, and the gods gathered to consider it. Freya, when she heard the terms, was not calm about it. She was furious in the particular way that someone is furious when they have been treated as a thing to be bargained with, and the fury radiated off her in a way that, according to some tellings, actually shook the great hall of the gods. Her necklace, the famous Brisingamen, trembled at her throat. She refused plainly and without negotiation, and that was the end of that avenue. The gods stood in council and tried to think of another way. It was Heimdall, the watchman of Asgard, who had always been a patient and far-seeing sort of god, who offered the suggestion that no one else had been quite willing to say aloud. Thor, he said, should dress as the bride. He should put on the veil, the dress, the famous necklace that Freya refused to lend but that might be borrowed for the occasion, and travel to Jotunheim in disguise. Once Thrym placed Mjolnir in his lap, which was the custom to lay the hammer in the bride's lap as a blessing at a Norse wedding. Thor would have everything he needed. Thor did not like this plan. He said so, at some length, in the way that a very large and very proud god tends to say things he does not like. The idea of dressing in women's clothes and presenting himself to a hall full of giants as something he was not offended him, on several levels simultaneously. But the gods reminded him, quietly and persistently, that without Mjolnir, Asgard had no real protection. The hammer was not simply his weapon. It was the thing that stood between the 9 worlds and the forces that wished to break them apart. And so, eventually, Thor agreed. Loki offered to come along as the bridesmaid, which was either an act of genuine loyalty or an opportunity he found too interesting to pass up, and likely it was both. They dressed Thor carefully. The veil was long enough to hide the red beard, if one was not looking too closely. The gown was fitted with keys hung at the belt, in the traditional manner of a Norse bride, and the Brisingamen was fastened at the throat. When they were finished, he looked, from a certain distance, in a certain light, approximately like what they needed him to look like. Loki, beside him, appeared entirely comfortable with the situation, which was its own kind of thing. The journey to Jotunheim passed through cold and open country, and the chariot moved fast across the landscape, the goats pulling hard, the wheels throwing sparks where they touched the stones of the road. Thrym had prepared a feast. He had been expecting this outcome, apparently, had believed his terms would be met, and had set the long tables of his hall with an abundance that suggested he was genuinely pleased about the marriage he believed he was about to enter into. He came out to meet them with the warmth of a host who has been looking forward to the evening for some time. They sat down to the feast, and this is where things became complicated. Thor, who had not eaten since before the journey, and who was, at his most restrained, a person of considerable appetite, began to work through the food on the table with a thoroughness that began to attract attention. An entire ox disappeared. 8 salmon followed. All the smaller dishes that had been set aside for the women of the party were gone. 3 full horns of mead were drained in succession. Thrym watched this with a growing uncertainty that he could not quite name. He leaned toward the veiled figure beside him and remarked that he had never, in all his years, seen a bride eat quite like that. Loki, sitting across the table in his bridesmaid's dress, answered without missing a beat. The bride, he explained, had been so overcome with longing for this wedding, had been so feverish with anticipation for 8 entire days, that she had not been able to eat a single thing since the invitation arrived. She had saved her appetite, you might say, for the occasion itself. Thrym seemed to find this touching. He leaned in a little closer and attempted to steal a look beneath the veil, trying to catch the eye of his new bride, and what he saw there gave him a moment of genuine alarm. The eyes beneath that veil were not soft or shy. They were the color of firelight, and they were looking at him with an intensity that he found difficult to explain. He mentioned this as well. He had never seen a bride with eyes that burned quite like that. Loki, again, was ready. She had not slept in 8 nights, he said. The excitement, you understand. The sleeplessness had made her eyes fierce. Thrym accepted this. The feast continued, and then, because the evening had reached the point where the old traditions called for it, Thrym ordered that Mjolnir be brought forward and laid in the bride's lap as a blessing, as a hallowing of the marriage that was about to be made. The hammer was carried in and placed across Thor's knees. The hall erupted in the next moment in a way that left very little of it standing. Thor's hand closed around the handle of Mjolnir with the completeness of something returning to where it belonged, and he rose from the table in a single motion, the veil falling away, and what had seemed like a wedding became something else entirely in the space of a breath. Thrym was the first, and then the rest of the hall, and when it was over, the long tables and the careful preparations and the golden dog collars were all part of a landscape that had changed considerably from what it had been an hour before. Thor stood in the wreckage of the feast with Mjolnir in his hand, and the weight of it settled into his arm the way it always did, the way that nothing else ever quite did, solid and familiar and exactly right. Loki gathered the hem of his bridesmaid's dress with considerable dignity and suggested that they begin the journey home. They went back the way they had come, through the cold open miles of Jotunheim, the chariot moving fast under a wide sky that was beginning to pale toward dawn. Thor held the hammer across his knees and did not say very much. There was, perhaps, not a great deal to say. He had done what needed to be done. He had done it in a veil and a borrowed necklace, which was a detail he intended to think about as little as possible going forward, and he had his hammer back, and the 9 worlds were, for the moment, as safe as they had been before Thrym had decided to make his move. By the time he crossed back into Asgard, hammer in hand and veil trailing behind him, even Odin was laughing. There was a journey to Jotunheim that Thor did not fully understand until it was over. It began simply enough, the way many of his journeys did, with companions, a road. The particular confidence that comes from having already faced worse things than whatever might be waiting ahead. Loki was with him, as Loki so often was. Alongside them travelled Thor's young servant, Thjalfi, a fleet-footed boy who had come to serve Thor under circumstances that would eventually find their own place in these stories. The 3 of them made their way east, through the borderlands where Midgard gave way to the wilder country of Jotunheim, where the trees grew enormous and the light changed quality in a way that was difficult to name, thinner somehow and slower to warm. They had no particular quarrel to settle when they set out, no giant they had been sent to punish, and no errand from Asgard pressing at their backs. Thor was, in his own quiet way, curious about the great fortress he had heard spoken of. Utgard, they called it, a place ruled by a giant who went by the name Utgard Loki, though he had no blood or kinship with the trickster god at Thor's side. The name was a coincidence that would later carry its own kind of irony. Utgard itself was said to be vast, a place unlike any hall in Asgard, not beautiful in the way that Asgard was beautiful, but immense in a way that was almost beyond reasoning. Its walls so tall that you had to tilt your head far back to find where they ended against the sky. When they arrived and passed through the gates, Utgard Loki received them in his great hall with a courtesy that had something cool and watchful behind it. He was enormous even by the standards of the Jotnar, settled among his companions like a mountain that had decided to take a seat. He looked Thor over with an expression that carried neither fear nor particular respect. He said, according to the telling preserved in Snorri Sturluson's Prose Edda, that no one was permitted to remain in Utgard who could not demonstrate some skill or ability beyond what ordinary beings possessed. He said it pleasantly, Thor accepted the terms without hesitation, because Thor generally did. Loki went first. He had been hungry for some time, and offered to prove himself in an eating contest. That seemed a reasonable enough way to begin. His opponent was a figure called Loki, who sat down across a long wooden trough filled with meat and took up his position without ceremony. They began at opposite ends and ate toward the middle. Loki ate with a speed and determination that would have been remarkable in almost any other company. By the time he reached the center of the trough, he had consumed every scrap of meat along his half. Loki, however, had consumed not only the meat, but the bones alongside it, and the trough itself. He had eaten everything. The hall registered this result with quiet satisfaction. Loki sat back with the particular expression of a man who has lost fairly and is not entirely pleased about it. Thjalfi ran next, and his opponent was called Hugi. The boy was genuinely fast, faster than most beings in Midgard had cause to be, and he ran the length of the course with everything he had. Hugi reached the far end and was already turned and waiting by the time Thjalfi arrived. They ran again, and the margin was larger. A third time, and Thjalfi had barely reached the midpoint of the course before Hugi crossed the finish. There was no argument to be made. The boy had run as well as he was capable of running, and it had not been close. Then it was Thor's turn, and the hall waited. The first challenge Loki offered him was a drinking horn, a long, curved vessel that the giants apparently used for ordinary drinking, or so they said. Loki mentioned, almost as an aside, that the custom among his people was to drain such a horn in a single draught, or at most 2, that a man of genuine ability might manage it in 3. Thor lifted the horn. It was heavier than he expected. When he looked into it, the liquid caught the light in a way that made it seem very deep. He drank. He drank with the full strength of his lungs and his will, the way he had drained horns at feasts in Valhalla without a second thought. When he pulled the horn from his lips, expecting to find it empty or nearly so, the level had dropped by only a little. He could not say by how much. It had barely changed. He drank again, with even more determination. He could feel the effort of it in his chest and his jaw. He lowered the horn and looked. It was marginally lower than before. The hall observed this with the careful attention of beings who already knew what was happening and were watching to see how long it would take to become obvious. Thor drank a third time. He gave it everything he had, the kind of effort that belongs to a being who carries storms inside him, who throws lightning across the sky between worlds. When he finally set the horn down on the bench beside him, it was still substantially full. He looked at it for a long moment. The hall was quiet. The next test Loki offered was simpler in appearance. He asked Thor to lift his cat. A large grey cat moved out from somewhere near the wall and settled on the floor in front of Thor, regarding him with the particular indifference that cats carry as a matter of principle. Thor reached down and placed both hands beneath it and lifted. The cat arched. One paw left the floor, only one, no matter how Thor pressed upward, with all the strength he possessed. The animal curved above him like an arch that wouldn't break. Only a single paw rose into the air before the effort became something Thor could not sustain. He lowered his hands. The cat settled back onto the floor and looked at nothing in particular. The hall was very quiet now. Loki offered him a third challenge, almost gently. If Thor was reluctant to compete in feats of strength, perhaps he might try a wrestling match. His proposed opponent was an old woman named Ellie, who moved out from the side of the hall with the slow and deliberate steps of someone who has long since stopped hurrying for anyone. She was ancient in the way that few things in the 9 worlds are ancient, worn and settled and beyond surprise. Thor took hold of her and found that she was entirely immovable. He pressed harder. She did not shift. She pressed back, and gradually, with a steadiness that was more unsettling than force would have been, she brought him to one knee. He could not get up from it. He remained there for a moment, braced against something that seemed to have no edge, to push against. Then Utgard Loki called an end to the contest, as if out of a kind of courtesy. Thor sat down. He did not speak for a while. They were fed well that night and given a place to sleep. Utgard Loki was a generous host in every other respect, but the weight of the evening had settled over Thor's companions, and even Loki was quieter than usual. In the morning, Utgard Loki himself walked them to the gates of the fortress. It was there, as they were about to go their separate ways, that he told them the truth. There had been no horn. That is to say, there had been a horn, but its far end had been resting in the ocean. Thor had drunk from the sea itself. In doing so, had caused the tide to go out in a way that had frightened the peoples of Midgard along the shore. The cat was Jormungandr, the Midgard serpent, coiled and disguised. The fact that Thor had lifted a single paw meant that he had moved the creature that encircles the entire world. And Ellie, the old woman, was old age itself. That nothing in existence has ever wrestled to the ground. The eating contest had pitted Loki against fire, which consumes everything. The foot race had set Thjalfi against thought, which arrives before the body has left its starting position. Utgard Loki said all of this calmly, standing in the gateway of his fortress. He said that he had not believed such a being as Thor could exist before that night, that he could never allow Thor inside his halls again. This was because now that he understood what Thor was actually capable of, he knew what the result would be. He said this without embarrassment or particular apology, in the manner of someone explaining a practical decision. Thor raised Mjolnir. Utgard Loki was gone. The fortress was gone. There was only open ground where the walls had been, a flat and featureless expanse of Jotunheim, without a stone or timber to account for what had just been there. Thor stood with the hammer raised and nowhere to bring it down. He stood like that for a moment. Then slowly he lowered his arm. What remained with him, in the quiet that followed, was something more complicated than anger. He had failed 3 contests and been told, afterward, that he had nearly moved the ocean, nearly lifted the world serpent, nearly matched the force of time itself. He had not known any of that while it was happening. He had simply felt, for the first time in any contest he could remember, genuinely unable to do enough. And there was something in that feeling, not comfortable, but not entirely without value either, that stayed with him on the road. When he turned back to the road, the fortress was gone. There was only the wide, cold landscape of Jotunheim, spreading out in every direction, as silent and unchanged as it had always been. Not all of Thor's journeys to Jotunheim began with a plan he had made himself. Some of them began with Loki. That was, in its own way, a plan of the very worst kind. This particular story is preserved in the Prose Edda and in the old skaldic poem known as Thor's Drapa. It begins not with thunder or a missing hammer or any clear cause for alarm, but simply with Loki borrowing something that did not belong to him. Freyja owned a cloak made of falcon feathers, a garment that allowed whoever wore it to take the shape of a bird and move through the sky with perfect freedom. Loki borrowed this cloak, as he had done before, lifted himself into the air above Asgard in the body of a falcon, riding the high cold currents between worlds with what could only be described as entirely unwarranted confidence. He flew down into Jotunheim, drifting over dark forests and barren stone ridges, until he found himself near the hall of a giant named Gyrd. He perched there on a ledge, looking in, and Gyrd noticed him. Giants were not generally fond of birds sitting on their halls and staring at them with the particular intensity of a creature that knows more than it should. Gyrd ordered one of his servants to climb up and retrieve the falcon. The servant scrambled up the stone wall. Loki, finding this enormously entertaining, waited until the man was nearly within reach before attempting to fly away. and discovered, to his considerable alarm, that his feet had become stuck. Gyrod pulled him down and looked into the bird's strange eyes and understood immediately that this was no ordinary falcon. He kept Loki locked away, starved and uncomfortable, for 3 months, until Loki finally admitted who he was. Gyrod had no love for the gods of Asgard. He released Loki only after extracting a promise from him that Loki would return with Thor, that Thor would come without Mjolnir, without his belt of strength, without his iron gloves. Loki agreed, because Loki in a cage will agree to almost anything, then set about the complicated business of making it happen. The deception required careful planning. Loki could not simply inform Thor that Gyrod had demanded his presence. Such directness would have raised immediate suspicion and refusal. Instead, Loki framed the journey as an adventure, speaking of wonders to be seen and giants to be met with civility rather than conflict. He suggested that Thor's reputation as a warrior had grown perhaps too fierce, that it might be good for the god to demonstrate restraint and diplomatic skill rather than his customary violence. It was a cunning appeal to Thor's pride, and it worked as such appeals often do. Loki also convinced Thor that bringing his hammer and other protective gear would seem threatening to a host, that it would be interpreted as an insult, suggesting the giant could not be trusted to treat visitors fairly. With each suggestion, Loki wove the trap tighter, piece by piece, until Thor stood ready to walk into Gyrod's hall exactly as the giant had demanded. He found Thor and persuaded him to make the journey. Thor, who was not always as suspicious of Loki's invitations as he perhaps ought to have been, agreed to go. They travelled together through the outer reaches of Asgard and into the wild country between worlds. It was along this road that something unexpected happened in Thor's favour. They passed through the lands of a giantess named Grid, a figure who appears in the old sources as a being of unusual goodwill toward the gods. Grid knew exactly where they were going and what Gyrod intended. She sat Thor down and told him plainly what Loki had promised on his behalf. Thor, who had left Mjolnir and his other gear behind at Loki's urging, understood the shape of the trap that had been laid. Grid did not linger on the unfairness of it. She simply went to her own stores and brought out what she had: her belt of strength, her own iron gloves, a sturdy magical staff she called Gridarvel. She pressed them into Thor's hands with the calm efficiency of someone who has seen enough of the world to know that a god walking into a giant's hall unarmed is a god who will not walk back out again. Thor accepted them without any excess of words. They parted ways with the quiet understanding that Grid had done what she could. The rest was his. He and Thjalfi, his young companion who had been travelling with him through this part of the journey, continued south and east into Gyrod's territory, moving through country that grew darker and more inhospitable with every mile. The trees thinning out, the ground hardening beneath their feet, the sky above acquiring the flat grey quality that Jotunheim skies often had, as though all the warmth of the world had been pressed out of it by the sheer weight of stone and cold. Eventually they reached the river Vimur, one of the great rivers that ran through the territories of the giants, and they waded in. The water was deep and fast to begin with, rushing dark and cold around their legs. Partway across, the river began to rise. It came up quickly, fed by something other than rain or snowmelt. Climbing from their knees to their waists and beyond, the current strengthening as the water climbed. Thor understood at once. Gyrod, watching from somewhere upstream, had caused the flooding deliberately, channeling the river higher to sweep them off their feet and drown them before they ever reached the hall. Thor drove the Gridarvel into the riverbed and pressed against it, holding his footing while the water churned white around him. He looked to the bank and found what he needed: a rowan tree leaning out over the water, its branches close enough to grasp. He caught hold of it and steadied himself against both the staff and the tree. bracing in the full force of the flood, with the kind of calm that only comes from having stood against worse things before. The river reached its height and found that it could not move him. After some time it began to fall again. The retreat of the waters was as sudden as their rise, as though Gyrod had released them from his power all at once. Thor waded the remaining distance to the far bank with the deliberate pace of a warrior who understands that showing haste is sometimes interpreted as fear. The Alfie followed close behind, both of them watching the water cascade back to its normal channels with the same careful attention they would have given to a living enemy. The rowan tree that had saved Thor's life bent and groaned as the pressure eased, its roots straining against the stone and earth that held it. Thor made a mental note of this, the small acts of aid that came unexpectedly in a hostile land, the way the simplest things could mean the difference between life and drowning. He stood dripping on the stones of Jotunheim and looked toward the hall that waited ahead. Gyrod's hall was enormous in the way that all giant architecture tends to be, built on a scale that communicates power before anything else has a chance to speak. Thor and Thjalfi were shown to a building near the main hall, a kind of outbuilding where guests were left to wait. Thor found a chair there and sat down. Almost immediately the chair began to rise, lifting him toward the ceiling with a slow but steady force. Thor planted the gridarvel against the rafters above him and pressed back downward. There was a sharp sound from beneath the chair. The sound, it turned out, of two of Gyrod's daughters breaking. Daughters who had hidden below the seat and were trying to hurl him upward into the beams. He pressed until they cried out and the chair fell back to the floor. That was the end of that. When he was finally brought into the great hall itself, Gyrod was waiting. The giant reached into a forge that burned along one wall and pulled out a bolt of iron glowing with heat. Hurled it across the hall at Thor with his full strength. Thor caught it in the iron gloves Grid had given him, the heat doing nothing against the enchanted metal on his hands. He looked at the iron bolt sitting in his palm for only a moment before he threw it back. Gyrod tried to take cover behind an iron pill, in the middle of the hall. But the bolt went through the pillar and through the wall behind it and buried itself in the earth outside. That was the end of Gyrod. The silence that fell over the hall was absolute and unforgiving. The giant's body lay still on the stone floor, and the gathered company of his people seemed to disappear into the shadows of the high rafters like smoke dispersing. Some fled through the great doors. Others simply ceased to be visible as the dominance in the room shifted irreversibly toward the thunder god. Thjalfi stood at Thor's side, his young face showing the strain of what he had witnessed, the quick and terrible justice that followed betrayal. Thor looked around the empty hall with the satisfaction of a man who had been tested and had not faltered, who had come without his greatest weapon and had found that he did not need it. The hall fell very quiet. Thor and Thjalfi left the way they had come, walking back through Gyrod's territory and out into the open country between Jotunheim and the warmer worlds. The land gradually softening around them as they moved, the trees growing taller and more generous, the sky recovering something of its usual depth. The river behind him had gone still again, running cool and clear over its stones, as if nothing had happened at all. Of all the creatures in the 9 worlds that Thor had business with, none took up more space in his mind, or in the sea, than Jormungandr. The world serpent was the second child of Loki, cast into the ocean that encircled Midgard by Odin himself, who had seen in the creature's eyes something too vast and too ancient to be allowed anywhere near the halls of the gods. And so Jormungandr had grown in the cold dark water at the edge of the world, growing longer and longer until its body wrapped entirely around Midgard, its own tail held between its teeth, the great ring of it as steady and unbroken as the horizon itself. Thor and the serpent had been woven into each other's fate from the beginning. Every encounter between them carried the weight of something that had not yet finished happening. The first of those encounters came during the journey to Utgard, the great fortress of Jotunheim, though Thor did not know it was an encounter at the time. Utgard Loki, the cunning giant who ruled that enormous hall, had challenged Thor to lift a grey cat from the floor, a task that seemed beneath a god of thunder, until Thor strained with everything he had and managed only to raise one of the creature's paws from the stone. He had felt humiliated that day. But when Utgard Loki revealed the truth on their departure from the fortress, explaining that the cat had been no cat at all, but Jormungandr itself, coiled and compressed into a shape that could fit inside a hall, Thor understood something about the nature of what he was dealing with. The serpent had been so large, so fundamentally enormous, that even one of its paws lifted off the ground had shaken the foundations of the realm around them. Utgard Loki had confessed that watching Thor come so close to lifting it had genuinely frightened him. It was not defeat, exactly. It was something stranger and more difficult to carry, the knowledge that he had touched the edge of a thing beyond reckoning and had not been destroyed by it. The second encounter was altogether different. It came about because Thor had decided to go to Jotunheim not as a warrior, but as a traveller, his way to the hall of the giant Hymir, who lived near the edge of the known world in a place where the land gave way to cold grey shoreline and the sea beyond it stretched out without any visible end. Hymir was enormous even by the standards of giants, with a frost-white beard that crackled when he moved and eyes that were pale as winter ice. The two of them regarded each other with a wariness that was almost courteous. Two beings who understood the other's capacity for destruction and chose, for the time being, to set it aside. Thor asked to go fishing with the giant, and after some deliberation, Hymir agreed. Before they set out, Thor walked among Hymir's cattle and took the head of the largest ox he could find, cutting it cleanly away to use as bait. Hymir said nothing about this, though something shifted behind his eyes. They carried the boat together down to the water in the grey early morning, the sea air carrying the smell of brine and deep cold. They rowed out past the place where Hymir usually dropped his lines, past the point where even Hymir felt comfortable, into water so dark and still that the surface of it seemed less like water than like a passage into something beneath the world. Thor had planned this. He had baited his hook with the ox head and dropped the line down into the darkness below the hull of the boat. He sat with the line between his fingers and waited with a patience that did not come naturally to him, but that he had made himself practice for exactly this purpose. For a long time, there was nothing. The water moved almost imperceptibly beneath them. The sky above was the colourless white of overcast late autumn. Then the line went tight. It did not pull with the sudden jerk of an ordinary fish, but with a slow, immense, ascending pressure, as if the floor of the sea itself had taken hold of the hook and was considering what to do about it. Thor wrapped the line around his hands and pulled. The boat shifted, and the water around them began to move in long swells that had nothing to do with the wind. And then Jormungandr broke the surface. Its head was enormous, scaled in dull green and dark grey, water pouring from the ridges of its skull, its eyes level way, with Thor as it rose. Those eyes neither warm nor cold, but simply vast. The eyes of something that had been alive since before the gods had names. For a long moment, neither of them moved. Thor held the line and the hammer. The serpent held the hook in its jaw and looked at the god across the narrow distance of dark water. It was Hymir who broke what might otherwise have never ended. The giant reached forward with his knife, and before Thor could stop him, he had cut the line. Jormungandr slid back beneath the surface without a sound. Thor turned toward Hymir with an anger so immediate and complete that the giant shrank back against the stern of the boat. For a time, Thor sat there in the rocking silence with nothing in his hands where the line had been. The loss of the moment settling over. Him, like the cold that came off the water. The third encounter between Thor and Jormungandr was the one the Norns had always known was coming. The one that stood at the far end of all the paths they had woven. It did not happen during any of the adventures described in these earlier stories. According to the old tradition, it would come at Ragnarök, the final great collision of all the forces that the 9 worlds had been holding in tension since the beginning. Jormungandr would release its tail from its own teeth and rise from the sea. The ocean would follow it onto the land. The two of them would meet on the plain of Vigrid, where all the last battles of the cosmos were to be fought. Thor, according to the tradition preserved in the Prose Edda, would slay the serpent there, a strike from Mjolnir that would end the creature that had circled the world for as long as the world had been worth circling. But the serpent's venom, released in those final moments, would reach Thor as he walked away. He would take 9 steps before he fell. 9 steps. The number carries something in the Norse tradition. 9 worlds. 9 nights Odin hung from the world tree, and those 9 steps of Thor's feel less like a defeat than a completing of something, a last measurement of the distance he had always been walking. What the myths understood about these 3 encounters was that they were not simply events in a sequence, but something more like the same moment returning to itself across time. Each encounter an echo of the one before, and a shadow of the one to come. The god and the serpent finding each other again and again, not out of accident, but out of the nature of what they both were. 2 forces whose relationship defined the edge of the world they both inhabited. The fishing trip with Hymir, in particular, settled into the Norse imagination as an image of something caught and almost held, a thing glimpsed across the dark water, and then lost before it could be resolved, a tension that could not be finished until everything else was finished too. The serpent sank back into the deep water. The sea closed over it as smoothly as if the whole thing had been a dream. When Thor was home in Asgard, the halls of the gods felt larger somehow, more certain of themselves. There was something about his presence that filled a room without effort. The way a fire fills a dark space, not by reaching out, but simply by burning. His hall, Bilskirnir, stood at the heart of Asgard like a mountain that had decided to become a building. Its great roof stretching over 540 rooms, a number so vast that even the other gods sometimes forgot how deep into it they had walked. According to the old traditions, Bilskirnir was the largest structure ever raised anywhere across all 9 worlds. Standing before it, you could believe that easily. The walls were broad and solid, the timbers heavy with age and use, the air inside carrying the faint warmth of the fires, that were almost never allowed to go entirely out. It was not a delicate place. It was not a place that had been built to impress visitors or to signal wealth in the way that golden halls sometimes do. It had been built to be inhabited. There was a difference between those 2 things, that the hall wore quietly but plainly. The stones of Bilskirnir held memories the way ancient things do. Gods and giants had walked those halls. Alliances had been forged and broken within those walls. Ordinary moments had accumulated there like snowfall, quiet and constant, layer upon layer of what it meant to be home. The hall did not boast about these things. It simply contained them the way the earth contains the bones of what has come before. Sif moved through it the way she always had, unhurried and calm, her golden hair catching the firelight as she passed between rooms. The hair the dwarves of Svartalfheim had woven for her strand by strand, so perfectly made that it grew as living hair grows and moved the way living hair moves. It was one of the most extraordinary things ever crafted anywhere in the 9 worlds. She wore it as simply as if it had always been hers. That of course it had been, before Loki had taken it. Then in its new form it was hers again. Thor watched her sometimes with the particular kind of attention that people give to things they almost lost. His sons, Magni and Modi, grew up in those halls and in the wide yards around them, boys of enormous size, even by the standards of Asgard, with the kind of energy that expressed itself in loud running and the crashing of things that could stand to be crashed. Magni, whose name meant strength, was said to carry within him a power that would one day surpass even his father's. Thor looked at him sometimes with something between pride and a kind of wondering quietness. The way a river might regard the sea it is running toward. Modi, whose name carried the meaning of courage or wrath depending on the telling, was fiercer in disposition, quicker to bristle. Thor recognized that quality, the way you recognize something you have seen in a mirror. The boys filled Bilskirnir with noise and motion on the days they were home. Thor, who was himself not a quiet presence anywhere, seemed to soften slightly in their company, as if the hall knew the difference between the thunder of a god returning from Jotunheim and the ordinary wonderful noise of children. In fatherhood, even a god learns what it means to be ordinary in the ways that matter most. To wake in the night at the sound of a child's cry, to teach a boy how to hold a weapon and know that you are handing him both protection and responsibility, to witness the particular ways your own nature repeats itself in another being, and to understand that you are not the first and will not be the last. There was a humility in this that Thor carried without complaint. There were evenings when he walked across the great plain of Asgard to the hall of Valhalla, where Odin presided over the warriors who had been brought there from Midgard's battlefields. Those evenings carried their own particular character. The feasting hall was immense and loud, the long tables crowded with the chosen dead, the mead flowing with the kind of abundance that belongs only to divine places, the fire in the center throwing light and shadow in equal measure across the rafters and the faces of the gods who came to sit among them. Thor sat at those tables with the ease of someone who is never quite out of place anywhere. Though he was aware of Odin's presence, the way you are always aware of a storm front moving in from the north, even on a clear day. His relationship with his father was not one that either of them put easily into words. There was deep respect in it, and something close to love. But there was also the particular wariness that comes from knowing that Odin sees further and holds more back, that his motives are rarely as simple as they appear, and his silences carry as much information as anything he says aloud. Thor was honest in a way that Odin was not always. Or perhaps it would be fairer to say that Thor's honesty was the honesty of directness, while Odin's was the honesty of depth. Those are not always the same thing. He trusted his father with his life, as he always had. He trusted him slightly less than that with everything else. And then there was Loki, who was usually somewhere nearby on those evenings, leaning against a post or seated just slightly removed from the warmth of the main gathering, watching things with that particular expression he had that could be amusement or calculation or both at once. Thor and Loki had been traveling companions across more of the 9 worlds than either of them could easily count. That history between them was a complicated thing, full of moments where Loki had saved the situation and moments where Loki had caused the situation that required saving. There was genuine affection in it, the kind that survives a great deal of friction and still holds. But there was also the knowledge, sitting quietly at the back of Thor's mind, that Loki was capable of things that affection does not prevent. He loved him the way you love someone whose nature you understand completely and trust incompletely. He kept him close for both those reasons, and others he didn't always examine. On the long evenings after the feast had settled into its later, quieter phase, Thor would make his way back to Bilskirnir. He would sit beside the fire in the main hall, Mjolnir resting on the stones beside him, close enough to touch without reaching. The hammer was warm, always, or perhaps it only seemed that way. Outside, Asgard was still, and the stars above the 9 worlds turned in their slow, vast courses. Somewhere at the base of Yggdrasil, the Norns went on with their weaving, the threads of every life running through their hands in the darkness. He would sit there for a long time, listening to the fire. For a while at least, all 9 worlds were quiet. Among all the gods of Asgard, it was Thor that ordinary people called on most often. Not Odin, who was distant and unknowable, who walked the world in disguise and asked things of those he visited that they could not always afford to give. Not Freya, whose domain was love and longing and the private interior of the heart. It was Thor, broad-shouldered, direct, reliable as the turning of seasons, who heard his name spoken most often in the dark of a longhouse, or at the edge of a field just before planting, or in the hushed moments before a wedding ceremony began. There was a reason for this. It was not simply that Thor was the loudest god, or the one whose presence in a storm was hardest to ignore. It was that Thor was genuinely, consistently on the side of the people who called on him. They could feel that in some fundamental way that did not require explanation. Before any of that, though, there was a time in the long history of the Norse gods when the divine world itself was split, when the Aesir of Asgard and the Vanir gods of Vanaheim went to war with one another, trading hostages and victories in a conflict that shook the roots of Yggdrasil. Eventually, as is often the case with such things, the war gave way to a peace. The 2 families of gods learned to live alongside one another. From that accord came one of the most remarkable objects in all of Norse tradition, the mead of poetry, that the gods produce by mixing their saliva together as a seal of the peace between them, from which sprang a being named Kvasir, who was said to be the wisest creature alive. In myth, as it is told, Kvasir eventually met his end at the hands of 2 dwarves, who drained his blood and mixed it with honey to create a mead that granted the gift of wisdom and poetic inspiration to anyone who drank it. The mead passed through many hands, causing trouble and wonder in nearly equal measure, before Odin himself retrieved it through a series of elaborate deceptions and brought it back to Asgard, where it became one of the great treasures of the gods. Thor played no central part in the mead's story, and that, in a way, was exactly the point. While Odin travelled in disguise, and bargained, and seduced, and transformed himself into an eagle to escape with what he had taken, Thor remained, the steady weight at the centre of Asgard, the god who held things in place while others moved through the shadows. It was a role he inhabited naturally, not because he lacked the cunning for anything else, but because steadiness was not a lesser quality in him. It was, in its way, the most essential one. In Asgard itself, Thor's presence served as a counterbalance to the schemes and intrigues of his peers. While Loki plotted and Odin pursued hidden knowledge, while Freya commanded her own considerable power, and Frigg worked through whispers and influence in the background, Thor stood as a symbol of direct purpose. His strength was not a secret or a tool of manipulation, but something visible and dependable. When conflicts arose among the gods themselves, it was often Thor's judgment that settled them, not through cleverness but through a kind of straightforward moral clarity that others could not easily dismiss. He was a god without pretense, and in a realm filled with beings capable of infinite deception, this made him uniquely valuable. His hammer Mjolnir, forged in the depths of Muspelheim by the sons of Ivaldi, was not merely a weapon, but a symbol of this directness, a tool created with absolute reliability, incapable of failure or faltering in the hand of its wielder. The relationship between Thor and the people of Midgard was unlike anything else in the Norse world. Odin collected warriors and favored the exceptional, the heroes, the kings, the ones he had already chosen for Valhalla. But Thor's attention was broader than that. He concerned himself with farmers and fishermen and the families who watched storms coming from the sea with genuine fear. When the thunder rolled across a Scandinavian sky, people did not hear it as an omen of divine anger. They heard Thor's chariot moving through the heavens, his goats Tangrasnir and Tanjostru pulling it forward. However close the storm came, there was comfort in the knowing that the thunder was his. He was driving out the forces that threatened the living world, the frost giants, the creatures of chaos, the deep and unfriendly cold, and the sound of the storm was the sound of that labor being done on their behalf. His hammer Mjolnir had purposes far gentler than battle. It was raised over newborn children to bring them under his protection and give them a strong beginning. It was laid across the laps of brides at wedding ceremonies to hallow the union and call down his blessing on the household being formed. It was pressed to the earth at the beginning of planting season, when farmers needed the rains to come and the soil to yield. This was because Thor was also the god of those rains, the thunder that preceded them, the lightning that cleared the sky, the deep rolling rumble that told the earth something fertile was coming. Small hammer-shaped amulets were worn at the throat, not as decorations but as genuine appeals to his presence, worn by people who wanted to feel that they were carrying something of him through their days. He showed up in the stories people told about him as someone who could be inconvenienced, who could be fooled, who could eat too much at a feast and feel the weight of a long road. And this was not a diminishment of his divinity, but rather the source of his particular appeal. He was accessible in a way that made people feel that their lives and their fears and their harvests were worth a god's attention. The rain that fell on a good summer evening, soaking slowly into the dry ground of a field, was not anonymous weather. It was something Thor had sent. The people who worked that field knew who to thank when the crops came in. He was theirs in a way no other god was. They knew it, and he knew it too. The thing about Loki was that Thor never entirely trusted him. Loki never entirely deserved to be trusted. Somehow that was the whole foundation of what held them together. It was a strange kind of bond, not the clean, uncomplicated loyalty that Thor shared with his sons, or the deep reverent love he felt for Sif, but something more complicated and more durable than either of those things in its own way. They had walked together through more of the 9 worlds than most gods ever saw in their long lives. If you asked Thor in a quiet moment whether he was glad of that company, he would probably not answer you directly, which was, in its own way, an answer. Loki was a shapeshifter, a schemer, a being who found the gap in any plan and slipped through it like water through cracked stone. He was brilliant in the way that certain creatures are brilliant, not through effort or discipline, but through some quality of mind that seemed to run faster than the world around him. Always 3 steps ahead, always looking sideways at a problem rather than straight at it. Thor was not slow. No one who has driven a chariot across the sky should be called slow. But his intelligence moved differently, more directly, more honestly. He looked at a problem and walked around it twice before anyone else had finished deciding it was a problem at all. Between those 2 ways of moving through the world, a great deal of ground could be covered. Consider the incident with Sif's hair, which was not one of Loki's finer moments by any measure. He cut it away while she slept, every strand of that extraordinary golden hair. For reasons that the old sources never entirely explain, some impulse of mischief that went further than even he had intended. When Thor found out, his anger was the kind of anger that shakes walls. There was nothing quiet about it, nothing measured. He seized Loki by whatever he could reach. He made him understand, in the clearest possible terms, that the only acceptable outcome was that Sif's hair be restored. That whatever it cost, Loki would be the one to pay it. And so Loki went to Svartalfheim, to the deep forges of the dwarves. Through a combination of charm and recklessness, and a wager he nearly lost, He returned with hair of pure gold thread that the dwarves had spun, hair that took root and grew as naturally as anything living. Thor's anger cooled. The matter was settled. They travelled together again not long after, as if the whole thing had been a rough patch in a longer road rather than a fundamental rupture. That was how it always seemed to go between them. Loki would do something that pulled a thread loose in the fabric of the world. Thor would demand it be put right. Loki would manage it, sometimes brilliantly, sometimes barely, and then they would be back on the road together as the sun came up over whatever cold and interesting landscape they had wandered into next. The journey to Asgard was one of those roads. So was the crossing of the flooded river Vimur on the way to Gerard's hall, where Loki's instinct for survival and Thor's sheer physical force combined into something that neither of them could have managed alone. Alone, Loki would have talked his way into a corner. Alone, Thor might have broken through the corner, but he would have missed the door entirely. Together, they tended to arrive somewhere. There is a tenderness in the old stories, if you read them slowly enough, in the fact that these two kept choosing the road together. Loki was not always kind. Thor was not always patient. Neither of them was particularly good at explaining what the other one meant to them. This was because that was not the kind of thing the Norse world tended to put into words. But they showed up, again and again across the 9 worlds, in the frost of Jotunheim, and the deep passages of the dwarven realm, and the strange courts of giants who built their halls of illusion. They showed up together. That counted for something. There was never a contract between them, never a formal agreement binding them to the road together. It existed in the space between words, in the quick glance that passed between them when danger appeared, in the way Thor's hand would reach out to catch Loki when he stumbled, and the way Loki would find the path when Thor was ready to charge through solid stone. These gestures spoke louder than any oath could. There was no ceremony that made them allies, only the steady accumulation of moments where the other had shown up when it mattered most. This wordless understanding ran deeper than any formal bonds that held the other gods together. It was tested again and again, bent near to breaking, yet it never quite snapped. What makes the later part of their story so difficult to sit with is knowing what changed. At Aegir's great feast, Loki spoke cruelly, not the sharp, clever mischief of his better days, but something colder, something that crossed lines even the gods of Asgard had agreed to leave uncrossed. He mocked the gods one by one, including Thor, though Thor's presence was enough to finally drive him from the hall. After that, events moved quickly, as they do when something has finally broken that had been bending for a long time. Loki was captured and bound in a cave beneath the earth. A serpent fastened above him to drip venom onto his face for what would remain of the age of the gods. His wife Sigyn held a bowl above him to catch the drops. She held it faithfully, and still when she had to turn away to empty it, he suffered. There is a version of events, not widely written, but present in the texture of the mythology, in which Thor knew where Loki was after the binding, whether he visited or simply knew, whether the thought of that cave below the earth sat quietly at the back of his mind during the long years that followed. The old stories do not say precisely, but something in the shape of their relationship across all those adventures suggests that Thor would not have been entirely at peace with it, even if he understood why it had to be. The line between justice and cruelty can be difficult to see clearly when you are standing close to it. Both of them knew what was coming, in the way that all beings in the Norse cosmos knew, in the soft and certain way that knowledge of Ragnarök lived in the bones rather than the mind. Loki would break free at the end. They would stand on opposite sides of the final field. That too was part of the pattern that had always been woven into the years they had spent crossing the 9 worlds side by side. There is something worth sitting quietly with in that image. 2 beings who had travelled so far together, who had pulled each other out of more impossible situations than either could easily count, arriving at last at the one situation from which there was no escape and no clever workaround. The Norns had seen to that long before either of them was born. Whatever lay ahead for both of them, the years of road behind them were real. The cold mornings in Jotunheim, the giants defeated, the laughter, the anger, all of it was real. There was a road that most gods preferred not to know too much about, a road that ran down from the roots of Yggdrasil into country where the light did not quite reach. To understand why Thor eventually came to travel that road, you have to understand what had happened to Balder. Balder was the son of Odin and Frigg, and he was, by nearly all accounts in the Norse tradition, the most beloved of all the gods. Bright-faced, gentle, well-liked by every being in every realm. His mother Frigg had gone to extraordinary lengths to protect him. According to the stories, she travelled throughout the 9 worlds and asked every living thing, every stone, every root, every blade of grass, every creature with a name, to swear an oath that it would never harm her son. Almost everything agreed. There was only one thing she overlooked, because it seemed too small and young to matter: the mistletoe growing on the eastern side of a great oak. That omission was all Loki did. He carved the mistletoe into a dart, placed it in the hand of Balder's blind brother Hodor, and guided his arm. The dart flew, and Balder fell, and the hall of the gods went very quiet. What followed was one of the deepest silences Asgard had ever known. The gods sent Hermod, Odin's swift son, riding down through the mist on Odin's horse Sleipnir, to beg Hel for Balder's return. According to the telling preserved in the Prose Edda, Hel agreed to release Balder on one condition: that every living thing in the 9 worlds weep for him. Every creature wept, all but one, a giantess named Thurk, who refused, and whom many believed to be Loki in one more disguise. And so Balder remained in Helheim, and the gods returned to their halls without him. Thor had sat with that outcome for a long time. He was not a god given to long silences, but this particular loss had settled into him in a way that other losses hadn't. It wasn't grief exactly, though there was grief in it. It was something closer to a question he could not quite form into words. Something about why the world was built so that even the most beloved of beings could be taken away, and kept, and not returned. And eventually, in a way that the old stories preserve only as a faint thread rather than a fully drawn narrative, he came to feel that he needed to see that place for himself. Not to fight, not to bargain, simply to understand. The road down began at the base of Yggdrasil, where the roots went deepest into the cold earth. Thor went alone, leaving Mjolnir behind, or perhaps carrying it more quietly than usual, its weight different in a place with no giants to throw it at. The path descended through Niflheim first, which is the oldest of all the realms, a world of ice and mist that existed before even the gods themselves were born. The mist there was not the mist of weather. It had a different quality to it, thick and pale, slow-moving, carrying a cold that was not exactly unpleasant, but that made everything around it feel very still. Trees, if you could call them that, stood between the vapours. They were white-barked and thin, their branches reaching upward without leaves, as though they had given up waiting for a season that had never come. The sound that accompanied him was almost nothing. A faint dripping somewhere in the distance, the soft movement of the mist itself across the ground, his own breathing. Eventually, the river Jol appeared, dark water running along a bed of glittering gravel, quick and cold, cutting through the grey landscape with a clarity that seemed almost aggressive in contrast to the fog around it. A bridge crossed it, roofed with gleaming gold, which was tended by a guardian named Modgud. In the stories, she had asked Hermod who he was and where he was going, and she would have asked the same of anyone who came this way. The bridge was the boundary, or close enough to one. On the far side of it, the realm of Hell began. Helheim was not what the word might make you imagine. There were no flames, no torments, no dramatic gates of iron. It was simply very, very quiet. The light there was the grey of a sky that cannot decide between day and night and has settled into a permanent state somewhere between the two. You could see clearly enough, but nothing cast sharp shadows. Everything had the soft-edged quality of a landscape seen through still water. Hel's Hall, called Eldjidnir, stood at the centre of it all. It was enormous, the largest structure Thor had seen outside of Bilskirnir, built of pale stone and dark timber, with a roof that seemed to press down rather than rise up, as though the whole building had been designed with weight in mind. Her gate was named Folander Forad, which in the old tongue meant something close to the stumbling block, and her threshold was called Kor, meaning a sick bed. Even the furniture in her hall had names that spoke of slow decline and eventual stillness. These details are preserved in the Prose Edda, and they are worth sitting with. The Norse people thought carefully about what a place of the dead should feel like, and what they imagined was not violence, but a kind of gravity, a permanent settling down. Hel herself was, according to the tradition, half the colour of living flesh, and half the blue-grey of the long dead. One side of her face like any woman's face, the other side something else entirely. She was calm in a way that was not indifference, but something deeper than indifference. She ruled her realm without cruelty and without warmth, because warmth and cruelty both belong to the living, and her domain was elsewhere. She had not released Balder, and she had not been wrong by her own understanding to refuse. The condition had not been met. The world had not wept completely. That was simply the way of things. Thor stood in that hall and felt, perhaps for one of the few times in his long life, that there was nothing for his hands to do. He could not hit the silence. He could not challenge the grey light to a contest. The countless dead who moved quietly through Hel's halls went about whatever it was they did, resting, waiting, simply being, and they did not need him, and he could not help them, and that was the understanding that he had come looking for without quite knowing it. The cycle of the 9 worlds was not broken by loss. It was made of it, the way the great ash Yggdrasil was made of its own slow decay as much as its growth, Nidhogg gnawing at its roots from below, while the eagle sat in its highest branches, and the 3 Norns drew water up from the well to keep it living. The world was that entire motion, the growing and the gnawing both, and Balder in Helheim was as much a part of it as Balder laughing in the fields of Asgard had ever been. That was not a comfortable thought, but it was a true one, and Thor was a god who preferred true things to comfortable ones, even when the true things were heavy. He stayed as long as it seemed right to stay. He did not speak at great length with Hel. The stories do not give us that conversation in any complete form, and it would be a mistake to invent it. What the tradition gives us is the shape of the journey, the descent, the encounter with a kind of reality that strength alone cannot change, and the return. He made his way back up through the mist with something he hadn't carried before, a quieter understanding of why the world was made the way it was. Of all the 9 worlds, Midgard was the one Thor returned to again and again, not because it required the most of his strength, but because it gave him something the other realms couldn't. Asgard had its golden halls, and its feasting and its eternal, radiant order. Jotunheim had its contests and its cold fury, its dark forests stretching away into distances that even Thor found difficult to measure. But Midgard had people, ordinary people, farmers and fishermen, and families gathered around fires at the end of long days. And Thor, for all his power and all his thunder, seemed to find something in their company that the company of gods could not quite provide. He was drawn to them the way the sea is drawn back again and again to the same shoreline, not by any force he could name, but by something quieter and more essential than that. The Old Norse traditions speak of Thor not as a distant figure dwelling unreachably in the heavens, but as a presence woven into the everyday fabric of the world, into the sound of rain on a longhouse roof, into the smell of turned earth before a storm, into the particular quality of light that falls across a pine forest just after thunder has passed and the air has gone clean and still. There is a story told of Thor coming to Midgard on one of his many crossings, travelling with Loki as he so often did. His goats Tangrisnir and Tanjostra pulling his chariot down from the sky and through the green, forested countryside of Scandinavia. The land through which they moved was a world of long coastlines and cold water, of pine trees rising so densely along the ridgelines that their tops seemed to brush against the low grey clouds, of fjords cutting inland between walls of dark stone where the water lay perfectly still in the early morning. It was an austere landscape in many ways, winters long and severe, the sea unforgiving, but it had a beauty that grew on a person quietly, the way all the most lasting beauties do without announcing itself. Thor moved through it with the ease of someone who had walked it many times before and felt no need to rush. According to the old accounts in the Prose Edda, it was on one such journey that Thor and Loki came to a farmhouse as evening was settling over the countryside. The farmer was a man named Egil. He had a son called Thjolfi and a daughter called Roskva. The family had little enough to offer their unexpected guests, but they offered what they had, as the traditions of hospitality required. Thor, needing a meal for himself and Loki, slaughtered his 2 goats. This was something he could do. This was because Mjolnir held the power to restore them come morning, provided every bone was kept whole and unbroken. He instructed the family carefully, "Eat what you like, but take nothing from the bones." The meal was eaten and the bones collected and laid out on the goatskins. Come first, light Thor raised his hammer over them, and the goats rose whole and living again. But one of the animals rose lame. Thor looked at the bones and understood what had happened. Thjolfi, tempted by the richness of the marrow, had cracked one of the leg bones in the night. The god's anger rose in him the way the thunder rises, sudden and enormous. The family was terrified. However, as is often the case in these old stories, the anger passed into something more measured. Thor accepted Thjolfi and Roskva into his service instead of extracting a harsher price. The 2 young people left their home and went with him. Thjolfi would go on to travel at Thor's side through some of his most difficult adventures, proving himself swift and loyal beyond what anyone might have expected from a farmer's son from Midgard. And this was something the story seemed to want to say about Thor, that his relationship with human beings was not simply one of power descending from above, but one of genuine exchange, sometimes painful, sometimes requiring forgiveness, always grounded in something more mutual than a god and his worshippers might ordinarily share. In the Norse tradition, people called on Thor at the moments that mattered most to them, at weddings, at births, at the beginning of a sea voyage, or the start of a planting season. His hammer was drawn in the air over newborns and drawn symbolically over the earth before seeds went in. Small iron hammers were worn around the neck as amulets, a practice that survived for centuries in Scandinavia. A quiet daily reminder that the god of thunder was close by and paying attention. When lightning split the sky over a fjord and the thunder followed a moment later, rolling in across the water and through the forests and down into the valleys where the farms sat, people did not simply hear weather. They heard Thor, his chariot crossing the high sky, his goats pulling hard against the harness, wheels turning over clouds with that deep, resonant sound that seemed to come from everywhere at once. There was comfort in that understanding. The storm was not random. The storm had a name. The name belonged to a god who was, at his most fundamental, on the side of the people below. You can almost feel it, even now, if you let yourself settle into the image. A long winter evening in a house built from dark timber. The fire burning low in the center of the room. The smell of pine smoke and wood smoke braiding together in the warm air. Outside, the wind is moving through the trees. The fjord beyond the settlement is invisible in the darkness, but you know it's there by the sound of the water and by the cold that comes in beneath the door. And then the thunder begins, far away at first, a low murmur rolling in from the west over the mountains. The person sitting nearest the fire looks up from their work and says nothing, but perhaps they feel something loosen slightly in their chest. The storm is coming, yes, but they know whose storm it is. That was what Midgard gave Thor, what Thor gave back to it, a relationship built not on fear alone, but on a kind of familiarity that softened the vast distance between God and human. He had eaten at their tables, in the old stories. He had travelled their roads. His boots had walked through the same mud. The rain had fallen on him the same as it fell on anyone else moving through a grey Scandinavian afternoon. He was immense and he was divine. But he was also, in some essential way, present, genuinely, continuously present in the world of ordinary life. The thunder was not merely a natural force. It was a reminder that something watchful and immensely powerful was moving through the sky overhead, keeping its ancient agreement with the world below. Back the darkness on behalf of people who could not do it themselves. And on nights when the sky flickered with distant lightning and the thunder came rolling in long and low, people would look up and feel, in whatever way people feel such things, that they were not alone. Beneath the roots of Yggdrasil, in halls carved from the living rock of the earth, lived beings whose hands could shape metal into things that had no business existing. The dwarves of Nidavellir were not gods, and they did not ask to be remembered the way gods are remembered. They asked only for their work to be recognized for what it was, which was, by any measure across all 9 worlds, extraordinary. The realm itself was unlike anything above ground. Where Asgard gleamed with open sky and golden light, and Midgard spread out beneath clouds and rain, Nidavellir existed in a world of its own making entirely. The tunnels ran deep and wide through the bones of the earth, their walls smoothed by countless generations of careful hands. The forges burned at the heart of those halls with a heat that had no equal anywhere in the 9 worlds, throwing amber light across the stone in long, warm waves. The sound of hammers carried through the rock the way thunder carries through open air. Steady, purposeful, arriving before you expected it and staying longer than you thought it would. Everything down there had weight to it, a density born not just from the stone and metal, but from the concentration of craft that had been practiced in those halls since long before most of the gods could remember. It was the sons of Ivaldi who first made something for the Aesir, working at Loki's request after he had done the unforgivable thing of cutting away Sif's golden hair while she slept. What they produced was hair made from real gold, spun so finely and with such skill that it grew from Sif's head as naturally as the hair it replaced, moving in the wind, catching light the way living things catch light. That alone would have been enough to establish the dwarves as the finest craftsmen in all of existence. But the sons of Ivaldi did not stop there. They also produced Gungnir, the great spear that became Odin's constant companion, balanced so perfectly that it would never miss whatever it was thrown toward, and so sacred that oaths sworn over it could not be broken. And they built Skidbladnir, a ship large enough to carry all the gods and their armor and weapons together, yet capable of being folded down to the size of a cloth and carried in a pocket. It moved under its own power across any sea, catching favorable wind whenever its sail was raised, on any water, in any weather. These were not weapons in the ordinary sense. They were objects that carried intention in their very structure, the way a well-built house carries the intentions of the person who planned it. The dwarves understood something about making things that most of the other beings in the 9 worlds did not fully grasp, that a thing built with complete attention to its purpose becomes something more than the sum of its materials. The gold in Sif's hair was gold, yes, but it was also the dwarves' understanding of what hair should be and what it should do. Gungnir was iron and wood, but it was also the dwarves' understanding of what a spear is for. Thor had more reason than most to think about this. Mjolnir came from the brothers Sindri and Brokkr, forged in a contest that nearly went another way entirely. Despite Loki's interference during the forging process, the shortened handle that resulted from his meddling, the gods of Asgard judged Mjolnir the greatest treasure of all the things laid before them that day. What made it so was not simply the power it carried, though that power was immense. It was the combination of properties. It returned to Thor's hand, no matter how far he threw it. It could be made small enough to tuck away and hidden entirely, and it could do things a weapon had no right to do. It could bless a marriage, hallow a funeral, sanctify a field before planting. It moved between the sacred and the dangerous, as easily as Thor himself moved between Asgard and the outer worlds. Alongside Mjolnir, Thor carried 2 other things made with care equal to any treasure in Asgard. The belt called Meggingjord doubled his already enormous strength when he wore it, wrapping around him like a second skin made of pure intention. The iron gloves called Jarngripr allowed him to grip the hammer's handle at all, channeling the force that moved through the weapon without burning away his hands. These 3 things together, hammer, belt, gloves, were not separate objects so much as a single complete system, each one designed with the others in mind, each one incomplete without the rest. The dwarves had understood that too. They had built not just a weapon, but an entire framework for the god who would carry it through the 9 worlds. Thor was not, by nature, someone who spent much time thinking about objects. He was drawn to action, to the road, to whatever stood in front of him and needed addressing. But he understood what the dwarves had made in a way that went beyond simple gratitude. He understood that the belt and gloves were not additions to his strength. They were completions of it. They allowed what was already in him to work the way it was meant to work. Every time he strapped on the belt or pulled on those gloves, he felt the weight of that craft. Not just the power in it, but the intention. Alfheim was unlike any other world in the Norse cosmos. It had no mountains to climb, no giants to outwit, no dungeons or dungeons of frost. Where the dwarven realm of Nidavellir sat deep beneath the roots of Yggdrasil, lit by forge fire and amber heat, Alfheim floated in something closer to perpetual morning. A realm where the light arrived from no particular direction and simply was, filling everything it touched with a softness that was difficult to describe and impossible to forget. Thor had travelled through cold rivers and burning halls, through mist so thick it pressed against his chest like a living thing, through the dark corridors beneath the earth, where metal rang against metal and the dwarves worked without pause. Alfheim asked nothing like that of him. It simply opened, the way a field opens when you crest a long hill. There it was, the most quietly astonishing of all the 9 worlds, spread out before him in colours that had no names in the language of the gods. The light elves who made their home in Alfheim were described in the oldest accounts as beings of surpassing beauty, luminous in the way that certain hours of the day are luminous, when the sun is low and the air is clean and everything seems to glow faintly from within. In some of the ancient traditions, the elves of Alfheim were considered older than the Aesir themselves. Not in the way that Niflheim's cold was old, heavy and geological, but old in the way that light is old, predating most of the things it illuminates, They moved through their world with a quietness that was not timid. It was the quietness of something that had no need to announce itself. They tended the world around them as naturally as breathing. The world around them responded in kind. The grasses grew long and unhurried. The trees held their branches open like cupped hands. The streams that ran through the lowlands of Alfheim moved with a clarity so complete that you could count the grains of sand at their bottoms from a great distance above. Thor, who had crossed the Vimur River, braced against a rowan tree with floodwater rising to his shoulders, stood for a long moment at the edge of one of those streams and simply watched the water move. It was not inaction, exactly. It was something more like recognition, the sense of being in a place that operated according to rules gentler than the ones he was accustomed to. Finding, to his own surprise, that he did not entirely mind. He was not a subtle presence in Alfheim. He never was, anywhere. The ground registered his footsteps. The elves were aware of him long before he was aware of them, in the same way that a calm room becomes aware of a door opening somewhere down the hall. But they did not shrink from him or approach him with the wariness that the frost giants carried in their faces when they saw him coming. They regarded him with something closer to patient curiosity, the way you might watch a large and well-meaning animal make its way through a garden, interested to see what it would do next. One of the elves, older in bearing if not in appearance, came to sit near where Thor had stopped by the water. There was no formal greeting, no announcement of purpose. They simply sat together for a while, the god of thunder and the elf of the light, listening to the stream. What passed between them in those quiet hours was not recorded in the Eddas with any specificity. It would not be honest to fill that silence with invented words. But the tradition holds that the light elves possessed a particular kind of knowledge, not the dramatic, rune-carved wisdom that Odin had purchased at great cost, not the technical mastery that the dwarves carried in their hands, but something quieter and perhaps more durable than either. They understood the world not as a series of problems to be solved or enemies to be defeated, but as something that was always, at every moment, in the process of continuing. The sun that rose over Alfheim each morning was not fighting its way up. It was simply doing what it had always done. The light elves had been watching it long enough to rust that. Thor, who carried a hammer and spent a considerable portion of his existence traveling toward conflict, sat with that understanding for a while and let it rest in him without arguing with it. When he finally rose to leave, the light fell differently than it had when he arrived. Warmer in tone, leaning toward the colors that come just before evening in open country. The elf by the water did not see him off with ceremony. There was only a brief gesture, unhurried, the way you might acknowledge someone you expect to see again without knowing quite when. Thor walked back the way he had come, through the long grasses and the open light, past the trees with their open arms and the streams with their visible hearts. The realm of Alfheim held its particular quiet around him for as long as he remained inside it. He left Alfheim slower than he had arrived, moving as if he was carrying something fragile that he didn't want to disturb. There was one story the Norns had woven that all the gods of Asgard had heard. None of them spoke of it very often. It had no beginning that anyone could point to clearly. This was because it was less like a story and more like a weight that had always been there, present beneath every feast and every battle and every quiet evening in the golden halls. The gods of Asgard were not ignorant of what was coming. The prophecy of Ragnarök, the final unraveling of the 9 worlds, the last great collision between order and chaos, had been known to them from very early on, carried in the memory of the Norns and whispered in the turning of Yggdrasil's ancient roots. What the prophecy described was enormous in its scope, a winter that would not end, called the Fimbul winter, stretching across 3 full years without the relief of spring or summer. the cold deepening until it reached places it had never reached before, until even the bonds between people grew thin and brittle. The world, the prophecy said, would fracture before it broke. Families would turn against one another. The wolves, Skull and Hati, who had always chased the sun and moon across the sky without ever quite catching them, would finally close the distance and swallow them whole. The sky would go dark. Fenrir, the great wolf whom the gods had bound on an island at the center of the world with a silken chain of impossible strength, would break free of that binding at last, his jaws wide enough to scrape both the earth and the sky at once. And Jormungandr, the Midgard serpent, coiled so tightly around the ocean floor that his tail met his own mouth, would release his grip and rise from the deep water, flooding the coasts of every land as he came ashore. These were not distant abstractions to Thor. He had met Jormungandr before. He had looked into those enormous eyes across a stretch of dark sea water and felt the weight of what lay between them. He knew the prophecy's particular detail concerning himself with a clarity that never quite left him, that when the serpent rose at Ragnarök, Thor would face him. He would kill him, driving Mjolnir down with every measure of strength he possessed, and then he would walk 9 steps before the venom overtook him. On the 9th step, he would fall. 9 steps. The Norse people who told this story did not soften that detail or explain it away. Thor would win his greatest battle and survive it for exactly 9 steps, and that was all. Odin too was spoken for. His fate at Ragnarök was bound up with Fenrir. The outcome of that encounter was equally clear in the tradition. The great ship Naglfar, made of the nails and hair of the dead, would sail on the flooded sea. The fire giant Surt would come from Muspelheim with a sword that burned brighter than the sun. Yggdrasil itself would shudder and crack, its roots loosening in the soil of all 9 worlds as the axis of the cosmos gave way. The gods had lived with this knowledge for ages beyond counting. They did not speak of it often, not because they denied it or hoped it might somehow be untrue, but because there was a quality of ceremony to the knowledge itself, a weight that required respect. To speak of Ragnarök carelessly would have been like speaking carelessly of death in the presence of the dying. The prophecy hung over Asgard not as a threat that might be averted, but as a fact written into the very fabric of existence. Each god carried this knowledge differently. Some bore it as a quiet burden they turned over in their minds during long nights. Others seemed to have made a kind of peace with it, integrating the certainty of ending into the structure of how they lived each day. This was what the gods knew. This was what they had always known. And yet Thor went out every morning into whatever the 9 worlds required of him. That is the part of the story that the Norse tradition asks you to sit with quietly. This was because it carries something that is neither simple despair nor simple hope, but something steadier and older than either of those things. The Norse understanding of fate was not the same as helplessness. The word the old texts used, weird in its older form, the turning of what is fixed, described fate not as a prison, but as a ground, the firm earth beneath a person's feet that allowed them to stand upright and move forward with purpose. The gods of Asgard knew what was coming. They prepared and they acted and they protected what was worth protecting. And they did all of this without pretending the prophecy did not exist. There is something in that which the people who told these stories clearly found deeply meaningful, not a command to be cheerful in the face of loss, but a different kind of courage altogether, the kind that does not require uncertainty in order to function. Thor embodied that understanding more completely than almost any other figure in the Norse world. That may be part of why ordinary people felt so close to him. He was not remote. He was not calculating. He went out into Jotunheim, knowing the gear. NTS would keep coming. He crossed rivers and climbed mountains and sat at tables with beings who wished him harm. he did it again the following season. The season after that, because the people of Midgard were there and they needed protecting. The fact that the world would one day end did not change what was needed from him today. In a strange way, the prophecy of Ragnarök made Thor's ordinary days more luminous rather than less so. Every time he drove his goat-drawn chariot across the sky, and the thunder rolled down over the farmlands below. Every time a family heard that sound and felt a small, instinctive easing of their fear, that moment was complete in itself. The Norse tradition did not ask its gods or its people to pretend that time was endless. It asked them to fill the time they had with action that was worth the effort. Thor did not spend his years in Asgard grieving over what the Norns had already set down. He spent them out in the 9 worlds, doing exactly what he had always done, for exactly the reasons he had always done it. Moving through the days with the uncomplicated directness that had always defined him. The prophecy was real. The end would come when it came. But the morning was also real. The hammer was in his hand, and somewhere in Midgard, the day was already beginning. He picked up his hammer, went to the door, and walked out into whatever the day had brought. But the Norse cosmos did not end in darkness. It ended in water. From the water it rose again. According to the ancient Norse traditions preserved in the Prose Edda and the Völuspá, what came after Ragnarök was not a final silence, but something far more extraordinary, a renewal, slow and green and unhurried, rising from the depths of the sea, the way a breath rises after a long, still pause. The world that had been consumed by fire and then swallowed by the ocean did not stay swallowed. In time, the earth lifted itself back above the surface of the water, dripping and clean, as though the sea had simply been holding it in safekeeping all along. The fields that emerged were not burned or barren. They were lush with grain that no one had planted. This was because the land itself remembered what it was supposed to do and went quietly about doing it. The sky, which had been darkened for so long by the Fimbulwinter and then by the fires of Muspelheim, opened once more into something clear and wide and boundless. A new sun crossed it, the daughter of the old sun, moving along the same path her mother had travelled for countless ages, carrying the same warmth with her into the reborn world. The streams that had run underground through the roots of Yggdrasil found their way to the surface and ran clear over smooth stones, carrying nothing with them but the sound of water. That is among the most peaceful sounds in any world. On the plain of Idavol, where the gods had once gathered in the time before the end, some of them gathered again, Odin's sons among them, others who had survived the great unravelling of the cosmos. They came to that open place not in grief, but in something quieter than grief, something closer to the feeling of waking after a very long sleep and finding that the room is still there, still familiar, still holding the shape of everything you had hoped to return to. They found on that plain, half buried in the soft new grass, the golden gaming pieces that the Aesir had used in the days before, small bright things that had waited through the end of one world for the beginning of the next, patient as only objects can be. And there, on that same green plain, with the new sun warming the earth and the streams finding their courses through the meadows, Thor's sons Magni and Modi came forward, carrying Mjolnir between them. The great hammer that had crossed so many worlds in their father's hand, now passing into theirs, heavy with everything it had meant and everything it would mean going forward. The tradition holds that Magni and Modi were among the gods who survived to inherit the new age, that with them they brought the hammer that had hallowed fields and protected farmsteads and driven iron bolts back into the chests of giants across all the long years of the previous world. They carried it not as a weapon waiting for a war, but as a guardian carried by guardians, the protection their father had offered to Midgard now offered again in a world that was only just learning to breathe. What the Norse traditions are careful to describe about this new world is its quietness, the way everything in it seems to have arrived at something rather than departed from it. The waters are still in the early morning, reflecting the sky the way the lakes in the gardens of the Hesperides once reflected the passing of the day, perfectly, without disturbance, as though the surface of the water and the surface of the sky have reached an agreement about the nature of light. There are birds in the reborn world. Their sounds carry far in the clean air, across meadows where the grain stands without anyone having sown it, and through forests where the trees are young and certain of their own growth. The rivers that run through this world are not the rivers of Niflheim or the cold dark waters, or had waded through in Jotunheim. They are something gentler, clear over their stones, moving at a pace that asks nothing of you, that carries nothing urgent in its current. If you were to sit beside one of those rivers in the world that rose from the sea after Ragnarök, you would feel, as the Norse tradition quietly suggests, that the weight of the previous age had been dissolved by the water and carried away to somewhere it could not find you anymore. This is what endings meant in the Norse understanding of things. Not finality, but completion, the way a long winter is complete when the first green pushes up through the soil, not negated, but simply finished. Room for what was always going to come next. Thor's adventures across the 9 worlds. All those journeys through Jotunheim, and across the dark rivers, and into the halls of giants, and down toward the roots of the world tree. All of it was not lost when the old world sank. It had been folded into the fabric of what came after, the way stories are always folded into the people who carry them forward. Magni and Modi walked across the plain of Idavol with their father's hammer. The new sun crossed the sky above them. The streams ran clear through the new grass. Somewhere in the deep roots of whatever grew in place of Yggdrasil, the ancient quiet that had always underlain the 9 worlds continued on, unchanged by the end of one age and the beginning of another. The world that was reborn was a world that still needed tending, still needed watching over, still needed the kind of steady, tireless presence that Thor had offered to Midgard for all the long years of the previous age. And so that presence continued, carried forward in the hands of those he had left behind, in the weight of the hammer turning slowly in the morning light of a world made new. And somewhere, in the green silence of the world reborn, a hammer turned slowly in the morning light, and all was well. That is the story of Thor. Not one story really, but many, spread across the 9 worlds like stars across a winter sky. Each one is its own small fire, burning with something true about what it means to move through a difficult world and still choose to protect the things you love. Thor was not a perfect god, and the old storytellers never pretended that he was. He was impulsive and proud, prone to great rages, occasionally fooled by beings cleverer than himself. And yet he kept showing up, to the frozen shores of Jotunheim, to the deep sea where the serpent waited, to the quiet farmhouses of Midgard, where ordinary people needed him. That willingness to show up, again and again, knowing the road would be hard and knowing too what waited at its farthest end, that is the thing the Norse people seemed to love most about him. Not his strength, though his strength was legendary. Not Mjolnir, though the hammer is as recognizable today as it ever was. It was the loyalty in him, the warmth beneath all that thunder. The tales of Thor endured through countless centuries of change and transformation, passed from one generation to the next, because they spoke to something fundamental and true in the human heart. These were not stories meant merely to frighten or impress with displays of power alone, but rather chronicles of commitment and courage that reminded people of what it meant to stand against the gathering darkness and refuse to abandon those who needed protection. There is something in these old stories that has always found its way into the quiet hours of the night, into the half-dreaming space between wakefulness and sleep. Perhaps it is the great tree at the center of everything, its branches wide enough to hold all worlds at once. Perhaps it is the image of Thor walking out into a cold morning with his hammer in his hand and his mind already on the road ahead, ready for whatever the 9 worlds intended to send his way. Or perhaps it is simply the comfort of knowing that in the old tradition, even the thunder had a name, and that name meant protection. Thank you for spending this night in the company of these ancient stories. I hope the journey through the 9 worlds has left something soft and restful behind your eyes. Images of golden halls, and still lakes, of deep forges glowing amber in the dark, of a new green world rising slowly from still water. Let those images carry you now, the way a current carries a leaf, gently and without effort, down into the deeper quiet that is waiting for you. There is nothing more that needs doing tonight. Wherever you are safe, and the night is long and soft, and the thunder, if you hear it, is only Thor out there somewhere, doing what he has always done. Until then, sweet dreams. Fenrir was born in a place the Norse called the Iron Wood, deep in the wild lands beyond the edges of the known world. To a father who could be anyone, and a mother who brought grief wherever she walked. His mother was Angerboda, a giantess of the Jotun race. Her name carried its meaning openly, without apology. She who brings grief, she who announces sorrow before it arrives. She was not a figure who appeared often in the old stories, but her presence in them was never without consequence. The Jotun were ancient beings, older in some ways than the gods themselves. They were not enemies in the simple sense. They were something more complicated than that. A force that the gods of Asgard were always in tension with, always circling around, never quite able to dismiss or destroy. Angerboda lived in the Ironwood, Jarnvidr in the Old Tongue, a great and shadowed forest in Jotunheim, where the trees grew close and the light came through only in thin, pale strips. It was the kind of place the Norse imagination placed at the margins of the world, precisely because it felt like the kind of place where ordinary rules did not apply. What grew there, what was born there, was understood to carry that wildness inside it from the very beginning. Loki was Angerboda's partner in this. Loki was many things: a shapeshifter, a trickster, a god who lived among the Aesir in Asgard, but was never entirely one of them. Bound to them by old oaths and uneasy history rather than by blood. He was clever in the way that made other beings nervous, capable of finding the particular solution no one else had thought of, equally capable of causing the very problem that required solving. His union with Angerboda was not an accident or a small thing. Two such forces meeting and producing children was the kind of event the Norse understood as cosmically significant, as something the seers and the Norns would take notice of, as something that would leave a mark on the shape of the world. They had 3 children together, and all 3 of them were extraordinary in ways that unsettled the gods. There was Jormungandr, the great serpent who would grow large enough to encircle all of Midgard and bite his own tail. There was Hel, who was given dominion over the realm of the dead. Her body divided between life and death in the way her nature demanded. And there was Fenrir, the wolf. His name, in the old language, meant something close to fen-dweller, a creature of the fens, the marshes, the wet and murky places where the ground was neither solid land nor open water but something uncertain between the two. The Norse regarded fens with a particular unease. They were places where travellers lost their footing, where familiar landmarks disappeared into mist, where the boundary between the living world and something else felt thinner than it should. To name a creature after such a place was to say something about its nature from the very beginning, that it existed at the edge of what could be known and safely navigated, that it partook of a wildness that solid ground could not contain, even as a very young wolf, before he had grown into the enormous creature the later stories describe. There was something about Fenrir that the gods could not quite look at steadily. He was the son of Loki. In him, his father's shrewd intelligence was visible, a watchfulness behind the eyes, a capacity for reading a situation that went beyond what a simple animal ought to possess. From Angrboda, he had inherited something different, a depth of wildness, a rootedness in the old chaos that preceded the ordered world the gods had built and maintained. These two inheritances together made him something genuinely new, something the nine worlds had not quite seen before. The seers and the Norns, those great weavers of fate who sat at the roots of Yggdrasil and read the threads of what was and what would be, did not look at his birth with equanimity. Prophecy gathered around him the way weather gathers at a mountain peak, quietly at first, then with increasing certainty. The whispers that circulated in Asgard in those early days were not specific yet, not fully formed, but they carried the weight of something true. People said, softly, that this wolf's life would touch the lives of gods. They said the world would feel him. They said that what Loki and Angrboda had made together in the Iron Wood was not simply a large and dangerous animal, but something that belonged to the machinery of fate itself, something that had been placed in the world for a reason that would only become clear much later, at a moment the Norse called Ragnarök, the twilight of the gods. For now, he was only a wolf pup, born in the shadows of the Iron Wood, son of a trickster and a giantess whose name meant grief. And from the moment he drew his first breath, the seers already knew that the world would one day have to reckon with him. Loki and Angrboda had 3 children together, and none of them were the kind of children the gods of Asgard could simply ignore. The 3 of them came from a union that many in Asgard already regarded with unease, a trickster god and a giantess whose name meant, in the old tongue, she who brings grief. Perhaps the gods should not have been surprised by what that pairing produced. Fenrir was the eldest, the great wolf who would one day grow large enough that his open jaws could bridge the distance between earth and sky. Jormungandr was the second child, a serpent born small and ordinary looking, as serpents go, though nothing about him would remain ordinary for long. And Hel was the third, a daughter who carried in her very appearance something of the border she would one day be asked to guard. According to the old accounts, she was divided in her colouring, one half living flesh and warmth, the other half the pale, blue-grey of the dead. Even among the strange and powerful beings that moved through the 9 worlds, these 3 were remarkable in the particular kind of dread they inspired. The prophecies that spoke of them were not vague or distant warnings, but rather explicit accounts of coming trials and transformations. They told of specific roles these 3 would play in events that would reshape the 9 worlds themselves. The gods had learned long ago not to dismiss such foretellings, for the threads of fate ran deep and strong through the Norse cosmos. What had been foreseen in the old days had a way of coming to pass, whether the gods took action or merely waited. This knowledge, that these children's futures were already woven into the fabric of existence, drove Odin to act with urgency rather than patience. When word reached Odin that Loki's children by Angrboda were growing up in Jotunheim, in the wild and forested reaches of the Iron Wood, the king of the gods did not wait. He had heard the prophecies, or at least enough of them to understand that these 3 carried within them the seeds of something the gods could not afford to leave unattended. And so Odin acted, though the actions he took with each child were strikingly different, a fact that says a great deal about how the gods weighed their fears against their options. Jormungandr he cast into the sea, the great ocean that encircled Midgard. The world of human beings was vast enough that the gods perhaps believed it could contain anything. In time, the serpent grew so large in those cold depths that he encircled the entire world and bit down on his own tail, a creature so enormous that the ocean itself was no longer large enough to be called his home. It was simply the place where he lay. He became known as the Midgard serpent, and the old sources tell us that his enemy, destined to be the one who finally faced him at the end of all things, would be Thor, the god of thunder. That meeting too was already decided. But for now, the serpent was in the sea, and the sea was far away, and the gods could tell themselves that what lay at the bottom of the work Eld was someone else's problem. Hel, they handled differently. She was given dominion over Niflheim, the realm of the dead, specifically over those who died of illness, old age, or anything other than the glory of battle. This was not exactly a punishment, though it carried the weight of exile in it. She was given a realm to govern and a great hall to preside over, and by most accounts she carried out her responsibilities with a cold and patient fairness that the gods could not reasonably fault. The dead came to her, and she received them, and that was the order of things. She was not beloved the way some gods were beloved, but she was not defied either. The gods could live with Hel so long as Hel remained in Niflheim, which, for the most part, she did. And then there was Fenrir. With Fenrir, the gods made a different choice entirely. They brought him to Asgard. Why they did this when they had cast his brother into the sea and sent his sister to govern the dead is something the sources do not explain in full. Perhaps they believed they could keep a closer watch on him there. Perhaps they thought that raising him among gods would soften whatever wildness Angrboda had bred into him. Perhaps there was something in the young wolf, his intelligence, or the echo of his father in him, or simply his smallness in those early days, that made them willing to try. Whatever the reasoning, they brought him home, and for a time Asgard held him. Fenrir also had children of his own, though the myths offer only glimpses of them. 2 sons, both wolves, both born to carry on something of their grandfather's chaos into the workings of the cosmos. The first was Skoll, a wolf so vast that he spent his days chasing the sun across the sky. The second was Hati, who ran after the moon with the same tireless and relentless hunger. In the old belief, the movement of the sun and moon through the sky was not a quiet natural process, but a pursuit. 2 great wolves always gaining, always just behind, the sun and moon always running. It was said that at Ragnarök, Skoll and Hati would finally catch what they had been chasing, and the lights of the sky would go dark. The children of Fenrir were therefore not incidental figures in the mythology, but active participants in the machinery of the world's ending. They extended his story outward and forward in time, seeding the apocalypse not just through his own actions, but through those of the creatures he fathered. What the gods had hoped was a manageable problem was beginning to look more and more like a family. When Fenrir was still young enough to be called a pup, the gods of Asgard made a decision that would shape everything that followed. They brought him home. It was not a decision made lightly, nor one made without some awareness of the risk. The gods knew who his mother was, and they knew his father better than they perhaps wished to. But a wolf pup, even one descended from Loki and Angrboda, was still a pup. Small enough to be carried, young enough to be watched, and, the gods may have reasoned, young enough to be managed. So they brought him into Asgard, into the gleaming realm of the gods. And for a time, they watched him the way you might watch something beautiful and faintly dangerous, telling yourself that you have it well in hand. The pup moved through the halls and open grounds of Asgard with a kind of easy confidence that was unusual in something so young, something that had not yet learned it had any reason to be cautious. He had his father's intelligence in his eyes, that quality of watching and calculating that Loki carried so naturally it seemed like breathing. And beneath that watchfulness, there was already something fierce, something that did not bend easily, a pride that seemed to come not from experience, but from the very composition of the creature itself. He had inherited it from both sides, perhaps, the cunning from Loki and the deep, immovable stubbornness from Angrboda, whose name had always suggested that she was not a being who softened at the edges. Most of the gods kept their distance. This was not something openly discussed or formally decided, but it happened all the same, in the gradual way that fear arranges itself into behavior before anyone has named the fear aloud. They would find other paths to walk, other tasks requiring their attention, other parts of Asgard to occupy when the young wolf was nearby. Only one god moved toward him rather than away. Tyr, the god of war and justice, was the one who brought Fenrir his food, who sat near enough to be present without pressing too close, who treated the young wolf with a steadiness that neither flinched nor performed. There was something between them that the old sources do not quite name, not affection exactly, but a kind of mutual acknowledgement, a recognition that passed between two creatures who understood something about each other that others did not. Tyr's courage in this was not the loud kind, not the courage of a battlefield where witnesses gather and songs are composed. It was the quieter kind, the kind that shows up every day in the same place without expectation. He fed the wolf because someone had to, and because he was the only one willing. That willingness would matter later, in ways none of them could have entirely foreseen, though perhaps some already suspected. For now, there was simply a god and a young wolf, sharing a corner of Asgard that everyone else preferred to avoid. The growth began almost immediately, and it did not slow. Fenrir grew in the way that a fire grows when the wind finds it, steadily at first, and then faster than seemed reasonable, faster than anyone watching could quite account for. The gods had seen large creatures before, had lived alongside beings of considerable size and power, but nothing had prepared them for the particular quality of Fenrir's expansion. Each time they looked, he seemed to have added something: more height, more length, more weight, more presence, until the space he occupied in Asgard felt less like a portion of the realm and more like a competing force pressing against its boundaries. His paws, which had once fit comfortably in a single hand, became things the gods measured themselves against with something between wonder and dread. His voice deepened and broadened until the sound of it moved through stone. The drool that gathered at the corners of his mouth, which had once been simply the mess of a young animal, began to run in quantities that formed channels in the ground where it fell and pooled. In the old stories, these channels would eventually become rivers. People would look at the water moving through the landscape and know it had begun in the mouth of the wolf who waited on his island, and they would give those rivers names that carried the weight of what they represented. But in those early days in Asgard, it was still only beginning. The rivers were not yet rivers. The wolf was not yet what he would become. He was still becoming it, steadily, unhurriedly, with a patience that felt less like patience and more like inevitability. His jaws grew longest of all. There was something about the way they opened that made the gods go still when they saw it. Not the jaws of an animal at a meal, but something vaster, something that seemed to contain more space than it should have. The old accounts say that when Fenrir finally reached his full size, his open mouth stretched from the earth to the sky, filling all the space between with teeth and shadow, swallowing the air itself before anything else. In Asgard, they were not yet at that point, but they could see the direction of travel. Every god who looked at Fenrir during those years saw not only the creature before them, but the shape of the creature he was becoming, and the shape was one that left very little room for comfort. The unease settled into the fabric of daily life. Fee in Asgard, the way cold settles into stone, gradually, without announcement, until one morning it is simply there and has always been there, and you cannot remember quite when it arrived. The gods spoke of other things. They attended to the affairs of the 9 worlds, to the business of gods who had realms to oversee, and prayers to receive, and old enemies to guard against. But Fenrir grew, and the unease grew with him, and neither showed any sign of stopping. By the time he was fully grown, there was not a single god in Asgard who could look at Fenrir without feeling the cold weight of what was coming. The Norse understood fate differently than most people do today. It was not a possibility, not something that might happen, but something already written, already done, simply waiting to unfold in time. The Norns, 3 figures who sat at the base of the world tree Yggdrasil, beside the well whose waters held all knowledge, were said to weave the fates of gods and men alike into an enormous cloth, each thread a life, each crossing of thread over thread, a moment that could not be undone. What they wove was not a suggestion. It was not a warning to be heeded or a future to be avoided with sufficient cleverness. It was simply what would happen, already settled, already true, existing somewhere beyond the reach of any god's power to alter, no matter how great that god might be. This was the world the Norse inhabited in their understanding of things. A world where even Odin, the king of the gods, the seeker of all wisdom, the one who had sacrificed an eye at the well of Mimir and hung himself from Yggdrasil for 9 days to gain the knowledge of the runes, could not change what the Norns had decided. He could only know it and bear the weight of knowing. The prophecies surrounding Fenrir were not vague. They did not speak in the soft and ambiguous language of riddles that might mean one thing or another depending on how the light fell. According to the old sources, the seers of Asgard looked at the young wolf growing in their midst and saw with terrible clarity what he would become and what he would do. He would break free of whatever bound him. He would run through the 9 worlds. And at Ragnarök, the great unraveling at the end of all things, Fenrir would open his jaws wide enough to swallow the sky itself, and Odin, the All-Father, the king of the gods, the one who had known this moment was coming for longer than most beings had existed, would be devoured by him. This was not rumor. It was not one seer's opinion set against another's. It was recorded in the oldest layers of the tradition, in the verses of the poetic Edda, in the careful prose of Snorri Sturluson, in the consistent thread that ran through every account of Fenrir that survived. He would kill Odin, and the gods could not prevent it. Odin knew this. That is perhaps the most remarkable thing in the entire story. He had sought out this knowledge himself, in the way he sought out all knowledge, relentlessly and at great personal cost. He knew the name of the wolf who would end him. He knew the shape the ending would take. And still he rose each morning in Asgard and went about the long, careful work of a king who understood that his reign had a fixed conclusion. There is something in this that the Norse seem to find not paralyzing, but clarifying. Knowing the hour of your death did not excuse you from living well until it arrived. It did not release you from your obligations. If anything, it sharpened them. And yet knowing did not make the waiting peaceful. The gods watched Fenrir grow, watched the drool form rivers, watched the jaw that could one day reach from the earth to the sky, and they felt, as the sources quietly suggest, something that went beyond simple strategic concern. They felt the particular dread that comes from watching a prophecy take shape in real time, from seeing an abstraction become flesh and fur and fang. The seers had told them what was coming. Now they could see it in the courtyard of Asgard, eating from Tyr's hand, growing larger with every passing day. What makes this part of the story genuinely difficult, in the way that good myths are often difficult, is the question of whether the gods made Fenrir into what he was destined to become. Some who have studied these accounts have noted the quiet paradox at the heart of the tradition. Fenrir was brought to Asgard as a pup, and the gods, already afraid of what they had been told he would do, treated him accordingly. Only Tyr was brave enough to approach him, to feed him, to offer him anything resembling care. The rest kept their distance, watching him with the wary eyes of those who already believed they knew how the story ended. It is worth asking, and the Norse tradition seems to ask it without fully answering, whether a creature raised in that atmosphere of fear and suspicion, surrounded by beings who loved him no more than they had to, who were already rehearsing their response to the moment he became dangerous, would naturally develop the hatred and the rage that the prophecies described. Whether the gods, in trying to prepare for what was foretold, were already fulfilling it. Norse fatalism did not erase this question. It simply held it alongside the belief that fate was fixed. What one did between birth and death was one's own. That was the understood balance. The Norns set the threads, but the hands that moved through the world were still the hands of living beings, making choices, bearing consequences, building reputations that would last beyond their deaths. In a tradition where what survived you was your name and what people said of it, how you conducted yourself inside the boundaries of your fate mattered enormously. This is part of what makes the decision to bind Fenrir so laden with weight in the old sources. It was not a decision made lightly, and it was not made without awareness of its own costs. The gods knew, on some level, that binding Fenrir would not prevent Ragnarök. The prophecies had not said that if they restrained him, the ending would be avoided. They had said the ending was coming, that Fenrir would be part of it, that Odin would die by his jaws. Binding him was, at best, a postponement, a way of pushing back the hour, of keeping the present world intact for a little longer. And yet there was something in the god's nature, or perhaps something in the nature of power itself, that could not accept passivity in the face of what was coming. They had been given knowledge of their fate. They had watched it grow larger than any chain could hold, and still they reached for the chains. There is a kind of stubbornness in this, that the Norse tradition seems to honor rather than condemn. The gods were not naive. They were not operating under any illusion that their efforts would change the final accounting. They simply could not be the ones who did nothing. They could not stand in the full knowledge of what was coming and simply allow it to arrive without resistance, without at least the effort of resistance, without the statement, however temporary, that they had not surrendered willingly to the dark. And so the gods made their choice, not because they believed they could change what was coming, but because they could not bring themselves to do nothing. The gods were too wise, or perhaps too afraid, to simply throw a chain around Fenrir's neck by force. They had watched him long enough to understand that force alone would not serve them here, and that approaching a creature of his size and temper with open hostility would accomplish nothing except to confirm every suspicion he already carried. So they did what the gods of Asgard were known to do when strength alone was insufficient. They thought carefully, and they chose their words with great deliberation. The chain they brought to him was called lading. It was a chain of iron, heavy and long, forged by the gods themselves with considerable care, built to hold something far larger than any ordinary beast. The links were thick as a man's fist, and the whole of it gleamed cold in whatever light fell across it. By any reasonable measure, it was an impressive thing, the kind of restraint that would have held almost anything in the known world without difficulty. The gods had made it with genuine effort and genuine belief that it might be sufficient, and there was still some hope among them, however fragile, that the strength they had poured into it would prove equal to the task. They approached Fenrir not as captors but as admirers, which was itself a kind of art. They spoke to him in the language of contests and glory, the language that a creature raised in Asgard among warriors would recognize and respond to. They told him that this chain, this lading, was something they wished to test against his strength, that they were curious to see whether a wolf of his size and reputation could break it. They framed it as an opportunity, a chance to demonstrate something that everyone already suspected but had not yet witnessed. Whether they managed to sound entirely convincing is impossible to know. What the sources suggest is that Fenrir found the proposition more amusing than threatening. He had not yet broken anything. He was powerful, and he knew it. But his power had not yet been measured against an obstacle that truly tested it. The offer the gods placed before him was, in its way, appealing, not because he needed their approval, but because he was his father's son, and Loki's children had never been indifferent to a well-framed challenge. He looked at the chain, and he agreed to let them put it on him. There was something almost casual in his agreement, the ease of a creature who has no reason yet to believe the world will ever produce something it cannot escape from. They bound him with lading, working the iron links around him with the careful efficiency of gods who were trying not to let their hands tremble. The chain was secured. The gods stepped back, and then Fenrir tested it. What happened next took very little time. He flexed against the chain, a single, deliberate strain of his enormous body, and then kicked out once with his legs, and lading came apart. Not slowly, not with visible effort, but with the abruptness of something that had never really been a contest. The iron links separated and fell, some of them hitting the ground hard enough to scatter, and Fenrir stood free and unimpressed in the same moment that he had been bound. The whole of it lasted no longer than a breath. The gods had prepared themselves, in whatever way they could, for the possibility of failure. They had told themselves that if lading did not hold, they would try something else, that this was merely a first attempt and not a final one. But there is a considerable difference between preparing yourself for a failure and watching that failure happen in front of you with such ease that the chain might as well have been made of river reeds. What they had believed was an impressive restraint had not even slowed him. He had not strained against it for long minutes before breaking free. He had not appeared to struggle in any meaningful way. He had simply decided to stop being held, and the iron had agreed. They masked their alarm as best they could, which was itself a testament to how practiced the gods were in concealing what they felt. They spoke to Fenrir with something like congratulation, acknowledged what they had witnessed, and gave no outward sign of the cold recognition that was settling over them. But inwardly, and in the conversations that followed among themselves in the halls of Asgard, what the breaking of lading had revealed was profoundly unsettling. It was not merely that the chain had failed, it was what the manner of its failure said about how much strength they were actually dealing with. They had built lading to hold something exceptional, and what Fenrir had shown them was that exceptional was not close to an adequate description. The gap between what they had prepared for and what he actually was seemed, in the aftermath of that single kick, much wider than they had allowed themselves to believe. Every assumption they had made about the proportions of his power needed to be reconsidered, and the only direction that reconsideration could go was upward, toward numbers and scales they had not yet allowed themselves to fully imagine. The gods would go back to their forges, and they would try again, and they would tell themselves that a heavier chain, built with greater care, would change the outcome. But the sight of lading breaking apart with such effortless finality was no to something that could be entirely argued away or replaced with optimism. The pieces of lading lay scattered across the ground, and for a moment no one in Asgard said anything at all. After lading, the gods did not give up. They went back to their forges. There was a kind of pride in the act, or perhaps more accurately, a refusal to accept what lading's failure had revealed about the nature of the creature they were trying to hold. They told themselves that the chain had simply not been large enough, not heavy enough, not built with sufficient care. If the first attempt had taught them anything, they believed, it was that Fenrir required something more substantial, and so they set to work on a second chain, one that would surpass lading in every measurable way. Thicker links, more iron, heavier in the hand and across the shoulder of anyone strong enough to lift it. They called this second chain Dromi, and they made it with the kind of deliberate, almost hopeful attention that comes from not wanting to consider the alternative. Every link was forged with greater precision than the last, and when they held the finished chain up to the light of Asgard, it was an imposing thing. Something that looked, at least from a distance, like a problem finally solved. The old sources mention Dromi alongside lading in a way that suggests the two chains were understood as a pair, a kind of escalating statement that the Norse reduced to a proverb. From lading, you get fame, and from Dromi, power. The idea embedded in those words was that each chain represented a greater test, and that each test, even if it ended in failure, added something to the reputation of the one who endured it. What the gods were offering Fenrir, in their careful framing of each attempt, was not imprisonment, but glory. They understood that an appeal to his strength was the only approach likely to work, because they could not force the chain onto him. A creature that had already shattered lading with a single kick was not one you simply walked up to with a length of iron in your hands and expected to cooperate. The language of contest was all they had, and they used it again. When they returned to Fenrir with Dromi, the wolf took his time looking at it. Something in him paused, and you can sense it in the way the story unfolds, a hesitation that had not been there with lading. He had approached the first chain with easy confidence, almost with amusement, the way something very powerful approaches a problem it already knows the answer to. Dromi gave him a moment of consideration. It was so much heavier than lading that even Fenrir could see the difference, could feel in the weight of the thing something of what the gods intended. And for a moment that weight gave him pause. He was not a creature without intelligence. He had his father's sharpness, his father's tendency to look at a situation and sense the space between what was being said and what was actually meant. He sat with it, and the gods waited. But then his confidence returned, the way confidence always returns to those who have not yet met their limit. He had broken lading without effort. He had felt the iron give way beneath the force of a single exertion, had watched the gods recover their composure with what he could see was difficulty. Whatever Dromi was, he reasoned, it was still made of the same world he lived in, the same iron, the same forges, the same hands. He agreed again, and they bound him. Dromi held for a breath longer than lading had. Not much longer, but enough to be noticed, enough that the gods might have allowed themselves briefly to hope. Then Fenrir shook himself. It was the kind of motion a dog makes when it is wet, a full-body shudder that moves through from the shoulders to the tail, except that when Fenrir did it, the force that moved through him was something else entirely. The chains strained, the links pulled against one another. And then Dromi came apart, not in the dramatic shattering way of lading, but in pieces, falling away from his body, like something that had never really had a hold on him to begin with. He stepped out of it almost calmly and looked at the gods. The silence that followed was a different kind of silence than the one after lading. The first failure had been shocking. This one was something heavier than shock. It was the slow settling of a truth the gods had been trying not to look at directly. 2 chains, 2 failures, and each failure had told them something they did not want to hear, that the problem was not the materials they had chosen, not the size or the weight or the care of the forging, but something more fundamental about what Fenrir was. He was not a creature who could be contained by anything that existed in the straightforward physical world, in the ordinary logic of iron and force. He had grown beyond that, or perhaps he had always been beyond it, and lading and Dromi had simply been the slow proof of something the seers had already understood. The gods gathered what remained of their resolve, which was not nothing, but which was considerably less than what they had carried into the first attempt. When Dromi fell away in pieces too, the gods knew they would need to think differently. The dwarves lived deep beneath the earth in halls of stone and firelight, and there was nothing in the 9 worlds they could not make if given the right materials. They worked in Nidavellir, the realm of dark fields and deep mines, in workshops that no god had ever fully seen, where the heat of forge fires had burned so long that the stone walls around them had turned permanently black with soot. They were small, patient, extraordinary beings, and they understood materials the way the gods understood power, intuitively, completely, from the inside out. When the gods had exhausted every ordinary option, when iron had proved itself useless and their own pride had cost them 2 spectacular failures, it was to Nidavellir that they finally turned. The commission they brought was not like anything the dwarves had been asked to make before. There was no request for a spear or a ring, no throne or helmet or ship, things the dwarves had crafted many times over and could produce with their eyes half closed. What the gods needed now was something that had no precedent, something that operated not on the strength of its material, but on the nature of its components. They needed a binding that could hold what iron could not, and they knew this meant abandoning the logic of iron altogether. The dwarves listened, considered the problem in the unhurried way that craftsmen consider problems that are genuinely interesting to them, and agreed to attempt it. According to the old tradition, what they produced was called Gleipnir. The ingredients that went into Gleipnir were not things a person could gather from any corner of the world. In the accounts that survive, there are 6 of them, and each one is a thing that does not exist, or more precisely, a thing whose existence is so vanishingly rare or so paradoxical that it cannot be grasped or measured in any ordinary sense. The sound of a cat's footstep was one of them. Cats move in silence, and what they produced was not a whisper of sound, but the true absence of it. The sound that isn't there, gathered somehow and given form. A woman's beard was another. The roots of a mountain, which mountains do not have the way trees do, because mountains rise from the earth rather than grow from it. The sinews of a bear, which bears have abundantly in flesh and blood, but whose innermost sinews are not so easily named or extracted. The breath of a fish, which rises through water rather than air, and is not quite breath in any way a person standing on land would recognize. And the spittle of a bird, which birds produce almost not at all, and which gathers in such minute quantities that calling it spittle is itself a kind of fiction. The dwarves understood that what the gods required transcended ordinary craftsmanship, that they were being asked to gather elements that existed in the space between the possible and the impossible. The list itself was an instruction, a kind of riddle about the nature of binding and constraint. To work with materials that barely existed at all required a different kind of skill than shaping iron or gold, a method that the dwarves had perhaps always possessed but had never before been asked to employ. They would not be forging in the traditional sense, heating and hammering at an anvil, but rather coaxing these paradoxical elements into a form that could function despite, or perhaps because of, their fundamental insubstantiality. The dwarves accepted this challenge with the same unhurry, confidence they brought to any commission, understanding that impossibility itself could be a tool in the right hands. There is something worth sitting with in this list, because it is not simply a collection of rare or exotic materials. The Norse tradition is deliberate here. These are not things that are merely hard to find. They are things that exist at the very edge of existing. Things whose names describe something that barely qualifies as a thing at all. And this is what makes Gleipnir unbreakable. You cannot struggle against the sound of a footstep that was never made. You cannot tear apart the roots of something that does not root itself. Physical strength, which Fenrir possessed in quantities beyond any other creature in the 9 worlds, operates against physical resistance. Iron resists. Stone resists. But something made from the silence between sounds, from the edge of an impossibility, offers no resistance to push against. There is nothing there to break, in the sense that Fenrir understood breaking. The dwarves worked with all of this in ways the sources do not describe in detail, because what they did in their deep workshops was not the kind of thing that translates neatly into words. The old accounts simply tell us that they made it, and that when it was finished, it looked nothing like what it was. The finished ribbon, and ribbon is the word that comes closest, was thin and soft, pale in colour, smooth to the touch in the way that woven silk is smooth. It had a slight give when handled, the way a length of fine cloth does when you let it fall over your open hand. There was nothing about looking at it that suggested the thing it was, nothing that betrayed the nature of what had gone into its making. It did not gleam or pulse or radiate any quality that would make a person look twick. This was entirely by design. The dwarves were craftsmen of profound sophistication, and they understood that Fenrir's intelligence was as significant a problem as his strength. A chain that looked formidable would announce its purpose. A chain that looked like nothing would have to be examined more carefully, approached more slowly, given more consideration. and in the time that consideration required, the binding would already be in place, or so the gods hoped. The lightness of Gleipnir was not a byproduct of its unusual ingredients, but a feature of them. Things made from near-nothings weigh nearly nothing. Things made from paradoxes cannot be grasped in the way that solid objects can. The ribbon was soft because its components had no hardness. It was light because they had no weight. It was strong because against the truly unbreakable, there is nothing to struggle against. The gods carried it back from Nidavellir with a care that had nothing to do with its apparent fragility. It could not be damaged, they now understood, and everything to do with what it represented. They had travelled through 2 iron failures and arrived at this, a length of pale, silken material that a child could have braided into a doll's hair without thinking twice about it. The disproportion between what it looked like and what it was capable of was so complete that even the gods, who had commissioned it and knew what had gone into its making, could not entirely resolve it into something comfortable. There is something in the human mind, and perhaps the divine mind as well, that insists on matching appearance to reality, that wants a thing capable of binding the world's most powerful wolf to look as though it could do so. Gleipnir refused that expectation entirely. It lay in the hand of whoever carried it as though it weighed nothing, as though it might drift away in a light wind, and the only thing a person looking at it could reasonably conclude was that it was nothing to worry about. It looked like something you could snap between 2 fingers, and that was exactly the point. When the gods brought Gleipnir to Fenrir, they found him watching them the way a creature watches something it already suspects. He had broken lading without effort and cast off Dromi as though it were nothing more than a nuisance, and the gods had returned from each of those failures with the composed expressions of beings who were not particularly troubled by what had just happened. Fenrir had noticed that too. He was not merely large and strong. He was shrewd in the way his father was shrewd, with a particular attentiveness to the small things other creatures said without meaning to, the slight stiffening of a posture, the quality of a silence that went on just a moment too long. When the gods came to him this time, he read all of those things before they had even spoken. They presented Gleipnir to him in the usual way, with the familiar language of contest and glory. Surely, they said, a creature who had shattered 2 iron chains as though they were brittle twigs would have nothing at all to fear from something as slight as this. They held it out for him to see, a ribbon, or something very like one, soft and pale, thin enough that the light came through it. The gods kept their voices easy and unhurried, as though the whole thing were almost too trivial to bother with. Fenrir looked at it for a long time without moving. There was something in the deliberateness of that stillness, the way he turned the ribbon over in his mind before he had even touched it, the way his eyes moved from the thing itself to the faces of the gods arrayed around him and then back again. He had always been a creature who understood the weight of what was not being said. 2 chains of iron had not held him, and now they were standing before him with something that looked as though it could not hold a bird, asking him to prove his strength against it. The reasoning they offered him was the same reasoning they had offered before, and yet everything else was different. The chain was different. The quality of their carefulness was different. He understood the way intelligent creatures understand things, not through argument, but through an accumulating sense of wrongness, that the lightness of this ribbon was not a weakness in it, but was in fact the most important thing about it. He had lived long enough among the gods to know that they were not reckless, and they would not have come back a 3rd time with something flimsier than what had already failed, unless the flimsiness was precisely the point. Whatever this ribbon was made from, it was not made from anything he had encountered before. Its very appearance told him that, and so he did not agree, not immediately, and not without terms. He looked at the assembled gods and told them what he saw, that this thing they were holding out to him had the look of something crafted by a deeper kind of knowledge than ordinary ironworking, that its slightness was not a reassurance to him, but the opposite of one. He was willing, he said, to be shown wrong. He had never been the kind of creature who refused a contest out of fear. But he was also not a creature who walked into something he could not see the shape of without asking first for something solid to hold on to. What he asked for was simple and, at the same time, the one thing none of them wanted to give. One of the gods would have to place a hand inside his open jaws and keep it there while the ribbon was wound around him and the binding was done. If the gods were being honest with him, if this was truly nothing more than another test, and Gleipnir would fall away the moment he strained against it, then no harm would come to anyone's hand. The god who offered it would take it back whole and uninjured, and Fenrir would have proven once again what he had already proven twice over. But if the ribbon held, if it turned out that this was something other than a contest, that the gods had brought him something designed to actually bind him, something made with the intention of keeping him there, then the hand would remain, and whoever had placed it there would leave without it. It was a clean and logical demand, and it was completely unanswerable, and every god in that assembly knew it. The silence that fell after he said this had a particular texture to it. These were beings who had faced giants and monsters and the slow grinding weight of cosmic prophecy, and they stood still in a way that had nothing to do with ease. Some of them looked at one another. Some of them did not look at anyone at all. The ribbon hung in the air between them and the wolf, and the wolf waited with the patient quality of a creature who already knew that he had said the one true thing, and that no one standing in front of him had a ready answer for it. To refuse his terms would be to admit that the ribbon was not a game, that they had come to him with something other than a contest, and that everything they had presented to him was a careful arrangement of words designed to get him to do something he would not otherwise agree to do. And if they admitted that, there was no binding. If they accepted the terms, there was a hand in his mouth, and whatever followed from whatever happened next. He was not asking for anything unreasonable, by the logic of the situation he was in. He was asking only for what any creature in his position would ask, for some proof that the gods who had raised him in Asgard, who had fed him and watched him grow, were still capable of good faith. He was asking for a guarantee that meant something, for a pledge made of something real rather than words, which were the one material the gods had never had any shortage of. He would allow himself to be bound, he said, but only if one of them was willing to pay the price if he was right. Of all the gods of Asgard, only one stepped forward. His name was Tyr, and he was known among the Norse as the god of war, of justice, and of single combat. Not the wild, chaotic kind of war that gloried in destruction, but the ordered kind, the kind governed by oaths and agreed upon terms, and the courage to honor what you had promised, even when honoring it cost you something. He was, in the oldest layers of the tradition, one of the most ancient and respected of the gods, a figure whose name appears across the Germanic world in forms that suggest he was once held in extraordinary regard. In Norse thought, he embodied the principle that courage without principle was merely recklessness, and that justice without the willingness to bear its weight was merely a word. He was known to be fair. He was known to be brave. He was known, above all, her things, to keep his word. The silence before he stepped forward was a long one. The gods had heard Fenrir's terms. One hand placed freely into those open jaws, held there as a living guarantee of good faith, while the binding was done. And none of them had moved. It would be easy, from the outside, to read that silence as simple cowardice, but that would not quite be fair. The gods understood what Fenrir's jaws could do. They had watched him grow. They had stood at a careful distance and felt something cold and certain move through them as he opened his mouth, and the distance between his upper jaw and the ground seemed to swallow the sky. A hand placed in that space was not a symbolic gesture. It was a hand genuinely at risk, held in a place from which it might not return. And still Tyr stepped forward. He walked toward the wolf with the measured, deliberate pace of someone who had already decided, who had settled the matter privately somewhere before the moment arrived, and needed only to carry the body through the steps that remained. There are accounts in the old tradition of Tyr being the one god brave enough to approach Fenrir, even in his younger days in Asgard, the one who brought him food, the one Fenrir would tolerate in a way he would not tolerate the others. If there was something that resembled trust between the wolf and any of the gods, it had lived in that particular space, the god who came with food, the creature who accepted it, some fragile arrangement that might have been called kindness once, before everything else intervened. Now Tyr extended his right hand and placed it carefully between Fenrir's open jaws. The deliberateness of the act is worth sitting with. He did not flinch away at the last moment. He did not hesitate once his arm was in motion. He rested his hand there in the warm darkness of that open mouth, feeling whatever a god feels in such a moment. The heat, the weight of the air, the terrible patience of the creature surrounding him. And he kept it still while the others moved in to wrap Gleipnir around the wolf's great body. The ribbon passed around Fenrir's legs, around his chest, worked through the chain that would be fixed into the rock beneath him. It took time. The gods worked quietly and with great care, because Gleipnir required no special technique to apply, but required absolute care in the applying, and because every moment Tyr's hand remained in that position was a moment borrowed against an outcome none of them knew the exact timing of. The wolf waited. He watched with the particular attention of a creature who suspects it has been deceived, but who made a bargain and intends, for now, to see the bargain through. Then came the moment of testing. Fenrir flexed. He pushed every muscle in his enormous body outward against the ribbon in a single concentrated effort, the kind of effort that had shattered lading, that had made Dromi fall away like thread. He strained with a force that the old sources suggest was beyond the measure of anything the 9 worlds had otherwise produced, a force that should by every reasonable standard have torn any binding apart in an instant. Gleipnir held. He pushed again, differently, searching for the direction in which it would give, the way he had found it in the iron chains, the weak point, the seam, the place where the thing was more promise than substance. Gleipnir offered nothing. It was smooth and seamless and entirely without the quality of ordinary material that yields under pressure. It stretched, shed without breaking. It gave without releasing. It held the way that things woven from essence hold, which is to say completely, without exception, and without any opening through which strength alone could reason its way free. The wolf understood then. He understood that the light ribbon was not what it appeared to be, that the gods had brought him something that no test of muscle could overcome, that what had been presented to him as a contest had in truth been a closing door. His rage when it came was enormous, not loud in the way of a creature that has simply been startled, but deep and continuous, the rage of something highly intelligent that recognizes it has been outmaneuvered and is only beginning to calculate the cost. His jaws came together. Tyr's right hand was inside them when they closed, and it did not come away with him when the wolf clamped down. The god drew back his arm. What remained of it stopped at the wrist. He stood there with what the tradition describes as a composure that the other gods apparently found more striking than almost anything else about the day. The stoic, unhurried quality of a man who had expected precisely this and had decided beforehand how he intended to bear it. He did not cry out, as far as the old sources suggest. He stepped back from the wolf. He let the others tend to the remaining work of fixing Gleipnir's binding to the rock, of securing the chain that ran through it to the stone called Gjöll, buried deep in the earth. He stood apart and held his arm and said nothing that the tradition bothered to record. What he had weighed in the silence before he stepped forward was this: the wolf bound against the world unbound, the certainty of his own loss against the possibility that without the binding, every living thing across the 9 worlds would bear a cost far greater. It was the kind of arithmetic that the Norse understood well. Fate could not be avoided, only met well or met badly, and meeting it well sometimes meant absorbing a portion of it that belonged by rights to no single person. Tyr had weighed all of that, and stepped forward anyway, and the gods bound Fenrir to his rock in the cold water, and the thing that needed doing was done. Tyr had known what would happen, and he had done it anyway, and now the wolf was bound, and the god of justice had one hand fewer than he had that morning. Even bound, Fenrir was not quiet. The gods had looped Gleipnir through a great flat stone and driven it deep into the earth, anchoring the silken ribbon to something heavier than the wolf's rage. But the ribbon held him only in body. What came out of him in those first hours was something the gods had not fully prepared for. He roared. He had been roaring since the moment he understood what had happened. The sound of it was not the sound of an animal in pain so much as the sound of something that had been deceived by the very beings it had lived among, had not yet found a way to be quiet about that. The gods had bound him, but they could not make him still. His jaws were the immediate problem. Even with Gleipnir holding his body fast to the stone beneath him, the wolf's head moved freely. Those jaws, the same jaws that had taken Tyr's hand with a single clean motion, continued to snap and lunge at anything within reach. The gods kept their distance, watching from the edges of what they considered a safe radius. There was nothing comfortable in the way they watched. They had done what they came to do, yet the wolf was still there, still enormous, still furious. His mouth was still capable of ending things. Something more was needed. A chain could hold a body, but a body with a mouth like that was still dangerous in ways that required a different kind of answer. The solution they found was a sword. According to the accounts preserved in the Old Norse sources, the gods forced a blade between Fenrir's jaws, the hilt resting on his lower jaw, the point pressed against the upper, wedging them permanently apart in a fixed and painful gape. It was not a clean or merciful act. It was a practical one, arrived at by people who needed the wolf to stop snapping at them and had run out of gentler options. The sword held his mouth open for as long as he remained bound. That the prophecies said would be until the end of the world itself. There was no ceremony to it. It was simply a sword, forced into a place where swords do not ordinarily go, and it stayed there. What came from his forced open jaws after that were not words, but rivers. The Norse sources record that the foam and slaver that poured continuously from Fenrir's mouth ran in two streams across the ground, that these streams were given names. One was called Van, which translates roughly to hope. The other was Veal, which carries the sense of will, or perhaps expectation. These are remarkable names to give to the byproduct of a bound wolf's suffering. They are not names that suggest the wolf was broken. They are names that suggest he was still reaching toward something, still oriented toward a future in which things were different than they were. The people who gave those rivers their names understood something about what Fenrir was still doing inside himself. Even with a blade between his teeth and a magical ribbon around his body and a rock beneath him on a cold and distant island, it is worth sitting with what those names suggest. The Norse were not given to easy comfort or false resolution. They knew, because the seers had told them, and the tradition preserved it carefully, that Fenrir's story did not end at the binding. The binding was not a conclusion. It was a postponement, maintained by craft and deception, and one god's missing hand. Everyone who looked at Fenrir on his island and saw those two rivers flowing from his mouth knew, with the calm and particular knowing of a people who accepted fate as a fact rather than a fear, that those rivers would keep flowing right up until the moment the bonds gave way. Hope and will, not resignation, not defeat. Those were the names they gave the rivers. Those names were a kind of prophecy in themselves, quieter than the great pronouncements of the Norns, but just as certain. There is something in Fenrir's endurance that the Norse sources do not celebrate, but also do not diminish. He was bound by trickery. He had offered the gods a fair condition, a hand in his mouth, a pledge of good faith, and they had met that condition knowing they intended to deceive him. When the deception was complete, they drove a sword between his jaws so he could not speak, and he endured it. He did not go still. He did not go silent in any meaningful sense. This was because those rivers were his voice, and they kept moving. The wolf, who had been growing since before the gods found a way to stop him, simply continued, in the only way left available to him, to be what he was, enormous, present, unresolved, a problem the gods had addressed, but not solved, contained but not changed, held in place but never, in the accounts that survive, described as anything other than what he had always been. The gods tethered the ribbon to stone and walked away from him, and behind them the rivers ran. They would run through all the long ages between his binding and the morning the world began to come apart at its seams, carrying across all that time the same two qualities the wolf had never surrendered. The rivers flowed on. The names the Norse gave them said everything about what they believed was still coming. They brought him to an island called Lyngvi, somewhere in the cold waters between worlds, a place remote enough that his roaring would not reach Asgard. The Kattegat, the strait that stretches between what would one day be called Denmark and Sweden, was not chosen carelessly, for the gods understood that distance was one of the few tools still available to them. They used it with the same deliberateness they had brought to every step of the binding itself. Lyngvi was not a place of punishment in any simple sense. The way a dungeon or a cage might be understood as punishment, it was something quieter and more final than that. A removal, an exile, a placing of something dangerous at the far edge of the known world, where neither the inhabitants of Asgard nor the people of Midgard would have to hear or see or reckon with what they had done. What makes Lyngvi remarkable, in a way that the old sources perhaps did not intend, is that the island no longer appears on any map. There is no island in the Kattegat today that carries that name. Scholars who have tried to locate it have found themselves narrowing down a list of possibilities without ever arriving at a single answer. There are perhaps 50 islands that might have once been called by that name, or might have held that story. None of them can be confirmed. This absence from the map gives Lyngvi a quality that feels entirely appropriate for a place where a creature of prophecy was meant to wait out the ages. It exists somewhere between geography and mythology, between the world you could sail to and the world you could only dream your way into. The Norse were comfortable with such places, liminal spaces that belonged fully to neither one realm nor another, where the boundaries between what was real and what was fated had a way of becoming very thin indeed. According to the tradition, once Gleipnir was secured and its ends fixed to the great boulder called Jull, the boulder itself was pressed deep into the earth beneath the island. Fenrir lay bound to that rock in a way that no ordinary strength could undo. The sword remained between his jaws, holding them open, keeping them from closing on anything further. The rivers that flowed from his mouth, the ones the Norse named Varn and Veal, Hope and Will, wound their way across the island and into the cold surrounding sea. The sound of his roaring, that had shaken the air of Asgard during the binding itself, grew more and more distant as the gods departed, until eventually it became something the wind carried rather than something a living ear could clearly hear. What his days looked like, there on that island, is something the sources do not describe in great detail. Yet the image the tradition leaves behind is one that carries its own quiet weight. A wolf, enormous beyond any natural proportion, lying bound against a stone, his jaws held open by a blade that did not yield, the pale rivers of foam moving endlessly away from him into the water. The heather of the island, linger in Old Norse. That is likely where the island took its name, growing quietly around him in the way that small and patient things grow around larger and more terrible things, indifferent to what they surround. The sky above him moving through its seasons, the light changing in the way it changes over northern water. The sun tracing its arc low across the horizon in winter, and riding high and pale in summer. Fenrir watching it all with eyes that the tradition describes as holding something that could not be extinguished. There is a kind of patience in the myth that is difficult to fully account for. This was because it is not the patience of a creature that has given up or forgotten what it is waiting for. It is the patience of something that knows exactly what is coming and is content to let the ages pass because the hour, when it arrives, will be sufficient. The Norse understood this quality well. They built their worldview around the certainty that fate did not hurry, did not negotiate, did not require the participation of the thing fated in order to arrive exactly on time. Fenrir on his island was not diminished by his captivity in the way the gods may have hoped. He was simply early, present in the story before his chapter had fully begun, holding the energy of what was coming the way a storm holds its energy before the wind arrives. The gods had done what they could. They had brought him across the cold water to a place whose name would eventually vanish from the maps of the world. They had used the only chain that could hold him. They had left one of their own gods marked by the price of it. And Lingvi received all of that and kept it, the way remote places keep things, without judgment, without witness, without any particular care for what the inhabitants of Asgard thought they had accomplished. The island held the wolf held his patience. The rivers kept flowing in their quiet and relentless way toward the open sea. There he waited, as the Norse believed all fated things must wait, for the hour that had been decided long before he was born. Of all the gods, Tyr was the one Fenrir knew best. This is worth sitting with for a moment, because the Norse sources do not linger on it the way you might expect them to. They mention it almost in passing, that only Tyr had the courage to approach the young wolf in Asgard, to bring him food, to stand close enough to feel the warmth of that enormous body and the weight of those watchful, intelligent eyes. The other gods kept their distance. They watched from a careful remove, noting how quickly Fenrir was growing, how his appetite expanded along with his frame, how the ground seemed to settle differently beneath his paws with each passing season. But Tyr went to him. Day after day, he carried food across the wide grounds of Asgard and set it before the wolf, and he did not hurry away afterward. He stayed. What passed between them in those hours is not recorded. The old texts are quiet on the particulars of their time together, and it would be wrong to fill that silence with invented warmth or sentiment that the sources do not support. And yet the fact of it stands on its own. Fenrir allowed Tyr close. In a creature already being shaped by the fear and mistrust of every other god in Asgard, that allowance was not a small thing. It was, perhaps, the closest Fenrir ever came to something like ease in the company of a god. It is impossible to know what Tyr made of the wolf during those long visits, or whether he felt the contradiction of what he was doing, tending to a creature whom the seers had already marked for a terrible future, caring for something that everyone else had already decided was beyond care. The Norse sources do not present Tyr as a figure of inner conflict. He was the god of war and of justice, of single combat and the right ordering of things. And those qualities were not in the Norse understanding contradictory to what he did at the wolf's side. He fed Fenrir because it was the right thing to do while Fenrir was young and hungry and in Asgard's keeping. He participated in the deception with Glitmir because, by that point, it was the right thing to do for the sake of the 9 worlds. The Norse did not seem to find these two facts difficult to hold at once. What makes this harder for us, perhaps, is that we can imagine what Fenrir felt. He had been brought to Asgard as a young creature, raised in proximity to gods who watched him with barely concealed dread, and the only one among them who came to him without that particular quality of fear in his bearing was Tyr. When the gods eventually arrived with Gleipnir, presenting it as a harmless contest, Fenrir was suspicious enough of the whole arrangement to demand a pledge. He did not demand it from any god at random. He demanded it from the company assembled before him, and it was Tyr who stepped forward. Whether that reflects Fenrir's trust in Tyr specifically, or simply the pragmatics of the moment, the sources leave unclear. But Tyr was the one who placed his hand between those open jaws, and Tyr was the one whose hand Fenrir took when he understood the nature of what had been done to him. There is something in this that resists easy resolution. The god who had come to the wolf every day, who had been closer to him than any other being in Asgard, was also the one standing there at the moment of the binding, participating in a deception that Fenrir had specifically sought to guard himself against. The pledge of good faith that Tyr offered with his hand was, in the plainest sense, a false one. The gods were tricking Fenrir. Tyr knew this. He placed his hand in the wolf's mouth, knowing the binding would hold, knowing Fenrir would discover the truth, and knowing what would happen to that hand when he did. The Norse sources do not call this a betrayal, or at least they do not dwell on it as one. Snorri Sturluson, writing in the Prose Edda, describes the event with the measured evenness of someone recording an outcome that was always going to be what it was. Tyr loses his hand. The wolf is bound. These things are presented as part of the same unfolding, not as a moral failure requiring explanation. Within the Norse understanding of fate, the gods were not acting freely in the fullest sense. They were doing what the shape of things required of them, moving along paths whose directions had been fixed long before the ribbon was commissioned from the dwarves, or the first chain was forged. And yet Tyr remained the god of justice. This is a detail worth noting carefully. In other traditions, a god of justice who participates in a deception might be required to relinquish that title, or to reckon with the contradiction publicly. In the Norse understanding, Tyr's willingness to offer himself, to put his own hand into genuine danger, to accept the cost of the binding personally rather than letting it fall entirely on the wolf, was itself an act that sat within the domain of justice, even if it was also an act of deception. He did not stand apart from what was done. He paid for it with his own body. For Fenrir, the outcome of that day compressed everything into a single moment of understanding. The god who had been the nearest thing to a companion he had known in Asgard was revealed to have been part of the plan all along, or at least had chosen the plan over whatever had grown between them during those long daily visits. The rivers that flowed from Fenrir's jaws were named Hope and Will, and it is tempting to wonder whether some portion of what they carried was the memory of something that had briefly looked like trust. In Norse belief, acting rightly did not always mean acting without cost, and Tyr carried that understanding in the empty space where his hand used to be. Wolves appear throughout Norse mythology in ways that range from beloved companions to instruments of the end of the world, and the tradition never quite resolves that tension. Odin himself kept two wolves, Geri and Freki, whose names meant something like greedy and ravenous, and he fed them from his own table at the great hall of Valhalla, sharing his food with them the way a man might share a meal with creatures he genuinely loved. These were not pets in any diminished sense of the word. They were companions to the king of the gods, presences honored enough to sit beside him while he presided over the dead. And yet running alongside this image of the beloved wolf was something much older and colder. The belief that two other wolves, Skoll and Hati, spent every day of the world's existence chasing the sun and moon across the sky, and that one day they would catch them, and the light would go out. The Norse held both of these ideas at the same time, and did not seem to feel the need to choose between them. The wolf was a companion and a devourer. It was warm by the fire and running at the edge of the dark. It belonged to the known world, and to the world beyond the borders of the known, and depending on which wolf you were talking about, it could embody either of those things completely. Fenrir sat at the far end of that range. He was not Geri or Freki, faithful and fed from a divine hand. He was something the tradition placed in a different category entirely, a wolf whose nature could not be accommodated within the ordered world the gods maintained, no matter how carefully they tried. And yet even his story began, not with destruction, but with an attempt at coexistence. The gods brought him to Asgard when he was young, which is itself a remarkable detail. They did not exile him immediately. They did not strike him down when they had the chance, and when he was still small enough that they might have managed it. They gave him a place among them, or something close to one, and it was only as he grew, as the gap between what he was and what Asgard could contain became impossible to ignore, that the situation shifted into something else. In this, Fenrir's story followed a pattern that appeared elsewhere in Norse thought, that chaos was not always recognized for what it was at the beginning, that it could walk among order for a time, before the two proved irreconcilable. The wolf in Norse culture carried a particular symbolic weight that had to do with what existed outside the social order, outside the boundaries of the human and divine settlements that made up the inhabited world. Wolves lived in the wildlands, in the forests and fens that the Norse associated with things beyond control and beyond law. Fenrir's very name, Fen-dweller, placed him in that geography from the start, even when he was physically living among the gods of Asgard. His name told you where he truly belonged, which was not in any hall or any settled place, but in the wet and borderless dark at the edge of the world. The fens were not simply unpleasant places to the Norse imagination. They were places where ordinary rules did not apply, where the solid ground gave way beneath you, and the path you thought you were following disappeared. Naming a creature after that kind of place was a way of saying something precise about its nature, that it could not be mapped, could not be reliably predicted, could not be made to fit inside any structure the gods chose to build around it. What made Fenrir specifically terrifying, as opposed to simply dangerous, was that the threat he represented was not external. It was interior, already present within the world the gods inhabited, already sitting at the table, in a manner of speaking, before anyone fully understood what had been invited in. The god's behavior across the arc of his story, bringing him home, watching him grow, growing frightened of him, feeding him only through the bravery of a single god willing to come close enough, and finally resorting to a chain made of impossible things and a pledge broken in bad faith, traced a kind of portrait of power encountering something it could neither incorporate nor eliminate. They could not make Fenrir into something compatible with their order. They could not destroy him, because the tradition was clear that his death was not theirs to accomplish. That was a task reserved for Ragnarök and for Odin's son Vidar, in a future the gods could see coming but could not redirect. And so they bound him, which was neither incorporation nor destruction, but something in between, a temporary solution held in place by a chain made of things that did not exist, and a promise they had not intended to keep. There is something worth pausing on in the way the Norse tradition handled this. The gods were not portrayed as corrupt or cruel in the Fenrir story, even though what they did, using trickery, breaking faith, cutting off the wolf's access to any life outside his chains, was genuinely difficult to call honorable by any conventional measure. The tradition seemed to understand that what the gods did was necessary and costly at the same time, that necessity and honor do not always occupy the same space, and that the gods operated within limits just as their creatures did. They could not simply will Fenrir out of existence. They could not rewrite the prophecy. All they could do was work within the time they had, with the materials available to them, and delay what they knew was coming. This is a distinctly Norse sensibility. Not the idea that good intentions and sufficient power will produce the right outcome, but the idea that even the wisest and strongest beings in the cosmos are navigating a future already written, and that what they can do is act as well as possible within the space fate has left them. Fenrir, in this reading, was not simply a monster placed in the story to be defeated. He was the embodiment of something the Norse understood to be real and permanent, the existence of forces too large and too wild to be permanently contained by any order, divine or otherwise. Every age of the world, the tradition implied, produced its Fenrir, something that grew faster than the structures built to hold it, something that could not be reasoned with or redirected, only held at bay until the hour appointed for its release. The gods managed that task for a very long time, across ages that stretched from the binding on Lyngvi to the final winter before Ragnarök. But managing was the operative word. They were managers of chaos, not its masters. The chain held because it was made from impossibilities, and the moment the world began to come apart, those impossibilities would become possible again, and the chain would follow. What the story of Fenrir suggested, more than anything else, was that the gods were not all powerful. They were simply the ones who had lasted longest so far. Odin knew how he would die. He had known for a long time, longer perhaps than any other god in Asgard, because knowing was the thing he had spent his entire existence pursuing, at whatever cost the knowing required. He had given his eye to the well of Mimir, sinking it into those cold, still waters in exchange for a single drink of the wisdom held there. He had hung himself from the branches of Yggdrasil, the great world tree, for 9 days and 9 nights without food or water, wounded by his own spear, suspended between the living world and whatever lay beyond it, until the runes rose up from the darkness and revealed themselves to him. Every sacrifice Odin ever made was made in service of understanding, and so he understood, with a clarity that no other god possessed, exactly what was waiting for him at the end of all things. It was the wolf. It had always been the wolf. According to both the Poetic Edda and the Prose Edda, the prophecy was plain enough. At Ragnarök, Fenrir would break free from Gleipnir, run through the world with his lower jaw against the earth and his upper jaw in the sky, and Odin himself, the All-Father, the King of the gods, the seeker of every secret in the 9 worlds, would be swallowed whole. His son Vidar would avenge him, but that would not change what had already been written. Odin would die in the jaws of the wolf. This was not a rumor or a dark suspicion. This was known. What is remarkable, when you sit with it, is what Odin did with that knowledge. A lesser being might have turned away from it, might have spent the ages in deliberate ignorance, choosing comfort over clarity. Odin did the opposite. He went looking for more. He wandered in disguise through the 9 worlds, gathering information from mortals and giants and creatures who did not know who they were speaking to. He consulted the severed head of Mimir, which had been preserved after the wars between the Aesir and the Vanir, and which continued to offer counsel to those wise enough to ask it. He sought out the Volva, the seeress, and in the poem known as Völuspá, which forms part of the Poetic Edda, he drew from her the full account of what was coming, including the role that Fenrir would play, including his own death. He did not do this because he believed he could prevent it. The Norse understanding of fate was too complete for that kind of thinking. He did it, it seems, because understanding was the only form of agency available to him. He could not escape what was coming, but he could face it with open eyes. There is something deeply Norse about this. In the tradition, knowledge of your fate did not excuse you from living well within it. Knowing you would die did not mean you lay down and waited. It meant you acted with intention, with courage, right up to the moment your fate arrived. And so Odin continued to build Valhalla and fill it with the honored dead, the Einherjar, warriors gathered from the battlefields of the human world. And he did this knowing that even this vast army would not be enough when the final morning came. He went on governing, planning, sacrificing, learning. He went on being the king of a pantheon he knew was not eternal. The foreknowledge must have shaped the way he thought about Fenrir specifically, not as an abstraction, not as a distant threat, but as something almost personal. Here was the creature who would end him. Here was the being whose jaws contained, in some cosmic sense, the last moment of Odin's existence. The Prose Edda, written by Snorri Sturluson in the 13th century, and the older poems of the Poetic Edda both preserve this prophecy with a seriousness that suggests it was not something the tradition treated lightly. Fenrir was not merely dangerous in a general way. He was dangerous in the most specific way imaginable. He was Odin's death, already decided, already real, simply not yet arrived. There is a strange intimacy in that. You might spend a very long time thinking about something you know will one day destroy you, turning it over in your mind the way you might turn a stone in your hand, learning its weight and its texture, not because you can do anything about it, but because it is yours in some terrible sense, and it belongs to you as much as you belong to it. The binding of Fenrir, then, takes on a different quality when you hold this in mind. The gods collectively feared what Fenrir might do to the order of the world. But Odin's fear, if fear is the right word for something so deliberate and so measured, had a face and a name and a set of jaws that he had looked at from a distance while the wolf was still growing in Asgard. He had watched Tyr bring the wolf his food, watched Fenrir expand beyond every expectation, watched Lading and Dromi shatter, watched Gleipnir finally hold, and all of this he understood as a postponement, not a solution. The gods had bought time. That was all. The wolf waited on the island of Lyngvi, and the prophecy waited with him, patient in the way that inevitable things are always patient. Odin's relationship to that waiting is one of the quietest and most complex threads in all of Norse mythology. He was not paralyzed by what he knew. He was not indifferent to it. He simply lived inside it, the way the Norse believed all beings lived inside their fate, fully, with intention, doing what needed to be done until the moment when doing was no longer possible. The wisdom he had sacrificed so much to obtain had given him this, a complete picture of a story he could not rewrite, only inhabit. And knowing it did not free him from it. It only meant he had longer to think about it. Almost everything we know about Fenrir comes from two collections of medieval Icelandic writing, and understanding that changes the way you hold the stories. The first of these is the Prose Edda, a work compiled around 1220 CE by a man named Snorri Sturluson, an Icelandic chieftain, historian, and poet who lived at a time when Christianity had already been the official religion of Iceland for more than 2 centuries. Snorri was not a pagan. He was a Christian writer, looking back at a religious tradition that had belonged to his ancestors, and he gathered its stories with a care and thoroughness that we are still grateful for today, while at the same time shaping them through a sensibility that was no longer entirely at home inside them. His Prose Edda is the single most detailed source we have for the myths of the Norse gods, including the binding of Fenrir, the nature of Gleipnir, and the prophecy of Ragnarök. Without Snorri, much of what we take for granted about this mythology would simply be lost, or would survive only in scattered fragments too brief to make sense of on their own. He organized the myths, explained their internal logic, and wrote them down in a prose style that was meant to be comprehensible to an audience that might not have grown up hearing these stories around a fire. The second source is older, though exactly how old is difficult to say with any confidence. The Poetic Edda is a collection of poems preserved primarily in a 13th century manuscript known as the Codex Regius, which was discovered in Iceland in 1643 and eventually sent to the Royal Library in Copenhagen, which is how it came to be called the Royal Codex. The poems themselves are generally believed to be considerably older than the manuscript that preserves them, with some scholars placing their composition as far back as the 9th or 10th century, though others argue for later dates on various grounds. These poems were composed in a formal verse tradition that was itself ancient, using alliterative patterns and kennings, compressed, often beautiful metaphorical expressions that required a reader or listener already familiar with the mythological world to understand. They were not explanatory in the way Snorri's prose was. They assumed knowledge. They moved in images and compressed narratives rather than in orderly sequence. Both sources touch on Fenrir, though neither tells his story in a single uninterrupted account. In the Prose Edda, Snorri's section called Gylfaginning, which means something close to the tricking of Gylfi, provides the most sustained narrative of Fenrir's binding, his growth, the 2 broken chains, the making of Gleipnir, Tyr's sacrifice, and the sword forced between the wolf's jaws. In the Poetic Edda, references to Fenrir are distributed across several poems, appearing in passing or in the voices of characters recounting things already understood. The poem called Völuspá, the prophecy of the seeress, is one of the most important in the collection, and it describes the end of the world in imagery that includes the breaking of Fenrir's bonds and his role in the destruction of the gods. It does not narrate the binding itself at length. It assumes you already know it. This difference in approach matters because it tells you something about how these stories existed in the culture before they were written down. They were not composed as a single coherent scripture or mythology. They were living stories, told and retold in different forms for different occasions, in poetry at court, in family halls, on long winter evenings, and the written texts we have are simply the places where some of those stories happen to be frozen in time. When Snorri wrote them down, he made choices. He selected versions, filled gaps, and organized material that had probably existed in multiple competing forms. When we read him, we are reading a medieval Icelandic Christian's careful and well-intentioned reconstruction of something older and more various than he could entirely capture. Some scholars have argued that the framing of certain myths, the inevitable doom of Ragnarök, the binding of monstrous children, the sense of a world moving toward a catastrophic end, may have been inflected by Christian ideas about judgment and apocalypse that had entered Icelandic culture generations before Snorri was born. Others caution against reading too much Christian overlay into the texts, arguing that these themes of cosmic destruction and renewal are well attested across Germanic tradition and likely predate the conversion. The debate is unlikely to be resolved with any finality, and the honest position is to hold both possibilities gently, to acknowledge that Snorri was doing his best with complicated material, and that his best was extraordinary, while also recognizing that no account of the past arrives without the fingerprints of the person who wrote it down. What we have, in the end, is rich enough to sustain centuries of reading and reflection, even if it is not complete, not internally consistent in every detail, and not always traceable to a single authoritative source. Variant details exist. One version of a myth will say something slightly different from another, and sometimes the differences matter, and sometimes they are simply the natural variation of an oral tradition making its way onto parchment in different moments across different generations. What remains is fragmentary, filtered, and in places contradictory, and somehow that feels appropriate for a tradition built around the idea that everything ends. Long before Fenrir was bound to a rock on an island in the cold sea, his father was already walking a narrowing path in Asgard. Loki had always occupied a strange position among the gods, not an Aesir by birth, but a blood brother to Odin by oath, welcomed into the divine halls in the earliest days and given a place he never quite earned by lineage alone. The older Norse sources present him without the simple moral clarity that later traditions would impose upon him. He was not merely a villain who happened to live among the gods. He was something more difficult than that. A creature of genuine usefulness and genuine danger, sometimes in the same breath, capable of pulling the gods out of catastrophe with the same wit and restlessness that had put them there in the first place. He helped Thor recover his stolen hammer. He had assisted in the building of Asgard's walls. He had retrieved treasures from the dwarves that the gods still carried and cherished. And yet there was something in him that the gods always watched from the corner of their eyes, something that could not be trained or trusted in any permanent way, because Loki's loyalty was ultimately to himself and to the next interesting thing, whatever that happened to be. What the gods found in him was what people often find in those they cannot quite classify, a combination of dependence and unease, a relationship built as much on wariness as on affection. Over time, as the stories accumulated and the shape of his nature became clearer, the wariness began to outweigh everything else. He had children with Umgraboda, and the gods dispersed those children across the 9 worlds as though they were problems to be managed rather than lives to be considered. He had a role in the death of Alder, the most beloved of all the gods. And when the other gods gathered to mourn and Loki mocked their grief, something in the relationship broke beyond what time could repair. The path he had always been walking, which had never been entirely safe, became after that a path with a visible end. What is worth sitting with, in the long telling of his story, is how closely it mirrors the story of his son. The gods brought Fenrir to Asgard and watched him with growing alarm, and eventually, when they could bear the uncertainty no longer, they bound him through deception and put him away somewhere they did not have to think about him. With Loki, the progression was slower, but the destination was the same. After Balder's death, according to the tradition, the gods pursued Loki, and when they found him, they brought him to a cave beneath the earth and bound him there with the entrails of his own son Narfi, transformed into chains, while a serpent was placed above him to drip venom onto his face. His wife Sigyn stayed beside him and held a bowl to catch the poison. But whenever she had to empty it, the drops fell on him, and the pain was so great that his writhing shook the earth. There he remained, as Fenrir remained on Lyngvi, bound and waiting, until Ragnarök came to release them both. The parallel is almost too precise to be coincidental. Both were creatures the gods could not destroy outright. Both were contained through means that required betrayal. Fenrir through a false contest, Loki through capture and the ruin of his remaining family. And both were imprisoned not in death, but in a suspension of it, held in place until the appointed hour. There is a question embedded in all of this that the Norse sources raise without quite answering, and it is worth asking quietly in the dark. Did the gods, in treating Loki's children as threats from the moment of their birth, and in treating Loki himself with increasing suspicion and restriction, cultivate the very hatred they feared? A creature raised in Asgard, fed only by one god brave enough to approach it, watched by all the others with undisguised dread. Is it surprising that such a creature carried no great tenderness toward the gods? A father whose children were taken and scattered, whose son's entrails became his chains. Is it surprising that such a father, when freed, did not forgive? The Norse tradition does not answer these questions directly, because the Norse understanding of fate left little room for the idea that things might have gone otherwise. What was written was written. The gods acted as they did because they had no other nature available to them, and Loki and Fenrir became what they became for the same reason. And yet the stories preserve the details, the cruelty of the binding, the cost extracted from Tyr, the particular anguish of the cave beneath the earth, as if the tradition itself wanted those things remembered, wanted some account kept of what it had required. In the end, the gods bound both of them, father and son, and in doing so, they may have made the apocalypse more certain, not less. The Norse did not believe the world would end in fire alone, or flood alone, but in something harder to survive than either, a winter that forgot how to stop. They called it Fimbulwinter, the Great Winter. In the old sources, it arrives not as a single catastrophic moment, but as a slow, accumulating heaviness, 3 winters following one another without any summer between them, the cold deepening with each passing season until the snow lies over everything, and the sun, already distant, loses whatever warmth it once carried down to the earth below. Crops fail, animals cannot find food beneath the drifts, the rivers freeze to their beds, and the world that had always relied on the turning of seasons, on the promise that cold gives way to warmth, that darkness gives way to light, begins to understand in those long, lightless months that the promise has been broken. The Fimbulwinter is not just a meteorological disaster in the old stories. It is a sign, the first and most unmistakable of them, that the age of the gods is drawing toward its close, that the careful order they had maintained across so many centuries is finally beginning to come apart at its edges. People in that tradition would have understood this the way they understood all prophecy, not as something to be prevented, but as something to be recognized when it finally arrived. The way you recognize the face of someone you have always known was coming. There is, in the Norse understanding of endings, a kind of resigned acceptance that differs markedly from other traditions. This was not a world imagined to be saved at the last moment by divine intervention, nor was there a sense that the righteous might be spared. Instead, the coming of Fimbulwinter was woven into the very fabric of existence itself, a pattern set down at the world's beginning and unfolding according to its own inexorable logic. The gods knew this. The ancient poems tell us they had always known it, had lived their entire existence in the shadow of this knowledge, and yet they had not abandoned their posts or surrendered to despair. They had built, they had ordered, they had maintained the world as best they could for as long as they could, knowing all the while that the effort was ultimately temporary. This gives to the Norse vision of apocalypse a peculiar dignity, not tragedy exactly, but something closer to the acceptance of a necessary and inevitable conclusion. When the signs began to appear, when the first snow fell and did not cease, people would have recognized in it not a surprise but a confirmation, the unfolding of something that had always been written into the deep structure of the world. Alongside the great winter, the other signs accumulate, each one described in the old sources with a kind of quiet inevitability. Yggdrasil, the great ash tree at the center of the nine worlds, begins to tremble, its roots straining against the earth that has always held them, its highest branches shivering in a wind that seems to come from everywhere at once. The sun and moon, that Skoll and Hati, Fenrir's own sons, have chased across the sky since the beginning of things, are finally caught, swallowed. The sky goes dark in a way no ordinary night could account for. The stars fall from their places, the sea rises, the bonds that have held other prisoners, Loki beneath his mountain, bound there after the death of Balder, begin to loosen, the rock cracking slowly, the serpent dripping venom with greater urgency. Loki, like his son before him, strains toward a freedom that the gods had spent long ages trying to prevent. Everything that had been locked away or cast aside or tethered to a stone in a cold and distant sea begins to feel the same loosening, as though the architecture of restraint itself is surrendering to something older and more patient than any of the structures the gods had built to contain it. And it is in this context, the world shuddering, the light failing, the great tree groaning at its roots, that Gleipnir, that silken ribbon forged from things that do not exist, begins to fail. The chain itself had always been peculiar among the bonds that held the world together. Unlike the simple fetters and chains of the material world, Gleipnir was made from substances that violated the laws of nature. The sound of a cat's footfall, the beard of a woman, the roots of a mountain, things that could not exist and therefore could never be gathered or worked. And yet the gods had managed it, or the Völva had managed it, through craft and impossibility. The ribbon was not thick or heavy as one might expect of something meant to contain a being like Fenrir. Instead it was soft, almost delicate in appearance, supple and silken to the touch, but it possessed a strength that no ordinary material could match. Precisely because it was woven from the impossible, it had held through all the ages of the world, through Fenrir's struggling and straining, through the god's knoll, edge that one day it would break. The old sources describe its breaking as a consequence of the same unraveling that undoes everything else. This was because Gleipnir's strength was always drawn from the integrity of the world it was made within, woven from impossibilities that were impossible only so long as the world maintained the laws that made them so. As those laws buckle under the weight of Fimbulwinter, as the sun that should rise does not rise and the seasons that should turn do not turn, the impossible ingredients of the chain become, in some sense, possible again, and a binding made from things that do not exist cannot hold against a world where the rules governing existence are themselves dissolving. The sound of Gleipnir breaking is not described in the sources with any particular drama, Perhaps that is the most unsettling thing about it. Not a great crack of thunder, not a moment that shakes Asgard to its foundations, but something quieter, a loosening, a gradual giving way. The way ice releases its hold on a riverbank, not all at once, but in slow degrees as the temperature shifts. And somewhere in the cold, dark water around the island of Lyngvi, the ribbon that had held for so long would begin, at last, to fray. When Fenrir broke free, the Norse sources describe something almost too large to picture. After all the long ages of waiting on the island of Lyngvi, after all the foam and the roaring and the rivers that carried his patient fury out to the cold sea, the bonds that had held him simply gave way, and what had been contained for so long was contained no longer. The Prose Edda, written down by the Icelander Snorri Sturluson in the early 13th century, preserves the image most vividly. Fenrir running through the world with his lower jaw dragging against the earth and his upper jaw pressed against the sky, and everything that existed between those 2 points swallowed into the darkness of his open mouth. The gap between the ground and the heavens, which is to say the entire world that living things had known, fit inside him as he ran. It is an image that resists the imagination and yet insists on being imagined, the way all the most ancient things do. The Fimbulwinter had already stripped the warmth from the world, and the sun and the moon had been taken from the sky, and Yggdrasil, the great world tree that had held the 9 worlds in its roots and branches since the beginning of everything, had shuddered and bent under the weight of what was coming. Into that already broken world, Fenrir arrived. He was not alone in what he did at Ragnarök. The tradition places him among many forces of destruction moving at once, Jormungandr rising from the sea, Loki breaking free of his own chains, the fire giant Surt crossing the bridge from Muspelheim with a sword that burned brighter than the sun. But Fenrir's role was specific and had been named since long before Ragnarök came. The seers had always said that he would find Odin. According to both the Poetic Edda and the Prose Edda, that is exactly what happened. Odin, the king of the gods, the one who had sought wisdom from every corner of the 9 worlds and sacrificed more than most beings ever possessed in order to understand what was coming. Odin met Fenrir on the field of battle, and Fenrir swallowed him whole. The Völuspá, one of the oldest and most revered poems in the Poetic Edda, puts it with the plainness that Old Norse verse sometimes achieved at its most serious moments. The wolf takes the father of men. Snorri, in the Prose Edda, elaborates only slightly, confirming that Odin falls into the wolf's mouth, and that this is the death of the foremost of all gods. There is no prolonged struggle described in detail in the surviving sources. No account of what words, if any, were spoken between them. No lingering over the moment. The prophecy that had shaped so much of what the gods did, the binding, the trickery, the sword in the jaws, the long centuries of waiting, resolved itself simply and completely. The wolf did what the wolf had always been going to do. Odin's long foreknowledge of his own death was not sufficient to prevent it, which perhaps was the point. In Norse belief, knowing your fate and escaping it were 2 entirely different things, and no amount of wisdom closed the distance between them. The finality of this moment cannot be overstated in the context of what the gods had believed they could prevent. Odin, who had hung himself on Yggdrasil to gain the knowledge of runes, who had sacrificed one of his eyes at Mimir's well for deeper wisdom, who had sent his ravens Hugin and Munin across the 9 worlds every day to bring him news of what was happening. This god had still not found a way to escape what had been prophesied. The sources do not dwell on expressions of grief from the other gods, though the reader might have expected lamentation or a great cry to go up from Asgard. Instead, they focus on what happened next, as if the event itself was so much a part of the expected pattern that emotion would have been beside the point. The swallowing of Odin was not a surprise. It was a fulfillment. Every age of the world had been building toward this single moment, and when it came, the myths seem to suggest, it was received not with shock, but with a kind of grim recognition. The gods had always known this was coming, and they had made what preparations they could across the vast stretches of time available to immortal beings. What follows Odin's death, however, is the part of the story that the myths had also prepared for from nearly the beginning. Odin had a son named Vidar, and Vidar had been born into the tradition for exactly this purpose. Here, the Prose Edda and the Poetic Edda diverge in a detail that scholars have noted with interest, because the two accounts describe the same outcome by slightly different means. In the Prose Edda, Vidar kills Fenrir by placing his foot into the wolf's lower jaw and seizing the upper jaw with his hand and tearing the mouth apart, splitting the wolf open from the inside, which was the only place left to be vulnerable after so much had failed to touch him from the outside. Snorri adds the detail that Vidar's shoe, worn on this occasion, was the shoe that had been set aside for this purpose across all the ages of the world, built from the scraps of leather that cobblers trimmed away from their work and discarded, scraps that had been saved and accumulated so that the shoe would be thick enough and strong enough for what Vidar had to do. In the older tradition of the Poetic Edda, the account is somewhat briefer, with Vidar described as driving his sword through Fenrir's palate and into the wolf's heart, the blade finding its way through the open jaws that had swallowed the sky. The core of both versions is the same. Vidar, who had waited as long as Fenrir had waited, moved at the moment that had been reserved for him and ended the wolf. The different methods, tearing the jaws apart in one account, the thrust of a sword through the open mouth in the other, do not change the essential symmetry of what occurred. Fenrir had been bound by something that worked through his mouth, the sword forced between his jaws as the final insult of his captivity, and he was killed through his mouth as well, the place of his roaring and his hunger and the foam that had run like rivers for longer than most things had existed. There is a quality to that symmetry that feels less like coincidence and more like the old storytellers knew exactly what they were doing, which they almost certainly did. The Norse mythological tradition had always been precise about its own internal logic in ways that can surprise a reader coming to it for the first time. Every element reduced early in a story tended to be present at its conclusion, transformed but recognizable. The shoe built from discarded scraps across the long ages of the world was not a small or casual detail. It was the kind of detail that announced, quietly, that nothing in this tradition had ever been left to chance. The binding of Fenrir had required something made from things that did not exist. The killing of Fenrir required a shoe assembled across time from the things that people threw away without thinking. Both depended on a different kind of power than the power the wolf himself possessed, and both worked, though only one was meant to last. Vidar killed the wolf that killed his father, and in doing so fulfilled the last promise the myths had made, that even the end of the world had a shape, and nothing in it was accidental. The Norse did not believe the end of the world meant the end of everything. This is perhaps the most quietly remarkable thing about the tradition, that a mythology so thoroughly organized around destruction, around the certainty of loss and the inevitability of ruin, still made room for something to come after. When Ragnarök had finished what it started, when the fires had gone out and the floods had swallowed the last of the wreckage, the world did not simply cease. According to the old sources, the earth sank into the sea, and then, in time, it rose again. It came up green and new, with waterfalls threading down the sides of hills that had never been walked on, with fields already thick with grain that no one had planted, ready simply because the world had decided, again, to be generous. The Prose Edda preserves this image with a kind of quiet tenderness, the earth ascending from the water, not broken or diminished, but washed clean and beginning once more. Some of the gods survived. Balder, who had died before Ragnarök came, returned from the realm of the dead. The sons of Odin and Thor gathered on the plains where Asgard once stood. They sat together and spoke of what had been. Over in their hands the golden game pieces that the gods had played with in the old days. finding them there in the grass as though they had been waiting. 2 human beings had survived as well, sheltered through the destruction inside the wood of the world tree Yggdrasil, Lif and Lifthrasir, whose names carry the meanings of life and striving toward life, and from them, in this tradition, new human world would grow. A new sun rose too, daughter of the old one, moving through the sky along the same path her mother had travelled. The light she cast was the same light, made new. The wolves that had chased the sun and moon through all the ages were gone now. Their long pursuit finally ended. The sky was open and unhurried above the world. All of this restoration happened not because the old world had been good, but because the cosmos itself operated on a principle of renewal. The earth did not rise again as a reward for righteousness, but simply because this was the nature of existence, to end and begin, to break and reform. This understanding extended beyond the physical world. The mythology suggests a particular wisdom about loss itself. The gods had known for ages that their time would come. Odin had hung himself on Yggdrasil to gain knowledge of the runes and thus understood the inevitability of his own fate. He did not despair. Instead, he worked with the understanding that new worlds would follow. The tradition preserved the names of those who would inherit the earth, not out of hope exactly, but out of acknowledgement, of continuity. What would come after was built into what came before. Fenrir too was gone. He had had his moment, the breaking of the bonds, the terrible passage through the world with his jaws open from earth to sky, the death of Odin, then Vidar's answering blow, and that moment was finished, as all moments are. What is worth sitting with, in the long quiet after all of that, is what his absence from the renewed world suggests about how the Norse understood the nature of destruction itself. Fenrir was never, in the older sources, a figure of pure wickedness in the way that some traditions frame their great antagonists. He was something closer to a force, enormous, inevitable, shaped by his nature and by the gods' own fear of him into something that could only end one way. The tradition does not spend much time condemning him. It records what he did, what was done to him, with the same steady attention it brings to everything else. As though chaos and renewal are simply 2 parts of a single motion, the way a wave builds and collapses, and the water is still there. The Norse worldview held within it an acceptance of impermanence that went all the way down to the gods themselves. Even Odin would die. Even Asgard would fall. Even the sky would be swallowed. And yet this acceptance did not produce despair so much as a kind of clear-eyed endurance. You lived well. You acted bravely. You kept faith with the people around you. You did all of this knowing that none of it would last forever. This was because nothing was meant to. The renewal that followed Ragnarök was not a reward for having believed or having been good. It was simply what the world did. It ended and began again, the way seasons do. Only on a scale so vast that most things living within it would never see the full turn. Fenrir was part of that turn, one force among many, necessary to the shape of the whole in the way that winter is necessary even when it is very long and very cold. He had been bound so that the world could continue a little longer. When the binding broke, the world continued anyway, only differently, only new. Even the wolf that swallowed the sky had his moment. Then the world grew green again without him. Fenrir did not vanish from the imagination of the Norse world the moment the myths were written down. The great wolf moved through centuries of Scandinavian thought, the way a river moves through stone. Slowly, patiently. Traces in places you might not think to look. Long after the skalds had composed their verses, and Snorri Sturluson had set the old stories onto vellum in 13th century Iceland, Fenrir continued to haunt the margins of the tradition, appearing in kennings, in carvings worn smooth by weather, in the residue of a belief system that Christianity had officially replaced but could not entirely displace from the way people imagined the world and its dangers, in the kenning tradition of skaldic poetry. That was the highly formalized art of compound metaphor that Norse poets used to speak indirectly about the things that mattered most to them. Fenrir appears under several names, each one carrying a distinct weight. He is called Hordvitnir in some of the older verses, which translates roughly as Fame Wolf. The name itself is worth sitting with for a moment. This was because it reveals something important about how the Norse related to him. A creature named for fame is not simply a monster, not merely an enemy of the gods, but something whose power has become so vast and so undeniable that it has generated its own renown. Fame in the Norse world was not a trivial thing. It was one of the few forms of permanence available to mortal beings. One of the only ways to outlast death. To give Fenrir a name built around the concept of fame was to acknowledge that he had earned a kind of honor. However terrible, that placed him alongside the greatest figures in the tradition. He is also called Vanaganda in some sources, a name that scholars have interpreted as meaning something like monster of the Van River, tying him to a specific geography of the mythological world, emphasizing the sense of a creature that belongs to a particular place, a liminal and dangerous threshold between the ordered world and what lies beyond it. The wolf imagery that appears in Old English literature is harder to trace with certainty back to Fenrir specifically. It is worth being careful here about the difference between what we can say confidently and what is interpretation. Old English poetry, particularly texts like Beowulf and the elegiac poems of the Exeter Book, returns frequently to the figure of the wolf as a creature of the margins, of exile, of the spaces outside human community. The wolf appears as one of the beasts of battle alongside the raven and the eagle, gathering at the edges of conflict to claim what the fighting leaves behind. Whether these images draw directly on the same mythological well as the Fenrir tradition, or whether they reflect a broader Germanic cultural understanding of the wolf as a symbol of the untamable and the outcast, is something scholars continue to discuss without full agreement. What can be said is that across the connected cultures of the medieval Norse and Anglo-Saxon worlds, the wolf carried a consistent and deeply felt symbolic charge. Fenrir was in many ways the fullest expression of what that charge meant at its most cosmic scale. The physical evidence from Scandinavia offers some of the most compelling, if also some of the most carefully interpreted, traces of Fenrir in the broader tradition. Several runestones and carved memorial stones from across the Scandinavian world appear to depict scenes that correspond to moments in the Fenrir myth. The Thorwald Cross, a carved stone found on the Isle of Man and dated to around the 10th century, is often discussed in this context. Though the Isle of Man was a place of Norse settlement, and the stone may reflect a blend of Norse and Christian iconographic traditions, it appears to show a large wolf consuming a figure while a man drives a spear through it, an image that many scholars read as a version of Ragnarök, with the wolf representing Fenrir and the spear-bearer representing Odin's son Vidar, carrying out his act of vengeance. As with so much in this tradition, certainty is not entirely available. Scholars are careful to say that these interpretations are supported but not proven by the surviving evidence. Later Scandinavian folklore, even in periods well after the formal conversion to Christianity, preserved certain motifs and fears that seem to carry traces of the older mythological world. The wolf as a creature of ill omen, as a thing that hunts at the edges of settled life and represents everything that cannot be brought inside and made safe, remained a persistent presence in popular imagination throughout the medieval and early modern periods across Norway, Sweden, Denmark, and Iceland. Whether ordinary people in those later centuries were consciously thinking of Fenrir when they told stories about wolves in the dark is impossible to know. But the imaginative shape of what they feared, something boundless, something that grows and does not stop, something that waits and will one day be released, bears a resemblance to the great wolf of the myths that feels like more than coincidence. Stone and word kept him alive long after the tradition that created him had changed beyond recognition. What stays with you, after all of it, is the image of the wolf on the island. Not the battles, not the breaking of chains, not the long deliberations among gods who could not agree on anything except that they were afraid, but simply this: a creature of enormous and ancient power, lying bound on a cold rock in the middle of cold water, with a blade between his jaws and two rivers flowing quietly away from him into the sea. The names of those rivers were Hope and Will. The Norse gave them those names deliberately. They were not careless with their words. They looked at the foam and the fury pouring from the mouth of the bound wolf, and they called what came out of him Hope, and what came out of him Will. In doing so, they told you everything you needed to know about what they believed he still carried inside him. Even there, even then, even after everything the gods had done to hold him down, the binding itself was never a clean thing. It was built on deception. The gods had no other way, or at least they believed they had no other way. That may amount to the same thing in the end. They came to Fenrir with a ribbon and a story about glory. They asked a god to pay for the lie with his hand. The god of justice agreed. This was because sometimes the only way to honor what you believe in is to do something that costs you deeply and does not look, from the outside, like justice at all. Tyr lost his hand that day and gained something harder to name, the mark of someone who understood that the world sometimes asks more of you than you would ever willingly give. You give it anyway. The wolf gained his captivity and, the tradition suggests, his absolute certainty about what the gods were. He had suspected trickery before he let them bind him. He had been right, and now he knew. There is something in this image that has moved through the centuries without losing its weight. A force that cannot be destroyed, only held by something that looks like nothing. A ribbon so fine and soft that the wolf himself hesitated to take it seriously. Yet there is no record anywhere in the tradition of Fenrir ever breaking Gleipnir. Not until the world itself began to come apart. Not until the rules that held things in their places began to loosen at every seam. The dwarves made something from impossible ingredients, and it held because impossibilities do not yield to strength. You cannot strain against the sound of a cat's footstep. You cannot kick free of a woman's beard or the roots of a mountain. The chain held him, not through superior force, but through a kind of logic he could not overcome. That too says something about what the Norse believed, that certain forces in the world are not defeated by power, but by something quieter, something made from the fabric of what cannot exist and therefore cannot be broken. What the image of Fenrir on his island offered, across the long centuries in which people told and retold this story, was a picture of limitation that belonged to the gods themselves. They were not all-knowing. They were not kind in this. They raised a creature, fed him from their own hands, one hand in particular, belonging to the only God willing to stand close enough to do it, and they grew afraid of what they had allowed to grow among them. They tricked him and bound him and drove a sword between his jaws to silence him. Even then he would not be silent. The roaring did not stop. The rivers did not stop. The names they gave those rivers tell you that the wolf did not stop hoping, did not stop willing. Across whatever ages passed between his binding and the morning, the world finally broke apart and let him out. It is not a comfortable story. The gods are not entirely right. Fenrir is not entirely wrong. Tyr stands somewhere in the space between those two things, with one hand missing and no simple explanation for what he did. That is where the tradition leaves him. That is where the tradition leaves all of them, not resolved, not absolved, not wrapped in anything that feels like a clean ending. This was because the Norse did not believe in clean endings. They believed in the shape of things, in the way one moment leads to the next, whether you want it to or not. In the way a wolf born in the iron wood to a mother whose name meant grief would one day be lying on a rock in the sea with rivers flowing out of him that the people who put him there called Hope and Will. The rivers named Hope and Will kept flowing, cold and quiet, carrying what the wolf could not say all the way to the sea. In the Old Norse language, The word Ragnarök carries a weight that is difficult to translate cleanly into English, though people have tried. Fate of the gods is one rendering, twilight of the gods is another, and somewhere between those two meanings lies the full, strange gravity of what the word actually describes. It is not simply the end of a battle, or the fall of a dynasty, or even the death of a civilization in the way that phrase is sometimes used. It is something more complete than any of those things, and more final, the foreseen unraveling of an entire cosmos, the extinguishing of worlds that had been carefully shaped and inhabited and loved, the deaths of gods who had existed since before the sun and moon were set in motion across the sky. What makes Ragnarök so striking, even now, is not the scale of its destruction, as large as that is. It is the fact that nearly everyone involved already knew it was coming. The gods of Asgard had received the prophecy. They had looked at what was foretold, and they had understood it, and still they went about their lives, feasting in their great hall, gathering wisdom, training their warriors, tending to the world they had made, knowing all the while that a day existed somewhere ahead of them, on which everything they had built would be consumed. There is something almost unbearably human about that, which may be one reason these stories have not lost their hold on people in the centuries since they were first set down. Most of what we know about Ragnarök comes from two primary sources, both preserved in Iceland during the 13th century. The first is the Poetic Edda, a collection of Old Norse poems gathered together in a manuscript known as the Codex Regius, which was rediscovered in Iceland in 1643 and has been studied carefully ever since. The second is the Prose Edda, written by an Icelandic scholar and chieftain named Snorri Sturluson around the year 1220, which retells and expands upon many of the same myths in a more narrative and explanatory form. Between these two works, a remarkably detailed picture of the Norse understanding of the world's end has survived, though scholars are careful to note that the tradition behind these texts was older and oral, passed along through generations of telling, before it was ever committed to parchment. Within the Poetic Edda, the poem that addresses Ragnarök most directly and most powerfully is the Völuspá, which means something close to the prophecy of the seeress. It is structured as the recollection of a Volva, a woman gifted with prophetic sight, who has been called upon by Odin himself to speak what she knows about the history of the cosmos and the fate that awaits it. Her voice in the poem is not warm or encouraging. She tells what she sees because she has been asked, and what she sees is vast and terrible, and, in its way, also strangely beautiful. The Volva's recitation is presented not as speculation, but as direct knowledge. She speaks with the authority of one who has glimpsed what others cannot see. This distinction is crucial for understanding how the Norse conceptualized their myths. For them, Ragnarök was not a cautionary tale meant to teach moral lessons, but a prophesied event woven into the very structure of existence itself. The inevitability of this fate set the Norse vision apart from other traditions. It is from her account that we receive some of the most vivid and enduring images of what is to come: the great wolf breaking free, the serpent rising from the black ocean, the fire that finally takes everything. Other mythological traditions have their own visions of the end, of course. Floods and judgments and consuming darkness in cultures from one end of the world to the other. But Ragnarök occupies an unusual place among them. And the reason for that has less to do with the imagery of destruction, remarkable as it is, and more to do with the relationship the gods themselves have with what is prophesied. In most traditions, divine beings are exempt from the finality that governs mortal life. They may suffer, they may be wounded or temporarily diminished, but they endure. The Norse gods do not. Odin, the All-Father, the wisest of all beings, will be swallowed whole. Thor, whose hammer has protected the world of human beings since the beginning, will fall. Freyja and Tyr and Heimdall, each of them will meet an end that was written before they could do anything about it. And yet none of them, as the old poems tell it, turned away from their responsibilities or tried to bargain their way into a different future. They prepared. They gathered warriors and weapons and hard-won knowledge, and they readied themselves for a battle they already knew the outcome of. And then they fought it anyway. That is not a story about defeat. It is something harder to name than that, something closer to the idea that how you meet an ending matters even when the ending cannot be changed. And it is that quality, the prophecy known and accepted, the doom neither denied nor escaped, that gives Ragnarök its unusual and lasting power among the mythologies of the world. To understand what Ragnarök destroys, it helps to first understand what was built. The vast and layered cosmos the Norse people believed they were living inside. At the center of everything, holding all of it together the way a spine holds a body upright, stood a tree, an immense ash tree called Yggdrasil, whose roots reached down into the deepest foundations of existence, and whose highest branches touched the very roof of the sky. The name itself is thought to mean something like Odin's horse. That is a curious thing to call a tree, until you learn that in the Old Norse world, the gallows was sometimes called the horse of the hanged. Odin once hung himself from these very branches in an act of self-sacrifice, suspended there for 9 days and 9 nights without food or water until the secrets of the runes revealed themselves to him from the depths below. Yggdrasil was not merely a backdrop to the Norse stories. It was the architecture of reality itself, the structure that made it possible for all the different realms of existence to coexist without collapsing into one another. 3 enormous roots spread out from its base, each reaching into a different well or spring at the bottom of the world. One root stretched On into Urðabrunna, the well of Urdhra, where the 3 Norns, those ancient weavers of fate whose decisions even the gods could not overturn, sat each day drawing water and white clay to pour over the great tree's bark, keeping it from rotting. A second root reached toward the spring of Mimir, the wisest being in all of existence, whose waters held the accumulated knowledge of every age, and the third descended into Hvergelmir, a churning source deep in Niflheim, where the dragon Nidhoggra gnawed at the root from below with a patience that seemed almost purposeful, as though it had always understood that its work would eventually be finished. Squirrels ran messages up and down the trunk between the eagle perched at the very top and the serpents coiling at the roots below. 4 stags moved through the branches, cropping the new growth. The tree sweated honeydew. It was, in every sense the Norse imagination could construct, alive, and the worlds it connected were alive within it. Those worlds numbered 9 in the old tradition, though the surviving texts do not always name them in a single tidy list. Scholars who have spent their lives reading these poems and prose accounts will sometimes disagree about which realms belong on the count, and which may have been understood differently by different communities across the Scandinavian world. But the broad shape of the cosmology is clear enough. High among the uppermost branches sat Asgard, the stronghold of the Aesir gods, surrounded by great walls and filled with halls whose roofs were thatched with silver and gold, where Odin held his court and the warrior dead feasted each night in preparation for what was to come. Below and around Asgard, connected by the shimmering bridge called the Bifrost, a rainbow arch of burning colour that only the gods and those they permitted could cross, lay Midgard, the middle world, the realm of human beings, encircled in turn by a vast and lightless ocean. In that ocean lived something the Norse people understood with the kind of familiarity that only comes from living close to the sea, a serpent so enormous that it wrapped itself all the way around Midgard and held its own tail in its mouth, the human world into a kind of island inside its coils. Beyond the ocean's far edge lay Jotunheim, the cold and rocky realm of the frost giants, beings older in many cases than the gods themselves, and perpetually at odds with them, not always violently. Since gods and giants intermarried and exchanged visits with a frequency that suggests a relationship more complicated than simple enmity. but fundamentally and inevitably in opposition. Far to the south burned Muspelheim, the oldest of all the realms, a world of fire and scorching heat that had existed even before the universe took its present shape. Ruled by the ancient fire giant Surtur, who sat at its border with a flaming sword and waited. And far to the north, beneath and beyond most of the other realms, lay Niflheim, a place of cold mist and shadow, where the dead who had neither fallen in battle nor lived with particular distinction went to spend their existence, not in punishment exactly, but in a kind of diminishment, a pale continuation governed by the goddess Hel, who was herself half living and half dead in her very appearance. One side of her body, the ordinary colour of a living person, the other the blue-white of a corpse. There were other realms too, Vanaheim, home of the Vanir gods who were older than the Aesir, and with whom the Aesir had once fought a long war before settling into an uneasy alliance. Alfheim, the realm of the light elves, Svartalfaheimra, where the dwarves lived underground and worked their extraordinary craftsmanship in iron and gold and bone. And Helheim, sometimes treated as part of Niflheim, and sometimes as its own domain at the roots of the grass, Eat Tree, where the most dishonourable dead resided in particular cold and hunger. All of this, every realm, every creature, every well and root and hall, had come from a single act of violent creation. In the very beginning, before any of the worlds existed, there was only a void called Ginnunga Gap, an immense and silent emptiness between the spreading fire of Muspelheim to the south and the creeping cold of Niflheim to the north. Where those two primal forces met at the void centre, ice melted. From the melt emerged the first being, a frost giant named Ymir, who was nourished by the milk of a cow called Orthumla, who had herself emerged from the thawing ice. Orthumla in turn licked the salty ice blocks for her own sustenance. As she did so, she gradually revealed a figure frozen within them, a being named Buri, the first of the gods, grandfather of Odin. Odin was born eventually to Buri's son Bor, and a giantess named Bestla. Odin in turn had two brothers, Vili and Ve, and together these three brothers killed Ymir. From his body they made everything. His flesh became the soil of Midgard. His blood became the oceans and the lakes. His bones became the mountains. His skull, held up by four dwarves stationed at the compass points, became the dome of the sky. His brain was cast upward and became the clouds. His eyebrows were used to build the walls that surrounded and protected the human realm. It was an act of construction so total and so strange that it still unsettles something in the imagination. The idea that the ground beneath your feet is the transformed remains of a body, that every mountain you have ever seen is a bone, that every is blood gone cold and wide. This was the world that had been carefully shaped from the body of a primordial giant. A world of 9 distinct realms threaded together by one immense tree. All of it, every branch and root and realm, would eventually come undone. Odin knew what was coming. He had known for a long time, perhaps longer than any of the other gods cared to think about. Rather than turn away from that knowledge, he walked toward it, again and again, gathering every fragment of foresight he could find, and pressing it close like a man collecting warmth against an oncoming cold. This quality, the relentless, almost sorrowful accumulation of wisdom in the face of an ending he could not prevent, is what sets Odin apart from other gods in other traditions. It colours everything he did, and everything he built in the long age before Ragnarök finally arrived. According to the old stories, Odin had already sacrificed one of his eyes at the well of Mimir, lowering it into those dark, still waters in exchange for a single drink of the wisdom held there. He had hung himself from Yggdrasil, the great world tree, for 9 days and 9 nights, wounded by his own spear, offered to himself, as the old poem says, and from that ordeal he had drawn up the knowledge of the runes, the deep symbols through which the Norse understood the hidden workings of the cosmos. His two ravens, Hugin and Munin, whose names are most often translated as thought and memory, flew out across all 9 worlds each morning and returned each evening to perch at his shoulders and whisper what they had seen. Between them, very little in creation escaped his awareness. Gungnir was said to have been crafted by the dwarves and carried a quality of inevitability with it. A throw from Gungnir, once released, could not miss its mark. And his horse, Sleipnir, born from one of Loki's more unusual escapades, had 8 legs and could carry his rider across sea and sky, and even down into the realm of the dead. Odin carried these gifts lightly, without display. He moved through the worlds often in disguise, dressed as a wandering old man with a wide-brimmed hat, asking questions as much as he answered them. This was because he understood that wisdom is not a thing you finish acquiring. He also built Valhalla, the great hall at the heart of Asgard. It would be a mistake to understand Valhalla simply as a reward for fallen warriors. Odin was assembling an army, the Einherjar, those chosen fighters who had died in battle and been brought by the Valkyries to train and feast and prepare, were not there by accident. Odin was filling that hall with the finest warriors who had ever lived. This was because he knew the day was coming when he would need all of them. Everything about his long rule, all the wisdom he gathered, and all the sacrifices he made, bent toward one point on the horizon that he could see but never reach around. Thor, his son, was built quite differently. Where Odin collected knowledge and moved through the world quietly, Thor moved through it like weather, enormous, warm and present. He was the god of thunder and storms, the protector of Midgard. In many ways the deity the ordinary Norse person felt closest to. Farmers called on him when they needed rain. Sailors prayed to him in storms. His hammer Mjolnir, forged by the same dwarven craftsmen who produced so many of the god's great objects, was perhaps the most recognized symbol in all of Norse belief. Worn as a pendant, carved into stone, invoked at weddings and funerals alike. Thor was not subtle. He was loyal and strong, and sometimes slow to think before acting. The old stories treat him with a particular kind of affection because of it. He was the god you wanted, standing between you and whatever was coming, not because he was wise, but because he would not stop. Heimdall stood apart from both of them, in almost every sense of the word. His position was the Bifrost, the great rainbow bridge connecting Asgard to the other worlds. His purpose was to watch. According to the old accounts, his senses were extraordinary, even by divine standards. He could hear wool growing on a sheep, could hear grass pushing up through the soil, needed less sleep than a bird. He kept a horn called Gjallarhorn. The understanding was simple. When Ragnarök arrived, Heimdall would see it coming. His horn would wake every corner of creation. He and Loki had a particular and ancient enmity, one that would end. As many things in the Ragnarök stories end, in mutual destruction. But before that, Heimdall's role was to wait and to watch and to be ready. By all accounts, he was very good at it. Tyr was the god most closely associated with law, justice, and the keeping of oaths. He was, by some older accounts, possibly one of the most ancient of the gods. There are scholars who suggest his name connects to a Proto-Germanic word for sky deity. Him perhaps older in origin than Odin himself, though in the surviving Norse texts he occupies a quieter and more measured role. He is most remembered for the binding of the wolf Fenrir, when the gods needed one among them to place a hand in the great wolf's mouth as a pledge of good faith while they secured the binding, and Tyr volunteered. When the wolf found himself unable to break free and realized the gods had deceived him, he bit off Tyr's hand. Tyr accepted this with something the old stories suggest was equanimity, the cost of doing what was necessary to protect the order of things. That quality, the willingness to pay a real price for justice, is essentially what defines him. Freya belonged to a different tribe of gods entirely. He was of the Vanir, a separate divine family who had come to live among the Aesir after a war and subsequent peace between the two groups, an exchange of hostages that became something closer to family over time. Freyr was a god of abundance, sunshine, the fertility of the earth associated with the growth of crops and the well-being of the living world. He was given the realm of Alfheimr as a gift when he was just an infant, according to some tellings. He owned a magical sword that could fight on its own if the one who bore it was wise. He owned a ship, Skíðblaðnir, large enough to carry all the gods, but foldable down to the size of a cloth when not in use. He gave away that sword, his greatest weapon, to win the hand of a giantess named Gerdra. That is a story of its own. What matters for Ragnarök is simply that when the final battle arrived, Freyr would face Surtur, the fire giant, without the weapon that might have given him a fighting chance. That detail, small and almost quiet in the telling, carries a great deal of weight. These were the gods of Asgard, not a collection of distant immortals, but a group of beings with particular gifts, particular losses, particular burdens they had carried for a very long time. Each of them had a role to play when the final day arrived. None of them, not even the Allfather with all his accumulated wisdom, had found a way to change the ending. The trouble, in many ways, began with Loki, or more precisely, with what Loki had created. Loki himself was a complicated figure even before any of this, a god who belonged to Asgard but who had never quite been of it, quick-witted and restless in a way that charmed the other gods as often as it unsettled them. He was not, strictly speaking, a monster. He was something stranger than that, a being of enormous cleverness and equally enormous carelessness, someone who solved problems with one hand while quietly making new ones with the other. But the children he fathered with the giantess Angerbother, in a union the gods had not sanctioned and could not entirely explain, were something different from Loki's usual mischief. They were not merely troublesome. According to the old stories, the Norns had already seen what they would become. What they would become was threaded through the prophecy of the world's ending, like a dark stitch through pale cloth. When Odin and the other gods learned what Angerbother had borne in the forests of Jotunheim, they gathered to decide what to do. 3 children, the stories say, and not one of them could be ignored. There was Fenrir, a wolf, though that word does not quite carry the right weight. Fenrir was to grow into something so vast that the old texts struggle to describe his full dimensions without reaching for the edges of imagination. There was Jörmungandr, a serpent, born small but destined for a size that would eventually encircle the whole of Midgard. And there was Hel, who was, in her own quiet way, perhaps the most unsettling of the 3, a being who appeared half living and half dead, pale on one side and dark on the other, already carrying within her the quality of the realm she would one day govern. The gods looked at these 3 and understood, with the particular clarity of those who have heard a prophecy they cannot unhear, that each one of them was a problem that would not stay small. Hel was dealt with first, in a sense, because her situation was also the most straightforward. Odin cast her down into Niflheim, the cold realm beneath the world's roots, gave her dominion over those who arrived there, the ones who had died of illness or old age, of hunger or accident, everyone who had not fallen in battle and been carried to Valhalla. She received her kingdom without any particular struggle, and she ruled it. The old accounts describe her as neither cruel nor kind in any conventional sense, simply sovereign, her great hall called Eljúðnir, her dish called hunger, her knife called famine. These were not the furnishings of someone who had been broken by her exile. They were the furnishings of someone who had settled into her nature completely, and because she accepted her domain and kept to it, the gods perhaps allowed themselves a small measure of relief where she was concerned. She would hold the dead. She would not release them without conditions. That arrangement, uncomfortable as it was, could be managed, or so they believed. In truth, Hel's acceptance of her role was deceptive in its quietness. She did not rage against her exile as Jormungandr and Fenrir would. Instead, she simply became the thing she had been made to be. The dead came to her in their countless numbers, flowing endlessly into her realm, and she received them with an impassivity that the living found both comforting and deeply unsettling. There was something almost maternal in how she governed her domain, organizing the dead into some vast, incomprehensible order that only she could understand. The gods would later discover that her obedience masked a strength entirely different from her siblings. Not the raw, violent power of monsters, but the absolute authority of one who held dominion over an entire realm and all its inhabitants. It was a kind of power that required no movement, no display. It simply was. They were not entirely wrong, until the day came when they needed her to give someone back and discovered exactly how firm her conditions were. Jormungandr was handled more directly. Odin took the great serpent and threw him into the ocean that wrapped around the edges of Midgard, the sea that bordered the outermost ring of the human world. There, in cold and dark water, Jormungandr grew. He grew until his body encircled the land entirely, until his tail reached back around to his own mouth. He lay there, curled around the world like something that had always been part of its architecture. The Norse people would have known him as Mythgarth-Sormr, the Midgard serpent, a name that tells you something important about how they understood his placement. He had not been contained, exactly. He had been relocated. The ocean had accommodated him. Now the boundary of the human world was also the body of one of the most dangerous creatures in the cosmos. Thor, who fished for him on at least one occasion in the stories that survive, understood this better than most. Every time he pulled that great head toward the surface, he was reminded that the serpent had not been defeated, only arranged. Jormungandr waited in the deep water with the patience of something that does not need to hurry. This was because it already knows how the story ends. Fenrir was the most complicated, because Fenrir grew up among the gods. For a time, the Aesir kept him in Asgard, raising him in their midst, watching him with the careful attention of people who are not quite sure how afraid they should be yet. Only Tyr, the god of law and justice, was willing to feed him. Fenrir grew quickly, more quickly than any natural creature ought to, and the gods, watching his size increase with each passing season, decided that he needed to be restrained before he could no longer be restrained at all. They tried iron chains first. Fenrir agreed to let them bind him, partly, the old stories suggest. This was because he was not afraid and wanted to prove it. He flexed, and the chains broke, and the gods praised his strength, which was not entirely false. Heavier chains. He broke those too, and so the gods did what gods do when physical forces failed them. They went somewhere else for help. They sent to the dwarves of Svartalfheim, the craftsmen whose work was unlike anything forged in the ordinary world. The dwarves made something called Gleipnir. It looked like nothing at all, a thin silken ribbon, pale and soft, the kind of thing you could fold into your palm without feeling any weight. Gleipnir was made from the sound a cat makes when it moves, from the beard of a woman, from the roots of a mountain, from the sinews of a bear, from the breath of a fish, from the spittle of a bird. All things, the story explains, that either do not exist or cannot be perceived. That is precisely why the ribbon was unbreakable. The gods brought it to Fenrir and asked him to let them bind him with it. Fenrir looked at the soft ribbon and was not fooled. He understood that something this light and this quiet was more dangerous than iron. He agreed to be bound only if one of the gods would place a hand in his mouth as a gesture of good faith, a surety that this was not a trick. No god volunteered except Tyr, and Tyr placed his hand between Fenrir's teeth. The gods bound the wolf with Gleipnir. The ribbon held, and when Fenrir realized it would not break, he bit down. Tyr lost his hand. They anchored the ribbon to a boulder and drove the boulder into the earth. Fenrir lay there bound, a sword propped in his open mouth to keep his jaws apart, waiting. It was not a death. It was not a defeat. It was a postponement, purchased at the cost of Tyr's hand and the wolf's fury. Everyone present understood that distinction clearly enough. The gods had done what they could, but in trying to contain destruction, they had only given it a shape, given it something to rage against when the time finally came to break free. The first sign that everything was beginning to unravel came not with storms or earthquakes, but with a dream. Balder, the most radiant of all the gods in Asgard, began to sleep badly. Restless, troubled nights that left him pale and quiet in the mornings. Sitting at the long tables of the gods, with something distant and unreachable behind his eyes. The dreams came repeatedly, always carrying the same dark current, though the details shifted from one night to the next. What remained constant was the sense that harm was moving toward him through the dark, like a tide coming in across a shore that had always been safe. Balder told the gods what he had seen. The gods listened with the particular gravity of those who understood that dreams in their world were rarely merely dreams. Odin, who had spent so many years acquiring the wisdom of the hidden and the foretold, recognized the weight of what his son described. What Balder had seen in sleep was not merely the restlessness of an anxious mind. It was a vision. Visions of this kind, in the tradition of the poetic Edda, carried the authority of what was coming. And so Frigg, Balder's mother and one of the most powerful goddesses in all of Asgard, set about doing something that might strike you as both remarkable and heartbreaking in equal measure. She traveled through the 9 realms. She asked everything that existed, every stone and tree and metal, every illness and animal and fire and water, to swear a solemn oath that it would never harm her son. And according to the old accounts, everything agreed. The stones promised, the trees promised, iron and every other metal swore the oath without hesitation. The cold and the heat and the darkness all gave their word. When she was finished, there was nothing left in all the worlds that would lift itself against Balder. This binding of the worlds was not a small matter. It represented a fundamental reordering, a gathering of promises that wove themselves into the very fabric of existence. Frigg had moved through realms that even the gods rarely traveled to, speaking to things that had no voice and no face, things that existed in the borderlands between being and unbeing. Each oath taken was a thread added to a great net, and when all the threads were woven together, that net became something close to invulnerable. The gods understood the magnitude of what she had accomplished, and in that understanding lay the first glimmer of something like hope. The possibility that even in a world moving toward its ending, there might be moments of genuine safety, even permanence. The gods, reassured and perhaps a little delighted by this, turned it into a kind of game. They would gather around Balder in the halls of Asgard and throw things at him, weapons, stones, sticks, whatever came to hand, and everything simply glanced off him, harmless, falling to the floor without leaving so much as a mark. Balder stood there untroubled. The gods laughed, because in a world preparing itself for the end, the sight of their most beloved companion standing unhurt among a shower of thrown objects must have felt like something close to relief. This went on for some time. The mood of it was genuinely joyful, in the way that small demonstrations of safety sometimes are when you have been living with a great unspoken fear. Loki, however, was watching. He always was. The trickster moved through the world with an attention to detail that was not born of affection, but of a searching, restless intelligence that could not help finding the gap in every arrangement, the soft place in every seemingly solid thing. He did not join the game. Instead, he went looking for Frigg, disguising himself as an old woman. When he found her, he spoke to her conversationally, gently, in the way of someone with nothing particular on their mind. He asked about the game the gods were playing, expressing what sounded like simple curiosity. Frigg told him about it, how she had travelled everywhere, and asked everything to swear the oath. But she mentioned, almost in passing, that there was one thing she had not asked. Mistletoe, she said. It grew on the eastern side of Valhalla, a small, seemingly insignificant plant. She had not thought it worth the trouble of approaching. It was so young and soft and harmless looking that she had passed it by. Loki thanked her and left. Before long, he had cut a piece of mistletoe and shaped it into something that could be thrown. The plant came away easily in his hands, as if the earth itself was offering it to him, as if the oversight had been waiting for him all along to correct it. He could feel the weight of what he held, slight as it was. He could sense the promise that it had never sworn, the singular absence in a world of sworn oaths. He found Hertha standing at the edge of the gathered gods, apart from the game, unable to participate because he was blind. Loki came to stand beside him, friendly and helpful, offering to guide his arm so that he too could join in the sport. Hertha, not understanding, not able to see what Loki had placed in his hand, agreed, and so Loki stood behind him, guiding the angle of his throw. Hertha sent the mistletoe toward Balder. It struck him, and Balder fell. The silence that followed was the kind that can only exist in the space between something happening and the assembled witnesses fully grasping what they have just seen. Then the gods understood. Their laughter stopped. Around the fallen god, the grief that rose was not gradual. It broke all at once, enormous and immediate. The way sorrow does when it has been held at bay by something that has suddenly and completely given way. The old accounts say that none of the gods could speak, that what needed to be said was too large and too broken to be shaped into words just then, that even Odin, who had foreseen this and who carried the full terrible weight of knowing more than any other being in the 9 worlds, stood among them without a single thing to offer. Balder was carried to the sea with a funeral that the Prose Edda describes in some detail. A great pyre built upon his ship, Ringhorn. That had to be pushed into the water by a giantess named Hirokin, because it was too large and too heavy for any god to move alone. What came next was a ride. Hermodr, one of Odin's sons, borrowed his father's horse Sleipnir, the 8-legged creature that could travel where no ordinary horse could go, and rode alone down into the realm of Hel, the cold and shadowed kingdom beneath the roots of the world where those who did not die in battle made their home. The journey took 9 nights through valleys so deep and dark that you can imagine the cold of them settling into the bones even at this distance. So many centuries later, just hearing the description of where Hermodr rode, he crossed the Gjöll bridge over the river of the dead. When he finally arrived before Hel herself, he made his plea as honestly as he could. He asked for Balder's return. He spoke of the grief that had settled over Asgard like a permanent weather, the mourning that had changed the quality of the air in the halls of the gods. Hel listened. She was not unkind in her response, according to the old stories, but she was not without conditions either. She told Hermodr that she would release Balder on one requirement: every being in all the 9 worlds, every living thing and every dead thing, every stone and creature and root and flame must weep for Balder. If they all wept, every single one, then she would consider the evidence that he was as beloved as Hermodr claimed. She would let him go. Hermodr carried this condition back to Asgard. The gods sent messengers throughout every corner of the cosmos, asking everything in existence to weep. And everything did, or very nearly everything. The trees wept, and the stones wept, and the animals gave out their sounds of grief, and the frost and the metal all performed what was asked of them. But in a cave somewhere along the way, the messengers found what appeared to be a giantess, sitting apart, calling herself Thirk. She refused. She said that Balder had never done anything for her, and that Hel could keep what she had. The messengers left her there, unable to compel what she would not give freely, and because the requirement was that every being must weep. Because one had not, Balder could not be returned. The old accounts say with some clarity that Thirk was Loki in yet another disguise. Though the text of the Völuspá does not spell this out the way the Prose Edda does, It is one of those moments where the two primary sources approach the same event from slightly different angles, where the listener is left to weigh what each version implies. What both sources agree on is the outcome. Balder remained in Hel's realm, with Balder gone and Loki's hand clearly behind his death. Something in the fabric of Asgard had shifted in a way that could not be quietly repaired. After Balder's death, the gods had little patience left for Loki's particular brand of cleverness. They had suspected him before. He had always managed to slip away with a well-placed excuse or a distracting piece of charm. But after the death of the most beloved among them, there was no longer any appetite for suspicion without consequence. Loki seemed to sense this shift in the air, the way an animal senses a change in weather. Something in the quality of the silence around him told him that the time for maneuvering had passed. He left Asgard and made his way to a remote corner of Midgard, to a place where mountains pressed close to a cold river and the landscape was wild enough to offer cover. There, according to the old accounts, he built himself a simple house with doors facing each direction so that he could watch all four horizons at once. He spent his days in the river, slipping through the current in the shape of a salmon. It was a practical disguise. A fish among thousands of fish in a cold mountain river, invisible by the very ordinariness of the form he had chosen. But Loki's mind did not rest even when his body was transformed. One evening, sitting by his fire in his human shape, he picked up a length of cord and began to weave it into a net, the kind of net that, had anyone studied it carefully, would have told them exactly what sort of creature it had been designed to catch. This was because Loki was thinking, as he always did, several steps ahead of everyone else. When the gods came riding hard toward the smoke rising from his fire, he threw the net into the flames and leaped into the river, becoming a salmon again in the cold, dark current. But Odin, watching from his high seat, had already seen where Loki had gone. The gods found the charred shape of the net in the ashes and understood it well enough to reconstruct it. They stretched their own version across the width of the river and drove Loki downstream. Twice he leapt over the weighted edges in the way a salmon leaps, clearing it with a flash of silver muscle. On the third pass, Thor caught him mid-leap, gripping him just behind the tail with both hands, holding on despite the thrashing. Loki was brought to the bank and his long flight was finished. What followed was not simply punishment. The gods led him deep beneath the earth, into a cave that the old sources describe as lying below 3 great stones. There they bound him in a way that was plainly intended to be not just restraining, but permanent. An image of captivity that carried no suggestion of an eventual release. Loki's son Narfi had been killed in the violence of the capture. It was with Narfi's own entrails that the gods bound him across those 3 rocks. One set beneath his shoulders, one beneath his hips, one beneath his knees, the cords transformed by the force of the binding into something harder and colder than any chain of iron could manage. It was a grim piece of business, and the old accounts do not try to soften it. Above Loki's face, the goddess Skathi suspended a serpent from the stone of the cave ceiling, positioned so that its venom would drip directly onto him, drop by slow drop, with no relief and no interval of rest. Skathi had her own grief woven into all of this. Balder's death had moved through Asgard like a cold wind through every room, and the placement of that serpent was not careless. It was measured and deliberate. Beside Loki, however, sat his wife Sigyn. She does not appear often in what survives of the old mythology. What is said about her in this moment is the thing she is most remembered for. She stayed. She held a bowl above her husband's face, catching the drops of venom before they could reach him. She held it there through what must have been a stretch of time that had no easy measure, through cold seasons and dark ones, through the slow accumulation of years that would eventually become ages. She held it until the bowl was full. Then she had no choice but to turn away and carry it across the cave floor to empty it. In those brief moments, the time it took her to step away and pour the bowl out and return, the venom reached Loki's face. His writhing from the burning, the deep convulsive shudder that moved through him like a wave pressed suddenly through stone, travelled upward through the rock and into the earth above. The Norse people understood this. When the ground shifted and trembled beneath their feet, when loose stone tumbled from the faces of cliffs and still water shivered in its basin without any wind to explain it, they knew the cause. Sigyn had stepped away. The venom had found him again. His pain was immense enough that the whole skin of the world registered it. In some ways, that understanding made the shaking earth easier to bear, not random and indifferent, but the particular anguish of a particular being, held in place beneath the rock, enduring the long consequence of what he had set in motion. His imprisonment was not a resolution. It was a pressure building slowly in a sealed place, gathering across the dark years. Everyone who understood the old stories knew that no binding of this kind could hold indefinitely. The cave was not a solution. It was a delay, a very long, very painful one, for the day when the rock would crack and the chains would finally give and everything contained down there would come rushing upward into the world. And so Loki waited, bound beneath the earth, with his wife beside him and the venom falling. With every shudder of pain, the ground above him trembled, a reminder, perhaps, that the world itself was feeling what he felt. Before the great battle, before the serpent rises from the sea and the wolf breaks his chains, the world first grows cold. Not the ordinary cold of a hard northern winter, the kind that the Norse people knew well and had always prepared for. Salted fish, stored grain, animals brought in close. This is something else entirely, according to the old prophecy laid out in the Völuspá and echoed throughout the poetic Edda. The first true herald of Ragnarök is not a monster or a weapon, but a season, or rather, the terrible absence of a season. The Norse called it Fimbulvitur. That translates roughly as the great winter or the mighty winter. The prefix Fimbul carrying a sense of enormity that goes beyond ordinary size. 3 winters will come, one after another, with no summer between them. Snow will blow in from every direction at once, not falling from above as snow normally does, but arriving sideways, cutting across the land from all 4 corners of the sky simultaneously. The sun, which the Norse understood to be a living thing, a goddess named Sol, chased across the heavens each day by the wolf skirl, will lose her warmth. She will still cross the sky, but her light will be thin and pale and cold, offering brightness without heat. The ground beneath it will remain locked. Streams and rivers will freeze to their beds. The earth will harden until the roots of plants can find no purchase in it, no nourishment to draw upward. Cattle will have nothing to eat. Crops will not grow. The world, which has always managed to cycle back from darkness into warmth, will find itself unable to make that turn. Some scholars have noted, with careful interest, that this image of a prolonged and catastrophic winter may carry traces of something real, the volcanic winter of 536 CE, a year in which an enormous eruption somewhere in the world threw enough ash and debris into the upper atmosphere to dim the sun across the northern hemisphere for months, causing crop failures, famine, suffering from Scandinavia to the Mediterranean. Whether or not that specific event shaped the Fimbulwinter legend directly, the mythology drew on a kind of dread that the Norse people had good reason to feel whenever winter stretched on longer than it should. The physical devastation described in the ancient texts is rendered in almost clinical detail, as if the poets wanted future generations to understand exactly what deprivation would look like. The winds are not merely cold, but are said to come from every direction, north, south, east and west, as if the natural order of weather itself has become corrupted. There is no shelter from such a storm because shelter assumes a direction to hide from, an assumption that no longer holds true. The snow accumulates not in drifts that pile against obstacles, but falls uniformly, erasing landmarks and making travel impossible. The descriptions emphasize a kind of total environmental collapse, where every system that normally sustains life breaks down simultaneously. Fish in the rivers and seas would nowhere to spawn. The migration patterns that animals relied upon would become meaningless. The very concept of seasons, the fundamental rhythm that all northern cultures understood as the organizing principle of existence, would cease to function. This was not simply a bad year, or even a bad decade that people might endure and recover from. The prophecy describes a state that persists for 3 years without interruption, without even the hope of spring or summer to sustain morale or preserve seed stock and breeding animals. What makes the Fimbulwinter more than a natural catastrophe, though, is what it does to people while it lasts. As the cold deepens and the stores of food run low, something begins to happen among human communities that is, in its own way, more terrible than the weather itself. The bonds that hold people together, the obligations of kinship, the duties of hospitality, the sacred expectations that a father would protect his children and a brother would stand beside his brother, begin to dissolve. The old poems describe a world in which brother turns against brother, in which fathers and sons come to blows over what little remains. The word for this in Old Norse sources is sometimes rendered in English as an age of axes or an age of swords, a time of wolves, where the very fabric of community tears along every seam at once. The prophecy paints scenes of family members eating one another's stores in secret, of accusations and suspicions poisoning every interaction. Even the bonds between parent and child, the relationship considered most fundamental in human nature, cannot survive the logic of starvation. A father must choose between watching his children starve or taking food from them. A son must decide whether his obligation to his aging parents extends to sharing rations he may need to survive the next winter. These are not abstract moral questions in the context of Fimbulwinter. They are immediate, constant, devastating practical dilemmas without good answers. To understand how horrifying this would have sounded to a Norse audience, you have to understand something about what loyalty and kinship meant to them. These were not abstract virtues or polite social customs. They were, quite literally, the structure that kept you alive. In a world without centralized law enforcement or state-provided welfare, your kin were your safety net. Your legal advocates, your first responders, your reason to survive hard seasons. Hospitality, the obligation to shelter and feed a guest. To share what you had, even when you didn't have much, was considered nearly sacred. The Norse sagas return again and again to questions of loyalty, obligation. The right response when duty conflicts with desire, because these questions were genuinely urgent. A man who betrayed his kinsman was not merely morally deficient. He was dangerous in a practical, immediate sense, and the community's judgment of him would reflect that. Stories of oath-breaking were treated as serious literature in Norse culture because oath-breaking had real consequences. A man expelled from his family was essentially expelled from survival itself. The Fimbulwinter prophecy strips all of that away. It suggests that when conditions become desperate enough, all the loyalty and honor that a culture spends generations cultivating will come undone in a matter of months. That the bonds people imagine are fundamental to who they are will turn out to be thinner than they believed, maintained as much by comfort and abundance as by genuine commitment. There is something almost philosophical buried in this part of the prophecy, something that goes beyond the practical horror of starvation and conflict. The Fimbulwinter is a revelation. It shows what has always been beneath the surface of civilization, not goodness or solidarity, necessarily, but also not pure savagery. Something more complicated than either. People doing what survival demands. The structures that once organized their behavior becoming irrelevant when those structures can no longer be fed. The Norse understanding of fate, weird, was never particularly comforting. The Norns who wove the threads of destiny were not interested in rewarding virtue or ensuring that the righteous were protected, and the Fimbulwinter, in a sense, embodies that lack of comfort. It arrives without regard for whether any particular person or family deserves it. It does its work on the fabric of society regardless of how honorably people have lived before it came. By the time the 3 winters finally give way, not to spring, as things turn out, but to the next stage of Ragnarok's unfolding, the human world of Midgard has been transformed into something that barely resembles what it was. The communities are fractured, the stores are gone, the trust that made cooperation possible has been corroded past recovery. 3 winters without any summer between them. That was the prophecy. By the time the last of those winters finally released its grip, there would be very little of the old human world left worth saving. On the day that Ragnarök finally arrives, the first thing the gods of Asgard will hear is crowing. Not from one direction, but from 3 at once. 3 roosters calling out across the 9 worlds in the same moment, as if each one has been waiting since the beginning of time for precisely this signal. And now, all at once, the waiting is over. There is something quietly devastating about that image, if you let it settle. Not thunder, not the clash of iron, not the tearing open of the sky. Just birds, calling out the way birds do at the edge of morning, except that this particular morning will not give way to an ordinary day. The first of these roosters is Fjalar, who crows from Jotunheim, the vast and cold realm of the frost giants. His voice carries across that wide, wind-scoured land and signals to the giant forces that their long-anticipated hour has come. The second is Gullinkambi, the golden-combed rooster who lives in Asgard itself, among the gods, and whose crowing rouses the Einherjar, the warrior dead who have trained in Valhalla through uncounted ages, to take up their weapons one final time. And then there is the third rooster, whose name the old poems do not preserve, a rust-coloured bird who crows from Niflheim, the cold and misty realm beneath the roots of Yggdrasil, where the dishonoured dead have rested. 3 realms, 3 calls, all answering one another across the whole breadth of the cosmos. It would be easy to overlook the roosters when setting the scene of Ragnarök, given everything else that follows, but the Völuspá mentions them, and that attention matters. They are not there merely for atmosphere. They represent something about the way this ending unfolds, not as a sudden rupture, but as a simultaneous awakening across every corner of existence, as if the world has been holding its breath for a very long time, and now, all at once, releases it. Then come the wolves. Since the very beginning of the world, 2 wolves have run through the sky in pursuit of the sun and the moon. Their names, according to the tradition, are Skull and Hati, and they have been chasing their celestial prey since Odin and his brothers first set those lights in motion above the newly made world. Day after day, age after age, the sun and moon have been kept moving partly by the urgency of that chase. It is one of the stranger and more affecting ideas in Norse cosmology that the rhythm of day and night, the reliable passage of light across the sky, has been maintained all along by fear, by flight, by 2 enormous wolves who have never quite closed the distance. On the day of Ragnarök, they finally do. Skull catches the sun and swallows it, and Hati takes the moon. Just like that, lights that have crossed the sky since before human memory has simply gone, extinguished the way you might pinch out a candle flame between 2 fingers. The warmth that the sun carried, already weakened by the long years of Fimbulwinter, disappears entirely. What little remained of its comfort is over. The stars follow. The old accounts describe them falling or going dark, one by one or all together, so that the sky above the ruined world becomes a vast and featureless dark. If you have ever stood outside on a moonless night far from any city and looked up at the stars and felt how much you depend on them, not practically but emotionally, the way they orient you and remind you of something large and steady, then perhaps you can begin to understand what their absence would mean. Every point of reference, gone. The sky that the Norse people had navigated by, told stories by, and named with the shapes of gods and creatures, emptied out completely. And then, in the cave called Nipperhellir, something stirs. Garm is the hound who has been chained at the entrance to Hell's realm since long before the memory of any living creature. He is described in the old texts as the worst of all dogs, and he has stood at that threshold as a boundary keeper, the thing that marks the separation between the living world and the realm of the dead. For all the ages of the cosmos, his chain has held. But on this day, it holds no longer. The chain gives way, or Garm breaks it. The result is the same. He is free, and he runs howling into the open world. And with his running, the boundary he was set to guard collapses behind him. What strikes you, when you consider all of these events together, is not any single catastrophe, but the pattern they form collectively. The roosters crow in 3 separate realms simultaneously. The wolves catch what they have been chasing since creation. The stars are extinguished. The hound breaks his chain. Nothing that is happening here is without precedent in the sense that all of it was foretold. All of it was anticipated. And yet what makes it feel so final is precisely the simultaneity of it. These are not sequential misfortunes, one following from another. They are a single unraveling, happening everywhere at once, as if every bond and boundary that has been carefully maintained since the world was built has reached its limit in the same moment. Every creature that was confined is now loose. Every light that was set in motion has now been stopped. The long, patient containment of chaos, the restraint that the gods worked so hard to establish and maintain through binding and exile and careful arrangement, dissolves all at once, the way a knot does when you find the right thread to pull. With the stars dark and the hound free and the sun and moon finally caught after their long chase across the sky, the last age of the cosmos had truly begun. It is Heimdall who sees them coming first. Among all the gods of Asgard, he alone was given the kind of perception that makes the boundary between wakefulness and the world seem almost non-existent. Senses so finely tuned that, according to the old accounts, he could hear the grass pushing up through the soil and the soft wool growing on the backs of sheep as they slept in distant fields. He required almost no sleep himself. That made him well suited for the role he had held since the beginning of the age, standing watch at the edge of Asgard, beside the shimmering arc of the Bifrost, the great rainbow bridge that connected the realm of the gods to the worlds below. For all the long ages of the cosmos, he had stood there in his white armor with his gaze stretching out across every horizon, listening to the movements of the world with the kind of patient, unhurried attention that most beings could only sustain for a few moments before some other thought carried them away. He was not a god of storms or wisdom or craft. He was, more than anything else, a god of vigilance. In that capacity he had served longer and more faithfully than perhaps any other being in Asgard. There was something both noble and quietly melancholy about his post, if you let yourself imagine it. Standing always at the threshold, always watching the approach of something that had not yet arrived, carrying his great horn Jalahorn at his side through all those centuries of stillness. The horn was said to be so powerful that its sound, once released, could be heard in every corner of every one of the 9 worlds simultaneously. It had never been sounded in full, not once in all the long age that preceded this moment. He had carried it as a kind of promise, or perhaps a warning, waiting for the day it would finally be needed. That day, when it came, would have been unmistakable even to senses far less keen than his. The armies that moved toward Asgard were unlike anything the cosmos had gathered before, vast and dark, and arriving from multiple directions at once. The sound of them like something felt in the chest rather than heard with the ears, the earth itself shifting under the weight of what was approaching. Heimdall raised Gjallarhorn to his lips and sounded it. The call went out through all the worlds at once, low and resonant and enormous. The kind of sound that bypasses thought entirely and arrives somewhere deeper, somewhere that knows without being told that something irrevocable has begun. In Valhalla, the great hall where Odin had gathered the honored dead across all the long centuries of the age, the Einherjar heard it. These were the warriors who had fallen bravely in battle and been chosen by the Valkyries who moved across the fields of the dying to spend their afterlife in preparation for precisely this moment. They had feasted and fought and trained through all those years in Valhalla, their wounds healing each evening so that they could begin again the next morning, their numbers growing with every generation of human conflict. They had known, in the way that people who have been preparing for something for a very long time eventually come to know it, that all of that preparation had been pointed at a single morning they could not yet see. Now they could see it. They took up their weapons and pulled on their armor in the cold, dim light that had settled over everything since the sun was swallowed. They formed themselves into ranks with the quiet efficiency of those who have rehearsed a thing so many times that the doing of it feels almost like memory. As the horn's call echoed through all 9 worlds, reality itself began to shift beneath the weight of what was coming. In Midgard, where humans lived their brief, bright lives, the sky darkened further and the ground trembled with deep and terrible purpose. The other gods of Asgard moved toward the great hall where Odin would marshal their final stand. Some came reluctant, knowing the weight of what awaited them. Others came with grim readiness born of centuries of preparation. Even the ancient bonds that had held back the world's destruction began to fail at last, stretched far beyond their limits by forces too vast and terrible to contain any longer. Odin, meanwhile, rode one final time to the well of Mimir, the deep, still well at the roots of Yggdrasil, where wisdom had been gathered since before the gods shaped the world, where Odin himself had once surrendered an eye in exchange for a single drink of what it held. What counsel Mimir offered in those last moments, the old texts do not fully say, though one version suggests simply that Odin listened, as he always had, then turned his 8-legged horse Sleipnir back toward the gathering host. The gods of Asgard assembled with the gravity of those who understand exactly what they are walking toward and have decided, each of them, to walk toward it anyway. For an age beyond counting, Odin had been filling Valhalla with the best warriors who ever lived. Now, as the horn fell silent and the assembled dead raised their weapons in the cold light, the reason for all of it had finally arrived. Surtur is older than the gods. That is perhaps the most important thing to understand about him. It is the thing that the Old Norse texts take care to establish before they say almost anything else. He did not emerge alongside Odin and his brothers, did not come into being when the cosmos was being shaped and named and ordered. He was already there, already waiting, in Muspelheim, the primordial realm of fire that existed at the very beginning of things, before Hymir, the frost giant, had been slain, before his flesh became the earth and his blood the seas and his skull the sky above. In the Norse understanding of creation, the world was built between 2 ancient extremes, the frozen void of Niflheim to the north and the burning realm of Muspelheim to the south. From the meeting of those 2 forces, ice and fire touching across the great emptiness called Ginnungagap, the first life condensed, and dwelling in the southern fire, across an age so long that the gods of Asgard would have seemed to him like new arrivals, was Surtur. His name in Old Norse is generally understood to mean something like the Black One or the Swarthy One, a name that conjures scorched earth and the dark residue that fire leaves behind when it has finished its work. He is described in the Völuspá as standing at the boundary of Muspelheim, holding a sword whose light burns brighter than the sun itself. He has stood there, patient and unhurried, since before the world had a name. Scholars who study the Norse texts have noted that Surtur's character carries a quality unlike that of most antagonists in world mythology. He is not driven by malice or grievance in any obvious way, not nursing a wound the way Loki is. not straining against chains the way Fenrir is. He simply is, in the same way that fire simply is, requiring no particular motivation to consume what lies in its path. There is something almost geological about him, something that feels less like a person and more like a force that has been assigned a form so that the human mind can hold it steady long enough to look at it. And indeed, scholars who study the Norse mythology in its Icelandic context have suggested, carefully and without overstatement, that the figure of Surtur and his fire may carry within it something of the living volcanic memory of Iceland itself, a landscape where fire genuinely does emerge from the earth, where lava does move in slow and unstoppable processions across everything in its path. The people who first preserved these stories in their written form lived on an island that showed them, fairly regularly, what it looked like when the ground opened and the fire came out. Surtur, in that light, was not entirely an abstraction. The old sources give us relatively little direct dialogue from Surtur himself. No grand declarations of intent or monologues that might reveal inner thoughts. He exists in the texts more through description and action than through speech. The Völuspá speaks of his arrival and his deeds, but rarely of his words. This silence carries its own significance to those studying the texts, suggesting something about the nature of what Surtur represents. He is not a character in the sense that most of the gods and giants are characters. He does not negotiate or scheme or form alliances based on perceived slights. He simply moves according to the logic that has always governed him. The fire does not demand reasons for its burning. It does not pause to explain itself. Surtur, in this regard, operates on principles that are almost entirely divorced from the moral and social frameworks that structure the rest of the Norse cosmos. This is what makes his approach to Ragnarök so fundamentally different from the other forces arrayed against the old order. Loki arrives at the final battle driven by centuries of resentment and confinement. Fenrir and Jörmungandr, bound since ancient times, break free because the bonds that held them are literally shattered by the chaos of the end times. They are responding to their circumstances, reacting to the conditions that have defined their existence. But Surtur requires no such catalyst. He comes because he was always going to come. His fire has been burning in Muspelheim since before the first gods drew breath. The end of the world is not something that happens to him or that he must rage against. It is instead something that allows his essential nature to finally, fully express itself across the entirety of existence. He has been waiting through all the long ages of the world's order. Now, finally, the moment has come when his fire can spread beyond its ancient boundaries. When what was confined to the south can move north and consume everything that was built in between. When the signals have all been given, the roosters crowed, the wolves loosed, the hound broken free, it is Surtur who leads the sons of Muspelheim northward, out of their ancient burning realm and toward the battlefield where the final accounting will be made. The Völuspá describes this march with an economy of language that somehow makes it more devastating rather than less. The fire giants coming from the south, Surtur at their head with that sword of his, its light blazing across the sky. Their path carries them onto the Bifrost, the rainbow bridge that has served since the earliest days of the cosmos as the shining road between Asgard and the worlds below, the structure that Heimdall was appointed to guard precisely because it was the one place where the boundaries between realms could be crossed with any kind of order and intention. The bridge was built to be magnificent and enduring. In the long age before Ragnarök, it fulfilled that purpose without apparent strain. But the sons of Muspelheim cross it now with all their heat and weight. The old texts tell us plainly that it breaks. The Bifrost shatters beneath them. What had been the most elegant structure in the Norse cosmos, a bridge of arcing colour suspended between worlds. The road the gods themselves travelled when they moved between realms. cracks and comes apart under the pressure of fire that predates the gods who built everything around it. There is something almost unbearably final in that image, and it is worth sitting with for a moment. The Bifrost was not merely a convenient crossing point in the cosmological thinking of the Norse tradition. It was one of the structural connections that allowed the 9 worlds to exist in relationship to one another. The visible sign that Asgard and Midgard and the other realms were not simply isolated, but threaded together into something coherent, something with passages and boundaries and an order that could be respected or transgressed. When it shatters, that order goes with it. There is no longer a governed way between the worlds. Whatever meaning the word connection held in the old cosmos, the bridge had embodied a portion of it. Now that portion is simply gone, melting into the smoke and heat of Surtur's advance, the way everything else will eventually melt before him. The fire giants do not look back at what they have broken. They have no reason to. They are moving toward the plain of Vigridr, where the armies are gathering and where the last great meeting between the old order and the forces that will end it is already beginning to take shape. Behind them, the rainbow bridge lay in ruin, its shattered colors fading into the smoke. With it went the last connection between the worlds. There would be no retreat, no refuge, no ordered passage home. The plain where the final battle is to be fought is called Vigridr. The old texts describe it as stretching 100 leagues in every direction, vast enough, it seems, to hold the ending of the world. There is no precise modern measurement that quite captures what 100 leagues meant to the people who first told this story. But the intention is clear enough. Vigridr is a field without edges, a space so wide that you could stand at its center and see nothing in any direction but open ground running toward a horizon that never arrives. It was not chosen arbitrarily. A battlefield of ordinary dimensions could not contain what was coming, so the old tradition gave the final war a stage proportionate to its meaning, something enormous, something that dwarfs any individual participant, something that makes even the gods appear small against its grey and featureless expanse. In the age before the end, Vigridr exists in a state of waiting. The ground beneath it has become hallowed and terrible, a place where the ordinary rules of the world no longer quite apply. Travelers who wander too close report a silence that seems to swallow sound itself, a quality of stillness that weighs upon the mind. The very grass that grows there has a pale, colourless appearance, as though it too knows what is approaching and has drained itself of vigour in preparation. Birds do not rest on this plain. Even the wandering winds seem reluctant to cross it for very long, moving through and away with a kind of nervous haste. The old skalds who composed the poems about these events understood that a place chosen to hold the end of all things must be set apart from the ordinary landscape, marked by an absence of the comfortable and familiar. Vigridr awaits in this state, not for hours or days, but across the vast span of ages, its emptiness a kind of readiness, its desolation a kind of preparation. By the time the armies begin to gather there, the sky above Vigridr has already darkened past the point of ordinary weather. The sun, caught at last by the wolves that have pursued it since the beginning of time, is gone. The stars have gone out one by one, like lamps in a long hall when the last of the oil is spent. Whatever light remains falls cold and colourless over the plain. Beneath it, the ground itself seems to vibrate faintly, as though the earth already knows what is about to happen to it. From one direction come the gods and the Einherjar, the warrior dead gathered over long ages in the halls of Valhalla, men who died with weapons in their hands and were brought to Asgard precisely for this occasion, to fight one final time in a cause that everyone present understands cannot be On, only attended. Odin rides at their head on Sleipnir, the 8-legged horse, his spear Gungnir raised, his 2 ravens circling somewhere in the darkness above him. Thor moves beside him. Heimdall, who has already sounded the horn and whose watching days are over, takes his place among them. They are not a small gathering. The Einherjar number in the tens of thousands, and yet when you imagine what is assembling on the other side of that plain, the host of Asgard begins to seem, despite everything, somehow insufficient. The Einherjar stand in their formations with the discipline of warriors who have spent centuries preparing for this singular moment. They have trained in the halls of Valhalla through endless cycles, knowing that someday the horn would sound and their long waiting would end. Some among them carry wounds that never fully healed, marks of the battles that first brought them to Asgard. Others bear weapons passed down through the ages, steel that has tasted blood more times than any living record can account for. Frigg, the All-Mother, watches from her throne in Asgard, though she does not march with the warriors. Vidar and Vali stand ready. Modi and Magni, the sons of Thor, prepare to inherit his strength when the old world falls away. The Valkyries move among the ranks, their dark wings foot Aldid, their role as choosers of the slain now complete. Every god who can still stand has come to Vigridra, and every one of them understands with absolute clarity the nature of what awaits them. From the sea comes Naglfar, the ship built from the untrimmed fingernails and toenails of the dead, a vessel that the old traditions describe with a quiet kind of revulsion, something assembled from the material that the living leave behind, manned by the dead, sailing toward a shore where the living still stand. Loki is at its helm, free at last from the cave and the venom, and the long patience of his captivity. There is nothing in the old accounts to suggest he takes the wheel with reluctance. He brings with him every creature and being that has waited out the ages in anticipation of this moment. The frost giants of Jotunheim, moving across the plain in numbers that the poems do not bother to count. This was because counting them would miss the point. Fenrir runs with his mouth open so wide that his upper jaw scrapes the sky and his lower jaw drags along the earth, fire pouring from his eyes. Jormungandr comes up out of the ocean, the water falling from his scales in sheets, flooding the land at the edges of the plain as he heaves himself forward. His body so long that it crosses distances that would take a man several days to walk. Surtur and the sons of Muspelheim march behind their ancient leader, the heat from their approach already beginning to scorch the ground before they arrive. The air above Vigridr thickens with smoke and salt and the smell of scorched earth. The noise of it all, the grinding of Jormungandr's scales against the stone, the thunder of feet both living and dead, the low, continuous sound of Fenrir's breath like a wind that comes from inside the Yi. Arth, build steadily. The way a storm builds when you are standing at the edge of a coastline and you understand, watching the water change color, that there is no shelter close enough to reach. Against this convergence, the dead, the bound, the ancient, the forgotten, all arriving at once, even the gathered courage of Asgard looked like a candle held up against an oncoming tide. Of all the things Odin foresaw in his long accumulation of visions and sacrifices, the manner of his own death was the one he circled back to most often. He had hung upon Yggdrasil for 9 days to win the knowledge of the runes. He had given one of his eyes to drink from the well of Mimir. He had ridden to the edge of a dead woman's grave and coaxed the future from her lips with careful questions. And through all of it, the wolf had waited in the vision, enormous and patient, with jaws wide enough to swallow the sky. Fenrir had been held for an age at a place called Amsvartnir, restrained by the silken ribbon Gleipnir. The gods had placed a sword between his jaws to keep them from closing entirely, but the prophecy had never wavered. When Ragnarök arrived, Fenrir would shake free of that binding as easily as mist breaks apart in a morning wind. Odin, who had known this longer than most creatures had existed, would face him on the field of Vigridr with his spear Gungnir raised and his ravens somewhere above in the darkened sky. The wolf came at him with his mouth open, so wide in the telling of the old poems, that the upper jaw touched the heavens and the lower scraped along the earth. Gungnir did not stop him. Odin, the All-Father, who had spent the entire span of his existence gathering wisdom and filling his hall with warriors precisely for this moment, was swallowed whole. It is one of those things in the mythology that stays with you, not because it is a surprise. The gods themselves had known it was coming, but because of the sheer accumulated weight of preparation that preceded it. The absolute finality with which it arrived regardless. The All-Father's death marked the beginning of the true unraveling, the moment when the threads that had held the 9 worlds together since their weaving began to fray beyond any possibility of repair. In the old sources, there is no confusion about what his passing meant. It was not merely the loss of a king or a leader, though he was both of those things. It was the loss of the force that had held back chaos through sheer force of will and knowledge. For an immeasurable span of time, Odin had stood at the center of things, knowing what was coming and choosing to face it anyway. That choice, and it had been a choice, the sources are clear on this, gave his death a weight that would echo through everything that followed. The other gods would fall one after another, each to their appointed enemies, each playing out the roles that had been written into the fabric of the world long before they were born. What followed came quickly. Vidar, Odin's son, known in the old sources as the Silent God, whose strength was said to rival Thor's, moved against the wolf without hesitation. The prose Edda describes how Vidar wore a great thick shoe, one that had been built across the ages from all the scraps of leather that cobblers trimmed away when shaping their work. He used it to brace his foot against Fenrir's lower jaw, while seizing the upper jaw with his hands and tearing the wolf apart. That image carries a kind of quiet, accumulated logic, a shoe made from what others discarded, used by the Silent Son to undo the creature that had undone his father. The vengeance was clean and complete. Fenrir, who had waited bound and furious since before most living things could remember, was gone. Vidar would be among those who stepped into whatever new world emerged on the other side of all this fire and grief. Across the field, Thor was already deep in his own confrontation. Jörmungandr had risen from the sea and was moving across the land, so immense that its emergence from the depths sent water flooding over the low ground. Thor and the Midgard serpent had encountered each other before in the old stories. There is the tale of the fishing journey with the giant Hymir, where Thor nearly hauled the serpent up from the ocean floor before the giant cut the line in panic. And in some sense, the whole arc of Norse mythology had been bending toward this particular meeting since the beginning. The fisherman who had nearly caught the great serpent once was about to finish what he had started, though the cost would be everything. Thor struck Jörmungandr with Mjolnir and killed it. Then he stepped back from the body and walked 9 steps before the serpent's venom. That had been breathing across him throughout their struggle, overwhelmed him entirely, and he fell. 9 steps. The old texts are specific about that number, and the specificity is what makes the image hold. He had been the protector of Midgard, the god that farmers and sailors called on when the storms came in, the thunderer whose presence in the sky had been a kind of reassurance for as long as the world had existed. He died with his hammer still in his hand, having done precisely what he had always done, one final time. Freya's death carries its own particular sorrow because of what preceded it, in a way that the other deaths do not quite match. Long before Ragnarök, according to the old stories, Freya had looked out from Odin's high seat Hlidskjalf, a seat no one but Odin was supposed to occupy, and seen the giantess Gerðra moving through her father's hall, had fallen into such a deep and consuming longing for her that he could neither eat nor sleep. To win her hand, he had given away his magical sword, the one that could wield itself against giants without any guiding hand. It was not a small thing to give away. The gift had been made willingly and with full knowledge of what it might cost him someday. Some gods might have demanded it back when the end times came. Freya never did. When Ragnarök arrived, and Freya stood before the fire giant Surtur, he had only an antler to fight with, according to what the old sources tell us. Surtur carried the blade described in the Völuspá as brighter than the sun itself. it was Surtur who prevailed. Freya, the god of green growing things and harvest abundance and the warmth that coaxes life from cold ground, fell because he had once loved someone enough to give away the one thing that might have protected him. The mythology offers no suggestion that he regretted the exchange. There is something in that which feels honest, a god whose nature was generosity, meeting an end that was entirely consistent with who he had always been. Tyr met the great hound Garm, the enormous dog that had been chained at the entrance to Hel's realm and broken free as everything else broke free at the end of the age. Tyr, the god of law and justice, had already lost one hand long before Ragnarök arrived. In the days when the gods were binding Fenrir and needed someone willing to place a hand in the wolf's mouth as a pledge of good faith, he had done it without hesitation, understanding that the wolf would take the hand when the trick was revealed. This was because someone had to be the pledge and the laws of binding demanded it. He faced Garm on the field of Vigridr, and neither of them survived the encounter. They killed each other. The old sources offer very little elaboration on this, and perhaps none is necessary. Two ancient figures, both released now from whatever had been restraining them, meeting in the middle of the final chaos and cancelling each other out. It has the quiet, clean quality of an old account finally settled. And then there was Heimdall, and there was Loki, the watchman of Asgard, whose senses were so refined that he could hear the wool growing on a sleeping sheep and the grass pushing up through cold soil. The trickster god who had spent uncounted years bound in a cave beneath the earth with venom dripping onto his face, while his wife held a bowl above him. They had always, in some sense, been each other's counterpart. Heimdall standing permanently at the edge of order, watching for whatever might breach it. Loki embodying precisely the kind of unruly chaos that no amount of vigilance could permanently hold back. The prose Edda tells us that they killed each other. The poetic Edda alludes to the same collision without dwelling on its particulars. Neither source lingers on the details of how it happened. That perhaps suits both of them. Heimdall and Loki were not figures whose endings required elaborate ornamentation. They had been moving toward each other through the entire long narrative of the gods, through every theft and disguise and slowly fraying alliance. Through every hour Heimdall had spent at his post on the Rainbow Bridge watching, the horizon for exactly this kind of trouble. When Heimdall and Loki fell together, facing each other at the end, as they had in so many ways faced each other throughout the age that was now ending. The last of the gods whose names the old poems remember had played their part. When the last of the great individual contests had been decided, Surtur was still standing. The battlefield at Vigridr had grown quieter in the way that only a place of absolute ruin can grow quiet, not peaceful, but emptied, the way a room feels after something irreplaceable has been removed from it. Odin was gone, and Thor, and Freya, and Tyr, and Heimdall, and Loki, and the Hound, and the Serpent, and the Wolf, and so many of the Einherjar whose names the old poems never thought to write down. Surtur had watched all of it. He had waited through the length of the age, dwelling in his burning realm at the edge of things. Now there was nothing left between him and the remainder of the world. The sword he carried had been described in the Völuspá as blazing more brightly than the sun. That eye, perhaps the most honest way to put it. Not that it was large, not that it was fearsome, though it was certainly both of those things, but that it was simply brighter than everything else around it. When he raised it, the light it threw across the ruined plain was the kind of light that does not invite you to look directly at it. It was the light of something that has always been burning, long before you arrived, intends to go on burning long after the last witness has closed their eyes. He moved with the unhurried certainty of a force that has never needed to hurry. This was because the outcome has never been genuinely in question. There was no resistance left to offer him. The old gods had spent their strength in the great contests, pouring themselves out in combat that they had always known they would not survive. Yet they had fought anyway, because to refrain from fighting was not an option available to them. The nature of the cosmos itself depended on these battles being fought, on the old order meeting the new with full force. Now that those contests were concluded, the world itself lay open to transformation. Surtur had only to approach it. The old texts say that he cast fire across the earth, that the flames spread in every direction from where he stood. What the imagery asks you to hold in your mind is not a wildfire moving through dry grass, but something more total than that. A burning that does not leave the shape of what it touched behind. The way an ordinary fire will leave the frame of a house or the silhouette of a tree. This fire consumed the forms themselves, the structures beneath the surfaces, the roots of Yggdrasil that had run so deep into the fabric of the cosmos for so long that they had become indistinguishable from the cosmos itself. The great ash tree that had sheltered and connected all 9 realms, that had endured the constant gnawing of Nithhuggra at its roots and the browsing of stags along its branch. And the weight of all the creatures and all the stories that had ever passed through its canopy began to burn as well. It did not fall dramatically. It simply became part of what the fire was doing, the way everything else did. Mountains broke apart and slid into the sea in long, slow movements, the way very old things collapse, not violently, but with a kind of exhausted inevitability, as if they had been waiting for permission. The Völuspá describes the earth sinking into the ocean. There is something in that image that is worth sitting with for a moment. This was because it is not quite the same as an explosion or a cataclysm in the ordinary sense. The land does not shatter, it descends. The sea rises to meet the burning shore. Where fire and ocean come together, enormous pillars of steam climb upward into a sky that is also, by that point, no longer entirely itself. The sun had already been swallowed by the wolf skull during the signs that preceded the battle. Now whatever remained of the light above was consumed in a different way. Not devoured, but dissolved. The way color drains from a winter sky in the last minutes before full dark. Except that this particular darkening had no dawn on the other side of it, at least not in the world as it had previously been arranged. Smoke replaced the sky. The stars, which had also been extinguished earlier in the sequence of events, left no light to reflect on the water that was swallowing the land. The water itself was covered in the reflections of fire instead, so that the ocean burned from below as if the destruction had roots in the deep places as well as the high ones. This was the true nature of Ragnarök, not merely an ending, but a reversal, a unmaking of the boundaries and distinctions that had structured creation itself. What had been separate came together. What had been elevated sank downward. What had burned above now burned below. The cycle that had been set in motion at the beginning of time was now reaching its inevitable conclusion, the serpent biting its own tail at last. The 9 realms did not end one by one, each waiting its turn. They ended together, which is perhaps why the surviving imagery is so difficult to hold clearly in the mind. The scale of it exceeds the ordinary boundaries of imagination. The way certain things in the natural world are technically visible, but somehow resist being fully seen. Asgard and Midgard and Jotunheim and Niflheim and all the rest were joined in those final moments in the same way they had been joined by Yggdrasil throughout the long age. Connected, interdependent, unable to come apart from one another even at the end. What consumed one consumed all. Surtur had not needed to visit each realm individually. He had only needed to light the world. The world, being the interconnected thing it was, had done the rest. He 9 worlds had been. There was for a time nothing but smoke curling up over black water. The silence that comes after something very large has finally finished falling. But the Völuspá does not end in silence. After all the fire, after the earth has swallowed itself, and the last of the smoke has thinned against a sky that no longer holds any stars, the seeress sees something else. She sees the world come back, It rises from the sea, the way the first world once rose from the waters of the void. Slowly, inevitably, with the particular patience of things that are meant to exist. The land surface is green and dripping, and almost immediately the fields begin to do something that would have seemed impossible hours before. According to the old poem, the unsown fields yield grain on their own, without any hand to plant them, as though the earth itself remembers what it is supposed to do, and simply begins again. The image the Völuspá offers is not dramatic in the way the destruction was dramatic. It is quiet and almost domestic in its way. An eagle riding a thermal above new mountains, dipping toward the water to catch fish in its talons, the way eagles have always done. Waterfalls running clear over rocks that are, for the first time, clean of ash. The particular shade of green that comes to a field when it has had rain and rest and no one has walked across it yet. This is the world the poem shows us rising, and it is not a world that announces itself with thunder. It arrives the way a morning does, without ceremony, simply by being there when the darkness clears. Some of the gods survive. Vidar, the silent son of Odin, who drove his iron-shod foot into the jaw of Fenrir and tore the wolf apart to avenge his father's death. He comes through. So does Vali, another son of Odin, who was counted among those spared. Thor's sons, Mothi and Magni, survive as well, and between them they carry Mjolnir forward into the New Age, the hammer that had defended Midgard for so long, now passing into hands that belong to a world still taking shape. These are not the great figures the old order was built around. They are younger, quieter in some ways, and the world they inherit is not the world their fathers ruled. That world is gone entirely. What these surviving gods step into is something without precedent, a cosmos that has no memory of what came before and no obligation to repeat it. And then there is Balder. According to the Völuspá, Balder and Höður both return, the god of light who was killed by the mistletoe, and the blind god who threw it, guided by Loki's hand. In the old world, Höður's action, however unwitting, had set the unravelling in motion. But the new world does not carry that particular wound forward. The two of them come back together, and the poem's description of their reunion carries none of the grief or recrimination you might expect. They are simply there, in the new world, side by side, in the way that brothers sometimes are when enough time has passed, and the thing that stood between them has finally been burned away. They take their seats together in the grass of a world that does not yet have a name for them. There is a hall the old sources describe called Gimle. It stands in the new order brighter, the texts say, than the sun itself, a place where the righteous will dwell and live without the shadow of what Ragnarök destroyed. It is worth sitting with that image for a moment, because it is not described as a reward in any complicated theological sense. It is simply a place of extraordinary light, a hall where people who lived well will find themselves at home in a world made new. The Völuspá gestures toward it briefly and without elaboration, the way you might mention something so self-evident that it requires no further explanation. The light is there, and the people who deserve it will find their way inside. But perhaps the most affecting detail in the entire account of the new world is the one that involves no gods at all. Hidden in a place the old sources call Hodmimis Holt, a sacred grove, or in some readings, a particular part of Yggdrasil itself that endured the burning. Two human beings waited out the end of everything. Their names are Lif and Lifthrasir, which translate roughly as life and the one who strives for life, or something close to that meaning, the exact rendering depending on which scholar you ask. While the gods fought, and the worlds burned, and the serpent's venom and Surtur's fire consumed everything that had ever been built or named or loved, these two stayed hidden among the branches and the roots of that sheltered place, surviving on morning dew, breathing the cool air of somewhere the fire could not quite reach. They did not fight. They did not witness the great battle, or mourn the gods they may have worshipped, or watch the sky come apart above them. They simply endured, in the quiet and the dark, until it was over. The two of them, nourished by morning dew and sheltered by wood and shadow while everything else burned, would go on to fill a world that was, finally, new. One of the things that makes Ragnarök unusual among the end-of-the-world myths that human beings have constructed over the centuries is that the gods in it have known the outcome for a very long time. In many traditions that include an apocalyptic vision, the final judgment of certain Christian denominations, the end of an age in Hindu cosmology, the dissolution of the world in Zoroastrian belief, the divine figures at the center of the story are either the agents of that ending, or they are the ones who will survive it and sit in judgment afterward. They are not, by and large, the ones who will be swallowed whole by a wolf, or poisoned by a serpent's venom in the 9 steps between a killing blow and the ground. The Norse gods occupy a stranger, and in some ways lonelier position than that. Odin spent his long existence gathering wisdom precisely because he understood what was coming, riding out on Sleipnir, not out of idle curiosity, but out of a kind of determined, disciplined preparation for a day he could see approaching and could not turn aside. Thor went on fighting the serpent Jormungandr, knowing they were, in some sense, each other's ending. Freyr gave away his magical sword for love, and even that sacrifice, so human, so understandable, became part of the shape of his death. There is a Norse concept that scholars often render in English as weird, a word that carries within it the sense of fate or personal destiny, something woven and set, not a punishment or a reward, but simply the thread a life runs along until it ends. The Norse people who believed in Ragnarök did not appear to experience this sense of fixed fate as a reason for despair. Instead, from what survives in their poetry and their sagas, it seems to have worked in quite the opposite direction. If even Odin the Allfather, with every secret he had wrested from the world through sacrifice and suffering, could not outmaneuver his own ending, if even he suited up and rode out anyway, spear in hand, then a human being had no particular reason to hang back from the things that life demanded of them. Courage, in this understanding, was not the absence of foreknowledge. It was what you did with foreknowledge. It was showing up clearly and without pretense to whatever was waiting for you, whether that was a battle, a winter, or the slow diminishment that comes at the end of any life. The value the Norse people placed on dying well, rather than living cautiously, runs through their literature in a way that becomes almost rhythmic once you notice it. Their sagas return again and again to the question of how a person meets the thing they cannot avoid, and the answer that the culture seemed to regard most highly was not cleverness in avoidance, but steadiness in facing. This is not the same as a philosophy of recklessness. The gods of Asgard prepared carefully and thoroughly for Ragnarök. The training halls of Valhalla, the gathering of Einherjar, Odin's restless acquisition of knowledge, all of it was preparation, patient and deliberate. What they did not do was pretend the ending away, or construct a vision of the future in which they would simply not be subject to it. And there is something quietly instructive in that, something that the Norse people seem to have drawn real sustenance from. The cyclical shape of their cosmology matters here as well, because Ragnarök is not purely an ending. The world that rises from the sea afterward is not the same world, but it is a world, green and unharvested, and full of what might grow. The gods who survive carry forward something of what came before. The humans, sheltered through the burning, emerge into something new. For a people who lived close to the rhythms of seasons that genuinely threatened life, long winters, scarce resources, the sea in all its moods, a cosmology that included devastation and renewal, may have felt less like a frightening prophecy and more like a description of what they already knew to be true. Loss did not mean erasure. Memory persisted. The things worth carrying forward found their way into the hands of whoever was still standing. You carry what matters through the dark, and when the dark ends, you set it down in the new light and begin again. There is something in that, the idea that knowing the ending does not excuse you from showing up to it, that has kept this mythology alive long after the culture that create did. It has passed into history. The Völuspá does not close on a purely peaceful image. After the earth has risen green from the water, after the surviving gods have found one another in the fields where Asgard once stood, after the unsown grain has begun to push through the new soil, and the eagle has returned to the mountain crags to hunt fish in the shining water below, the seeress's vision offers one more thing: a dark shape rising from below, wings heavy with the dead, the dragon Nidhoggr coming up out of the deep and crossing the sky of the newly born world. She sees him, she names him, and then her vision ends. The poem offers no explanation for why he is still there, no god who steps forward to drive him back, no promise that he will not endure. He simply appears, and the seeress falls silent. It is worth sitting quietly with that image for a moment, because it carries a great deal of weight. Nidhoggr is not a new arrival in the mythology. He has been present since long before Ragnarök, gnawing patiently at the roots of Yggdrasil throughout the entire age of the gods, working steadily at the foundations of the cosmos the way rot works at old wood. In the Völuspá and in other Old Norse poems, he is associated with Narstrand, a shore in the realm of the dead where the most dishonored souls go, those who broke oaths, who committed murder in secret, who violated the deepest bonds of trust. He feeds on them there, and when the world ends and is remade, he is still feeding, still flying, still carrying the weight of the dead on his dark wings. Whatever was cleansed by the fire of Ragnarök, Nidhoggr was not among it. Scholars have spent considerable time debating what exactly his reappearance is meant to tell us. One reading suggests that the new world is cyclical rather than final, that it will, given enough time, accumulate the same corruption, the same broken oaths and hidden cruelties, and that Nidhoggr's presence in the reborn sky is essentially a quiet warning that the whole process will eventually repeat. On this reading, Ragnarök is not an ending so much as a reset, and the reset is already slightly imperfect from the moment it begins, because the thing that gnaws at the roots of order has survived the fire just as surely as the gods and the two sheltered humans have. The new world inherits a shadow. Another reading, perhaps more modest, suggests that the seeress is simply being honest, that no rebirth, however dramatic, arrives without remainder. The world that rose from the sea after Surtur's fire is genuinely new and genuinely good, green and fertile, and rid of the ancient conflicts that had weighed on the old age. But goodness and darkness are not so neatly separable that one burning can eliminate the other entirely. Nidhoggr's return, on this interpretation, is not a prophecy of another Ragnarök, but simply an acknowledgement that the new world contains within it, as all worlds do, the possibility of decay. He is there because he has always been there, and reality, even renewed reality, makes room for him. The Prose Edda, Snorri Sturluson's 13th century retelling of the Norse mythological tradition, handles the closing of the story somewhat differently. Snorri's account of the reborn world is warmer and more complete in certain respects. He describes the hall Gimle in more detail, speaks of the righteous dwelling there in peace, and places greater emphasis on the sense of renewal and order being restored. His version of the ending leans more comfortably toward resolution. Some scholars have suggested that this reflects Snorri's own Christian framework, the instinct of a medieval writer to shape the story toward a cleaner, more morally ordered conclusion, one that maps more naturally onto ideas of heaven and final judgment. The Völuspá itself, which predates Snorri's prose retelling and exists in the Codex Regius manuscript in poetic form, makes no such accommodation. It lets Nidhoggr fly without commentary. This difference between the two sources is meaningful. It suggests that as the mythology passed through time and through the hands of a Christian scholar who nonetheless cared deeply about preserving what he had inherited, some of its original roughness was smoothed. The older poem seems less interested in reassurance. it seems more interested in accuracy, in describing the vision the seeress claims to have seen, without tidying it into something more comfortable than it actually was. What the Völuspá appears to be saying, in its honest and slightly unsettling way, is that the cosmos does not promise perfection. The gods fight because it is right to fight. The world renews because renewal is in its nature, and yet the forces that work against order and life and integrity are not foreign to the world. They are part of it, woven in from the beginning, surviving every transformation. Midhogren gnawed at the roots of the first world. He crosses the sky of the second. That the seeress's vision ends not with comfort, but with a shadow crossing the new sky, is, perhaps, the most honest thing about it. The mythology of Ragnarök might easily have been lost. The people who carried these stories in their memories, the Norse communities of Scandinavia and the North Atlantic islands, had no tradition of writing them down in the way that, say, the ancient Greeks did with their epics. For generations upon generations, the tales of Odin and Fenrir and the great winter that preceded the end of all things passed from one person to the next in the spoken word, told around fires, woven into the verses that skalds, the court poets of the Norse world, performed for chieftains and kings. That a mythology of such extraordinary scope survived at all is largely due to a particular accident of geography and circumstance. Iceland, settled by Norse colonists in the 9th century, was a place somewhat removed from the most intense pressures of European Christianization. Its literary culture in the 12th and 13th centuries proved unusually hospitable to the preservation of older traditions. Scholars who study this period often note that Iceland functioned, in a sense, as a kind of living archive, a place where the oral inheritance of the pre-Christian Norse world was eventually committed to manuscript pages at precisely the moment when it might otherwise have vanished entirely. The most important of those manuscript collections is the Codex Regius, compiled around 1270. That contains the poems we now call the Poetic Edda, and within those poems, the fullest surviving account of what Ragnarök was understood to mean. But even there, the picture is complicated. This was because the man most responsible for organizing and explaining Norse mythology for later readers was himself a Christian. Snorri Sturluson, the Icelandic chieftain and scholar who wrote the Prose Edda in the early 13th century, approached the old stories with a kind of respectful curiosity that feels almost unusual for the period. He was not interested in condemning the pagan past. He was interested, it seems, in preserving it, in recording the structure and logic of a cosmology he no longer personally believed in, so that the kennings of the old skaldic poetry would remain intelligible to readers who came after him. Whether his Christian beliefs shaped the way he told those stories is a question scholars have returned to repeatedly. Some have argued that the cyclical rebirth described at the end of Ragnarök, the world rising clean from the water, a new age beginning, carries the faint imprint of Christian resurrection imagery. That the story as written reflects a subtle blending of two cosmological frameworks rather than a purely pre-Christian original. Others maintain that the cyclical understanding of time was deeply native to Norse thought and needed no outside influence to arrive at an image of renewal following destruction. The honest answer is that the surviving texts were written down by Christian hands. The exact shape of the mythology before that moment is something we can approach but never fully recover. What is clear is that the stories endured, that they carried a particular kind of weight that made them difficult to simply set aside. The 19th century discovered Norse mythology with considerable enthusiasm. The Romantic movement, with its appetite for the old, the wild, the heroic, found in the Norse tradition something that felt like an antidote to the tidiness of classical learning, a mythology of magnificent bleakness, of gods who were flawed and mortal, of a universe that operated not on the principle of divine invincibility, but on the principle of dignified inevitability. Richard Wagner drew on this tradition for his great operatic cycle, The Ring of the Nibelung, that he completed in 1874. while Wagner's sources were primarily the German Nibelungenlied rather than the Norse Eddas directly. The shadow of Ragnarök falls across the final opera in the cycle in ways that audiences have recognized ever since. The image of the Hall of the Gods going up in flames, of an entire world consumed by what it had set in motion long before, resonated with 19th century European audiences, perhaps because the century itself was filled with the sense of old orders straining and cracking. Something about a mythology that insists on the inevitability of endings, while still insisting on the value of resistance, has a way of speaking to periods of profound uncertainty. In more recent times, Norse mythology has found its way into almost every corner of popular culture, in ways that range from careful and thoughtful to extremely loose in their relationship to the original sources. The fascination, though, seems genuine, regardless of the form it takes. It does not seem to be diminishing. There is something in the core structure of Ragnarök, the combination of cosmic scale and intensely personal tragedy, the image of beings who love each other and will mourn each other and will nonetheless face destruction together without illusion, that continues to feel worth returning to. You can read about the deaths of Odin and Thor and Freya in a quiet room, many centuries and many languages removed from the people who first told those stories. Still feel something that resembles the particular ache of watching something irreplaceable come undone. That quality does not belong to any single century or any single culture's appropriation of the material. It belongs to the stories themselves, to the underlying architecture of a mythology that refused to make its gods comfortable. What Snorri preserved in his cold Icelandic hall in the 13th century, a mythology of gods who know they will lose and who arm themselves anyway, has proven, in its own strange way, to be one of the more enduring things the medieval world handed forward to us. The story of Ragnarök, in its fullest and most powerful form, is told by a woman who is already dead. This is not a dramatic flourish or a poetic embellishment added later by someone with a taste for the strange. It is, as nearly as scholars can tell, the actual framing of the poem itself, a dead seeress, a vulva, summoned by Odin and asked to speak. In the opening lines of the Völuspá, that is the name given to this poem, and which translates roughly as the prophecy of the seeress. The vulva addresses herself to what she calls holy peoples, to the high and the low. She asks for their silence and their attention while she recounts what she knows. She remembers the very beginning of the world. She remembers the ages that followed. She knows what is coming, and she knows how it ends. The poem is preserved most completely in the Codex Regius, a manuscript written in Iceland sometime in the late 13th century, though scholars generally believe the poems it contains are considerably older than the manuscript itself, reaching back perhaps to the 10th century or earlier, drawn from an oral tradition that was already ancient by the time anyone thought to write it down. The Codex Regius sat in a bishop's collection in Iceland for centuries before it was sent to Copenhagen in 1662. Even now, reading a translation of its verses, you can feel the weight of everything it was asked to carry, the memory of an entire cosmology, compressed into the voice of one woman, speaking from the edge of a world that no longer exists. What the Völuspá offers that no other source quite matches is a perspective entirely outside the divine hierarchy. The gods of Asgard, for all their power and foreknowledge, are participants in the story of Ragnarök. They have stakes, anxieties, preparations to make, deaths to face. Odin spends an age gathering wisdom precisely because he does not know everything. This was because there are gaps in what even the Allfather can see from his high seat at Hlidskjalf. But the Völva sees differently. Her knowledge is not bound by the concerns of the living. She has already passed through whatever it is that waits on the other side of death. When Odin summons her, raises her up and compels her to speak, she does so with an air that some translators have described as weary, others as slightly defiant, as if she is humoring him, as if she knows that what she is about to say will not save him. She knows that he knows this too. There is a line near the beginning of the poem where she says, in effect, that she knows where Odin's eye is hidden, the eye he sacrificed to the well of Mimir in exchange for wisdom, and it reads less like an accusation than like a quiet reminder of how much he has already given, how little it has changed what is coming. She is not unkind, but she is not comforting either. This is where it becomes worth pausing to consider what a vulva actually was in Norse culture. This was because the word carries more weight than a simple translation into English can easily convey. Volur, the plural form, were women who practiced seidr, a form of magic that the Norse associated specifically with knowledge, prophecy, the ability to perceive and manipulate fate. They traveled, often, from place to place. Communities would invite them, sometimes at considerable expense, to perform their rituals and to answer questions about the future. The god Odin himself was said to have learned seidr, though this was considered somewhat transgressive for a male figure to practice. The mythology acknowledges this with a kind of uncomfortable candor. The vulva who speaks in the Völuspá occupies a position that is, in some sense, more powerful than the gods she addresses, not because she can fight or rule, but because she can see. And the Norse understanding of fate, that deep concept of word, the fixed pattern of what will be, meant that seeing truly was in certain ways more significant than any capacity for action. You could know without being able to change. And in that knowing there was a kind of terrible freedom. What Odin is doing then, when he summons this dead woman and asks her to speak, is performing one final act of the same desperate wisdom-seeking that has defined his entire existence. He already knows the shape of things, but he asks anyway, and she tells him anyway. She walks him through the beginning of time, through the shaping of the worlds, through the golden age of the gods, through Baldur's death and Loki's punishment, through the great winter and the breaking of the sky and the battle at Vigridr and the burning of everything. Then through the slow, quiet emergence of the new world rising from the water. She sees the eagle catching fish above the mountains. She sees the fields that grow without any hand to plant them. She sees the returning gods finding the old game pieces in the grass, the ones the gods played with in the very first days before grief entered the world. And then, at the very end of her vision, she sees the dark dragon Nidhoggra crossing the sky, still carrying the dead in his wings. Her voice shifts, in a way that is difficult to pin down precisely, but that nearly every translator notices, something in the final stanzas that suggests the vision is becoming too much, or that she has said all she intends to say, or perhaps that there is simply nothing more to add. She ends her recitation not with resolution or reassurance, but with a quiet declaration that she has said what she was summoned to say. Then her voice, for the last time, fades.